The story begins in a forest where a group of people is surrounded by several big, dark, hulking men. They look greedy, grinning wickedly. On the other side, a young woman curses at them. We were all simply out training, yet your Golden Light sect is bullying people too far. Aren't you afraid that our Tsang Yuan's sect will retaliate? The Golden Light sect disciple did not care in the slightest. We're already out here robbing people. Why will we fear going too far? Whoever has the ability gets the treasures of heaven and earth. Running into us during training just means you're unlucky. Brothers, make your move. As soon as he spoke, the Golden Light sect disciples immediately attacked. The scene suddenly shifts to an unidentified man strolling through the forest. As he walks, he mutters to himself, "Training outside is far too dangerous. It's best to avoid other people." Before he can finish, he takes one more step and sees the Golden Light sect disciples assaulting people. Staring at the group before him, he freezes. While he is standing there in a daze, a mechanical chime suddenly sounds in his mind. Choice mission issued. Mission 1. Rescue the besieged Tsang Yuan sect disciples and defeat these villains. Reward: a low-grade pill. Mission 2. Kneel and beg for peace, asking the villains to spare the Tsang Yuan sect disciples. Reward: a mid-grade pill. Mission 3. Pretend not to see anything and quietly leave. Reward: a high-grade pill. The protagonist can only shake his head helplessly. This system is truly shameless. 1 year ago, he awakened this divine-level choice system, but something went wrong after it bound itself to him. Normally, the harder the mission, the better the reward. Yet it had become the opposite. The easier the mission, the better the reward. To obtain high-grade rewards, he has no choice but to make decisions against his conscience. The moment that Tsang Yuan sect disciples see him approaching, they joyfully shout, "Look, we're saved." That is our Tsang Yuan sect's chief disciple, Senior Brother Lin Yi. With Senior Brother Lin Yi here, let's see whether the Golden Light sect still dares to act so tyrannically. Senior Brother, hurry and kill them. The Golden Light sect disciples are somewhat frightened when they hear this. A chief disciple? If he truly is the chief disciple, we may not be his match. Everyone, be ready to retreat at any time. The young woman is even more excited. Senior Brother Lin Yi, save us quickly and teach the Golden Light sect a lesson. Before she can finish, the protagonist turns and runs away. Maybe that guy just needs to relieve himself, so he ran off. The disciples hurriedly remind their chief disciple, "You went the wrong way. It's this way." The protagonist coughs a few times and makes an excuse. What chief disciple? Where is this senior brother? How old is he? How much gold does his family have? You have mistaken me for someone else. This humble one is named Lin Jingyi. Farewell. With that, the protagonist immediately slips away. Everyone is left speechless by this sight. The disciples and the young woman angrily say, "Lin Yi, are you even a disciple of the Tsang Yuan sect? I have never seen anyone so shameless. Aren't you afraid the sect master will punish you for this?" Their muttered complaints cannot stop the protagonist from completing Mission 3. Sorry, fellow disciples. At most, the Golden Light sect will rob you. Your lives will not be in danger. But if I intervene, I'll lose that high-grade pill. The young woman adds that rumors say the chief disciple is useless. He has never made a move and only became chief disciple through connections. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. The Golden Light sect disciple bursts into laughter. The chief disciple has never fought and is a good for nothing? Then you think you can run away after seeing us? It won't be that easy. Brothers, get him, capture him. As soon as he finishes speaking, the Golden Light sect disciples rush forward like mad. Just like that, the protagonist is surrounded. Inside, he is crying miserably. His high-grade pill is gone. Though that is what he feels inside, he still respectfully cups his hands in greeting. Fellow cultivators, why must people kill one another in this life? Leave a little goodwill behind, and we may meet again someday. We are all people of the martial world. Could you perhaps show some respect for me, the chief disciple? As he says this, he bends at a perfect 160-degree angle, like an example from a textbook. Please, honored brothers, spare our lives, all right? It seems he can only get the mid-grade pill now. The Golden Light sect disciples look at one another before bursting into laughter. A coward like you? That Sung Yun sect master must be blind to have made you chief disciple. That Sung Yun sect disciples feel deeply humiliated. As cultivators, we should pursue the heavenly Tao. How can you be so cowardly? If I survive today, I will report the truth to the sect master and have you stripped of your position as chief disciple. I will make all 3,000 Sung Yun sect disciples despise you for generations. Even if we cannot win, we must fight to the death. We will never endure such humiliation. Chief disciple, you have disgraced our sect. Heaven has no eyes. How did our sect end up with such a scourge? If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for encountering this chief disciple. Brothers, kill them. The young woman immediately enters a battle stance, circulating her spiritual power and warning everyone. Be careful. Do not let down your guard. Over there, the dark-skinned man mutters, I can't even get the mid-grade pill. Then don't blame me for being rude. The protagonist raises his hand, and actual lightning descends. His aura abruptly changes. Lightning coils around his entire body, giving him an incredibly dashing appearance. With one palm strike, he immediately unleashes a thunder dragon. Just as the young woman is surrounded by a golden light sect disciple, that man is instantly charred to a crisp. The young woman is utterly baffled. What just happened? It seemed like the chief disciple made a move. That can't be possible. Wasn't the chief disciple weak just now? Wasn't he supposed to be useless? How did he suddenly become so strong? Seeing the dazzlingly handsome Lin Yi, the Golden Light sect disciples are so scared they nearly wet themselves. Stammering, they ask, why you? Who exactly are you? I already told you. I am a chief disciple of the Sung Yun sect. Are you deaf? One Golden Light sect disciple turns pale and analyzes the situation. That move just now was extraordinarily powerful, with terrifying offensive force. His cultivation must be unimaginably profound. I'm absolutely no match for him. He immediately lowers his weapon and begs for peace. Brother, I think you were right. Why must people kill one another in this life? Before he can finish, the protagonist sends him flying into the sky. You ruined my high-grade pill. How could I possibly let you off so easily? Thus, the protagonist gives them a thorough beating. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the Golden Light sect villains and completed the mission. Reward, a low-grade pill. Looking at the inferior pill in his hand, Lin Yi's face twists in disgust. Fine, something is better than nothing. He can only swallow it resentfully. A low-grade pill is still a pill, just eat it. When he turns around, the Sung Yun sect disciples have already run over to congratulate him. Chief disciple, your strength is clearly so great. Why did you pretend to let them bully you at first? We nearly mistook you for an idiotic good-for-nothing. The protagonist begins putting on an act and dispensing wisdom. A truly strong person must contain all things within his heart. One need not defeat others to demonstrate one's own greatness. Sensing the protagonist's radiant aura, the disciples cry so hard that they practically soak themselves. As expected of the chief disciple, so this is the insight he possesses. What is that light behind the chief disciple? It's so dazzling. They look at him as though he is a living saint and kneel in every manner possible. Senior brother is truly great. For all these years, I've had to act fearful everywhere just to claim system rewards, and countless people have criticized me behind my back. I never thought I would have the chance to become a good senior brother respected by everyone. This feels truly wonderful. Being trusted by others does not seem so bad either. Lin Yi raises a hand to interrupt them. All right, regarding what happened today, when you return to the sect, I hope my junior brothers and sisters, everyone immediately understands that their chief disciple is truly a lofty expert. They all assume he means that good deeds need no recognition, and that keeping a low profile while concealing one's abilities is best. But contrary to everyone's expectations, he says, you must publicize it widely and let everyone know. Put up public notices and promote me. Show everyone how great I am. It would be best to report it to the sect master and post notices around the sect for 3 days. Oh, and do not leave out the kitchen staff. A few days ago, I heard them talking badly about me behind my back. They need to clean out their ears. Everyone feels extremely uncomfortable upon hearing this. Recently, he himself has been having a miserable time. Everyone thinks he is easy to bully, forcing him to accept low-grade rewards all day. In the past, he was cursed at for a long time because he sought high-grade rewards and his reputation was ruined. Yet no matter what, he only gets low-grade rewards. From today onward, I must change my image and officially restore the dignity of the chief disciple. Do you understand, my dear junior brothers and sisters? We understand, big brother. Good. Hurry back to the sect and spread the word. With that, he turns and leaves. At this moment, a cloud-riding carriage travels through the sky. Inside, a beautiful woman gently lifts the curtain and peeks down. So this is the Tsungyuan sect's chief disciple, the one who is to enter a marriage alliance with our sect? He looks rather ordinary. The scene shifts to another place in the forest. One of the Golden Light sect disciples who was sent flying by Lin Yi has now awakened. Unlike protagonists who recall the past to gain strength, he begins reminiscing about his own past. Because my family was poor, I wanted to rise above others from childhood. To join the Golden Light sect, I endured countless hardships. Upon arriving at the Golden Light sect, he collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, the Golden Light sect master, whose head was gleaming bald, leaned down to look at him. Seeing that his head was almost equally shiny, he said, that head shines so brightly. I must accept him as my disciple. To become stronger, I resolutely follow the Golden Light sect way of life, committing evil everywhere, through wind and rain alike. Even my senior brothers had to admire me. Su Lei is truly a professional. At last, through my own efforts, I grew hair and became an outstanding man. But now I was defeated here and humiliated like a dog. Why was I defeated by a mere Tsungyuan sect disciple? I refuse to accept this. I, Su Lei, am the greatest genius in this region. Linny, just you wait. I will definitely defeat you. Afterward, he runs into a cave. The sect master once said that the Golden Light sect's strongest body-refining technique was the 100-demon cleave. The moment he enters the cave, he encounters a group of fanatically loyal followers. With tears in his eyes, Su Lei says, "If I do not die, I will surely seek revenge in person." The scene shifts to the Tsungyuan sect. Someone is loudly spreading the news everywhere. Chief disciple Lin Yi risked his life to fight the Golden Light sect for the sake of the Tsungyuan sect disciples. Is that true? Is the news accurate? That Lin Yi, who fears death, dare to confront the Golden Light sect? I don't believe it. We all know what kind of person he has been all this time. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall behind Tsungyuan sect's mountain, the protagonist enters and asks, "Master, you were looking for me?" Suddenly, a chubby old man rushes over and embraces him. "After all these years, you finally agreed to make a move. This is the first time you have fought anyone since entering the Tsungyuan sect. Your master is so moved." The protagonist is stunned. For more than 20 years, in pursuit of system rewards, he has always cultivated diligently and never fought anyone, disappointing many people in the Tsungyuan sect. But his master has never abandoned him. His master happily lights 3 sticks of incense and bows to the ancestors. Honored ancestors, Tsungyuan sect's chief disciple, Lin Yi, is not someone who fears death. After 10 years, our sect finally has a successor. Good disciple, when you were brought to the Tsungyuan sect all those years ago, the first time I saw you, my eyes lit up wildly. I saw that your entire body was filled with innate chi, so I knew you were an extraordinary cultivation talent. That is why I made you the Tsungyuan sect's chief disciple. Recalling the past, he remembers going down the mountain to test himself against a fat bear, only to turn around and find the protagonist gone. During his sparring matches with the other disciples, the old sect master shouted himself hoarse. Yet before he could even count to 3, the protagonist had already surrendered. Lin Yi's master continues pouring out his thoughts. Later, others said you rose through connections, but your master knows your strength is not weak. He narrows his eyes and looks at Lin Yi sincerely. Now you have finally come around. You no longer fear death and are willing to fight others. Lin, he has a blade of grass in his mouth as he listens to his master change the subject. Your master is very happy. Today is truly a double blessing. Once the Saint Dao sect master arrives, and our 2 sects form a marriage alliance, who will be able to shake the Tsungyuan sect's position. The moment he hears the words marriage pact, he is so shocked that he nearly spits blood. Then he has to listen to his master recount events from 20 years ago. Our sect and the Saint Dao sect had long ago agreed to a marriage pact. The Tsungyuan sect master would marry the Saint Dao sect saintess, and together they would bring glory to both sections. The St. Tao sect is a top-tier sect. Moreover, the person who brought you here back then had an extraordinary identity, which is why they bestowed this gift upon our sect. They should have arrived 3 days ago, but their delayed appearance likely means they are secretly observing you. His master continues urging him to behave well in the coming days. Lin, he sees the prompt panel. It is a mission issued by the Divine Level Choice System. Mission 1. Perform earnestly to please the Saint Tao sect Saintus and complete this marriage pact. Reward: 1 additional cultivation level. Mission 2. Perform ordinarily and avoid drawing the Saint Tao sect Saintus's attention, thereby delaying the marriage pact. Reward: 2 additional cultivation levels. Reading this, Lin, he cannot help considering whether he can cancel marriage. But then comes Mission 3. Perform terribly, anger the Saint Tao sect Saintus, and resolutely destroy the marriage pact. Reward: 3 additional cultivation levels. The words anger the Saint Tao sect Saintus, resolutely destroy the marriage pact, and 3 additional cultivation levels become firmly etched into Lin Yi's heart. His eyes shine as he thinks, destroying the marriage pact can raise my cultivation by 3 levels. This is an incredible bargain. The more Lin Yi thinks about it, the more he feels that the system's cultivation reward is exceptionally rare. Although marrying the Saint Tao sect Saintus would not be bad, how could it compare to gaining 3 cultivation levels? Besides, he has not even met the Saintus yet. What if she is uglier than the market Annies? At last, he clenches his fist and makes up his mind. Increasing his cultivation is more reliable. Unfortunately, in his master's eyes, this expression makes him seem like a good disciple who must be extremely nervous. Haha, master will support you. In the main hall, his master stands with his hands behind his back and tells Lin, in the next few days, I must go out with several grand elders. During that time, I'm leaving the sect under your management. This sudden practical assignment catches Lin Yi by surprise. Before he can object, his master narrows his eyes and says, as the sect's master, you should learn how to manage the sect. Since his master has put it that way, Lin Yi can only sigh and say, I understand. Then master and disciple bid each other farewell. Over at the St. Tao sect, Elder 7 and his disciple are discussing matters. Why has the sect master not arrived yet? The sect master's voice comes through a voice transmission. I'm here. She appears behind the 2 of them, looking kindly upon them as they salute. Sect master. After exchanging greeting gifts, the St. Tao sect master probes. Well, is it Song Yuan's sect's chief disciple worthy of our sect's Saintus? Elder 7 hurriedly kneels and reports. Sect master, after secretly observing for 3 days, the situation does not seem promising. According to him, Lin Yi, the sect master of the Song Yuan sect, was a coward with an eccentric temperament and no prestige whatsoever within the sect. Even his cultivation was nothing exceptional. More importantly, his voice grew increasingly grave. I heard that, even now, he has never cultivated the Song Yuan sect's protective immortal arts. Instead, he has spent years cultivating only low-grade immortal arts. It is clear that his aptitude is far too poor. Sect master, I implore you to reconsider this marriage. Otherwise, it will ruin the legacy of our Saint Tao sect. Lin Yi's master suddenly appeared and retorted, how can you say he is unworthy before even meeting him? He pointed at Elder 7 and shouted, you are not allowed to look down on our sect's chief disciple. Elder 7 was no pushover either. He shot back, I'm looking down on him. He does not even know that Song Yuan's sect's 8 Desolations universe art. Master began arguing with Elder 7. What did you say? Elder 7 mocked Lin Yi. He will die in the 9 netherworlds before he even has to participate. I fear your chief disciple will not live past today. Hearing him belittle his disciple, Master immediately made a move. You brute. When you cannot win an argument, you resort to fighting. How could your Song Yuan sect ever be worthy of our sect's Saintus? The St. Tao sect master watched the 2 old men fight and argue. I'm not afraid of you, even if we fight. Come on, who is afraid of whom? You brute, I could block your attacks with my eyes closed. The chess pieces were in place. It was time to begin. Having achieved his goal, Master laughed heartily. The 9 netherworlds would soon open. The people from the various sects entered the Song Yuan sect. In response to the St. Tao sect master, Master declared. Then let us begin. While he was going to such lengths over there, his disciple Lin, he was causing trouble back home. A junior sister held a public notice and reported to the chief disciple, senior brother chief disciple. All the notices have been handed out. Now everyone in the sect knows about your heroic deeds. Lin nodded. Very good. Once the publicity is done, my reputation in the sect will surely improve. The notice in his junior sister's hand was suddenly snatched away. Zhuagong's shrill voice rang out, saving disciples and provoking the Golden Light sect. He walked up to Lin Yi and looked at him with disdain. How ridiculous. The surrounding disciples began whispering. Isn't that Zhuagong, the sect's #1 genius? What is he doing? It looks like he is clashing with senior brother Lin Yi. Seeing one dressed in gold and the other in green facing off, the disciples whispered among themselves. Senior brother Lin Yi is in trouble this time. After all, the one qualified to be chief disciple should have been senior brother Zhuagong. If Lin Yi had not relied on connections, Zhuagong would definitely have become the senior disciple. It is only natural that he hates Lin Yi. Those watching eagerly anticipated a good show. Lin Yi replied coldly, "Do you have a problem with that?" Zhuagong opened his fan and said firmly, "Of course I do." Then he stepped closer to Lin Yi, his gold-threaded robes gleaming. He said meaningfully, "Someone who relies on connections like you wants to stand above others? It would be lucky if you did not wet yourself in fear." After saying that, he closed his fan and turned to the young junior sister, Wang Hehua. "How many benefits did Lin Yi give you to do this?" Junior sister Hehua and the other disciples vehemently refuted him. "No, senior brother Lin Yi truly did save us." Seeing that his fellow disciples were still defending Lin Yi, he seemed to come up with a wicked idea. He raised his voice. "Everyone, since the chief disciple claims he defeated the Golden Light sect, if it is not a lie, would he dare accept my challenge?" As Zhuagong pointed directly at him, the system immediately beeped and issued a divine-level choice prompted by Zhuagong's challenge. Lin Yi looked over the options. Option 1. Accept the challenge and defeat Zhuagong. Reward: 1 golden wound pill. Option 2. Accept the challenge and fight Zhuagong to a draw. Reward: 1 blood-staunching pill. Option 3. Refuse the challenge and give Zhuagong a loving hug. Reward: 1 spirit-gathering pill. Clearly, Lin Yi was tempted by the third option, because a spirit-gathering pill was far better than either of the first two rewards. He covered his mouth with one hand, thinking that he was not greedy for rewards. He simply liked hugs. Seeing Lin Yi's radiant smile, Zhuagong misunderstood. Actually dare accept? Lin Yi strode toward Zhuagong, and everyone watched as he placed a hand on the other man's shoulder. The disciples began cheering. Senior brother Lin Yi is about to fight. Go for it. The atmosphere instantly froze. Lin Yi did not fight. He directly hugged Zhuagong. Zhuagong was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Someone blushed and shouted, "This is the good show you were talking about." Zhuagong had never been teased so badly that he started stammering. "What are you talking about?" Lin Yi smiled, his expression unchanged, and calmly replied, "Zhuagong, we are fellow disciples. Why must we fight? Let us forget about the challenge. Are you lacking affection? As chief disciple, I will give you a loving hug." Seeing Lin Yi draw nearer and nearer, Zhuagong had no choice but to strike. "Get lost, Lin Yi." The two separated. Furious, Zhuagong pointed at Lin Yi. "You are finished. Today, I will strip you of your title as chief disciple." Just as the situation grew tense, a senior disciple hurried over with urgent news. "This is bad. Senior brother Zhuagong, something has happened. There are many cultivators outside the mountain gate saying they want to wipe out our Tsangyuan sect." This news shocked all the disciples once again. What? Who dares cause trouble at our Tsangyuan sect? Could some high-ranking sect be trying to seize our territory? Has something really happened? As a senior brother, Zhuagong quickly reassured everyone. "Do not panic. Notify the elders immediately." But Lin Yi, standing beside him, raised his hand to speak. The sect master and elders have already left the sect." This bad news horrified Zhuagong. What? He could only issue an order. "Everyone, gather at the mountain gate and prepare to face the enemy." At that moment, the divine-level choice system issued a mission. After reading it, Lin Yi could only sigh. Another mission like this. He could only shout, "Everyone, do not go fight the enemy. I think running away would be safer." Naturally, Lin Yi's words earned disdainful looks from all his fellow disciples. Now we see Lin Yi's true colors. Ignore him and hurry to face the enemy. Lin Yi fell silent, waiting for all the Tsingyuan sect disciples to go into battle so he could quietly collect his reward. Inside a dark, freezing cave, the corpses of exotic beasts were strewn everywhere. Su Lei let out an eerie laugh. I succeeded. Golden patterns spread across his body. This was the golden pattern's sacred body. Delighted by all the slaughter, he said, I have finally cultivated it. Lin Yi, Tsungyuan sect, I will make you bow beneath my feet forever, never able to raise your heads again. Su Lei drew his saber and walked out of the cave, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared ahead. Feel my terror. The cultivators of a major sect had gathered on a mountain. They discussed among themselves. This is the Tsungyuan sect. One madman, riding an ox, mocked the Tsungyuan sect. They look rather weak. Spare none of them. When the Tsungyuan sect disciples came out to face them, they were shocked to discover that their enemies were from the Myriad Things sect. That is a mid-grade sect. Why would they come cause trouble for a low-grade sect like ours? What do we do now? Are we really going to be wiped out? Someone encouraged the others. Even if we die, we must never hand our sect over to another sect. Lin Yi stood to one side as the familiar notification sounded. Mission issued. Divine level choice system. Threat of the Myriad Things sect. Option 1. Lead the disciples to defeat the Myriad Things sect. Reward. 1 low-grade weapon. Option 2. Prevent the Tsungyuan sect from being destroyed. Reward. 1 mid-grade weapon. Option 3. Lead the disciples in fleeing. Reward. 1 divine grade weapon. Lin Yi was once again tempted by the third option's reward, a divine grade weapon. He felt that even a sect would find it difficult to obtain one. This mission's reward was extremely generous. Looking at his fellow disciples charging into battle, Lin Yi sighed. But then again, facing the threat of a mid-grade sect, even if I wanted to choose the first option, we have no chance of winning. And once we lose, with the sect master absent, the entire Tsingyuan sect may be destroyed. Having weighed the pros and cons, Lin Yi decided, why wait? Run. He held his head and thought, it is not that I do not want a divine weapon. I just cannot beat them. Therefore, Lin Yi tried to persuade them. Everyone, if we leave the sect immediately, we may still preserve our lives. They're a mid-grade sect. We have no power to resist them. Finally, Lin Yi raised his voice. In my capacity as chief disciple, I order everyone to retreat. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly he shouted, the disciples continued charging forward. They retorted, if we leave, what will happen to the sect? Are we supposed to watch it be destroyed? That is right. We Tsungyuan sect disciples will never flee. Otherwise, how will the other sects look at us? The more they spoke, the more agitated they became. Even if we die in battle, we will never leave. Lin Yi was speechless. He clenched his fists and replied, but I cannot beat them at all. But they had already prepared an answer, constantly berating him for talking nonsense. Of course you cannot beat them. With senior brother Zhuge Gong holding the line, we can definitely stand against the Myriad Things sect. That is right. The position of chief disciple should have belonged to senior brother Zhuge Gong in the first place. Before fighting an outside sect, they were already fighting among themselves. Looking at the aggressive junior disciples, Lin Yi cursed under his breath. At that moment, Zhuge Gong appeared in an imposing manner and spoke. Let me say a few words. Afraid that everyone would misunderstand Lin Yi, Wang Hahua hurriedly argued. Senior brothers, you have misunderstood senior brother Lin Yi. He is very strong. Zhuge Gong sneered. Do not spout nonsense here. He arrogantly said, everyone knows exactly how strong Lin Yi is. For the greater good, Lin Yi reasoned with Zhuge Gong. A sect can be reclaimed after it is lost, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. Do you truly want to turn the Tsungyuan sect into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses? Zhuge Gong replied coldly. Enough. You are the chief disciple, yet all you think about is running away. You disgrace the dignity of our sect. The two disagreed, and Zhuge Gong finally turned to the junior disciples, gesturing as he said, Lin Yi, I will not force you. If you want to leave, then leave. The Tsungyuan sect does not need a shameless coward like you. With that, he summoned his flying sword and shouted, everyone, follow me and prepare for battle. The junior disciples immediately prepared to follow Zhuge Gong. Wang Hahua, beside them, asked in confusion, why does senior brother Lin Yi want to run away? Could it be that even he cannot defeat the enemy? Lin Yi answered seriously. Among them is someone extremely powerful. Even I only have a 50% chance of winning. Hahua asked fearfully, then what should we do? She clasped her hands tightly and worriedly looked at the high-spirited senior disciples. Does that mean our Tsang Yuan sect will be destroyed? Lin looked up at the sky and thought, this is difficult. The air above was filled with resentment as someone complained, the mission the sect master assigned this time is really troublesome. Lin, a Myriad Things sect disciple, spoke to his junior brother beside him. Wang Quan replied, it is all because of the Holy Sun. Who told the Holy Sun to fall for the Saint Tao sect saintess? Unfortunately, we are the ones suffering for it. The Myriad Things sect's Holy Sun reminded the two. Quiet. Dao, Qing Feng ordered. It is getting late. We can begin. Master and the others from the Saint Tao sect watched this scene. Stroking his beard, Master sighed. They are certainly being generous. To test our sect's chief disciple, they have arranged such a grand spectacle. Elder 7 sneered. How ignorant. The wife of the Myriad Things sect master came from our Saint Tao sect. Finding a few people is hardly difficult. This old man always wanted to start trouble the moment he opened his mouth. The sect master commented mildly. At present, your disciple's performance is passable. Master indeed understood Lenny well. He reminded her, it is still too early to draw conclusions. Let us keep watching. The Tsang Yuan sect junior disciples prepared to face the enemy. The Myriad Things sect disciples were puzzled. Why have you come to make trouble for our sect? If there's a problem, why can we not talk it out? Why must it come to this? Dao Qing Feng looked down from above and threatened Tsang Yuan sect disciples. Surrender now and join the Myriad Things sect, and your lives will be spared. Sure enough, everyone drew their swords and pointed them at one another. When the Tsang Yuan sect shook their heads in refusal, Dao Qing Feng gestured. Then do not blame us. Zhuo Gong and the junior disciples shouted in unison. The Myriad Things sect members charged down, asking disdainfully, what do you have to fight us with? Zhuo Gong sent the first man flying with one slash, then rallied all the junior disciples. Swear to defend the sect to the death. Charge! Dao Qing Feng watched the situation below and gestured to Wang Quan. Why not go test them? He sneered. Then I will go. He summoned a jet-black saber. My hands have been itching. It is time to beat someone up. Wang Quan charged directly at Zhuo Gong with his saber. Zhuo Gong was forced back by his attack and met him with the 8 Desolations Tsang Yuan palm. Seeing Zhuo Gong's fighting spirit, Wang Quan found him rather interesting. He raised his saber, then used all your strength. A thunderous strike shattered Zhuo Gong's defenses, seriously injuring him and making him stagger. Zhuo Gong wiped away his sweat and cursed. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. But the moment he looked up, Wang Quan's blade was threatening him. Accept it or not. Zhuo Gong stared in shock at the inner power behind Wang Quan, a primordial crimson demon. How is this possible? Wang Quan laughed loudly and looked around. As expected, you are all useless weaklings. I have not even used my full strength yet. His fellow disciples from the Tsang Yuan sect were all being threatened by the Myriad Things sect. Everyone was so shocked that they sprang to their feet, unable to understand why the Tsang Yuan sect was so weak. With a single kick, Wang Quan forced Zhuo Gong to his knees. The Tsang Yuan sect disciples are this useless, yet you dare establish a sect? At that moment, Zhuo Gong was like a wild beast being trampled underfoot. He had realized that the Tsang Yuan sect was no match for them and had no strength to resist at all. Wang Quan raised his staff in warning. Kid, surrender now and I can spare your life. Otherwise, he grinned sinisterly. Haha, otherwise, all of you will be dealt with. The anguished cries of the Tsang Yuan sect brothers could be heard. Helplessly, Zhuo Gong replied to Wang Quan, I surrender. Zhuo Gong's appearance greatly pleased Wang Quan, who laughed loudly. Were you not shouting so fiercely just now? This is your senior brother? As expected, he is trash. In the end, he was still afraid. Pressing his advantage, he mockingly asked, does anyone else want to surrender? Trembling hands began to rise. I surrender. I surrender. Me too. I want to make peace. I also. In an instant, a flash of light appeared. Yet some brothers still fought desperately. I will not surrender. Wang Quan was completely unfazed. With only a glance, he raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Still trying to struggle? Trash? I will destroy you. At that moment, Lenny had no choice but to shout stop, but it was already too late. The merciless blade pierced and killed the brother who had rushed forward. The Tsang Yuan sect's morale collapsed miserably. Everyone knelt and begged for mercy. We lost. We lost. In the end, they still could not protect the Tsang Yuan sect and could only resign themselves to fate. They simply could not win. At the summit of Bamboo Peak, Elder 7 began to sneer. Master, you have lost. The entire Tsang Yuan sect has lost. Tsang Yuan sect master, what do you have to say now? If your sect has only this much strength, I fear it will be eliminated sooner or later. The sect master calmly stroked his beard and replied with an easy smile. There is one more person. Elder 7 asked skeptically. One more person? You mean Lin? What can he do alone? Besides, he has been running away from the beginning. Amid his mockery, the sect master replied with interest. Actually, our Tsang Yuan sect has an internal rule. Elder 7 did not understand. At the sect gate, the confrontation between Lin Yi and Wang Quan had only just begun. He heard the other man smugly boasting, since he was the only one still standing at the scene. Those brats had been so frightened that they immediately knelt and surrendered. Lin Yi remained silently furious. Wang Hehe, covered in wounds, said helplessly, Senior Brother Chief is right. We're no match for them. Surrender. Wang Quan pointed his spear at him. Chief Disciple, surrender. Lin, he straightened his back and met his gaze. Sometimes, I really want to run away to a place where no one can find me. He walked past each of his fellow disciples. They called to him anxiously, Chief Disciple. Lin, he continued, speaking from his heart. Wouldn't it be better to cultivate peacefully? Rewards really are important. At those words, all his fellow disciples were bewildered. Why was their chief disciple still talking about rewards? What reward? Had the chief disciple been driven mad by the shock? Even Wang Quan thought he was putting on an act. Ignoring the contemptuous stares from the myriad things sect, Lin, he gritted his teeth and said, But you dared to insult my sect and slaughter its disciples. Sometimes, even without a reward, Lin, he clenched his fists and circulated his inner energy. Even if it cost me my life, I will continue protecting them. Seeing that he intended to risk his life, Wang Hehe stopped him. Senior Brother Chief, what are you doing? We're no match for them. Lin, he told her to move aside. Hehe still cried out fearfully, Senior Brother Chief. Lin, he took his stance and immediately charged at Wang Quan. Looking up as Lin, he flew toward him, Wang Quan sneered, Lin, he is seeking death. Behold my spear like a dragon. Golden lightning began gathering around Lin Yi. Wang Quan became wary. What cultivation art is this? Only when the spiritual energy around his dragon spear was completely neutralized by the lightning did he panic. What? Impossible. Wang Quan's entire body was engulfed by a thunderstorm crashing down upon him. When the technique ended, he lay gasping at Lin Yi's feet. The Tsang Yuan sect disciples were stunned by that counterattack. They cheered. He won. He won. Some were moved to tears. The chief disciple defeated another myriad things sect member. The chief disciple is so strong. Even Zhuogong was no match for him. The chief disciple won, but defeating Wang Quan alone was not enough, because above them, Dao Qingfeng had witnessed everything. He had not expected the Tsang Yuan sect's chief disciple to be this formidable. With a wave of his hand, he ordered Li and to lead men against him. Lin accepted the order, shouted, and led his group straight toward Lin Yi. Capture that brat. Though he wished to sleep, the storm refused to stop. Lin Yi spoke calmly. Perhaps I've been too quiet these past few years. So quiet that many people have forgotten who I am. He declared to the entire Tsang Yuan sect. Many of you have wondered why I became chief disciple. Clearly, after undergoing the sect assessment, I was merely an ordinary disciple, and I have never rendered any great service to the sect. Lin Yi emphasized again, you all say I relied on connections on my background on being the sect master's disciple. But you have all forgotten one rule, a rule of the Tsang Yuan sect that neither the sect master nor the elders, nor anyone else, can change. Whoever returns alive from the heaven-hiding abyss may challenge and defeat the chief disciple, the elders, and even the sect master. Lin Yi's words reached the spectators above. Elder 7 asked in confusion, what is the heaven-hiding abyss? Lin Yi's master explained, it is our sect's forbidden ground. He recounted how Lin Yi had wandered through the heaven-hiding abyss at the age of 13. According to the sect rules, he could have directly become an elder or even sect master. Yet he asked to take office 7 years later. That is why our Tsang Yuan sect suddenly gained this chief disciple 7 years later. After hearing this, Elder 7 remained unconvinced. So what? For all these years, has he not been cultivating only low-grade immortal arts? Even if he crossed the heaven-hiding abyss, unless low-grade immortal arts can defeat high-grade immortal arts. The sect master did not wish to explain further. He merely stroked his beard and smiled. That is indeed so, but keep watching. A massive storm suddenly appeared in the sky, throwing the myriad things sect cultivators into panic. What was that sound? What is this? Lin Yi gathered his power and unleashed the galloping thunder art. The insignificant cultivators following Li and were struck until they screamed in agony. Even Lin sensed an inner force as fierce as a golden dragon rushing toward him. What powerful lightning arts! He was forced to turn his attack into defense and withstand Lin Yi's galloping thunder art. Lin was far calmer than Wang Quan. He assessed, this brat has some skill. Then Lin confidently concluded, if this is all he has, it is nothing impressive. Seeing Lin Yi use the same move again, he grew even smugger. That Wang brat was too careless. Does he think he can use the same trick again? It is useless against me. What Lin did not expect was that although it was still the galloping thunder art, the sight when he looked up was enough to terrify him. A thunder tribulation descended in a straight line, its might multiplied several times over. Lin broke out in a cold sweat. This, what immortal art is this? Even the old man who had just witnessed the power of a top-grade immortal art could not help but be shocked. Elder 7 denied it. No, this is the low-grade galloping thunder art. How can that be? The Saint Dao sect master agreed. It truly is unbelievable. She turned and asked Lin Yi's master, can a low-grade galloping thunder art really be cultivated to this extent? They heard him answer, that is right. It is precisely the low-grade galloping thunder art. Narrowing his eyes proudly, the sect master recounted, this was also my question when Lin Yi first entered the sect. I had prepared immortal arts for him. At first, Lin Yi appeared quite ordinary, so in order to give him a solid foundation, I let him choose his own immortal art. There were top-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade immortal arts alike. For some reason, he chose the low-grade galloping thunder art. He even cried as he said, that damn system tricked me. I did not understand what he meant either. From then on, Lin Yi trained day and night. At first, he could not produce even a spark of lightning with a wave of his hand. Then he became able to release a small bolt, until he reached the highest realm and filled the skies with roaring thunder. One day, thunder clouds descended from the heavens, and the void shattered, as though a natural disaster had arrived. I hurried over to look, only to stare wide-eyed at what I saw. Lin Yi had turned the low-grade galloping thunder art into a top-grade spell that defies the 9 heavens. From then on, I prepared many top-grade immortal arts for him, but every time, he refused them in tears. I truly do not know what is wrong with that child, but none of this can conceal his talent. Rest assured, I have found the Saint Dao sect's saintess an excellent fiancé. Lin Yi's heroic figure appeared alongside a great dragon. His natural talent was truly terrifying. At that moment, in a distant forest belonging to the Zhongyuan sect, Su Lei had reached his destination. He stopped and looked ahead. That is the Zhongyuan sect. He was still determined to kill Lin Yi with his own hands. But a sudden, earth-shaking explosion diverted his attention. Su Lei was confused about what was happening. The sky had been gloomy for some time now. I forgot to bring an umbrella when I left. What if I get soaked and swell up? Having said that, he remembered his true purpose. Forget it. I came today for revenge, to make Linny pay. As he approached, he pushed aside the final leaf. Su Lei's smile vanished as he stared at the scene before him, dragons coiling and tigers crouching. He asked in terror, what is going on? Su Lei rubbed his eyes and looked again. Am I seeing things? The sight of Lin Yi controlling the thunder tribulation horrified him. How can that guy? How can he be this strong? The battle between Li An and Lin Yi was nearing its end. At this point, Lin could only stand there and await death. Fortunately, just as the lightning was about to crush him, a surge of magical power blocked the attack. Naturally, the one who saved Li An was Dao Qingfeng. Lin cried gratefully, Holy Son, if you had arrived any later, I would have died. That was terrifying. Dao Qingfeng answered slowly, you are no match for him. Withdraw for now. The air fell silent. On the Zhongyuan sect side, A senior disciple regained consciousness and struggled to sit up. Looking at the ruins before him, he shouted, "Damn it!" He called anxiously, "Senior Brother Chief." Taking advantage of the Tsan sect's weakness, the Myriad Things sect analyzed the situation. Only Lin Yi is still standing in the Tsan sect. There is no need for the Holy Sun to act. Let's take care of him together. Then a thunderous cry rang out. Attack together and kill him. Every Tsan sect disciple still able to rise stood firm. They were united in protecting their chief disciple and stopping the Myriad Things sect. Even with broken swords, they would block the enemy's path. But human strength was limited, and they were gravely injured. The Tsan sect disciples were quickly overwhelmed. Their resolve was trampled beneath the Myriad Things sect's feet. You think the likes of you can stop us? Seeing someone on the ground still speaking, he cocked an ear to listen. What did you say? Protect the chief disciple. Still finding the voice too soft, he said, I cannot hear you. But to his surprise, the other Tsan sect disciples were also struggling to their feet, recovering their fighting spirit. Together, they shouted, Protect the chief disciple. Protect the chief disciple. Protect the chief disciple. Charge! Lin Yi stood in the middle, looking around in astonishment. The Tsan sect disciples had formed a circle around him. The protectors fought desperately, swearing to defend the line, even at the cost of their lives. Everyone was wounded, and their swords were no longer intact. Yet their wills had become one. This time, we swear never to retreat, even in death. Let them see the spirit of our Tsan sect. Advance without fear. Everyone turned back to reassure him. Do not worry, Senior Brother Chief. Leave the rest to us. Go deal with Dao Qingfeng without concern. Moved by his fellow disciple's spirit, Lin Yi said, You all really are. Before he could feel touched for even 3 seconds, they said, We may be useless, but we must at least let Senior Brother Chief die gloriously. Next year, we will burn a few more incense sticks at your grave. Lin Yi went from moved to speechless. How do you know I am going to die? But all he could do was sigh. Fine, let us wait and see how this ends. The dam system issued an upgrade selection mission. Mission 1, defeat Dao Qingfeng. Reward, Spirit Descending Elixir. Mission 2, draw with Dao Qingfeng. Reward, high-grade medicinal pill. Mission 3, lose to Dao Qingfeng. Reward, an ancient divine artifact. This time, Lin Yi was playing the hero. He snorted, System, do not underestimate me. After selecting Mission 1, Lin Yi thought to himself, some things are more important than profit. The wind howled. In truth, Lin Yi felt a little regretful. An ancient divine artifact. Putting on an act really did come at a price. Dao Qingfeng's voice pulled him back to reality. I admit that you are strong, but you are still no match for me. Dao Qingfeng formed a hand seal and continued his attack, unleashing a fierce spear-blade assault at Lin Yi. Lin Yi clenched his fists in surprise and met the attack. Is this all you have? Kill! His fist strike blocked one of Dao Qingfeng's blades. But Dao Qingfeng had another move. Lin Yi, can you withstand this? Under the continuous assault, Lin Yi was forced to retreat 3 steps to evade it. Looking down from above, Dao Qingfeng saw an opening and mocked him. You dare act arrogant with such insignificant rays of light? Lin Yi was actually looking for a way to respond, lamenting inwardly. These little flying swords really are troublesome. A rain of swords poured down, and Lin Yi dodged it, but his fellow disciples could not evade in time. They were struck and cried out in misery. Once the barrage ended, Lin Yi readjusted his stance. My turn. With that, he leaped into the air and clenched his fists. Dao Qingfeng met him head-on, the Myriad Things sect's holy son laughing loudly. Let me see what other tricks you have. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Lin Yi declared, You are courting death. Then I will grant your wish. He summoned the great dragon Quake and unleashed flying swords toward Dao Qingfeng. A dazzling light exploded in the sky, and the clash of their techniques resounded across the heavens. All the cultivators witnessing the duel cried out, My heavens! Since when did the chief disciple possess such strength? At last, a ring of light burst apart, while the thunder continued to echo. Lin Yi emergit unschattet. Seeing that he was safe, the Tsan sect disciples cheered. He won. Senior Brother Chief won. In contrast, the Myriad Things sect cultivators were utterly shocked. How is that possible? Senior brother, Dao Qingfeng lost. Lin Yi staggered and nearly fell, feeling somewhat exhausted. The Tsang Yuan sect disciples immediately noticed something was wrong. Senior brother chief is falling. Su Lei, the despicable wretch watching the battle, was also stunned. He cursed, "Damn it, am I seeing things? How is that brat so strong?" Lin Yi's power made him angrily kick a nearby rock. Impossible. Impossible. It must be fake. The battle was not over yet. The Tsang Yuan sect plaza shook. Everyone looked at one another. What was that sound? The Myriad Things sect disciples all knew it was a sign of Dao Qingfeng's return. He shot into the sky from the ground in fury, his terrifying might, causing a hailstorm to fall upon the Tsang Yuan sect. Chaos erupted. Dao Qingfeng flew toward Lin Yi and declared through gritted teeth, "You have angered me." He gathered his power and unleashed the ultimate Sword Dao, Great Wind. The once peaceful sky suddenly turned violent. Trees shook as a fierce gale rose. The Tsang Yuan sect disciples anxiously looked around. What is happening? Why is there such a strong wind? At Dao Qingfeng's command, the terrifying gale attacked the entire sect before him, making everyone cry out in pain. What is this? Their bodies were torn apart by the wind, blood flowing everywhere, while the attack itself was completely invisible. In the end, they were all knocked unconscious, still worrying about Senior Brother Chief, even before they blacked out. Dao Qingfeng also possessed a dragon. His was made of wind and flying swords. Under his command, the fierce wind rose, and an azure dragon charged toward Lin Yi. Before he had recovered his energy, Lin Yi cursed, "Damn it, this is bad." As the wind dragon and its sword formation pierced through him, Lin Yi raised both hands to block the attack. What kind of move is this? Flying swords slashed his body all over, yet he still praised Dao Qingfeng. This guy really does have some skill. The wind dragon swept Lin Yi high into the air, passed through his body, then returned toward Dao Qingfeng. Seeing Lin Yi fall freely once more, the disciples below could not help shouting, "This is bad. Senior brother chief." Lin Yi's motionless appearance made the Tsang Yuan sect cultivators cry out helplessly. Damn it, did he lose? Was it still not enough? The four people atop Bamboo Peak had witnessed the entire battle. The Saint Dao sect master smiled as she remarked, "It is said that holy light descended from the heavens at Dao Qingfeng's birth. At 6, his sword intent entered the Dao. Now, his strength rivals that of the sect master. He truly deserves his title as one of the 10 great heavenly geniuses." Seeing that Lin Yi no longer had the strength to resist, Elder 7 laughed smugly. "It seems the chief disciple you spoke of has still lost." Only the sect master remained calm. Lost? How has he lost? The reason he could smile so confidently was simple. He cannot lose. He has not even used his strongest move yet. Elder 7 found the old man opposite him rather excessive and could not resist mocking him. Does he still have a way out? Even if he does, how could he defeat Dao Qingfeng under these circumstances? The sect master crossed his arms and watched without bothering to speak further to this ignorant old fool. He merely urged him to keep watching. Feeling insulted, the rough old man shot the sect master a probing glare. "Are you insulting me? I will tear your mouth apart." The two began fighting for the nth time. The sect master even provoked him. "Go ahead. Let us see whether I break your manhood first." The young female disciple hurriedly tried to stop the two seniors. "Stop fighting." But nothing she said worked, and she could only anxiously look toward the Saint Dao sect master. She saw the woman silently observing the situation on the battlefield below Tsang Yuan sect. Lin Yi propped himself up and stood. "Kid, your ultimate sword Dao, Great Wind, is indeed impressive, but don't think you're the only one who knows it." As Lin Yi spoke, he raised a hand and made the gesture to summon ultimate sword Dao, Great Wind. Dao Qingfeng froze. What? A gust of wind swept past where he stood. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yi had vanished. He shouted furiously, "Impossible! You dared to deceive me." Dao Qingfeng looked around. Where did he go? Lin Yi had somehow moved behind him, and Dao Qingfeng keenly sensed that something was wrong. Lin Yi wrapped both arms around Dao Qingfeng from behind and whispered in his ear, "Didn't expect that, did you? I don't know a damn thing. I was just fooling you." Seeing this, the Myriad Things sect cultivators immediately stepped forward and cursed Lin Yi for being shameless. Don't disgrace the martial code. Let our senior brother go. Lin Yi continued, holding Dao Qingfeng tightly, and still found time to retort, I've never cared about martial ethics when I fight. What I enjoy most is seeing you hate me while being unable to do anything about it. Here, have a fart. Lin Yi's personality infuriated them. Bastard, you have no shame at all. Someone even beat his chest and stomped his feet. I think that golden core guy is about to be driven insane by him. Dao Qingfeng, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly turned his head. So what if you're holding me? You've already lost. Lin Yi uttered a few words. Ancient divine artifact. This successfully confused Dao Qingfeng. What? He did not hear Lin Yi's next words. He only felt his collar growing damp. Lin Yi was crying bitterly. Do you know how much I had to pay just to defeat you? Give my ancient divine artifact back. While tightly restraining Dao Qingfeng, Lin Yi summoned lightning arts. Dao Qingfeng looked at the golden lightning dragon diving toward them. He struggled and cursed. Are you trying to die together with me? Both Songyuan's sect and Myriad Things sect began worrying about their chief disciple's safety. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng. Thunder boomed and broken stones flew everywhere. Those outside the formation could not clearly see who had risen. The Myriad Things sect disciples asked each other, did he win? The Songyuan sect brothers all called out, Chief Disciple, did our chief disciple win? As the smoke cleared, Dao Qingfeng was still floating in the air, coughing continuously. Lin Yi, meanwhile, lay flat on the ground. This meant the Myriad Things sect could celebrate. Haha, senior brother Dao Qingfeng won. Dao Qingfeng smiled at the opponent who had just embraced him and now lay motionless at his feet. You truly are strong. But I already told you that you are not yet my match. The Myriad Things sect cultivators seized the chance to cheer. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng will forever be a god. Senior brother Dao Qingfeng is invincible. Lin Yi still refused to give up and grabbed Dao Qingfeng's leg. Do you know how precious an ancient divine artifact is? Dao Qingfeng truly could not understand this opponent. What exactly are you trying to say? Ultimate kill. Lin Yi summoned the ultimate techniques, Great Galloping Thunder Art and Nine Dragons Thunderstorm. Dao Qingfeng found it difficult to move and could only say to Lin Yi, let go of me. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He kicked Lin Yi away, and Lin Yi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dao Qingfeng had been blinded by rage and cursed through gritted teeth. Bastard! If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. With a wave of his hand, Dao Qingfeng summoned the ultimate Sword Dao. Suddenly, the Songyuan sect brothers seized him. They covered for Lin Yi and shouted, Chief Disciple, strike now. Though caught at a disadvantage, Dao Qingfeng dealt with the hands and feet, grabbing him with a single kick. Seeing this, the Songyuan sect disciples charged forward even more bravely. Even if we die, we must stop him. Don't think of escaping. Lin Yi concentrated all the power of his galloping thunder and finally restrained Dao Qingfeng. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, a force suddenly descended from the sky. Dao Qingfeng naturally knew that he had been saved. Lin Yi looked upward and saw a figure in red robes appear. He had no idea what was happening. Lin Yi inwardly sighed. His lightning dragon had been so easily dispelled by her. It was the Saint Dao sect master. With a casual wave, she severed the chains binding Dao Qingfeng and restored his freedom. Seeing that the situation had turned unfavorable and that Dao Qingfeng had someone backing him up, Zhuge Gong asked who the newcomer was. Before he could finish, he stared in shock as Dao Qingfeng bowed. Greetings, senior. Everyone wondered where this senior had come from. Then the sect master arrived, flying over and waving his hand. Everyone stop. Zhuge Gong was also confused about what was happening. The sect master quickly explained to the disciples, actually, today's affair was the Saint Dao sect master's test of our sect's chief disciple. We have troubled everyone from the Myriad Things sect. His words astonished everyone. The Saint Dao sect master instructed the Myriad Things sect disciples to distribute the prepared pills to the injured. They had gone from fighting to feeding one another medicine, making the situation truly bewildering. But after the Songyuan sect brothers took the pills, they rose and stretched. My injuries have completely healed. Seeing that his master had returned, Zhuge Gong stepped forward and pleaded with the sect master. Look, I'm injured too. I also fought for the sect. The position of chief disciple should belong to me, shouldn't it? I'm not inferior to Lin. The sect master waved him away. Get lost. Dao Qingfeng dusted himself off. He turned to Lin Yi and said, all those tricks you used earlier were fake. Lin Yi rose weakly, furious but unsure whom to curse. Did that mean that even if he had not acted, the sect would not have been destroyed? How ridiculous. Do you know what enormous price I paid? Give my ancient divine artifact back. The moment he finished speaking, he punched Dao Qingfeng, knocking him backward. While the myriad things sect disciples worried about senior brother Qingfeng, Lin Yi turned and left. The system suddenly chimed. Congratulations, trial participant Lin Yi, for completing the mission. You have defeated Dao Qingfeng, one of the 10 great prodigies. System reward: 1 low-grade ice cream-flavored pill. Looking at the tiny, ordinary pill in his hand, Lin Yi's newly settled anger flared up again. Dao Qingfeng sensed danger approaching once more. The next instant, Lin Yi charged at him. Give my divine artifact back. Afraid that someone might be killed, the Tsung Yuan sect brothers hastily restrained Lin Yi and earnestly tried to persuade him. Chief disciple, stop holding a grudge. Don't lower yourself to his level. Eldest senior brother, calm down. Lin Yi choked back sobs. Boo-hoo. His forehead was suddenly flicked. It was his master, reminding Lin, good disciple, stop making trouble. There is something else we need to discuss. The Saint Dao sect master appeared and praised Lin Yi. You are very outstanding. From today onward, you are the fiancé of my Saint Dao sect saintess. Lin Yi had not yet recovered from losing his divine artifact when this thunderbolt struck him. The Saint Dao sect was actually a top-tier sect. Some of the brothers looked at him enviously. Chief disciple really has such good fortune. Boo-hoo. We nearly lost our lives for the sect, and it was all for nothing. Stop crying. If the chief disciple can marry into Saint Dao sect, then naturally Saint Dao sect will take care of us too. Perhaps Zhuge Gong was the most excited of all. He rushed up to the sect master and babbled. Sect master, once Lin Yi leaves, the chief disciple position will be vacant. What do you think of me? Actually, I'm no worse than Lin Yi. The sect master ignored him and led Lin Yi away. Zhuge Gong hurriedly shouted, Sect master, don't go. Even a myriad things sect cultivators were shocked by the news. Senior brother Qingfeng, it seems the woman in your heart has been stolen away. Dao Qingfeng's heart churned, but he only used one word to chase them away. Scram. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission, gained the favor of the Saint Dao sect master, and finalized the marriage agreement. This time's reward: 1 level of cultivation. As the system prepared to issue the reward, Lin Yi shouted, Wait, I refuse. I want to break off the engagement. His words froze the air for 3 seconds. The myriad things sect disciples pointed at Lin Yi and laughed. Senior brother Qingfeng, is something wrong with this guy's head? Looks like you still have a chance. The Saint Dao sect master glanced at the Tsung Yuan sect master. Naturally, she had heard Lin Yi's refusal. If the engagement is dissolved, the resources promised to your sect will be revoked as well. In our original agreement, have you considered it carefully? The sect master had never allowed his sect to suffer losses. He immediately cast the immortal binding chains, tying Lin Yi up in an instant. Lin Yi shouted, Master, what are you doing? The sect master scolded, You unfilial disciple, for this marriage, I have exhausted my efforts and sacrificed so much, yet you dare to break off the engagement. Then he turned to the Saint Dao sect master. You may take him away, but please reconsider the resources you previously promised our sect, and our original agreement remains unchanged. Seeing his master prepare to sell him off, Lin Yi nearly went insane. Yet he could do nothing but shout, I'm a cultivator now. How can I endure such humiliation? No matter how powerful Saint Dao sect is, I will never become a man who lives off his wife. Even if you take me away, you cannot take my heart. And even if you could take my heart, everyone in Tsung Yuan sect would stand united and never agree. He should not have mentioned the brothers who had just faced life and death alongside him. The moment he did, they all agreed and even carried him onto the bridal sedan. Lin Yi cried helplessly, What are you doing? At this point, the brothers cared only about one thing. When will the resources be handed out? Our sect is so poor that we cannot even afford pills. Just make a small sacrifice. And so, senior brother Lin Yi was handed over to Saint Dao sect, while everyone urged him to become their son-in-law. The sect master just said that once Lin Yi leaves, I will be the chief disciple. Everyone enthusiastically sent Lin Yi off to Saint Dao sect. The Saint Dao sect master accepted Lin Yi and said, "This is good as well. From now on, he will enter Saint Dao sect to cultivate as the chief disciple of Tsang Yuan sect." And so everyone watched as their chief disciple, bound and unable to move, was placed in the sedan. As the bridal sedan departed, they could still hear him cursing, "Damn it, you shameless people, snatching away a good man in broad daylight. Is there no justice left?" The sect master and Tsang Yuan's sect brothers squinted and waved Lin Yi goodbye. "Take care." After the commotion ended, the sect master turned to Dao Qingfeng. "The world calamity is about to begin. Everyone is concerned about this great catastrophe. Your Myriad Things sect should prepare in advance as well." Dao Qingfeng bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, I will return and report this to the sect master." Then he commanded, "Retreat. Let's go." Beside the forest, Su Lei watched the traces of light vanish into the sky and sighed. Even the Myriad Things sect, which is so powerful, lost. How can that be? Su Lei recalled the moves Lin Yi had used in battle and angrily punched the ground. Why has Lin Yi become so strong? "I am Su Lei, the Tiger of Golden Light sect. I refuse to accept this." As he shouted, "I refuse to accept this," a dark force appeared behind him, accompanied by a sinister voice. "Pitiful ant, even if you refuse to accept it 10,000 times, what can you do?" Su Lei turned around in shock. "What are you?" The entity fired a bolt of lightning from its mouth, knocking him backward. "What are you doing? So strong. Who are you?" The dark entity's eyes glowed as it replied, "We are the same pitiful failures. But this time, I will give you an opportunity. Follow me, and together we will make those prodigies pay the price." "What do you say?" Seeing that he could not defeat Lin Yi alone, Su Lei nodded and fell into darkness. "I agree." The Saint Dao sect saintess looked at the bound Lin Yi before her and could not help saying, "Ugly." Then she shook her head. "Perhaps I'm the ugly one." "I only." Lin Yi was puzzled. "Weren't you forced into this marriage? Why are you so nervous?" "I did not say anything about you." After a moment of silence, he added, "Besides, you are so beautiful. You must have countless admirers. Surely you are not some saintess nobody wants to marry." His words seemed to awaken the saintess from a dream. At that moment, the system chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission, gained the favor of the Saint Dao sect master, and finalized this marriage agreement. Reward, 1 cultivation realm." Cultivation power was directly infused into his body. However, Lin Yi noticed something about the person before him. "Wait, you are." The flying carriage was suddenly buffeted by a force and began to shake in midair. Then a demonic sword flashed, piercing straight through the carriage and shattering it. Lin Yi, still tightly bound, fell freely with the momentum. He cursed, "Damn it, what is happening?" The saintess gripped the chain with one hand and balanced herself with the other, reassuring Lin Yi, "Don't be afraid. I have caught you." The Saint Dao sect master had already noticed the disturbance. Her voice carried a trace of anger as she rebuked the intruder. "The world calamity has not even begun, and you already cannot hold back? Who are you? I will give you one chance. Get out of this world calamity." A sinister voice echoed through the valley in response. "World calamity?" The man laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Stop spreading such lies." As he spoke, he revealed himself, his eyes blood red, and threatened the Saint Dao sect master's group. "Hand over the saintess, and I will spare your lives." The sect master frowned and warned him, "You overestimate yourself." Seeing that negotiation had failed, the demon began extending disgusting tentacles to attack. "Ignorant junior, you will pay for your arrogance." The sect master judged the situation to be urgent and ordered Elder 7 to take them away first. Seeing the sect master rush forward to meet the enemy, the old man had no time to stop her. He could only anxiously reach up from below. "Sect master!" To put the old man at ease so he could rescue the others, the sect master released her immortal aura in response. "What can these creatures possibly do to me?" Then she fixed the demons with a murderous gaze. "Get out of my sight." The force she unleashed blocked the tentacle's attack. Elder 7 accepted the order and signaled to the saintess. "Quick, follow me." Seeing them flee, The crafty enemy extended one of his countless tentacles to block their path. It will not be that easy. As soon as he spoke, several of his subordinates rushed out and obeyed his order to pursue the Saintess. The forest below was convenient for Elder Seven to lead everyone into. He explained, "The sky is too conspicuous. It is easier to hide on the ground." They had no choice but to run quickly. But Lin-Yi noticed a problem. "Wait," he asked the Saintess, "what exactly happened just now?" Three masked figures had already flown over, making escape far from easy. The leader, with several strands of blue hair, warned the three of them, "Let us see how far you can run." Elder Seven halted and stood before Lin-Yi and the Saintess, confronting him. "This aura and these strange appearances, you are demon beasts." They immediately attacked in anger. "No, we are the ghosts of the past." Before they could even touch them, the demon beast was struck to the ground by Elder Seven's sword. The old man mocked, "What ghosts?" Back then, this old man was known as the Sorrowful Ghost Sword. "Are you afraid now?" Lin-Yi and the Saintess continuously applauded beside him. The demon beast leader asked in return, "Is that so?" He continued casting his spell and, in an instant, flew before the three of them again. They had still been caught. The demon beast looked at them, now blocked off. "Trying to run? Keep dreaming." The technique they used was the same as that of the great demon battling the sect master, Crimson Absorption Pursuit. Elder Seven watched the tentacles shoot from the demon beast's fingertips and smiled to himself. A trivial trick. He transformed the Sorrowful Ghost Sword and slashed forward. Though it severed most of the attack, the leader suddenly increased his strength and channeled his inner power, producing a piercing clang of breaking steel. Elder Seven panicked. "He actually broke my soul-sundering blade." He took a cylindrical object from inside his robes, then threw it at the demon clan. "It seems you do have some skill, but you will not be able to hold us back today." This is the Black Tortoise soul-suppressing lock. It immediately formed a barrier that bound the entire group of demons. Elder Seven turned and urged Lin-Yi, "Hurry, I have him under control now. Use this immortal artifact to finish them." Lin-Yi accepted the immortal artifact, but just as he was about to act, the demon sneered, "Kid, you are nothing but their pawn. Why risk your life for them?" Lin-Yi retorted, "A scheme to sow discord will not work on me." The demon narrowed his eyes mockingly. "These are all facts. The world calamity is merely a chessboard for those above us. The Saint Dao Sect Master is both a player and a chess piece. For this game, she went to great lengths to cultivate a false saintess and send her here." He emphasized, "But for the saintess to awaken, there must be a turning point. And that turning point is a sacrificial offering." 100 years ago, the Saint Dao sect and the Tsang Yuan sect reached an agreement. The Tsang Yuan sect would cultivate the sacrifice. "Now do you understand why you had to marry the Saint Dao sect saintess?" Lin-Yi asked in disbelief. "I am the sacrifice." The demon nodded. "That is right. They do not need your life. They only need you to help the saintess awaken." Lin-Yi silently looked at the immortal artifact in his hand. The demon continued to persuade him, offering Lin-Yi a choice. "If you want to escape the fate of being a pawn, join us now. We are the ones capable of breaking this world's chains." Lin-Yi turned to Elder Seven and asked anxiously, "Is he telling the truth?" A trace of sorrow crossed Lin-Yi's face as childhood memories surfaced. Whenever his master had something good, he would bring it back and urge him, "Hurry and taste this new pill your master refined. It tastes like a meat bun, and it is excellent for balancing yin and yang. You will need it someday." Even when Lin-Yi mischievously tore his clothes, his master would mend them while scolding him. "You dare tear your clothes again? I'll beat your backside to pieces." Heavens, mending clothes is so difficult. When he was injured during focus cultivation, his master would treat him and remind him, "Disciple, you must combine cultivation with physical labor in the future, or your little life will be in danger." Seeing Lin-Yi lost in his memories, Elder Seven, who was still restraining the demons, hurriedly said, "Kid, do not listen to his nonsense. Although you are the sacrifice," but hearing Elder Seven admit that he was indeed the sacrifice, Lin-Yi froze. "So the sacrifice is real?" Elder Seven stammered, "Well, this." Lin-Yi gritted his teeth angrily. "You really hid this from me." The saintess called softly, at a loss, "Brother Lin." The demons seized the chance to tempt him. "Come, join us. Let's smash this rotten world together. Today, all of you will die here." Lin-Yi was the one chosen by the system, and he had a mind of his own. After thinking for a moment, he shouted, "Shut up. I will not betray them. just because of your words. Even if what you say is true, I will ask that old man about it myself, rather than listen to your mind-bending nonsense here. Elder 7 sighed in relief. The demon, unable to persuade Lin Yi, continued with sharper words. Kid, are you truly willing to sacrifice your own life and serve others? Lin Yi clenched the immortal artifact. He truly was unwilling, and he truly was furious. He pointed at the enemy. That is why I've decided to beat you all to death and vent my anger. Lin Yi's words left the demons dumbfounded. Then he turned to Elder 7 and asked, What should I do? Elder 7 answered, Use the immortal artifact. The demon leader shouted anxiously, Kid, you dare? Lin, he had already made up his mind. I'm going to kill you. He hurled the immortal artifact at the demons with all his strength. But this was beyond Elder 7's expectations, and he panicked. That is not how you use it. The immortal artifact struck the demon leader on the head with a loud thud and bounced out of the battlefield. Lin Yi staved blankly. Elder 7 had to maintain the restraint, while angrily shouting, Kid, you do not even know how to use an immortal artifact? Lin, he had a perfect excuse. The Tsangyuan sect is in poor financial shape, so I have never used one before. Sorry about that. The demon, with a swollen bump on his forehead from the artifact, could only stand there and listen to the two cultivators argue. Lin Yi said, You blame me? You should have told me how to use it earlier. Elder 7 replied helplessly, I truly give up on you. This enraged the demon. You truly do not take me seriously at all. His eyes lit up as his demonic tail lengthened, and a surge of inner power erupted. Break! Elder 7 realized what had happened. The black tortoise soul-suppressing lock has been broken. How is that possible? The formation shattered, and a fierce wind swept through the area, forcing all three to struggle to remain standing. The demon revealed his true form, sprouting 2 violet horns. Kid, if you are willing to be someone else's lapdog, then I will destroy you first. Dark energy surged toward Lin Yi from the demon. Lin Yi did not know how to defend himself. What is this? The demon laughed loudly. Kid, how does it feel? Lin Yi frankly praised him. Such powerful pressure. Very powerful. He was struck heavily, fell to the ground, and coughed up blood. What kind of move was that? Elder 7 guessed. Is this man one of the demon clan's twin-pupiled ones? The Saintess recognized him as well. They say the twin-pupil art can unravel any spell with a single glance. Why would such a top-tier expert be with the demon clan? Seeing that Lin Yi no longer had the strength to resist, the twin-pupiled one prepared to take his life. Ignorant fool, if you no longer wish to live, I will grant your wish. Lin Yi helplessly watched the incoming attack. At the critical moment, Elder 7 was forced to unleash 1,000 leaves, flying blossoms. A gigantic cherry blossom dragon appeared and blocked the blow for Lin Yi. The twin-pupiled one sneered. A petty trick. Get lost. The two clashed, and the twin-pupiled one attacked using only his inner power. 1,000 leaves, flying blossoms, disappear. The dragon was immediately swallowed into a black hole. He continued attacking, casually reminding the three of them, spells are useless against me. Lin Yi refused to surrender. Trembling, he summoned the 9 dragons' thunderstorm. Heavenly lightning crashed down with a roar. The twin-pupiled one glanced at the sky and cursed Lin Yi for his foolishness. I told you already, spells are useless against me. Lin Yi looked at the demon hovering in midair and staring down at him, struggling to comprehend it. How can there be such an unbelievable divine ability? How am I supposed to fight him? The twin-pupiled one's tail swung back and forth, absorbing even the lightning. With his arms folded, he said arrogantly to Lin Yi, before absolute power, this is the fate of those who overestimate themselves. With that, he lashed out with his tail. Lin Yi was struck, painfully spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He felt something was wrong. A gust of wind flashed past and blocked Lin Yi's path. He saw the Saintess step forward to protect him. Lin Yi was stunned. What are you doing? The twin-pupiled one did not stop. Instead, he contemptuously punched at her. You are courting death. Elder 7 warned him not to underestimate the Saintess. The girl before him caught his fist and uttered a single word. Scram. The twin-pupiled one was flung into the air, then smashed back into the ground by the Saintess. Looking at him sprawled on the ground, the Saintess ordered, Do not bully people. With that, she grabbed both of the demon's horns. Restrained, he cried out in terror, What are you going to do? Everyone watched as the Saintess snapped his horns off with her bare hands. She casually replied, That is what you get for doing evil. Only then did the twin-pupiled one retreat in fear. Impossible. How can you possess such strength? The Saintess warned. You only know fear now? She also summoned Desolation Devourer, a millennial Chilean beast rarely seen in the world. At the Saintess's command, it opened its mouth and charged at the twin-pupiled one. He stammered in terror. You can actually control a monster? Impossible. The three watched as the Saintess's Desolation Devourer bit down hard. The twin-pupiled one's entire body shattered, leaving behind only a lizard tail. Watching the tail fall into the wilderness, the Saintess smiled with certainty. They must all be dead this time. He pulled out the spikes left behind by the demon's earlier attack. He was about to leave in pain when Elder Seven called out to him. He pointed at Lin. Listen to me. Things are not actually as you think. Lin, you remained silent. Then suddenly questioned the Saintess. You are the Saint Dao Sect's Saintess, are you not? You dared to deceive me. Caught off guard, she hurriedly waved her hands. Brother Lin, I did not mean to deceive you. Elder Seven cleared his throat to signal her, then explained, back then, we truly did make special arrangements for you. But we abandoned that original plan long ago. Hearing that, Lin laughed. He folded his hands behind his head and cheerfully accepted the answer. I knew that old man would never harm me. Did you really need to tell me that? Lin urged them both. Let us go. The Saintess anxiously looked behind them. I wonder how Master is doing. Elder Seven quickly reassured her. The Demon Clan's target is you. They simply did not expect that you could already control Desolation Devourer. As for the Sect Master, she is one of the strongest cultivators in this world. A minor demon like that cannot threaten her. After saying that, Elder Seven warned Lin, do not even think about returning to your sect. Come back to the Saint Dao sect with us first. Lin Yi's happy expression abruptly faded. He turned around and asked seriously, why is the Demon Clan pursuing her? And what exactly is Desolation Devourer? Elder Seven immediately answered, I do not know the details either. Only the sect master and your master know. Moreover, this matter is connected to the world calamity. Since being forced into the marriage arrangement, Lin, he had heard that term many times. He asked what it truly was. Elder Seven gave him a vivid explanation. The world calamity is a great disaster. Every 1,000 years, the cultivation world must endure one. Only if the entire cultivation world works together with one heart can it safely overcome it. After hearing this explanation, Lin sighed. Why does that sound so strange? Elder Seven reminded him to stop talking nonsense, as this place was not safe either. The three gathered their thoughts and left together. After they had gone far away, the twin-pupiled one's severed tail suddenly twitched, turning over, and was gradually enveloped in darkness, accompanied by an unpleasant sound. The twin-pupiled one regenerated from the tail, crawling on the ground as he muttered, I nearly got killed. As he reformed his body, he looked like a creature newly emerged from a cocoon, weak, slick, and unsteady. He remarked that it was fortunate he possessed the skeletal rebirth art. Recalling the Saintess's attack, he frowned in analysis. That woman can actually command Desolation Devourer. This does not match our intelligence. I must report this to my lord. Meanwhile, the Saint Dao sect master situation was far from favorable. She stood unsteadily, seemingly only resting between exchanges. You can make me feel fear, yet strength like yours could not possibly be unknown in the cultivation world. Who exactly are you? The great demon answered, I am someone who wishes to change this rotten world. With that, he used earth and stone to summon the hidden shadow of the torch dragon. Its tentacles bared their fangs and claws as they flew toward the sect master again. She summoned the Dharma-transcending golden body to defend herself. The image of an immortal maiden true person surrounded her, and a lotus flower blossomed in extraordinary beauty. The lotus petals instantly became weapons, rushing forward to block the tentacles. The severed tentacles spilled disgusting green slime. The sect master calmly asked the great demon, you have been using such lowly methods all along. It seems you are deliberately concealing your true fighting style. When the great demon did not refute her, the sect master secretly concluded, it seems I was right. Unless this is someone I know, perhaps someone I know very well. This is completely beyond my expectations. Someone capable of commanding the Demon Clan. Who could he be? You know that Desolation Devourer resides within the Saintess. Perhaps only. To prevent him from becoming suspicious, she continued, forcing me to use this move, you have every reason to feel proud. Now, no matter how you hide yourself, let me see your true form. The lotus from before was like a demon-revealing light, shining directly upon the slick creature before her. The sect master stared in shock. "It is you." Her face went pale as she exclaimed that it was impossible. The black mass of slime lamented, "What a pity the readers of this chapter cannot see my appearance." He made a sinister sound, but this is not a personal grudge. Distracted, the sect master failed to notice a closed eye appear behind her. When she turned around, the eye abruptly opened, accompanied by the demon's voice. "Then farewell." The demonic eye grew enormous and shot straight at the divine artifacts surrounding the sect master. Cracks appeared, and the protective barrier shattered piece by piece, finally breaking apart. The sect master angrily demanded, "Why? How can be you? The heavenly palace wants to." She herself knew that she was about to be destroyed by him. With only one eye, the great demon became the first person to destroy one of the 10 strongest immortal maidens, reducing the Saint Dao sect master to fragments. The three did not dare delay, and soon saw the Saint Dao sect. Elder 7 reminded them, "We have arrived." But 2 guards suddenly appeared ahead of them. Not only in front, but immortal maidens also emerged around them, blocking their path and ordering them to stop moving. Lin Yi stopped as well, warily wondering what this was about now. Elder 7 recognized the person before him and calmly asked, "Lu Qing, what is happening?" Lu Qing reported, "The sect master's life glow jade tablet shattered not long ago." This news reminded Lin Yi of the purpose of a life glow jade tablet. Was it not a treasure that indicated whether a person was alive or dead? Elder 7 asked in horror, "What?" The saintess was equally shocked and said anxiously, "You mean my master? How can that be?" Lu Qing's eyes reddened with fury as he pointed at Elder 7 and cursed. "I was about to ask you that. The chief disciple and the saintess went to fetch this Songyuan sect brat. So why are only you here now? What exactly happened? When did the chief disciple separate from you?" Elder 7 realized that the situation was extremely grave. He explained that they had encountered a demon clan ambush on their way back. The chief disciple had told them to leave first. Could she have? Lu Qing could not accept this explanation. How could a mere group of minor demons ambush the chief disciple? They do not possess such strength. He swiftly proposed a plan. "Where was she attacked? Take me there immediately." Elder 7 nodded. "I will take you there at once." Then he turned to the saintess. Everyone remembered the chief disciple's instructions. Elder 7 shook his head. "No, the demon clan's target is you. Take Lin Yi back to the Saint Dao sect immediately." The saintess fell silent. Lin Yi looked at her and answered, "I understand." At that moment, the system suddenly appeared. Lin Yi frowned as he read its message. God-tier choice mission issued. The Songyuan sect is facing a major crisis. Host, make the correct choice. Choice 1. Return to the Songyuan sect immediately. Reward, 1 ordinary pill. Lin Yi thought to himself, what? The system displayed choice 2. Choose to ignore it. Reward, 1 intermediate grade pill. Seeing Lin Yi's expression abruptly change, Elder 7 asked anxiously, "What is wrong?" Lin Yi turned around. "Inform the Saint Dao sect. Something has happened to the Songyuan sect. You can stay out of it." Choice 3. Smile and walk away, preserving your life. Reward, 1 top-grade pill. Seeing Lin Yi fly away alone, Elder 7 shouted, "Hey, wait." The entire Songyuan sect was engulfed in flames and smoke. Elder 7 and the saintess both decided to return with Lin Yi. Standing amid the thick smoke, even Elder 7 could not hide his horror. How did this happen? The saintess looked around. "This is..." Lin Yi asked blankly, "Who did this?" He looked like a man who had lost his soul. Just moments ago, this place had been filled with laughter and cheerful voices. Yet now, Lin Yi looked at the ruined main hall and cried out in despair. "Master, they..." Elder 7 inspected the surroundings and warned vigilantly. "There are still traces of demon clan aura here. It seems that after we left, the Songyuan sect could not escape this disaster either." Seeing that Lin Yi was still wailing and refusing to accept reality, Elder 7 hurriedly grabbed his shoulder to stop him from doing something rash. "The demon clan may not have gone far. We must leave now." Lin Yi shook off his hand without any regard, cursing in despair and fury. "Get lost. I don't believe it. Master must still be alive." Elder 7 helplessly stood in front of Lin Yi. "Calm down. Our chief disciple died under unclear circumstances. The culprit behind this is surely an existence beyond anything we can imagine. Tears streamed down Lin Yi's face amid the smell of smoke and ash. Elder Seven's admonishing voice continued. What can you possibly do with your current strength? Those words drove Lin even deeper into despair. He fell heavily to his knees, and his pain erupted into a scream. Ea! Only after Lin clawed the ground until his hands bled did he finally calm down. Master, everyone, rest assured. Lin rose and wiped away his tears, his gaze turning icy. Lin will avenge this hatred. Elder Seven analyzed the situation beside him. The sect was destroyed without a sound. Without the chief disciple's protection, the Saint Dao sect is no longer safe either. Since things have come to this, you must go to the Heavenly Palace. None of the three knew that the entire Tsangyuan sect was also relocating. Everyone carried their belongings. The sect master suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he sighed, "Who is cursing me?" He looked at the smoke behind them and said, "Fortunately, we retreated in time. Otherwise, we would all have died at the hands of the demon clan." Zhuagong also looked in that direction and thought, "I have finally become the chief disciple, but the sect is gone." He accepted the truth sorrowfully. "It is all because we are too weak." A junior sister walked over and asked, "Master, how is senior brother Lin doing now?" She received the answer. He is at the Saint Dao sect, so he should not be in danger. The most important thing now is for us to hide well and avoid the great chaos to come. Master, this great chaos will not end here, will it? The junior sister was still confused. Why are there demon clans at all? The sect master closed his eyes and shook his head, his voice full of helplessness. It is not only the demon clan. The situation surrounding the world calamity is extremely complicated. Perhaps you will understand in the future. Thinking of Lin he slowly walked forward. Ever since you were young, you never wanted to compete with others. But this time you must stay safe. A memory of the saintess surfaced. In the forest managed by the Saint Dao sect, children were playing and invited the saintess to join them. But back then, she would always avoid them. "I have something to do. I'll be leaving first." In truth, she had nothing to do. She only dared to hide nearby and watch them play. Deep down, she always wondered, how wonderful would it be if I could be like them, a normal person? At that time, she accidentally knocked a roof tile down. The sound caught the children's attention. They looked up at the roof in confusion. What was that sound? Who was up there? I don't know. Probably some stray dog or cat. The saintess chose to remain hidden. Looking at her hands, she told herself, "I cannot go outside. I will hurt others." As she grew older, she kept hearing familiar words. She's the saintess. Her personality is so strange. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. She ignores everyone. What is so impressive about her? She is only the saintess, that's all. Inside her room, the saintess looked alone at the sky, where a lovely little bird was flying. Even it was willing to play with her. At that moment, she suddenly wanted to reach out and touch the little bird. How wonderful would it be if I could be as free as it? The bird suddenly wanted to fly over and play with the saintess. Flames surged in her eyes as she sensed something was wrong. The saintess froze for an instant, feeling that something was amiss. She could only cry out a warning. Little bird, run. The saintess's raised hand triggered the lowest level of the Desolation Devourer's power. It struck the little bird directly. Seeing the power she could not control harm an innocent life, the saintess cried helplessly, "No." She hurried to where the bird had fallen and gently held the innocent creature's body. The saintess wept in despair. Why did this happen? The little bird is dead. What? The sect master had witnessed everything. She approached softly from behind and explained to the saintess, "The Desolation Devourer is evil by nature. Only a truly kind heart can suppress it." She crouched down to comfort her. "The little bird has indeed died, but right now, you are saving thousands upon thousands of lives." The saintess's heart was in turmoil. Raising her misty, bewildered eyes, she asked hesitantly, "Really? Can I do it?" The sect master smiled and reassured her, "You can." The saintess's innocent image from back then gradually gave way to maturity. Now, she once again remembered her master, who had sacrificed herself to save and protect her. Beside her, Lin remained deep in thought. He resolved, "No matter what happens from now on, I must do everything I can to increase my strength." Speaking of their next destination, Lin Yi asked Elder 7. What exactly is the Heavenly Palace? I have only heard of it before. Can it really protect us for the time being? Elder 7 answered from his knowledge. The Heavenly Palace was founded by the strongest cultivators. Its original purpose was to resist the world calamity that returns every 100 years. The St. Tao sect master was once one of the Heavenly Palace's elders. Trust me, if even that place is not safe, then nowhere in this world will be safe. At last, the three saw a place called the Heavenly Palace amid the clouds. Many cultivators had already gathered beneath its gate pillars. Someone exclaimed, "So this is the Heavenly Palace?" The wordless heavenly steel. Another chatted leisurely. I heard it contains tens of millions of martial arts, encompassing all things in heaven and earth. Seeing it today, it truly is astonishing. Elder 7, the Saintess, and Lin Yi descended. Lin Yi looked at the crowd around them in confusion. This is the Heavenly Palace? Why are so many people gathered here? Elder 7 cautiously reminded them, "We came at the right time. Whenever the world calamity approaches, the Heavenly Palace opens its gates to recruit talented people so they can face the crisis together. During the last world calamity, the sect master was chosen as a disciple by the Heavenly Palace and eventually became one of its elders. Now that the demon clan is hunting you, you must join the Heavenly Palace no matter what. Only this place can protect and teach you." He repeatedly turned toward the young girl beside him, emphasizing that the sect master had died. There is no one left in the St. Tao sect who can suppress the desolation devourer within you. Only the Heavenly Palace can ensure your safety. The Saintess had been thinking of the sect master throughout the journey and remained silent. Only Lin Yi had countless questions. He asked what the desolation devourer was and why it had been sealed inside the little girl. Elder 7 shook his head. Only the sect master knew about that. We only know that she had a long-term plan. She originally intended to use her recommendation quota to send you two into the Heavenly Palace, but now you will likely have to pass the selection trial to enter. After saying that, he instructed the two young cultivators, "I am somewhat acquainted with people in the Heavenly Palace. I must report the sect master's death. Wait here for a while." Seeing that the Saintess was still silent, Lin Yi patted her shoulder and said calmly, "Don't worry. With our talent, we will definitely be able to enter the Heavenly Palace. Then we can cultivate diligently together and avenge our masters." A streak of light descended from the sky, accompanied by a distinctly unfriendly voice. Who is so full of themselves that they dare claim they will definitely enter the Heavenly Palace? A foot slowly landed before the gate. He reminded Lin, "The Heavenly Palace only accepts a limited number of people each year. Qualified disciples are divided into 4 grades: first, second, third, and fourth. Among them, there's only one first-grade disciple." Mu Yi of the Dragon Soaring Royal Clan folded his arms arrogantly. "Do you know who I am? I am the 4th prince. Only I am worthy of it. Ha ha ha." The moment Mu Yi appeared, the crowd began to stir. "Is that someone from the Dragon Soaring Royal Clan? I heard the Dragon Soaring Royal Clan's swordsmanship is unmatched in dominance. It seems the first-grade disciple position will truly fall to him this time." Lin Yi looked helplessly at the overly theatrical man. "I do not know you." At that moment, the system suddenly issued a God-tier choice mission. Facing Mu Yi of the Dragon Soaring Royal Clan's provocation, please make the correct choice. Mu Yi continued to stare arrogantly at Lin Yi, while Lin Yi hurriedly read the options. Option 1. Retaliate forcefully and display your strength before Mu Yi. Reward: 1 ordinary medicinal pill. Option 2. Flatter Mu Yi without reservation to gain his favor. Reward: 1 intermediate medicinal pill. Option 3. Advise him to take medicine for mental illness. Required performance: there is something wrong with your head. I will not play with you. Lin Yi saw the reward for this option: the innate, true desolation body. When the surrounding cultivators saw Mu Yi approach Lin Yi, they began discussing it. I wonder which sect he is from. He was targeted by Mu Yi the moment he arrived. Muy continued provoking, Lin Yi arrogantly. Haha, this prince is number 1. You can only blame your bad luck. Everyone here is just a bunch of insignificant trash. Seeing him ramble on, Lin Yi snapped his fingers. While Mui laughed with his mouth open, a candy flew straight into it. He was startled, his throat caught, and he coughed violently several times. Mu Yi angrily pointed at Lin Yi and demanded, "What did you make me eat?" Lin Yi spread his hands and answered generously, "Do not be afraid. It is just candy." Pointing at his own head, Lin Yi said, "I chose mission 3. He continued, "I heard it is very good for the brain. Eat more. It will help with your condition." The saintess beside him asked innocently, "Brother Lin Yi, is that true?" Lin Yi took out a large bag. "Of course it is." He poured out the contents before the cultivators and emphasized it for Mu Yi to see. "These are beans for treating brain damage." Naturally, after being humiliated like this, Lin Yi was cursed at by Mu Yi. "You insolent bastard." Not only did Mu Yi curse him, he also wanted to attack. Mu Yi summoned Clearwater, his sword attendant. Lin Yi might not know what sort of existence Clearwater was, but the cultivators nearby instantly guessed. Could it be? Mu Yi pointed at Lin Yi and ordered the attendant who had just appeared, "Teach him a lesson." This man was Clearwater, one of the 4 great sword attendants of the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. Just as he was about to draw his sword, an imposing voice shouted, "Stop!" Lin Yi remained on guard, shielding the saintess in front of him. The announcer, the 6th elder of the Heavenly Palace, reminded everyone that the selection was about to begin and told them to prepare themselves. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the cultivators still felt nervous and uneasy upon hearing the announcement. Only Mu Yi snorted coldly in anger. Lin Yi tapped the air with his fingers, wondering where his reward was and whether the mission had been completed. The 6th elder announced that after entering the Heavenly Palace, disciples would be cut off from the outside world. Everyone participating had to consider the matter carefully. The test is very simple. Cross the Ascension platform and comprehend the Heavenly Palace's secret art from the wordless stone stele. Then you'll have passed. Finally, the Grand Elders of the Heavenly Palace will assess and select the disciples. The drums boomed, looking at the stairs stretching out before them. Everyone understood that the moment to begin had arrived. The fellow cultivators from moments ago had now become rivals in a race, each wanting to reach the finish first. They rushed forward, but after only a few steps, an invisible force stopped them. Some cultivators dropped to their knees, unable to understand what was happening. The 6th elder explained that the ascension platform was not as easy as everyone imagined. Every step tested one's cultivation and will. If one relied solely on cultivation while lacking a steadfast Tao heart, every step would weigh as heavily as Mount Tai. A figure in purple flashed past the crowd. It was Mu Yi of the Dragon Soaring Royal Clan. He arrogantly mocked the people behind him. "My fate is mine, not heaven's. Move aside, useless trash." Lin Yi followed closely behind him. When Mu Yi turned around, his earlier anger surged up again. "Brat, it is you again." Lin Yi tossed another bean into his mouth. Watching Mu Yi choke and cough, he laughed. "Do not run. Let this chief disciple give you your medicine." Mu Yi angrily suwunk a fist at Lin Yi. "Are you insane? Get lost." Lin Yi did not strike back. Instead, he took the chance to toss more beans into Mu Yi's mouth, making him cough as he walked. Taking advantage of this, Lin Yi restrained Mu Yi again. People continued passing them, leaving behind Mu Yi, who cursed furiously. "Stop right there. Do not even think about passing this prince." Mu Yi dusted off his clothes and stood up. As he passed Lin Yi, he warned, "Brat, I will settle the score with you later." He tried to charge forward. This prince must be first. As he prepared to overtake the person ahead, he laughed smugly, certain that he would be the first to reach the end. But unfortunately, Lin Yi kept following behind him and tugging at his robe. His goal was to make Mu Yi stop. The mission was not complete, and Lin Yi could not let him get away. This made Mu Yi angrily shout, "What exactly do you want?" Since Lin Yi had started this, he could only continue. "You are sick. You need medicine." Mu Yi raised his hand, intending to slap Lin Yi. "You are the one who is sick." But when he shouted, "Get lost!" Lin Yi dodged without fighting back. Mu Yi continued climbing while angrily warning him, "If you dare bother me again, I will cripple you." Since coming to this world, Lin Yi had loved nothing more than teasing fools. He took 2 steps and swiftly kicked Mu Yi, sending him sprawling face first. By then, Mu Yi was absolutely furious and abandoned all decorum as he shouted, "Bastard, what exactly do you want?" Lin Yi approached him from behind in a coaxing tone. Good boy. Take your medicine. He restrained Mu Yi and forced a bean down his throat, puffing out his cheeks. Mu Yi cried helplessly. Let me go. The cultivators who witnessed Lin Yi tormenting Mu Yi were all stunned. Has this guy gone mad? What kind of freak is he? Every step on the ascension platform is incredibly difficult, yet he still has the energy to cause trouble. The saintess stood to one side, watching Lin Yi restrain Mu Yi. Her face could not help turning red as she thought. What is brother Lin Yi trying to do? In the viewing area stood 5 elders. One of them frowned, showing displeasure at Lin Yi's behavior. This is truly disgraceful. The speaker was the 5th elder of the Heavenly Palace. The 6th elder, however, held a different view. Have you not noticed? Mu Yi is moving naturally on the ascension platform, which proves his strength is not bad. Yet this boy can suppress him and leave Mu Yi unable to resist. His strength may already surpass Mu Yi's. At the resting platform, Mu Yi was exhausted, his mouth stuffed with beans. Crying and mumbling, he pleaded, "Stop stuffing them in. I will take the medicine." Lin Yi stood before him, still tossing a bean in his hand. Do you know what illness you have? Mu Yi truly did not know what illness he had, much less whom he had offended. Lin Yi began psychologically manipulating him. Of course, it is mental illness. Your ego is far too inflated. You spend all day thinking, my fate is mine, not heaven's. If that is not mental illness, what is? With his mouth full of beans, Mu Yi found that even wrong sounded right. He nodded repeatedly like a pecking chicken. Yes, I'm sick. Please spare me. I was wrong before. With a smack, as dragon soaring Mu Yi admitted it, the system accepted the result and announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Make dragon soaring Mu Yi realize that he is a lunatic." The host's reward is the innate true desolation physique. Lin Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. The innate true desolation physique had now begun to fuse completely with his divine soul. He decided to keep moving forward since the final mission had been completed. First, he had to enter the heavenly palace. Dragon Soaring stood behind him, watching Lin Yi, and began sizing him up. This prince possesses outstanding talent. Yet on this ascension platform, I have been suppressed to the level of an ordinary man. And he can even suppress me. Just who is this person? As Lin Yi passed Dragon Soaring, he left him with a remark. Oh right, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it to heart. Mu Yi was so furious he nearly died. His face flushed crimson. Lin Yi ignored him even if he was angry enough to cough blood, and continued onward after teasing him. Seeing the sky ahead, Lin Yi judged that this was the final level. However, just as his right foot was about to step forward, his keen senses detected danger. A sword radiating an overwhelming aura plunged down before Lin Yi. A resonant voice came from above his head. Other than me, you are the second person to reach this place. Planting his sword was not enough. The man even wanted to challenge Lin Yi. Seeing that you are no ordinary person, exchange a few moves with me. If you wish to reach the summit, you need my permission. The cultivators below murmured among themselves and asked skeptically, "Who are you? We all came here for the trial. Why should we need your approval?" Mu Fan smiled and asked in return, "Why?" He leaped down from the sacred sword and declared, "Everyone who enters the heavenly palace is a prodigy in their own right, and I recognize only the truly strong." Mu Fan's power was so immense that the cultivators below could barely keep their footing. They complained, "Damn it, who is this guy?" As Lin Yi considered what to do next, the system issued another notification. A new mission has been released. The mission this time is, faced with the obstruction of the genius Mu Fan, please make a choice. Choice 1. Defeat him directly and force Mu Fan off the ascension platform. Reward, 1 marrow cleansing pill. Choice 2. Fight with all your strength to a draw and gain Mu Fan's recognition. Reward, 1 golden marrow pill. Choice 3. Observe the situation, seek an opportunity among the crowd, and wait for the right time to act. Reward, a Heaven and Earth Spirit Marrow Pill. Thinking of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Marrow Pill, Lin Yi knew it was 100 times more precious than the golden marrow pill. He immediately chose the third option. He absolutely could not miss it. Mu Fan urged him from above. "Come on, let me see what you can do." Lin Yi was busy making his selection, but the cultivators misunderstood him. This brother truly has guts. He is not afraid of Mu Fan at all. After making his choice, Lin Yi blankly listened as they pushed him onto the execution block. "That's right, Mu Fan. You're bullying people with your power. We might not be your match, but that does not mean no one here could defeat you. And that person is none other than Lin Yi, the man who fears neither heaven nor earth. The elders above watched the situation rapidly change and discussed it with interest. This has become interesting. Mu Fan appears to be from Cloud Sea Manor, and he is considered a top genius now. It will not be easy for anyone else to reach the summit with him in the way. Sixth Elder agreed. The Heavenly Palace selection gathers geniuses from everywhere. That boy was able to suppress Dragon Soaring Mu Yi earlier. It seems Cloud Sea Manor has encountered an opponent this time. All the elders agreed that a peak showdown was unavoidable. While Lin Yi was still confused, a sword stopped before him. Holding the sacred sword, Mu Fan issued his challenge. Make your move. I long for a worthy opponent. Lin Yi anxiously weighed his options. If this continued, would he not lose his chance to obtain the Heaven and Earth Spirit Marrow Pill? He frowned in thought, unable to decide. He had to find a way. Seeing Dragon Soaring Mu Yi slowly approaching from behind, Lin Yi smiled. He pushed aside the sharp sword pointed at him and reminded Mu Fan, "Don't think there is no one who can deal with you." A familiar figure in purple approached. Mu Yi was still catching his breath when a force shoved him forward. Lin Yi announced, "Dragon Soaring Mu Yi, you go." This left Mu Fan dumbfounded, while Mu Yi looked Lin Yi up and down and muttered, "No, you." Lin Yi asked him sternly, "What? Are you scared?" Suddenly provoked. Dragon Soaring froze. Scared? He looked at Mu Fan again and asked, "Scared of what?" Regaining his swagger, Dragon Soaring Mu Yi put his hands on his hips and answered boldly, "How could I possibly be afraid? This prince is invincible beneath heaven. The only invincible person beneath heaven can be this prince." Mu Yi arrogantly declared, "Let's fight." This was precisely the situation Lin Yi wanted. Holding a loudspeaker, he transformed into the captain of the cheering squad. "Prince Dragon Soaring has stepped forward for us. Everyone charge." The cultivators below had been waiting for this moment. United in purpose, they shouted and surged forward without hesitation. "Teach this brat a lesson. Let him know our strength." Watching the crowd gradually pass by him, Lin Yi smiled in satisfaction. "You all charge first. I'll cheer you on." 666. Elder 7 and the Saintess saw Lin Yi's attitude. Elder 7 had long since seen through Lin Yi's little tricks. The 5 elders above turned to 6th Elder and asked, "Are you sure he is really that strong?" 6th Elder replied with a dark expression, "Logically speaking, he should be." Then, after hesitating and rubbing his temples, he conceded, "Forget it. Pretend I never said anything." Mu Fan's sword plunged into the ground again. Its force made the cultivator brothers lose their footing and stagger backward. Everyone felt that the man before them was truly powerful. Only Dragon Soaring Mu Yi was unaffected by that pressure, and he even praised Mu Fan. "You have some skill." Then, Dragon Soaring summoned Clearwater. "In the name of Prince Dragon Soaring, I command you." Pointing at Mu Fan, he shouted, "Kill him for me." Clearwater had been unable to fight Lin Yi earlier, but now his opponent had changed to Mu Fan. Clearwater drew his sword, and a raging flood poured forth with the momentum of his blade. Mu Fan received the attack, lifting the sword tip and skillfully spinning his sword into a shield before him. He said disdainfully, "Clearwater's earlier move, what a useless technique." The flood barrier shattered. Lin Yi calculated how to slip away unnoticed. He sneaked to one side as he heard Mu Fan calmly mock Dragon Soaring Mu Yi. The Dragon Soaring royal clan is famed for its swordsmanship, yet its descendant can only rely on a sword attendant. Could it be that you are useless yourself? Hearing Mu Fan speak of him that way, Dragon Soaring Mu Yi gritted his teeth in fury and ordered, "You seek death. Clearwater, attack." Mu Fan met the attack while assailing Clearwater with his words, "How pitiful. In life, you were a sword cultivator renowned throughout the land. Now you are merely a wandering soul, yet you still wish to contend with me?" Ice and fire collided. Mu Fan slashed down with overwhelming force. Break. Clearwater's defensive barrier was swiftly burned away by the flames. Yet this did not affect the close combat fighter, making Mu Fan praise him. "You do have some ability. Now let me see if you can withstand what comes next." Amid this fierce battle, Lin Yi quietly moved past them. But with such a large body, only a blind man could fail to notice him. Mu Fan and Clearwater both glanced at him. "Oh." Mu Fan was full of question marks. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Yi smoothed his hair. In a situation like this, he had to put on a confident smile. "Sorry to disturb you too. Please continue. Don't stop on my account." The cultivators around him immediately erupted in outrage. "This brat is trying to profit from the chaos. You bastard, how dare you toy with us?" Despicable coward. Deal with him. This reaction from the Cultivator brothers was something Lin Yi had not expected. He looked worriedly at their menacing momentum. Lin Yi hurriedly thought of a plan and pointed at the sky, shouting, "Look, a bird that can fly." The diversion worked. Everyone turned to look toward the empty sky. Some realized they had been fooled, but Lin Yi had already run away. The crowd continued chasing after him, cursing Lin Yi as shameless and despicable as they ran. Lin Yi was only one step away from reaching the clouds, but the familiar sacred sword pointed straight at his chest. "Stop right there." The sword pierced the ground, blocking Lin Yi's path. He cursed angrily, "Lord Mu Fan, do I have some grudge against you?" Mu Fan waved a hand in disappointment. "I must have been blind. Trash like you is unworthy of entering the heavenly palace with me." Lin Yi used the same trick again, pointing behind him. "There's a bird that can fly over there." He wanted to take advantage of Mu Fan turning around to slip past him. But unexpectedly, Mu Fan kept staring straight at Lin Yi. "Do you think I would fall for that like they did?" As the two faced off, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept in. Mu Fan raised a sword to block the strike and said disdainfully, "This guy, none of you are worthy to enter the heavenly palace." Dragon soaring Mu Yi flew into attack. "Brat, this prince will not allow anyone to be more arrogant than me." Seeing that this purple-clad man was truly asking for a beating, Mu Fan swung his sword, preparing to strike. "Get back." Just as the two powerhouses were about to clash fiercely, Lin Yi's voice sounded out, "All right, stop fighting." Dragon soaring and Mu Fan stared blankly at Lin Yi. All the Cultivator brothers had also seen what he had done just now. They cursed, "Damn it, this shameless little rat. He really did profit from chaos." Lin Yi stood with his arms folded at the highest point before the heavenly palace gate, looking imposing and at ease. Everyone fell silent, and the space suddenly became strangely quiet. The long-bearded elder asked in exasperation, "Just whose disciple is that brat? How can he be so shameless?" Sixth elder also turned around and said, "Too crafty. He does not even have the courage to fight." Looking at Lin Yi standing with his arms folded and his face raised toward the heavens, the elder finally said, "It seems I was blind before." The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations on completing Choice 3. The reward has been placed in the host's inventory." A 7-colored rainbow immediately passed through his entire body. The system reminded the host to inspect it promptly. Delighted, he patted his chest and sighed in relief. Finally, it's done. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him changed somewhat. He awkwardly looked at the fierce man before him. The other party was charging toward him aggressively, intending to teach him a lesson. Mu Fan trembled with rage, stammering as he tried to curse him, but could not find the words. You. Lin Yi silently waited for him to speak. Mu Fan stepped closer and cursed. "You're thinking too simply. Do you think standing at the top is enough?" Powerful lightning burst from the sword in his hand. He glared at Lin Yi in an attempt to intimidate him. "I'll throw you down." No one around them tried to stop him, and they whispered among themselves. "Thunderbolt Ultimate Intent Cleaving Blade?" I didn't expect Mu Fan to comprehend such a technique. Someone sneered, "This brat is dead for sure." Seeing him like this, Lin Yi tried to smooth things over. "We will all cultivate together at the heavenly palace in the future. Why take things this far?" He glanced at his opponent and pretended to be weak. "Don't get angry." Just then, the system announced, "The innate true desolation physique has reached 99% binding." Mu Fan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he swung his sword and charged forward. Without hesitation, he slashed straight at Lin Yi's neck. "You are unworthy of cultivating at the heavenly palace." A heaven-shaking slash flashed with blinding light as he shouted, "Fall for me." Everyone present could feel its terrifying power. The crowd cried out in alarm. So strong. One young man said in horror, "Did the protagonist just die?" The lightning and dark clouds had yet to disperse when the system announced, "The innate true desolation physique has reached 100% binding." Binding successful. The host can now fully unleash the power of the innate true desolation physique. The thunder and black clouds gradually faded, revealing 2 fingers tightly pinching the blade. Lin Yi still stood calmly in place, catching his opponent's sword barehanded. He said, "That was close. I almost didn't make it in time." Mu Fan stared in shock at Lin Yi, who was completely unharmed, not even scratched. He shouted, "What?" Clenching both hands, he prepared his next move. Cold sweat broke out on his face as he muttered in confusion, "Impossible." But Lin Yi gave his opponent no further opportunity. Pinching Mu Fan's sword tightly between two fingers, he said coldly, "Go back." The corners of his mouth lifted in a warning smile. "Otherwise, don't blame me." Then he clenched his fist and struck the sword with lightning speed. The sword instantly broke in half, like a toy being smashed apart. The people around them cried out in shock. "Damn, he broke another one." Dragon Soaring Mu Yi, with his red hair, was also astonished by the sight. "What is going on? Is that brat really this strong?" That man's sword was completely ruined, no different from a piece of scrap metal. Standing above him, Lin Yi extended a hand and said, "Although you lost and your strength is inferior to mine, you have still surpassed many others. Next time, do not be so arrogant or obstruct other people's futures. Just admit your mistake." Mu Fan still refused to concede. His entire body crackled with rage, as though he might release lightning at any moment. "I never expected you to force me to use this move. Lin Yi listenet in silence. Although you are a shameless coward." Mu Fan threw back his head and roared, spreading his arms as he drew forth a sword even larger than the previous one. He shouted, "I acknowledge your strength." The bearded old man saw the sword he had drawn and exclaimed in shock, "Nine heavens profound thunder." The blue-clad man wearing an earring narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is Nine Heavens Profound Thunder?" The old man answered, "To become the master of Cloud Sea Manor, one must master Nine Heavens Profound Thunder." Thinking of all those who had died, the old man continued, "Yet every year, many disciples die while cultivating Nine Heavens Profound Thunder. I never expected Mu Fan to be able to draw such a formidable sword already. His talent truly is extraordinary." Sixth Elder believed Lin Yi would be defeated by this sword. The old man said mockingly, "This farce should be over. Go save that brat." But someone beside him said, "I do not think that brat is frightened at all." Looking at the sword, Lin Yi was only mildly surprised, not afraid in the slightest. Even his surprise seemed to say, "So, this is all it is?" Pointing at his opponent's sword, he bluntly disparaged it. "This thing is called Nine Heavens Profound Thunder?" Mu Fan was enraged by those words. His treasured weapon had been dismissed as though it were worse than junk. He bellowed, "What did you say?" Fierce arcs of lightning flashed from his eyes, but he did not expect a thunder dragon to coil around Lin Yi's body at that very moment. Lin Yi calmly said to him, "Look carefully." Mu Fan's eyes widened in shock. "What is that?" The people below scattered and cried out in alarm. "Incredible! That brat is actually this powerful." Someone even shouted, "Heavens, if he is so strong, why did he pretend to be so shameless earlier?" The saintess watched him, covering her mouth, her face flushed red with admiration. "Brother Lin, he is amazing." He raised one finger toward the sky, then swung it forward, forming a stream of energy before his opponent. Mu Fan leaned backward. Can lightning arts really be this powerful? He looked helplessly at his own hands. "Even I, the chief disciple of Cloud Sea Manor, cannot do this. How can you?" At this point, Lin Yi did not understand what the other man was talking about. He pretended to be innocent and asked, "What Cloud Sea Manor? I have never heard of it." He even exaggeratedly rubbed his chin and mocked his opponent. "I did not expect you to be such a pitiful fellow. You do not even know the thunder running art. I suppose your so-called manor must be terribly poor." The faces of those below darkened like the bottom of a pot. Someone could not help explaining. Cloud Sea Manor is the greatest manor under heaven. For him to dare call it poor, he must come from an even more terrifying force. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Mu Fan assumed he truly came from a wealthy and powerful background. He clasped his hands respectfully and asked, "May I ask which sect you belong to?" Lin Yi answered dramatically, "I am afraid I will scare you to death if I tell you." His eyes gleamed as he proudly declared, "I am a disciple of the Tsangyuan sect." Mu Fan and the people below looked at him in disbelief. So he was nothing special after all. Everyone began whispering among themselves, "Isn't the Tsangyuan sect just a minor sect?" "That's right. I heard they're extremely poor. So how could they possess such an advanced lightning controlling technique? Besides, the thunder running art is only an ordinary low-grade cultivation art. How can it be this powerful? High above, Lin Yi had no idea that the martial world considered his sect pitifully insignificant. He even spread his arms and said, "I thought our sect was already poor, but it turns out you people are even poorer and more pitiful." That was only because he knew nothing about others, so he assumed they were poorer than himself. With that, he raised his hand, intending to flick Mu Fan on the forehead. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't bully others again in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back and lightly flicked Mu Fan's forehead. Unexpectedly, that gentle flick nearly sent Mu Fan flying. His entire body was blasted away, falling straight below. The others cried out in alarm. A casual flick had actually carried such terrifying force. After finishing, Lin Yi turned and continued upward. The people below watched him and murmured, "This guy is putting on an even greater show than Dragon Soaring Mu Yi." With his back to them, Lin Yi forcefully suppressed his excitement, clenched his fists to restrain his joy, and was so moved he nearly shed tears. That must have looked incredibly cool just now. He must have completely won them over. Sixth Elder, that old man, immediately changed his attitude. Stroking his beard, he said, "See, didn't I say so earlier?" The shameless old man turned and said, "This boy is unfathomable. He truly is a remarkable talent." Although the elder beside him was unconvinced, there was nothing he could do. He could only cough weakly and object. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" More people came up the stairs. Some stood in the square, while others sat down. Everyone gathered to listen to the elders speak. All those who passed the first test of willpower will now begin the aptitude test. Dragon Soaring Mu Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting on his knees and his eyes shut as he listened intently. Cast away distracting thoughts and focus your mind. Clearwater and the other disciples also sat down seriously. The illusory shadow bell will guide your consciousness and bring you before the souls of the heavenly palace's former elders. Lin Yi also sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated. I guarantee that this boy will gain something from this round. Sixth Elder looked down at him from above and continued, "His future is limitless." The other elder said, "Let's go down and take a look." Fifth Elder nodded. "All right." With that, the three of them leaped down into the square. Looking at the enormous bell before him, Sixth Elder said, "The illusory shadow bell preserves the cultivation arts of the heavenly palace's past experts. How much they can comprehend depends entirely on their own fortune." The illusory shadow bell began to react, and small blue flames appeared around it. "It has begun." The youths seated there also began radiating spiritual power. Among them, Dragon Soaring Mu Yi's spiritual power fluctuated the most intensely. The elder shouted, "Relax your minds." The bell's ringing grew louder and louder. The illusory shadow bell will resonate with your souls. Dragon Soaring Mu Yi let out a faint groan. He had appeared within the heavenly steel secret realm. Looking at the elders around him, he asked in astonishment, "This place is..." Realizing where he was, he cupped his hands and bowed. "Senor." The old man standing before him replied, "Your aptitude is not bad. There are 3,000 secret arts for you to choose from." Thousands of books appeared around him. "Which path do you wish to take?" Excited and confident, he declared, "I want to cultivate the strongest sword path." As soon as he finished speaking, the old men present were left speechless, unsure how to respond to this junior. Still, the old man answered and tossed him a book. He picked it up and looked at it. "This is..." Then he opened his eyes and found himself back in reality. He wondered, is it over already? Spiritual power surged through him. He could feel that his mind truly contained knowledge of a sword technique. The bell continued, ringing louder and louder. Sixth Elder stood before him with his hands clasped behind his back and asked, "Not bad. You actually made the bell ring 6 times. The secret art you comprehended will surely make you even more outstanding." "Dragon Sorin Muyi Fronet." 6 chimes. The elder replied, "That's right." Looking at the bell, he explained, "The heavenly steel cultivation arts are divided into 9 chimes. Making the bell ring 6 times already qualifies you as a genius among geniuses." The bell's ringing released increasingly powerful spiritual energy. It seems the others aren't bad either. The bell began to shake again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even dragon soaring Mu E turned to look. 5, 6. Several elders stared at the bell in astonishment as they counted. It was Mu Fan. He had actually made the bell ring 7 times. The old man said joyfully, "This Mu Fan truly is extraordinary." 7 chimes. The person behind him said, "Not bad. He may become a great expert in his own right someday." After that, the others also received cultivation manuals one after another, each reacting in shock. "This is," someone exclaimed happily, "I obtained a cultivation art." Looking at the spiritual power surging from the youths before them, it seemed that many people had gained something this time. One person looked toward Lenny. The others have already finished, yet he remains so calm. He must have comprehended something extraordinary. Sixth elder looked at him and thought to himself, "This boy's talent truly is impressive. His future will certainly be exceptional." Even I'm beginning to grow curious. His spiritual power had finally begun to strengthen. Has he established a connection with the bell? An elder's voice rang out. He opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived in another space. He asked in surprise, "Where am I?" 3 elders appeared before him. Immortal Venerable Everwrath, Immortal Venerable Evergreen, and Immortal Venerable Everlasting Life. Looking at them, he asked, "These 3 are?" Then he cupped his hands and bowed. "Greeting, Senor." Immortal Venerable Evergreen looked at him and said, My, an innate, true desolation physique." The 3 elders appeared deeply interested. "How many years has it been since we last saw such a prodigy?" As soon as they spoke, countless books appeared around him. An elder said, "Choose one." These are all supreme cultivation manuals. The system displayed a mission, God-tier system selection. Option 1. Believe your strength to be peerless and cultivate all supreme manuals. Reward. 1 low-grade cultivation art. He did not even want to consider it. Option 2. Believe your talent to be ordinary and choose diligent cultivation. Select 1 supreme manual. Reward. 1 mid-grade cultivation art. He did not like that option much either. Finally, option 3. Believe your aptitude to be dull and reject all manuals. Reward. 1 emperor-grade cultivation art. Hearing that, he was overjoyed. An emperor-grade cultivation art? He gritted his teeth and forcibly restrained his excitement. Was that not a cultivation art that existed only in legends? Immortal Venerable Evergreen asked him again, "Have you thought it through?" Stroking his chin, Lenny said, "Well." Then, putting on an embarrassed expression, he said, "This disciple is dull-witted and has decided to give up this opportunity for enlightenment." Upon hearing his answer, all 3 elders cried out in shock. "What?" Immortal Venerable Evergreen broke out in sweat and tried to explain. "Are you certain? These are the most powerful manuals the Heavenly Palace has possessed since ancient times." Before He could answer, Immortal Venerable Everwrath folded his arms, glared at him, and shouted, "Boy, are you so arrogant that you consider your own talent extraordinary and think these manuals are beneath you?" Cold sweat trickled down Lin Yi's back. He did not dare look at the Immortal Venerable as he explained, "That isn't what I said." But Immortal Venerable Everwrath would not listen. He rushed forward to strike him. "Brat, you're still far too inexperienced." Seeing the elder's fist swinging toward him, He also raised his fist to block it. He shut his eyes tightly and shouted, "Senior, I truly did not mean that." Lin Yi's fist collided fiercely with Elder Everrath's. Yet, unexpectedly, the towering elder was sent flying by Lin Yi's punch, tumbling head over heels. Everyone was dumbfounded. Elder Evergreen hurriedly turned around and asked, "Immortal Venerable Everwrath, are you all right?" All he could do was cry out in pain, Even he stared at his own hand in astonishment. A lump had risen on Elder Everrath's head. Furious, he cursed, "Damn innate true desolation physique. If I were not merely a soul right now." Before he could finish, Lenny grinned smugly and taunted him. "Didn't I tell you? You can't do anything to me." The elder was enraged by his words and threw another punch at him, cursing, "Insolent brat, don't get cocky." He crossed his hands before his chest defensively, too lazy even to counterattack. The elder was sent flying again and did not hit him at all. Looking at the fallen elder, he placed a hand over his chest and sighed in relief. As expected, it must be because of the innate true desolation physique the system rewarded me. In this spiritual world, these old men cannot do anything to me. Elder Everwrath now had 2 lumps on his head. He leaped up in even greater fury. Damn it, how did the Heavenly Palace end up accepting such an arrogant bully? Lin Yi's eyes shone as he looked at the elder. "Perfect. I have something I want to ask you as well." Sweating profusely, Elder Everrath turned to the other two elders, who were hiding away, and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" He told them to hurry up and make the illusory shadow bell ring, so Lin he could be driven out quickly. Outside, the bell shook more violently than ever before. The people outside were all stunned. "It's ringing. Is he about to succeed?" Sixth Elder excitedly stroked his beard. "Let me see what you have obtained that can make the bell ring so many times." But unexpectedly, the bell continued ringing without pause. A youth outside anxiously stared at the massive bell and cried out, "What the hell is going on? How is the illusory shadow bell being tormented like this?" Sixth Elder could no longer remain calm and exclaimed in shock, "It truly is the highest level. 90 chimes." Inside the secret realm, after a prolonged struggle, the three old men finally surrendered helplessly. Elder Everrath, who had suffered the worst beating, was so angry he was nearly in tears. Trembling, he pointed at Lin Yi and said, "Boy, you're relying on your innate true desolation physique and fighting without honor. I'll remember you." Instead of being afraid, Lin Yi raised his fist and threatened him in return. What? Still not convinced? In the end, the old man had no choice but to yield. He raised his hand, gritted his teeth, and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Linny stood before the three elders with his fists clenched and said solemnly, "Now we can talk, right? I hope you can tell me what exactly the heaven and earth calamity is." Elder Evergreen looked at him and replied gently, "Why is a young man like you asking about that? What do you wish to know?" Lin he furrowed his brows and emphasized each word. "I want to know everything." He recalled what his master had once said. Most people did not know what the heaven and earth calamity was, and even those who did knew only vague fragments. But Linny knew it was absolutely not as simple as the demon race causing chaos. Spreading his arms before the old men, he said, "Your ancestors founded the heavenly palace long ago. Tell me the truth." Elder Everlasting Life looked at him and finally spoke. "Young man, I can only tell you this. The heaven and earth calamity is this world's retribution upon us cultivators for our sins." Elder Everrath folded his arms and continued. "Before the heavenly palace was founded, this world stood on the brink of destruction. It was we, along with the first palace master, who struggled to turn the tide." But that was all the old men said. Then all three turned and left, even sneering. "Why explain anything to this boy? It would only waste our time. He cannot understand something he has never experienced. Let's go." Seeing the elders leave, Lin he was startled. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, you still haven't answered my questions. What exactly is the heaven and earth calamity? Why has it drawn me here? What method has the heavenly palace used throughout the generations to resolve it?" Elder Everrath turned back and replied, "Brat, it seems you are more far-sighted than the other disciples and have more doubts as well. But I can tell you that everything the heavenly palace does is for the survival of this world." Elder Evergreen also turned back and said to him, "I do not know why someone with an innate true desolation physique like yours has appeared. You possess exceptional talent. Wait until you become an elder of the heavenly palace before asking us again. By then, you'll be qualified to know everything." With that, the old men vanished, ignoring Lin Yi's calls of, "Hey, hey." Helplessly, he shouted, "Wait." At last, the bell stopped ringing. Then it suddenly exploded. Everyone looked up in shock, their mouths hanging open. It exploded. 3 streaks of light, representing the 3 elders from before, shot out and vanished without a trace. Lin Yi also awakened, panting heavily. "Phew, I'm back." Everyone around him stared at him in silence. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, and Lin Yi looked back at them in confusion. Sixth elder stepped forward and asked, "What did you comprehend?" Linny looked at the old man awkwardly. He stammered, unable to say anything. Fifth elder anxiously asked, "Could it be the sect founding art of our sect?" An old man with spiky hair spoke as though he understood. "No, he must have comprehended immortal, venerable, everlasting life's myriad manifestations Bodhi art. I heard it is the strongest art of all time." But the white-haired elder clenched his fist and said decisively, "The strongest of all time must be the grand evolution art of the first palace master." As the 3 discussed what Lin he had comprehended, he awkwardly turned away, sweating profusely as he said, "Actually, I didn't comprehend anything at all." The moment he finished speaking, the 3 men froze and silently turned to stare at him. They instantly lost all interest and stood rooted in place. Sixth elder was so furious that he wanted to rush over, but the other two elders stopped him. The old man shouted and cursed. I want to kill him. You comprehended nothing, yet you destroyed the illusory shadow bell. You must compensate us. You must compensate us. You must forge a new illusory shadow bell. Do you have any idea how many precious materials that will cost? The other elders restrained sixth elder while calmly saying, Elder, please calm down. Why not hear his explanation first? Only then did he calm down somewhat. Pointing at Lin Yi, he threatened, What exactly happened? I'm so angry I could burst into flames. Lin Yi recalled the sight of the three old men kneeling before him and broke out in cold sweat. If he said he had beaten up the ancestors, it would be difficult to explain. As he pondered what to say, an idea suddenly came to him. Placing a hand over his chest, he pretended to answer confidently. Here's what happened. The ancestral masters saw that my talent was outstanding, that I am a once-in-a-thousand-years cultivation prodigy. They feared that passing down their cultivation arts to me would delay my progress, so they decided to let me create my own cultivation art. All the elders were utterly bewildered. Sixth elder stared at him and asked, Create your own? The other elders said, Nothing like this has ever happened in hundreds of thousands of years. One old man sighed. This is going to be difficult. The elder frowned and scrutinized Lin Yi. Are you telling the truth? Lin Yi frowned as well and looked straight into his eyes. Of course. Seeing how resolute he was, the elder reluctantly chose to believe him for the moment. Fine, I'll believe you this once. But you destroyed the illusory shadow bell, so you must compensate us. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Compensate you? He trembled as he looked away, pretending to be aggrieved. How am I supposed to compensate you? The illusory shadow bell is priceless. The elder extended his hand. At least 100,000 spirit stones. Lin, he stuck out his tongue in shock. 100,000? He looked dejectedly at his empty hands and said, Our Tsangyuan sect is very poor. We do not even have a sect gate anymore. I'm afraid we cannot afford to compensate you. The elder took out an abacus and began calculating. Then you will work for the heavenly palace. You earn 10 spirit stones per month. By my calculations, you will need to work at the heavenly palace for 835 years and 3 months. The elder shamelessly added, But I am merciful. I can remove the extra 3 months, making it 835 years. Hearing this enormous debt, Lin Yi looked as though he might faint from despair and groaned, Why is my fate so tragic? But he immediately protested furiously. 835 years? Why don't you just rob me? And why are you saying I was the one who broke that thing? The elder looked at him coldly and replied, You were the last one inside. If you did not break it, then who did? Besides, since you failed to comprehend any cultivation art, according to the rules, the heavenly palace should not have accepted you in the first place. He frowned and argued. Didn't I already say it? The ancestral masters told me to create my own cultivation art. Before he could finish, Dragon Soaring Mu suddenly interrupted him. Listen here. He sneered. Do you really think you can create a cultivation art stronger than an Emperor Grade 1? That was a technique left behind by the Heavenly Palace's ancestral masters. Even boasting needs some basis. Enraged by the mockery, Lin Yi flew into a fury. Today I'll show you all. But just then, the system presented him with several options. Option 1. Take out the Emperor-grade cultivation art, the returning to truth beyond the dust art, and display it before everyone. This option would defeat 6th Elder and Dragon Soaring Mu E. Option 2. Say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Then later reveal the returning to truth beyond the dust art, and leave everyone stunned by his talent. Finally, there was option 3, the choice with the greatest reward. One must endure in silence to grow. Only those who survive to the end are winners. Reward, the returning to truth beyond the dust art. This choice meant doing nothing for now. Seeing the options, his face turned pale with anger. Trembling all over, he said, Of course I can't create a technique stronger than the ancestral master's techniques. It's just that. 6th Elder cut him off directly. Turning to leave, the old man said, Though your talent is exceptional, if you cannot cultivate the techniques of our heavenly palace, how can we accept you? Staying at the heavenly palace as a menial servant is already the best option for you. You should know that even for a menial position, countless cultivators are fighting to get in. Lin Yi could no longer hold back and roared, Hey, I clearly passed every test, so why can I only become a menial servant? Don't go too far. The saintess beside him also felt indignant on his behalf. With her hands on her hips, Dragon Soaring Mu Yi sneered at him. Who told you not to receive a cultivation art from the Heavenly Palace elders? Tell me, could it be that they thought your aptitude was too poor? At that moment, another elder stepped forward. Wait! The old man clasped his hands towards sixth elder. I am an elder of the Saintist sect. Greetings, esteemed seniors of the Heavenly Palace. The elder clasped his hands and earnestly appealed to the elders. I would like to explain this matter to the Heavenly Palace Master. Lin Yi of the Tsingyuan sect and our Saintist sect were both attacked by the demon race, which is why we came to the Heavenly Palace for aid. Sixth elder and the others were all startled. The younger disciples erupted into discussion at the mention of the demon race. Isn't the demon race the legendary species born with a thirst for blood? Are they about to reappear? Another person said, I heard that once the demon race emerges, chaos will engulf heaven and earth. Stroking his beard with a troubled expression, sixth elder said, if the demon race has truly emerged, then the situation is indeed grim. An old man clasped his hands and said, having these two remain at the Heavenly Palace was also arranged in advance by the Saintist sect master. The Saintist sect elder continued, perhaps the sect master had her own plans. I hope the elders will be understanding. Sixth elder stroked his beard in silence. Fifth elder, standing behind them, spoke up. Though we cannot impart a cultivation art to him, Lin Yi's talent is indeed excellent. There is no harm in accepting him. The old man with spiky hair was about to object, but without that, before he could finish, sixth elder shouted, enough. He looked at the spiky-haired elder and said, since it was the palace master's decision, making an exception once is no issue. Elder 7 of the Saintist sect clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you. Thank you. A short while later, the crowd began discussing the coming rankings again. I wonder what rank we'll receive. Someone replied, you should know that different ranks receive different allocations of resources after entering the Heavenly Palace. Dragon Soaring Mu Yi arrogantly proclaimed, is there even a question? This prince will certainly receive the highest rank. But he had not expected a youngster to look at him disdainfully and say, you couldn't even defeat Mu Fan. Another pointed at Mu Fan. If anyone has the best chance of receiving the highest rank, it can only be Mu Fan. He paused and glanced at Lenny. Or perhaps, suddenly, the crowd rushed toward the golden board where the results were being announced. Standing above with his hands behind his back, sixth elder said, the rankings have been decided. In terms of pure strength, Lin Yi is undoubtedly the strongest. Even Mu Fan is a level below him. Someone beside him said, but he comes from a minor sect with no inheritance, and he cannot comprehend the profound cultivation arts of the Heavenly Palace. Sooner or later, he will fall behind. If we place him in the highest or second highest rank, it may invite objections. Sixth elder looked at him and nodded. That is true, but compared with him, he turned to the other elders. The Saintist of the Saintist sect is actually the more complicated case. Fifth elder replied, you mean the thing inside her body? A profound glint flashed through sixth elder's eyes. The Saintist sect master must have considered this matter already. He looked somewhat concerned. Unfortunately, she died before she could make arrangements. This is not something ordinary elders like us can resolve. The spiky-haired elder asked in surprise. Then what should we do now? Without looking at him, sixth elder said, place them in the lowest rank. The blue-robed elder added, that would be inappropriate. Neither of them lacks talent. The lowest rank is the bottom tier, and the difference in resources is far from insignificant. Sixth elder glanced at him. It is fine. Let that person teach them. The man stared at him in astonishment. You mean, then he calmed down? That works too. With her watching over them, we can rest easy. The elder holding the brush wrote, and names appeared one after another upon the golden board. The disciples all rushed forward in anticipation. Hurry, the list is out. Did this prince receive the highest rank? Dragon Sorin Mui staved intently. He was utterly disappointed and dropped to his knees. Second highest rank. Second highest rank? This prince is only in the second highest rank. Looking at the golden board, the saintess asked, Brother Lin Yi, what rank are we? He calmly comforted her. Don't worry, given our performance, if we are not in the highest rank, we will certainly be in the second highest rank. Clenching his fists, he was filled with confidence. With the emperor-grade cultivation art granted by the system, as long as he had enough resources, he would surely rise swiftly and avenge them. The saintess pointed at the board. Brother Lin Yi, that she looked at him, speechless. It seems we are in the lowest rank. He immediately turned around, his expression changing drastically. The lowest rank. The two stood before the golden board for a long while, still unable to believe their eyes. While Lin, he was still crestfallen. Dragon soaring Mu, he pointed at the board and cursed. Someone must have tampered with this. I think your heavenly palace is jealous of this prince's talent, which is why you deliberately rated me so low. This prince refuses to accept it. Kendall looked at him and asked, Brother Linny, what should we do now? Should we return to the Saintess sect? I am a Saintess there, so there will definitely be cultivation resources for us. Clenching his fists, he said firmly, It's fine. With the talent the two of us possess, he trailed off dejectedly, his eyes welling with tears. Trying to steady himself, he said, Even if we are in the lowest rank, one day we will rise up. Looking at him with sparkling eyes, she asked, Really? He still smiled brightly, thumped his chest, and declared, Of course. As everyone clamored, a voice rang out. Everyone. It was Sixth Elder. Looking solemnly at the crowd, he said, The assessment results have been announced. Those disciples who received lower evaluations should not lose heart. Lin, E, and the Saintess listen in silence. Being able to cultivate at the Heavenly Palace means that every one of you possesses limitless potential. Mu Fan and Dragon Soaring Mu, E immediately fell silent as well. Those disciples who received high evaluations should not become arrogant either. You should know that this is merely the first step of your cultivation at the Heavenly Palace. Standing before them, the old man said, Now go report to your respective elders. They will guide your future cultivation. All the disciples clasped their hands and answered in unison, Yes. The majestic mountain before them was the Heavenly Palace's great mountain peak. The two people walking ahead of Lin, E, and the Saintess whispered to each other. Covering his mouth, one said, Those are the new disciples about to become Elder Li's disciples. Do you think they can endure it this time? As she climbed the steps, the Saintess said anxiously, It seems Elderly does not have a very good reputation. Lin E pointed to himself and reassured her confidently, Don't be afraid. I'm here. She smiled radiantly, her cheeks flushing as she looked at him. The two stopped before a house on the mountain. This should be the place. Lin E clasped his hands and bowed, calling out somewhat nervously, I am Lin E, here under orders to join Great Mountain Peak. The door immediately opened. A child with twin hair buns stepped outside. I can't believe it took them so long. The child wore a golden necklace and red clothes, looking very much like Neza. With a gourd hanging from her waist, she looked at the two of them and said, Those old geezers finally sent me 2 disciples. Seeing the powerful killing intent radiating from the child, the Saintess was stunned. Her face suddenly turned pale with fear. But she had not expected Lin E to fail to recognize the person before him. Grinning, he stepped forward and looked at the girl. Whose child are you? We're not here to see you. He even handed her a lollipop. Take this and run along. I heard Elderly has a terrible temper, so be careful. The moment he finished speaking, the Saintess cried out in horror, Brother Lin E, don't. He turned to look at her in surprise. But the child suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. Powerful spiritual energy burst from her body. The pain made his face turn pale as cold sweat covered him. The child said, Then I'll casually give you a little lesson. Lin, he was immediately knocked to the ground. The child smiled. Iam elder li kuiwa. Then she took out her gourd and gulped from it. Had heaven not birthed me, Li saw, the firmament through the ages would be like a long night. Burp, burp, burp. Then she looked toward the Saintess. She had already noticed the demonic energy inside her body. Little girl, the thing inside you is very dangerous. The Saintess hurriedly clasped her hands and bowed. Senior, seeing this, the child nodded in satisfaction. Good, follow me from now on. I will teach you properly. Then she glanced at Lin E, who was lying on the ground. And you, unable to withstand even one move from me. You truly are worthless. From now on, you will handle all the chores of Great Mountain Peak. Lying on the ground, Lin E angrily struck the earth and shouted, Senior, I came to the Heavenly Palace to learn, not to do chores. But she merely glanced at him threateningly. What? You refuse to accept it? With her hands on her hips, she looked down on him contemptuously. If you refuse, then fight me. Once you defeat me, I will no longer make you do chores. Li Tsuehua lifted her chin and challenged him. Do you dare? Just then, the system once again presented a god-tier choice, prompted by Li Tsuehua's furious challenge. Option 1. Refuse to yield and risk his life fighting Li Tsuehua. The reward was a coffin. His face turned pale at once. Wasn't that certain death? With his current strength, he was no match for her at all. Option 2 was to say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The reward was a bottle of mid-grade spirit spring liquid. Option 3 was to flatter Li Tsuehua. The reward was a bottle of high-grade spirit fluid. Sprawled on the ground, Lin Yi thought despondently, it is time to make another choice. Li Tsuehua looked at Lin Yi and recalled 6th Elder's earlier instructions. Lin Yi's situation is somewhat special. He does not cultivate the Heavenly Palace's arts. Elderly, you must pay closer attention to him. Thinking of this, Li Tsuehua folded her arms and sneered deliberately at Lin Yi. I heard you disdain learning the Heavenly Palace's cultivation arts and insist on creating one yourself. You have quite the nerve. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a stray dog that slipped into the Heavenly Palace. Lin Yi pushed himself to his feet, thinking irritably, how infuriating. He glared fiercely at her. All geniuses who came to the Heavenly Palace were proud. Li Tsuehua smiled provocatively at Lin Yi. Even an ordinary person would find it hard to swallow such humiliation. Today, I will temper your resolve. But she had not expected Lin Yi to kneel down directly, clasp his hands, and bow. Elderly is right, Lin Yi said obediently. I truly need more tempering. Li Tsuehua was stunned. Lin Yi's action was completely beyond her expectations. Pointing at Lin Yi, her interest waning, she continued, provoking him. I say you are nothing but worthless trash. Lin Yi remained obedient. Without hesitation, he knelt and clasped his hands, shouting, Yes, I am trash. Lin Yi secretly smiled to himself. If everyone believes I am trash, that will be when the tiger reveals its true fangs. Li Tsuehua stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi and asked in amazement, You actually admit that you're trash? Lin Yi's eyes shone like stars as he clenched his fists and proudly said, That's right, I am trash and I am proud of it. Lin Yi's reaction caught Li Tsuehua entirely off guard. Stroking her chin, she thought, what is wrong with this guy? Is there something wrong with his head? Seeing Lin Yi like this, she waved her hand and left. I have no mood to teach trash. Cultivate by yourself. Lin Yi clasped his hands and happily called out, Yes. Having said that, Li Tsuehua entered the room and vanished from sight. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: 1 bottle of high-grade spirit fluid. Holding the bottle of spirit medicine, Lin Yi smiled to himself. As expected, relying on the system is more reliable than relying on the Heavenly Palace. He recalled the sight of his fellow disciples lying everywhere after their sex destruction. Thinking bitterly of his master, he clenched his fists and resolved, I will definitely avenge you. In the courtyard, everyone was working diligently. Some carried timber, while others hauled stones. They were members of the Songyuan sect. Their master called out loudly, Everyone work harder! The sect will soon be rebuilt. The plump master stood, directing everyone. Zhuagong looked at his master and thought, Master now only wants to lead the sect deep into the mountains and forests, avoiding conflict and protecting ourselves. He frowned. Even if I become chief disciple, with such meager resources. He gritted his teeth and thought resentfully, he is only pushing me farther and farther away. Turning to leave, he thought with ambition filling his heart, this cannot continue. He decided that this would not do, then resolutely turned away. I must change things. Just then, several people appeared behind him and asked, Senior Brother Zhuagong, what are you going to do? He glared at them angrily. Address me as chief disciple. The others scratched their heads and reluctantly said, Ahem, Chief Disciple Zhuagong, what are you going to do? With a sinister smile, he asked, Master now only wishes to keep everyone safe, yet he refuses to let go. Does he not know that on the path of cultivation, if you do not advance, you fall behind? Curling his lip, he openly revealed his intentions to the 3. Sorry, but I do not wish to remain here and waste my time with you any longer. The disciples were immediately angered and questioned him. Senior Brother Zhuagong, what do you mean by that? But unexpectedly, he attacked his companions without another word. With a wave of his hand, azure chains shot out and blocked their path. He bound everyone present. What? They cried in shock. Restrained on the ground by the azure chains, they angrily asked, Senior Brother Zhuagong, are you not afraid that Master will punish you? He raised his hand, his face dark with anger. Say it again, chief disciple. Then he directly knocked each of them unconscious. The three immediately collapsed to the ground. Raising his hand, he turned and left coldly. Farewell. A while later, the three slowly opened their eyes to find their master standing before them. The old man asked what had happened, and only then did they fully regain their senses. One person clutched his aching head after waking, while another leapt up in alarm and shouted, "Master, senior brother has definitely betrayed the sect." The old man sighed calmly, as though he had anticipated everything long ago. Let him go. That child has always been competitive since he was young. Forcing him to stay would be useless. Then the old man looked at the three of them. If you also wish to leave, then go. I have nothing more to say. With his hands behind his back, the old man turned and walked away. Behind him, the three called out with absolute loyalty, "Master, we will never leave." That night, within a gloomy and desolate forest, Zhuge Gong strode alone. He murmured, "I'm here." With a sweep of his sleeve, he confirmed that this was the place. He looked into the space ahead, his eyes fixed on the pitch-black void, and said coldly, "Come out. I came here specifically to find you." A sound came from all around him. A dark figure flashed past behind him, accompanied by a voice. "You've got quite some nerve." The demon standing opposite Zhuge said, "The demon realm has always been the one seeking out outsiders. This is the first time anyone has dared to trespass into our demon territory." Zhuge looked directly at the demon and replied, "I want to join you." The blue-haired demon looked at him with interest and asked, "Join us? Your Tsang Yuan sect is meant to be eradicated by our demon realm. Why would you want to join us?" Zhuge gave a sinister smile, clenched his fist resolutely, and said, "Because they cannot give me what I want." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Apparently quite interested in Zhuge, he laughed and said, "Not bad. You have ambition. I like that. But joining our demon realm is not so easy." Zhuge had already known this. Fearlessly, he asked directly, "Just tell me what I need to do." Hearing this, the demon waved his hand. "Good. Follow me." On a bright, sunny morning at the Heavenly Palace, a group of people walked along as they chatted. One of them said, "Great Mountain Peak is just ahead." Lin Yi performed exceptionally well in the Heavenly Palace assessment. Though he was placed in the lowest rank, he definitely shouldn't be underestimated. The freckle-faced man said to Wang Defa, "Senior brother Wang has been at the Heavenly Palace for 3 years. Whether in strength or cultivation, he surpasses everyone else. No matter how arrogant that newcomer is, senior brother Wang will put him in his place." The rat-toothed man also chimed in flatteringly. "Exactly." But Wang Defa seemed tired of hearing such flattery, so he waved his hand modestly. He recalled what he had heard. Apparently, that person had performed remarkably well in this assessment, but he had only just entered the Heavenly Palace, so surely he was no match for him yet. As he walked, Wang Defa calculated shamelessly. "Although I've been in the Heavenly Palace for 3 years, I've always been near the bottom in strength. I can't handle truly gifted people. Now, I can probably only find some sense of importance by bullying new disciples." What a shameless man, bullying the weak while acting so high and mighty. Certain of victory, he shouted confidently, "Let's go." The moment he stepped onto the grounds, he arrogantly yelled, "Which one of you is Lin Yi?" But what met his eyes was Lin Yi diligently working in the fields, planting vegetables, hoeing the soil, carrying water, and spreading fertilizer. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Yi cheerfully declared, "Long live labor." Seeing him glowing all over as he panted and worked with such enthusiasm, someone awkwardly asked, "What is this supposed to be?" Wang Defa shouted angrily, "Brat, get over here." This guy was truly arrogant. Hearing the call, Lin Yi turned around with an "Oh." He looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" The freckle-faced man pointed at Wang Defa. "Humph. This is senior brother Wang, the supreme and unrivaled one." Lin Yi silently listened to them. "We heard a new disciple this year has been extremely arrogant, so we came specifically to spar with you." It was obvious they meant no good. Wang Defa kept making humph noises like a growling dog. Lin Yi calmly replied, "What do you want with me? I'm only in the lowest rank." At that moment, the system began beeping. The system presented its choices. Option 1, defeat Wang Defa. Reward, a low-grade medicinal pill. Option 2, refuse the spar and preserve harmony. Reward, a mid-grade medicinal pill. Option 3, bow your head and submit. Reward, a high-grade medicinal pill. Looking at these three options, Lin Yi was so furious he was speechless. Back at the Tsungyuan sect, he had completely discarded his reputation in order to increase his strength. It seemed that even after coming to the Heavenly Palace, this damned system still had no intention of letting him off. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to lash out. He cupped his hands and bowed to them. Senior Brother Wong, I am new here and my cultivation is shallow. I know I'm no match for you. Please show mercy and spare me this once. Seeing this, they were all stunned. Wang Defa said blankly, "Isn't this just admitting defeat?" He had thought that all disciples who entered the Heavenly Palace were talented and immensely proud. Why was this man willing to submit so easily? He frowned in frustration. What was he supposed to do now? The elder had told him to come and curb this man's arrogance, to make him understand his place and stop being so conceited. But Lin Yi refused to fight. What would he do? Anxiously, Wang Defa pointed at Lin Yi's face and shouted, "Do you know the consequences of refusing to spar with me? The entire sect will know that you're a coward who doesn't even dare to fight. People will look down on you for years." Hearing this, Lin Yi felt helpless. This was not the first time the system had given him such a choice, and he had no say in the matter. He sneered inwardly. As if I didn't live through days like that at the Tsunyuan sect. He was already used to this kind of situation and did not care. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "I already told you I can't beat you. If you want to fight, then go ahead. I guarantee that the moment you strike, I'll immediately beg for mercy and never fight back." Seeing how stubborn he was, they did not know what to do. One of Wang Defa's lackeys said, "Boss, this guy won't listen to reason." Another agreed. "He can actually endure humiliation to this extent." Wang Defa could not simply beat someone up for no reason. So he cursed helplessly, "What kind of freak did your sect raise? Aren't you afraid of disgracing your sect?" But even in his dreams, he never would have expected Lin Yi to calmly pick his nose and answer, "Sorry, my sect has already been destroyed." Wang Defa was left speechless. What? Lin Yi frowned in thought. Pride and reputation were all meaningless illusions. Only by rapidly increasing his strength could he avenge his master and fellow disciples. He calmly stuck out his tongue in provocation, ignoring whatever Wang Defa said. Wang Defa continued lecturing him. "As a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, do you have even a shred of dignity?" Seeing that scolding was useless, Wang Defa turned to leave. "Forget it. Someone from a minor sect like you was lucky enough to enter our Heavenly Palace. It is only natural that you have no ambition." Lin Yi said half-jokingly, "Then I wish Senior Brother Wang's sect ever greater prosperity." But as soon as he finished speaking, a group of people flew over on swords, shouting in panic, "Senior Brother Wang, something terrible has happened." Everyone looked up. The newcomers leaped down from the air and stood before Wang Defa, urgently saying, "We just received word that your 9 mystery sword sect has been wiped out by the demon realm." Wang Defa cried out in shock. "What?" At that moment, on the Heavenly Palace Plaza, 6th Elder stood above as the crowd below began to discuss the matter. How could this be? A sect was simply wiped out without a sound. Someone who appeared well-informed said, "I heard this is not the first case. The Tsunyuan sect was previously destroyed by the demon race as well." Another person said worriedly, "Is the demon race really that terrifying?" Just then, Wang Defa rushed over, shoved the crowd aside, and charged forward, repeatedly shouting, "Move! Get out of the way!" Looking both panicked and horrified, he repeatedly asked the old man, "6th Elder, my 9 mysteries sword sect truly?" The old man's face was filled with helplessness and deep grief. By the time the Heavenly Palace arrived, the demon race had already fled. The 9 mysteries sword sect master and elders were all dead. Only a small number of disciples survived. The surrounding people immediately erupted into discussion. Someone said, "With Heavenly Palace elders leading the way, no matter how strong the demons are, surely they cannot cause much trouble." Another said, "That's right. This is an excellent chance for real combat experience and self-improvement. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is our sacred duty." Lin Yi had also arrived and was listening to their discussion when the system began beeping. The system once again presented him with choices. Option 1, gather the Heavenly Palace disciples and eliminate the demons together. Reward, 1 marrow cleansing pill. Option 2, join the demon slaying team. Reward: 1 golden marrow pill. Option 3. Warn everyone about the demon's strength. Reward: 1 heaven and earth spirit marrow pill. Looking at the system, Lin Yi was speechless once again. Was the system trying to cause him even more trouble? Seeing the crowd fervently discussing an immediate war against the demon realm, he thought to himself, if he stepped forward to urge everyone to stay calm now, would he not just be inviting trouble? If he really did that, the label of coward would probably be impossible to remove. He understood that very clearly. But thinking of how he needed to strengthen himself to take revenge, he clenched his fists and made up his mind. In any case, reputation meant nothing to him. As long as he could increase his strength even a little, it would be worth it. Besides, the demon race was mysterious and unpredictable. As soon as he made his decision, he stepped forward and spoke before everyone. Please wait a moment. Standing amid the crowd, he called out to Sixth Elder. If the demons were able to easily destroy an entire sect, that means they are extremely powerful. I know that the Heavenly Palace disciples are all geniuses, and the elders possess profound cultivation. He clenched his fist and emphasized, but acting rashly may lead to danger. The moment he finished speaking, Wang Defa rushed up to refute him. Are you saying we should do nothing? The demon race is massacring people everywhere, and you want us to stand by and watch. Lin Yi abruptly turned to look at him and replied coldly, You are being ruled by anger right now. I have nothing to say to you. Then he raised his head toward the elder above. Sixth Elder, may I ask whether we have detailed intelligence on the demon race? How many enemies are there? What are their cultivation levels? What spells and divine abilities do they use? The old man was left speechless by the questions, because he truly did not know. We really do not know much about the demon race. Seeing this, Lin Yi pointed at him and declared, Then that means we know virtually nothing about the enemy. Even a farmer hunting rabbits must understand their habits to succeed. If we know nothing, are we supposed to wait for victory to fall into our laps? He was speaking forcefully when a mocking voice suddenly interrupted him. The speaker was Dragon Soaring Mu Yi. The madman laughed and said, What is there to fear? In my opinion, the demon race has not dared to show itself openly so far. Doesn't that prove they are not strong enough to appear before us openly? He crossed his arms smugly and continued, These cowardly creatures who hide their heads and show their tails are nothing to fear. Once we catch them, we can easily wipe them out. Lin Yi looked at him, nearly driven mad with anger. He thought bitterly, if this idiot were not truly stupid, I would suspect the demon race had sent him as a spy. Turning to him, Lin Yi loudly retorted, Hiding in the shadows does not mean the demon race is weak. It only proves they have an unspeakable scheme. Seeing him back down, Wang Defa could not help rushing forward to interrupt. Enough! If you don't dare to go, then stay at the Heavenly Palace. Just because you have no courage does not mean everyone else is as cowardly and afraid of trouble as you. Stop making a fuss here. The others also began whispering among themselves. This guy is supposedly from the Tsan sect. Wasn't his sect destroyed by the demon race? They openly gossiped about him right in front of his face. It is hard to imagine someone could be this cowardly. How did a person like that enter the Heavenly Palace? Apparently, he only passed the assessment through tricks. Hearing them slander him, the saintess angrily shouted, That's not true. She called out to them, The demon race really is powerful. Even my master was. But Wang Defa stubbornly refused to face reality and interrupted her. Was your master the only one harmed? If I were you, I would avenge my master. Instead of being like that guy, hiding in his shell like a turtle. What muscle-brained fool. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi said bluntly, Revenge requires strength. Your master was killed. Shouldn't you be working hard to cultivate and improve your own strength now? Even your master was killed. Do you really think you can win? Use your brain for once. Lin Yi poured even more cold water on him and continued, Or do you want to follow in your master's footsteps? Lin Yi's words made Wang Defa turn purple with rage. Clenching his fists, he charged up to Lin Yi and cursed angrily. Bastard! Seeing the two argue endlessly, Sixth Elder came down to stop them. That's enough, both of you. He looked at them and said, Anyone who wishes to join the pursuit may register at the Mayor Hall. This is entirely voluntary. No one will be forced. At this, Wang Defa released Lin Yi's collar and said as he walked away, Go on then. Sooner or later, the demon race will make you pay this blood debt. The others also looked at Lin Yi with displeasure, snorted coldly, and followed Wang Defa away. The saintess hurried over anxiously and called, Brother Lin. Lin Yi immediately turned around to comfort her. It's fine. It's just. He saw sixth elder turn away as well, his hands clasped behind his back. Lin wondered why the heavenly palace was acting so rashly. Sixth elder knelt in the great hall and reported, "Palace master, the operation to eliminate the demon race has been arranged. Most disciples are highly enthusiastic." The person seated inside replied coldly, "Good. The elders and disciples leading the teams should make their arrangements as quickly as possible." Sixth elder fell silent for a moment, finding it difficult to speak. After thinking for a while, he cupped his hands and bowed. But would this be somewhat inappropriate? The demon race is powerful. Although the disciples in the palace are all highly gifted, they still lack actual combat experience. I am worried. The palace master looked at him and replied, "It is precisely because they lack actual combat experience that they must be sent down the mountain. Otherwise, how will they bear the coming heaven and earth calamity?" Seeing how resolute he was, sixth elder broke out in a cold sweat and could only obey. Yes. Inside his room, sunlight fell upon Lin Yi as he sat on his bed reading. He held a precious book in his hands and studied it intently. At last, I have time to cultivate this emperor-grade cultivation art. I gave up so many other cultivation arts for it, so it had better be worth it. The book seemed to radiate the brilliant light of knowledge. As he read, he exclaimed in surprise. According to the introduction, this cultivation art was truly created for the innate true wilderness physique. Not only is its power astounding after mastery, but is also perfectly suited to me. He was so moved that tears filled his eyes. This damned system finally has a bit of conscience. He tucked the book into his robe. Next, I just need to stay safely within the heavenly palace. Resting his chin on his hand, he said smugly, "Once I master this cultivation art, I'll be able to sweep across the 6 directions and 8 wastelands. Then I'll descend the mountain and deal with those demon scum." He was still immersed in his joy when Elder Li Tsua suddenly kicked open the door and barged in, shouting, "Good disciple, something big has happened. The heavenly palace is sending people down the mountain to eliminate the demon race. I heard you have a grudge against them, so I registered you." Lin Yi flew into a rage, jumped off the bed, and pointed at her. "No way. Who gave you permission to register me without asking?" He had just argued with those people about this and was about to settle down and cultivate in peace, yet she had registered him on her own. Elder Li Tsuhua stood leaning against the doorway with her arms folded and calmly replied, "Don't you want revenge against the demon race?" Lin looked away somewhat awkwardly. "I do, but this grudge cannot be avenged overnight." Then he shouted again, "Besides, I always feel there is something wrong with the heavenly palace's arrangements this time. I will not go even if it kills me." Elderly Tsuehua refused to let it go. She frowned and looked at him coldly. "This is not your decision. Disciples of so many elders have already registered. I had a hard time taking in a disciple, and now you want to hide in the heavenly palace? How would I have any face left?" Having said that, she made the decision herself. "In short, I have already registered you. If you refuse to go, be careful. You may be expelled from the heavenly palace." Furious and at a loss for words, Lin Yi was about to continue arguing. When a flash of insight suddenly struck his mind. The system presented another choice. Option 1. Anger Elder Li Tsuehua. Reward: 1 spirit wood coffin. As if driven into a corner, he shouted, "Again? And you're even giving me a coffin? Looks like I definitely can't beat her." Option 2. Firmly refused to go. Reward: 1 ordinary pill. Option 3. He looked at the system, utterly dumbfounded, and thought to himself, "Wonderful. You're directly severing our master-disciple relationship and even preparing a coffin for me. Is that any way for a master to treat her disciple?" Seeing elderly Tsuehua's ruthlessness clearly, he could only scratch his head and agree. "Fine, I'll go. But can Heavenly Palace truly guarantee these disciples' safety?" The moment he finished speaking, he received the system reward. He calmly analyzed the situation. "I heard that the Sacred Medicine Sect Master was once an elder of Heavenly Palace, yet she was still destroyed by the demon clan." Elder Li Sohua sighed worriedly as she explained, "The Sacred Medicine Sect Master was also an old acquaintance of mine. Remembering that elderly woman, she said she left Heavenly Palace and devoted herself to the Sacred Medicine Sect for all these years. She may have possessed even greater resolve than other elders, yet she still died that way. but she quickly regained her optimistic composure and raised a finger as she assured him, "But don't worry. The death of the sacred medicine sect master has also made Heavenly Palace more vigilant. At this point, I'll tell you some truths." She frowned at him meaningfully. "You think you alone can see that Heavenly Palace's arrangements are flawed? Do you think everyone in Heavenly Palace is an idiot?" Startled into a cold sweat, he looked at her. "You mean?" With her arms folded, she stood before him and said, "Let me tell you, this time, Heavenly Palace is using you disciples, and even some elders, as bait." She turned and walked away, continuing, "Every disciple of Heavenly Palace, once they mature, will sooner or later become a future powerhouse. If the demon clan learns they have gone down the mountain, how could they pass up such a chance to weaken Heavenly Palace?" She stopped at the door and glanced back at him, "And that will be when they walk into the trap." It was as though thunder had exploded beside his ears. Only then did he understand just how unfathomably deep Heavenly Palace was. He cried out, "So that's how it is. But isn't this extremely dangerous?" She gave him a cold look and replied, "The path of cultivation is either progress or regression. Without facing some danger, do you still expect to become a powerhouse?" What she said made sense, and he silently broke out in a cold sweat as he frowned in thought. Heavenly Palace is screening out disciples who aren't outstanding enough. Seeing her leave smugly, he suddenly came to his senses. "Wait, if you knew it was so dangerous, why did you sign me up?" The bond between master and disciple is truly chilling. Elderly Tsuehua did not answer. As she reached the door, she waved and reminded him, "Don't be late tomorrow at noon." Furious, he could only curse under his breath. At noon, the plaza by Heavenly Palace's mountain gate was packed with disciples. They reminded one another, "Look, it's the three elders. I can't believe they've come in person this time." When he arrived, he saw the saintess chatting happily with elderly Tsuehua. Seeing this, he hurriedly rushed over and questioned her. "Seriously? The demon clan is after her, and you're still letting her go?" She pointed at the three people in the plaza. "See those three? The elders of the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist schools have all arrived. With them overseeing things, what is there to fear?" But he was unconvinced and stroked his chin. "Are they that strong?" At that moment, Mu Fan came over and answered, "Aside from the legendary palace master, they're the strongest elders in Heavenly Palace." Folding his arms, he looked at the three figures above. Moreover, these three schools wield greater influence in the secular world than ordinary sections. Mu Fan folded his arms, his tone slightly mocking. "They also have close ties with the Dragon Soaring Royal Clan." Hearing this, he looked toward the Dragon Soaring Royal Clan and saw Dragon Soaring Mu already chatting and laughing with several elders. So he really did have connections. Smiling, he greeted them, Master Enian, it's been a long time." The person behind his master also greeted him. "Isn't this Dragon Soaring Mu Yi's nephew?" Elderly Tsuehua turned to Mu Fan and said smugly, "You're Mu Fan, the one defeated by my disciple during that assessment, aren't you? I heard you took a master beneath that iceberg. Why hasn't she come?" He glanced aside and replied, "Master." Before he could finish, elderly Tsuehua raised a hand to interrupt him. "Forget it. I can guess that she's gone into seclusion again." She even shook her head in disappointment. If she did not have some connection to Cloud Sea Manor, she probably would not have taken on a disciple this time. Mu Fan was stunned upon hearing this, trembling with anger and unable to find the words to respond. Lin Yi pointed at them in dismay. "No way. So all of you have ties to Heavenly Palace." Elderly Tsuehua patted his shoulder comfortingly. Heavenly Palace has a long history. The oldest forces and institutions in the cultivation world all have some connection to it. At that moment, Sixth Elder stepped forward. He looked solemnly at everyone, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "This pursuit of the Demon Clan will be a long and arduous mission." Standing beside the other elders, he said, "The heaven and earth calamity is approaching, yet the enemy is still plotting in the shadows. It is the duty of us cultivators to lead humanity through this great catastrophe." Lin, Yi, Saintess, Mu Fan, the three of you must listen carefully. Once you descend the mountain, you must follow the elders' arrangements. The others listened intently. "Do not act rashly." Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Set out." Everyone turned toward the sky in surprise, only to see dozens of flying ships approaching. They exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, they're Heavenly Palace's flying dragon ships. I heard they are masterpieces of the MO school." Each ship descended to the ground and lowered a ladder. Sixth Elder walked over to Lin, E and the Saintess. The Saintess's identity is special. She will travel with me. Lin E opened his mouth and said, wait. No matter what Heavenly Palace's next plan is. He seriously stepped beside the girl. I still want to go with her. Sixth Elder found that acceptable and agreed. Very well. You may come as well. The two boarded the Elder's ship. Sixth Elder looked at the other three Elders and said, 3 Elders. This young lady is Jean Yao. Lin E glanced at the people beside him. He felt that their auras were even more terrifying than that of the Sacred Medicine Sect Master. The Confucian elder, Du Xiaoyang, asked, did the Sacred Medicine Sect Master seal devouring desolation within this little girl's body? Master Enian rolled his prayer beads and said compassionately, to suppress devouring desolation's vicious nature. This child must be kind-hearted and destined for Buddhism. Would you like to take refuge in the Buddhist path? The moment he finished, Taoist Lu Zhiqi charged forward, pointed at him, and shouted, get lost, baldhead. She's still so young, and you want her to become a nun in the future. The two immediately began arguing. Master Enian shouted back, you wretched Taoist. Xiaoyang, try to mediate from the side. Stop arguing. What's there to? The 3 elders possessed none of the solemn bearing expected of senior masters. Sixth Elder turned and sighed to Lin E. As you can see, these 3 elders will secretly keep watch over her from now on. Our greatest concern is that the demon clan will not take the bait. Lin E rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If each of them was stronger than the Sacred Medicine Sect Master, and there were 3 of them, then logically, nothing should go wrong. He turned to Sixth Elder and asked, then what is the next stage of our journey? The old man replied, not long ago, the Myriad Things sect sent word that they might suffer an attack from the demon clan. Most of the disciples have gone there to lie in ambush. Hearing that, he smiled smugly, his tone slightly calculating. The Myriad Things sect? As expected, it's an old familiar place. The flying ship continued through the sky before finally landing at its destination. The one who came to receive them was the Myriad Things sect master, Dao Chongyan. The moment he saw them, he cheerfully greeted them. Sixth Elder, it has been a long time. He and several disciples clasped their hands in salute. This time, our Myriad Things sect will have to rely on Heavenly Palace. Sixth Elder returned the salute. Brother Dao, you are too courteous. Eliminating demons, defending the righteous path, and protecting the world are Heavenly Palace's responsibilities. Dao Chongyan laughed heartily. Haha, good. But first, you must allow me to show you some hospitality. His son behind him looked at Lin E and gave a startled snort. Dao Qingfeng turned to Lin E. It's you. I thought that after the Tsungyuan sect was destroyed, no one knew where you had gone. I never expected you to become a Heavenly Palace disciple. He stared sharply at Lin E and sneered. Could it be that you got in through connections and underhanded methods? Lin E turned back angrily and cursed. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Just as he was about to teach that fellow a lesson, the system displayed another set of choices. Option 1, humiliate Dao Qingfeng. Reward, low-grade pill. Option 2, remain indifferent and ignore him. Reward, high-grade pill. Option 3, admit to using underhanded methods. Reward, the aura-observing art. Seeing the 3 options offered by the system, he was so furious he nearly spat blood. This damned system clearly did not want him to have any peace. He trembled with anger and could only console himself. Then, with a foolish grin, he scratched his head and admitted, I didn't expect you to find out. He even put on an exaggerated act. Those 2 Heavenly Palace disciples may both be quite strong, but unfortunately, they aren't very bright. I only used a few minor tricks. Of course, I might have just infiltrated the place. Dragon Soaring Mu E, who heard this from afar, flew into a rage and shouted, What? A group of Heavenly Palace disciples cursed him furiously. You shameless bastard. Mu Fan merely folded his arms and looked at him without speaking. Lin E successfully received the aura-observing art from the system. Dao Qingfeng could only shake his head upon hearing that. Turning away, he said, I thought the destruction of the Tsungyuan sect would make you more mature. Now it seems that you have not changed at all. He turned to the Saintess and asked, Qing Nu is at Heavenly Palace now too, isn't she? She answered sadly, yes. The elders were worried it would not be safe for me at the Sacred Medicine sect. He smiled faintly. That was the right thing to do, but I did not expect Heavenly Palace to take you in. he said to the saintess. Perhaps they have some way of protecting you. Lin paid no attention to them and turned away, thinking, let me try this out. With that, he activated the aura-observing art he had just received. Everything before his eyes changed. He thought excitedly, this is elemental vision. Looking at the people around him, he found that he could see the intensity of each person's spiritual energy. He looked from one person to another, finding it very interesting. Now, this was what it meant for the system to actually be helpful. The more he examined it, the more uses he could think of. With this ability, whenever he encountered enemies in the future, he could use the aura-observing art to judge their strength. Not bad, not bad. As he thought this, he turned toward the saintess. I wonder what the saintess's aura looks like. But then his eyes widened in disbelief. He saw the immense power of the monster inside her body. His whole body suddenly swayed. This is... His face turned deathly pale as cold sweat poured down his forehead. At that moment, someone called to him, Brother Lin E. The saintess stood before him and called loudly, Brother Lin E. He snapped back to his senses. She asked worriedly, what's wrong? Why were you suddenly standing there staring at me? He forced a smile and tried to remain calm, pointing elsewhere as he replied, it's nothing. Let's go too. Still shaken, he thought, I knew that artifact was powerful, but this is truly unbelievable. Dao Chongyun walked ahead and said, Honored guest from Heavenly Palace, please follow me. The Myriad Things sect has prepared a banquet for you. Lin said in surprise. Oh. He hurriedly grabbed Dao Qingfeng by the shoulder. Hey kid, do you know anything about why Heavenly Palace is helping your sect? Dao Qingfeng turned and looked at him coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin leaned close and whispered, stop playing dumb. From the beginning, it was the Sacred Medicine sect that colluded with you to cause trouble for our sect. And just now, you said the saintess would be safer at Heavenly Palace. You must know something. He leaned in closer, looking mysterious and confident. At the very least, you know there's something adorable inside her. Dao Qingfeng remained calm. That is not some secret. Many people know about it. So, Lin raised a finger and smiled smugly. So, does your Myriad Things sect also have something adorable like that? This time, Dao Qingfeng was truly alarmed. He shook off Lin Yi's hand and asked, how do you know? Lin Yi did not answer, only smiling faintly. That's right. Through the aura-observing art, I saw demonic spiritual power behind this building, inside the Myriad Things sect's tower that resembles the saintess's. He smiled at Dao Qingfeng and asked in return, how do you think I know? The banquet hall was vast and filled with fragrance. Dao Chongyun sat in the seat of honor and said, the elders and gifted disciples of Heavenly Palace are truly distinguished guests of our Myriad Things sect. He laughed heartily and excitedly. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Enjoy yourselves. Ha ha ha. Lin, he looked at the banquet table laden with delicacies. I've long heard that the Myriad Things sect is wealthy. That's right, elderly Tsuehua said as she gnawed on a huge chicken leg. You got that right. Most cultivators pride themselves on being above worldly concerns. Sects also require their inner disciples to cultivate their character. He munched on an apple as he listened to her. Only the Myriad Things sect is an oddity in the cultivation world. The entire sect is unconventional. Elderly Tsuehua pointed to the women dancing. What other sect lets its own female disciples dance to entertain guests? Not to mention all those jade treasures and artifacts. She continued, of course, it is precisely because of this unconventional nature that the Myriad Things sect's businesses have expanded so greatly. From raising spirit beasts to auctioning treasures, they do anything that makes money. That is why they are so wealthy. Dao Chongyin carried a cup of wine over to Sixth Elder. Smiling, he said, Old Sixth, the last time we met seems like it was just last time. He threw an arm around Sixth Elder's shoulder and said excitedly, Come, let me toast you. Our Myriad Things sect will need much of your care in the future. Sweating nervously, the uncomfortable old man replied, Sect Master Chongyun, eliminating demons and defending the righteous path are Heavenly Palace's duties. You need not be so courteous. Before he could finish, the other man stuffed the wine cup into his mouth and forced him to drain it. After forcing the old man to drink, Dao Chongyun raised his own cup and drank as he said, How is it? This immortal brew isn't bad, right? Ha ha ha. He then walked over to Dragon Sorimu E. Isn't this little Moo? Long time no see. When your father celebrated his 200th birthday, I was the one who helped arrange it. He went over and hugged Dragon Sorimu E. when your second elder brother married, he also took one of our myriad things sex female disciples as his wife. Then he called several young women over to surround the youth. Kulme, kulme, kulme. Take a look today and see whether there is anyone you fancy. The voluptuous young women pressed around him until his face turned bright red, and he said in a fluster, "Wait." But dragon soaring moo, he ultimately became so excited that he got a nosebleed. Seeing this, Lenny broke out in a cold sweat and wondered, is this guy really a sect master? He feels more like some wandering hero of the martial world. Dao Chongyin suddenly turned toward Lenny. His eyes shone like stars as he charged forward so aggressively that he could only give an awkward smile. But it turned out he was heading for the Saintess. With his hands clasped behind his back, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Fairy Saintess, it has been a long time. I am glad to see that you are safe and well. Then he suddenly turned to Dao Qingfeng and shouted, "You brat, get over here." Dao Qingfeng stood beside his father with a flushed face. The old man patted his son's back and laughed. "Hurry up and greet Fairy Saintess. This is the first time you two have properly met, isn't it?" The two stood and looked at each other awkwardly. Dao Qingfeng clasped his hands and said to her, "I am Dao Qingfeng. Please forgive my discourtesy this time." The Saintess looked at him shyly and replied, hello." Before either could say anything else, Dao Chongyin pushed his son forward and urged him impatiently, "You brat, you should get closer to Fairy Saintess. After all, you're of the same generation." His face suddenly became serious. Besides, but then he abruptly turned around, smiling and waving his hand. Never mind, never mind. I won't disturb you any longer." Once the old man left, the Saintess, and Dao Qingfeng stood in silence, staring at one another without knowing what to say. Elderly Tsuhua, seated at a nearby table, looked over in confusion. Why were those three staring at each other? Then the old man also waved his hand and turned to leave. "Never mind, there seems to be another jar of wine over there. This old man should not disturb you either." After he departed, Dao Qingfeng sternly questioned Lin. "You still haven't answered my earlier question." Lin Yi quietly listened as the other man asked, "How did you know that our myriad things sect has also sealed away a ferocious beast? In theory, only a few elders of Heavenly Palace know about this, but they may not necessarily have told you." He raised his wine cup without answering directly, merely saying, "Naturally, I have my own methods. But I suppose your myriad things sect is also planning to imprison that ferocious beast inside someone's body." Dao Qingfeng frowned. After hearing Lin, he stated, so certainly, he did not know what to say. "And that person is you, isn't it?" Dao Qingfeng did not deny it, only tacitly admitting it. The Saintess widened her eyes and looked at him worriedly. "But that is extremely dangerous." He turned and smiled at her. "Of course it is dangerous, but the heaven and earth calamity is nearly upon us. Neither you nor I have many choices left, do we?" Lin Yi glanced at him and asked, "What exactly is the benefit of imprisoning that ferocious beast inside a human body? The Saintess sect has already done so. Is your myriad things sect planning to follow suit? Don't act so superior. Small sects like yours naturally wouldn't understand." Dao Qingfeng spoke, then seriously explained to Lin, "Actually, devouring desolation inside the body of heavenly maiden Jin Yao, as well as the evil beast of our myriad things sect, are both among the ancient seven fiends. They exist eternally in this world, so they can only be sealed. As for the benefits, if they're sealed within a living person's body, that person can absorb a portion of their power." Lin Yi recalled the power he had sensed from Fairy Jin Yao earlier and frowned. "So the Saintess sect and your sect are the same. You both want to borrow the power of ferocious beasts to protect your sections." He glanced at Dao Qingfeng. "Doing this must be extremely dangerous, right?" Dao Qingfeng replied as though unconcerned. "If the will of the sealed person is not strong enough, the ferocious beast may break free. When that happens, that person will completely become the beast's vessel." Thinking of someone being consumed by the ferocious beast's power, he emphasized every word. "In other words, they will die." Lin Yi walked over to Fairy Jin Yao and patted her head. "Fairy Jin Yao has a kind heart. I believe you can definitely suppress devouring desolation." Then he looked toward Dao Qingfeng. "And you? Aren't you afraid of losing control?" He looked at Dao Chongyun, who was pouring wine for the others. "Besides, How could your father bear to let his precious son do something like this? Dao Qingfeng explained frankly, that is precisely why my master invited Heavenly Palace to help. If something goes wrong, the elders of Heavenly Palace can still salvage the situation. Lin Yi kindly warned him, then you had better be careful too. The demon clan previously targeted Fairy Jean Yao and devouring desolation within her body. This time, they will surely target you as well. Dao Qingfeng propped one hand on the table and the other on his hip, looking entirely unconcerned. Before the banquet, my father had the elders of Heavenly Palace inspect the formation, sealing the evil beast once more. Right now, Heavenly Palace and our Myriad Things sect have many elders and disciples standing guard. We are simply waiting for the demon clan to appear. He was brimming with confidence. It could be said that nothing could possibly go wrong. But the moment he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Lenny cried out in alarm, "Damn it, watch out." The others also asked in panic, "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" Because of the tremors, the wine in Lin Yi's cup splashed directly onto Dao Qingfeng's face. Lin Yi gave him an embarrassed smile. "Sorry about that." Dao Chongyin also sensed something. The old man suddenly turned and shouted, "What is this aura?" With that, he immediately flew outside. Lin Yi and the others stood and looked outside as well, asking anxiously what happened. Everyone stood in the courtyard and looked toward the tower behind them. Powerful spiritual energy was surging from it. Dao Chongyin was somewhat alarmed. How can this be? A claw of devouring desolation stretched out. Then its enormous true form appeared, clinging to the outside of the tower. It looked terrifying beyond measure. Dragon Soaring Mu, Yi, and the others were dumbstruck, cold sweat breaking out as they asked, "What is that monster? A demonic beast? Its aura is terrifying." Dao Qingfeng shouted in fright, "The seal has broken." "How is that possible?" Dao Chongyun immediately turned and ordered everyone, all disciples of the Myriad Things sect, immediately enter maximum alert. Guard against an attack by the demon clan. He turned to the sixth elder. "I hope Heavenly Palace will lend our Myriad Things sect a hand." The old man looked at him calmly and replied, "Of course. Master Enian and Daoist Xiaoyao have already gone ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Master Enian and Lu Zhizhi flying toward the monster. Lu Zhizhi shouted, "Sixth Elder, we will leave this side to you." Dao Chongyun leaped onto a divine bird and shouted toward Dao Qingfeng, "Son, follow me quickly." He rode the bird away while ordering the remaining disciples to follow at once. The disciples of the Myriad Things sect immediately flew after him. Mu Fan came to the sixth elder's side and asked, "Sixth elder, what about us?" The old man turned to look at them. "You cannot interfere in the matter of that ferocious beast." Then he looked at the disciples and ordered, "Go find your masters. Prepare to assist the Myriad Things sect in defending against the demon clan's attack." The disciples responded in unison. Lenny looked around in confusion and asked, "Where is Li Tsuehua?" Elder Li Tsuehua came over with a chicken drumstick in her mouth and a large wine jar at her arms. I'm here." Raising her head to look at the monster atop the tower, she cried out in alarm, "Whoa, what is going on?" She had been so busy eating and drinking that she received the sixth elder's news late. While she was still stunned, an arrow suddenly flew toward the old man from behind, aimed directly at him. Lin Yi shouted anxiously, "Watch out." Li Tsuehua hurriedly turned around. She kicked out, knocking the arrow away at once. She shouted furiously, "Who is it?" Looking up at the city gate, they saw it was filled with members of the demon clan, all gazing down with sinister smiles. One demon pulled a bone weapon from his back and said, "Long time no see." His entire body was bony, and he wore a mohawk as he stood there laughing smugly. Lin Yi and the others immediately watched the demon clan warily. Li Tsuehua turned to ask him, "You know that fellow?" Lin Yi frowned, trying to recall him. "You are?" The man laughed loudly. "That's right. You did not expect me to appear before you looking like this, did you?" Yet Lin Yi merely scratched his chin and asked, "Who are you?" It was as if the man was not even worth remembering. The man angrily pointed at Lin Yi and cursed, "Bastard! I am Hu Tsilei of the Golden Light sect. Have you forgotten me already? Have you forgotten that demon clan invasion?" Lin Yi merely leaned on one hand and looked at him. "Oh," finally remembering, he asked, "It was you? But how did you become one of the demon clan?" The man looked at his own hand. "I used to be the star of my clan until I was defeated by you. You were the one who shattered my pride. To defeat you, I underwent the 100 demon internal slaying, but I never expected you to be even stronger than I had imagined. As he spoke of this, he became enraged again. You are an inescapable nightmare. Only by defeating a genius like you can I prove myself. To achieve that goal, I obtained power beyond imagination from the Demon Clan. You should wake up to reality. This man was certainly well suited to recruit for the Demon Clan. Seeing this, Lin even picked his nose and mocked him. Sorry, but I really forgot you. The man roared, Today, I will tear you to pieces. He charged down with a crowd of demons. Kill! The sixth elder immediately gave the order to meet them in battle. The two sides began a desperate fight. Hutzile kept pursuing Lin Yi and attacking him. Lin Yi, fight me. He gave a sinister grin and charged forward, only to be knocked flying by someone. It was Dragon Soaring Mu Yi. He looked at Hutzile and provocatively said, Open your eyes, Baldy. This young master is the strongest one here. If you want to fight, fight me. Hutzile was furious. He stomped onto the ground to steady himself and roared, Bastard, I have no interest in you. You need interest to do anything. Without interest, there is no motivation to fight. Standing opposite Dragon Soaring Mu Yi, he cursed, Get lost. Dragon Soaring Mu Yi immediately summoned a stream of water to block the two bone weapons Hutzile fired. Lin Yi raised a hand to shield Jin Yao. He glared angrily at his opponent. This guy, just as he was about to charge in and settle their grudge, the system presented him with choices. Option 1, courageously slay the enemy. Reward, a great culinary cleaver. Option 2, blend in among the disciples and reap the benefits without effort. Reward, a black iron sword. Option 3, the situation is unstable. Retreat quickly. Reward, a 7-star flowing rainbow sword. Looking at these choices, Lin Yi could only break out in a silent cold sweat as he calculated. Then he would choose the best reward. He immediately grabbed Jin Yao, turned, and ran. I'm leaving first. I'll leave these demons to you. Dragon Soaring Mu Yi cursed as he fought. Seriously? This guy. Li Tsuehua also glared at him. Hey, where are you going? With one move, she killed several demons. You are doing the right thing. While fighting, the sixth elder said, The Demon Clan's target is very likely Jin Yao. As he fought the demons, he thought of the two elders suppressing the demonic beast, with Taoist Xiaoyao and Master Enian both tied up by that monster. Continuing to remain with them would be too conspicuous. Seeing Lin Yi pull Jin Yao away, the sixth elder thought that the Saintist sect master might take advantage of the Demon Clan's attack to come directly for them. It would be better to hide Jin Yao. Lin Yi pulled Jin Yao and flew toward the top of the tower, where the monster was approaching. Suddenly, he could not help crying out, Ah! He hurriedly pulled Jin Yao aside, successfully dodging a flying blade. The two stood in the courtyard, facing an empty building. Lin Yi shouted angrily, Come out! Stop hiding! As soon as he spoke, a barrage of flying knives shot straight at them. He calmly dodged aside. He immediately used the aura-observing art. The enemy's spiritual energy was instantly laid bare before him. Staring straight at his opponent, he said, Didn't I tell you? I can see you, you freak. The man finally revealed his true form. You can detect me? How is that possible? The golden-eyed, double-horned demon appeared, looking at Lin Yi provocatively. It's you. You are still alive. Recalling what had happened last time, he rolled his eyes. If that little girl had not been behind you last time, you would have been finished. This time, she cannot save you. Lin Yi frowned silently at his opponent, thinking, This guy makes nearly all my primary spells useless. He is quite troublesome. Seeing this, Jin Yao stepped forward to comfort him. It's all right, brother Lin Yi. You cannot defeat devouring desolation. Leave it to me. The demon sneered. Oh, are you really going to hide behind a woman? Recalling the scene of Jin Yao unleashing beastly power, he said, Perhaps you do not know that devouring desolation is sealed inside her. She must constantly suppress the urge to kill within her. Once she fights, she may very well lose control, causing devouring desolation to erupt completely. He grinned wickedly. Now that you know this, do you still want her to fight? Lin Yi turned to Jin Yao in shock and hurriedly asked, Is what he said true? But she did not answer clearly, only hesitating as she said, Just a little. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately stepped forward and raised a hand to protect Jin Yao behind him. In that case, I'll deal with you this time. She still said worriedly, but Linji fermiri plaid, Novats. He whispered into her ear, We'll fight first. If we cannot win, we run. The demon did not wait any longer. He snorted coldly and rushed in. Lin Yi quickly assumed a stance to cast lightning arts. The opponent was utterly fearless. "Fool, didn't I tell you that all spells are useless against me?" he shouted smugly. "Disappear." The two forces collided, sending sparks flying. The demon cried out in surprise. "Huh?" He looked at Lin Yi in surprise. "You missed." But before he could react, Lin Yi's thunder-infused iron fist smashed hard into his foul mouth. The punch sent him flying onto the stairs. He crawled back up, rubbing his aching mouth as he cursed. "You brat." Lin Yi smiled triumphantly as he prepared his next attack. As expected, although spells are useless against you, as long as it is a physical technique, your eyes cannot neutralize it, right? The demon froze for a moment. Then he threw back his head and laughed. "Ha ha! You want to compare physical combat with us of the demon clan?" He took off his outer robe, veins bulging on his forehead as he grinned viciously. "Brat, you have truly picked the wrong opponent." Lin Yi stared at him in surprise. The demon clenched both fists as his arms gradually swelled. "Let me broaden your horizons." His entire body suddenly became packed with hard muscles, and his height increased several-fold. "This is what I look like when I get serious." The three of them watched one another tensely. Lin Yi used the aura-observing art to inspect his opponent. This guy's spiritual energy is stronger than before. After transforming, his demonic power has surged. Jin Yao worriedly said from behind him, "Brother Lin Yi, he looks difficult to deal with. Why not let me handle him?" Lin Yi turned and smiled reassuringly at her. "Don't worry, he is only an opponent of this level." He added, "I will not lose." The demon had already leaped into the air to ambush him. As the opponent's foot neared him, Lin Yi hurriedly dodged. Zulfast! With a single move, the demon destroyed the place where Lin Yi had been standing. Jin Yao cried out worriedly, "Brother Lin Yi." Before the demon had even landed, he laughed smugly. "That's right, trash at this level. I will not lose." Jin Yao clenched her fists and stared at him. The demon placed his hands on his hips and mocked her. "Oh, you want to fight?" Jin Yao glared, demonic energy beginning to surge throughout her body. He continued, "This time, I will not be careless like last time." Suddenly, she turned her head in alarm. A huge boulder was flying toward the demon, yet he did not react at all, calmly standing there as he looked at it and let out an indifferent "oh." He narrowed one eye and smiled. "Still not dead? TSK, TSK. Such a cheap trick." But he had not expected Lin Yi to be behind the boulder. The instant it shattered was also the moment Lin Yi counterattacked. The demon gritted his teeth and cried out in shock, "What?" Lin Yi smiled smugly and drove his fist into the demon's face. "Taste this punch." The demon struck back with all his might. Jin Yao looked at Lin Yi anxiously. "Brother Lin Yi, are you all right?" The demon stared at him in disbelief and demanded, "That kick just now should have broken the neck of even a Heavenly Palace disciple. How are you completely unharmed?" Lin Yi casually rubbed his neck. That massage felt pretty good. After speaking, he curled a finger, provoking his opponent to continue. He smugly thought to himself, "Fortunately, I cultivate the dust-severing true return art and possess the innate true wilderness body. My physical constitution far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. Otherwise, that attack just now would have been difficult to withstand." The demon's eyes reddened, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "Very well. It seems I have underestimated you once again." He charged forward, roaring threateningly. "But this ends here." Lin Yi also clenched his fists and rushed at him. "Perfect. I'll use you to test my cultivation." Their fists collided, sparks flying as a deafening boom rang out. Neither gave way. The opponent frowned at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi frowned back at him. The two were evenly matched and separated. Lin Yi stared at his opponent, thinking, "This guy's incredibly strong." The demon did not stop. He immediately fired a barrage of dark, demonic arrows. "Try this." Lin Yi hurriedly dodged, thinking that the demon clan truly deserved its reputation for physical strength. He clasped his hands and raised them to his mouth. To his surprise, a protective barrier immediately appeared around him, repelling every one of the opponent's projectiles. Not a single one struck him. The demon cried out in shock. "What?" They were all deflected. Lin Yi charged at his opponent again, his fist clenched tight. The demon looked up in a daze, thinking, "How can this guy do this? Last time, he was clearly beaten by me." Before he could finish the thought, Lin Yi's fist struck his face. The demon cried out in pain. "Ah!" He crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters and coughing up blood. Ugh! In disbelief, he thought, what kind of evil technique has this bastard been cultivating? Seeing Lin Yi charge at him again, his opponent thought to himself, could it be the supreme golden body of the Vajra temple? Lin Yi's fist came crashing down fiercely, and his opponent threw a punch as well. The two battled intensely, neither willing to yield, growing fiercer with every exchange. Sweating profusely, the man stared at his opponent in fear. Am I seeing things? Lin Yi was also tense and drenched in sweat, yet his punches and kicks never stopped. His opponent thought, why does this guy seem harder and harder to deal with? Lin Yi struck at his opponent with both hands at once. The opponent swiftly raised both arms to block and grab hold of his fists. Frowning and sweating, Lin Yi stared at him, only for his opponent to unexpectedly slam his head into Lin Yi's head with a shout. Lin Yi cried out in pain and spat blood. Gritting his teeth, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. He said angrily, the one who should fall is. Then he used the same move, viciously driving his forehead into his opponent's mouth. His opponent staggered backward and vomited blood. He even lost a tooth. In pain, his opponent cursed furiously, bastard. Lin Yi clenched his fists and watched him fall to the ground. The opponent sprang back up and demanded angrily, who exactly are you? How can a chi refinement cultivator possess such a powerful physique? Lin Yi remained silent, smiling smugly at him. This body was forged by the innate, true desolation physique. I never expected it to be this strong. It seems even the demon clan's formidable physical strength can no longer threaten me. He beckoned to his opponent again. Want to continue? Just as his opponent was about to rise and charge, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the tower, drawing both their attention. He looked toward the tower. That is, the monster bound by chains was gradually being pulled back into the tower. He said in shock, Tao. He turned back to the Demon Clan member and sneered. Looks like your plan has failed. I don't know how you broke the seal, but that thing is about to be imprisoned again. Yet his opponent showed no fear and merely smiled. Is that so? He threw back his head and laughed. So you think you've won? No, the real show is only beginning. Suddenly, the saintess behind him cried out in pain. Her entire body began radiating the demonic beast's spiritual power. She asked anxiously that is. Lin Yi hurried to her side. What's wrong? Trembling, she pressed a hand to her chest. Devouring desolation inside my body. It's moving. It feels as though something is approaching. All the cultivators braced themselves and circulated their spiritual power. Elsewhere, everyone was doing their utmost to seal the monster. Lu Jitsi shouted, the seal is almost complete. Keep it up. He looked at the enormous monster before him. Good. Tao Wu is about to be imprisoned. Lu Jitsi folded his arms and thought, that Du Xiaoyang does not seem to intend to make a move. He looked into the distance, where Lin Yi was fighting. At first, I thought the enemy would use a diversion and launch a sneak attack on the Saintess. I never expected the murderer of the Saintess sect master not to show up. Two disciples stared in astonishment toward an approaching figure. One of them shouted, who are you? A horned young woman charged forward without hesitation. They both yelled, stop, but she did not react at all. Meli Mutring, I'm so hungry. One of the young men drew his blade and rushed forward. She is obviously from the Demon Clan. Why waste words on her? He leaped up and slashed down at her, intending to seize her. But unexpectedly, a tail emerged from beneath her cloak. She swung that sharp, bony tail. Everyone exclaimed in shock. What is that? Three people charged forward. Careful, stop that thing. The tail pierced one of them, and his spiritual power was immediately drained away. He screamed, that monster did not even need to move. It simply opened its mouth, and its tail absorbed everyone's spiritual power. Impossible. My spiritual power has been drained. What kind of monster is this? After feeding, it withdrew its tail and licked its lips with satisfaction. Delicious. As soon as it spoke, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck it. It cried out in pain. Lu Jitsi uttered a surprised sound. The old man glared coldly at it. It actually withstood my divine firmament lightning? The monster looked up at him, licking its lips with a hungry expression. The old man warned it, if that is the case. As he spoke, he drew his sword. Then taste my supreme unity true lightning. He affixed a talisman to the sword. Take this. The sword fired a powerful bolt of lightning like a lightning cannon. He pointed it directly at the monster. Turned to ashes. The monster was blasted to the ground. The old man looked down at the creature lying on the ground and laughed. That is all. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait, the thing on the ground was not defeated by his lightning. It was absorbing it. This is Unexpectedly, after absorbing Lu Jizi's attack, it revealed its true form as a monster that kept crying, hungry. So hungry, a huge monstrous mouth grew from beneath the young woman's body, its eyes glowing brightly. So hungry, its horns and tail extended longer than an arm, pitch black, while its claws became long and curved. It stared at the old man and said, "I want to eat more." He stared at it in shock. From above, Master Enian warned, "Be careful. That is Tao Hie's host." Elsewhere, Dao Chongyun was focused on sealing the monster. Cold sweat ran down his face as he gritted his teeth in worry. Damn it, it will be difficult for us to get away now. Lu Jizi looked up in alarm. Tao Tai? Wasn't that thing suppressed in the sea of no light by the first palace master thousands of years ago? How could it have found a host? Everyone immediately rushed forward. Stop it, all of you. Attack that monster with everything you have. But the monster only grew more excited and opened its mouth wide. I'll absorb all your spiritual power. The young cultivators struggled to keep their footing. How? How is this possible? Our attacks. They watched in disbelief as all their attacks were swallowed by the monster. The young woman stood atop the monster's back, her face filled with pleasure. Delicious, so delicious. Dao Qingfeng frowned and gritted his teeth. Damn it, spells seemed to be useless against it. He waved his hand, released the spirit beasts. Immediately, birds, monkeys, white horses, bears, and all kinds of spirit beasts charged wildly at the monster. It stood completely still, then raised its tail and swept all the spirit beasts aside in a single strike. Everyone cried out in horror. What is happening? The monster opened its mouth wide and kept lashing out with its tail. Everyone shouted in panicked fury. Damn it, it still isn't working. The monkey immediately fled into the distance. But the monster would not let it go. It stretched out its long claws and seized the monkey, then stuffed it straight into its tooth-filled mouth as though it were food. Everyone stood there in terror. Heavens, my profound insight monkey has been eaten. The monster licked its lips contentedly as it chewed and swallowed. Releasing spirit beasts was no different from offering it food. Dao Qingfeng frowned, sweat streaming down his face. This monster. Master Enian descended beside Lu Jizi. Your Taoist arts are not suited to fighting this monster. Go assist Dao Chongyun in sealing Tao Wu. I will handle it. Then he stood before Tao Tai and rebuked it. Evil creature, the Buddha is merciful. He raised a hand to his mouth as spiritual power surged throughout his body. Today, I will deliver you from evil. While sealing Tao Wu, Dao Chongyun looked down below. Master Enian's supreme golden body has never been defeated. With a quick glance, he broke into a cold sweat. Though Taoist Lu and I can hardly provide support, we should be able to hold out until the captain returns. Lin Yi activated the aura-observing art, his eyes widening as he saw spiritual power engulfing the top of the tower. That monster. There's another one. The demon behind him stepped forward and said, "How do you think we managed to destroy the 9 profound sword sect?" He shouted smugly. This time, the myriad things sect will be no different. None of you will escape. All of you will. But before he could finish, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens and struck him directly. He screamed in agony. Suppressed by the golden light, he was pinned flat to the ground and unable to move. Who dares ambush me? Then he could do nothing more as his body was crushed down, blood spraying from his mouth. Golden talismans fell from the sky around Lin Yi and the others. It was Senior Du Zhaoyang. He stood before Lin Yi. Lin Yi éclatait in choc, Daoist pidiste. Du Zhaoyang turned to him and said, "You have worked hard. The two of you, come with me now. We must head to the pagoda at once." Lin Yi stared in astonishment. When did he get here? Even my aura-observing art did not detect him at all. Du Zhaoyang threw several talismans toward the demon. As for you, later you will tell us everything you know. Do not conceal a single word. The demon was imprisoned by talismans within an invisible space, deprived of all gravity. He roared furiously, "Bastard! I'll show you what my Taoist arts can." But no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. Damn it, why am I Taoist arts? Du Zhaoyang looked at him coldly. Fool, this is my way of deliverance, not some ordinary spell. It is a pity I failed to lure out the one behind you. I thought he would make a move personally. Lin Yi stood behind him, gripping his blade. So Elder Du had been here all along? Du Zhaoyang turned and replied, "I have been hiding in the shadows the entire time. The enemy has long set their sights on the devouring desolation within the Sanctus. If they want to take it, they must reveal themselves." Hearing that, Lin Yi grew even more confused. So the Sanctus and I were bait as well? The people of the Heavenly Palace truly are Suddenly, Lin Yi spotted something and shouted, "Watch out!" A stream of purple demonic energy rushed toward them. Du Xiaoyang calmly raised 2 fingers and invoked a decree. A tremendous explosion immediately thundered through the air. The purple smoke slowly gathered, forming a pair of eyes. It was the demon that had once attacked Lin Yi's group and the Saintess sect master. Upon seeing him, Lin Yi shouted furiously, "He is the murderer who killed the Saintess sect master." Lin Yi fixed his gaze on him, frowning. This guy has finally appeared. A disturbance behind him made him turn around. The Saintess was now radiating immense power, glaring at the demon with fury in her eyes. "It was you. You killed my master." "Of course I did. But it was you, little girl, who sealed devouring desolation. Last time, the Saintess sect master sacrificed his life to save others. This time, whose life are you planning to sacrifice to escape?" Seeing devouring desolation's power growing stronger, Lin Yi stepped forward in a cold sweat to reassure the Saintess. "Calm down. He is deliberately trying to provoke you." Du Zhaoyang stepped forward. "The boy is right. Someone capable of killing the Saintess sect master is not an opponent you can handle in your current state. You should first." Before he could finish, all 3 were engulfed by the demon's black mist. Du Zhaoyang glared at him angrily. "You still dare attack? Dream on." He immediately formed a hand seal and created a barrier protecting the 3 of them. The demon's black mist could not penetrate it. 5 orbs of spiritual energy appeared in his palm. "You dare try to take someone right in front of me? You skulking coward! You are far too arrogant." With that, he unleashed an extremely powerful strike at the demon. "Take this." The demon was immediately struck by Du Zhaoyang's attack. With a tremendous explosion, his body burst into pieces. Du Zhaoyang was stunned by the sight. What was that? A clone? Lin Yi scanned their surroundings. If that was a fake, where's the enemy's true body? Suddenly, black smoke appeared beside Lin Yi, making him whip around in alarm. He was deeply shaken. Damn it, it is that aura. That disheveled man was using the strange eye that had killed the Saintess sect master again. The strange eye immediately condensed energy into a sphere in front of itself. Du Zhaoyang hurriedly formed a défensive barrière. "It is fine. My righteous vital energy is the bane of evil arts." But Lin Yi did not think so. No, this move is completely. Seeing the strange eye about to attack, Lin Yi panicked. Damn it, there is no time to explain. Gritting his teeth, he activated the aura observing art. This time, I have to see this attack clearly. After seeing through the move, Lin Yi urgently warned Du Zhaoyang, "Do not counterattack. You will die." Du Zhaoyang looked baffled, unable to understand him. "What are you talking about?" There was no time to explain. Lin Yi immediately leaped over, grabbed Du Zhaoyang, and pulled him away from the attack. The attack struck the ground behind them, causing a tremendous explosion that sent dirt, stones, and dust flying everywhere. Seeing its power, Du Zhaoyang broke into a cold sweat. What kind of move is that? It is so bizarre. Even my righteous vital energy cannot block its attack at all. The disheveled man looked at Lin Yi and thought, this brat actually managed to pull Du Zhaoyang out of the way. Why? No one has ever seen through this move. How was he able to see it? Lin Yi was also secretly assessing him. That ocular technique is terrifying. It seems the Saintess sect master was defeated by this very move. Without the aura observing art, there's no way I could detect it. The disheveled man snorted. If that is the case. Oh wait, it seems things over there are nearly finished as well. Fine then. With that, he cast a technique to break the seal, imprisoning the demon clan member. The seal was released, and the demon clan member fell to the ground, weakly calling out twice, "My lord." The disheveled man turned to him. "Leave. I will handle this place." The demon clan member hesitated as he looked at him. "But my lord, I enough. Let your people and withdraw." "I will not say it again." Frightened, the man lowered his head and accepted the order. Before leaving, he glanced back at Lin Yi and the others, then shot into the forest. The disheveled man turned back toward Lin Yi's group. "As for all of you, I presume you have understood by now." Du Zhaoyang frowned at Lin Yi. "Boy, how did you detect that man's sneak attack just now?" Lin Yi gave a bitter smile. "I am afraid that would be difficult to explain in a short time, but I can see it." A strand of spiritual energy flew from between Du Zhaoyang's brows. It was called the profound meaning of the Confucian Tao. The spiritual energy entered Lin Yi's brow. This is the profound meaning of the Confucian Tao, hearts united as one. While Lin Yi was still dazedly sensing that spiritual energy, Du Xiaoyang spoke. From now on, our minds are linked. I will be responsible for attacking, while you warn me how to evade that man's attacks. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Understood. Du Xiaoyang circulated the spiritual energy in his hand. Then it's time for me to get serious. Using spiritual energy to form an arrow, Du Xiaoyang aimed at the disheveled man. The 6 arts of a gentleman, ritual archery. He released his hand, and the arrow flew toward the disheveled man at tremendous speed. The man snorted coldly and unleashed a counterattack with a strange eye. It is only a Confucian art. Du Xiaoyang's arrow was shattered, and the attack continued toward Du Xiaoyang. But this time, with their minds linked and Lin Yi's warning, Du Xiaoyang easily evaded it. The disheveled man said in astonishment, so it was not a coincidence. He truly can see my attacks. Lin Yi stared at him with a smile. Good. Compared to before, this attack seems weaker this time. Perhaps he cannot unleash it endlessly without conditions. If we stall until the other 2 elders come and resolve the trouble. At that moment, he turned around and was shocked to discover that Tao Wu had still not been sealed. What the hell? Could it be that the 2 elders cannot handle the trouble over there either? Du Xiaoyang fired another arrow at the man, whose entire body was rotting away. At the same time, he warned Lin Yi not to let down his guard. By now, Du Xiaoyang was utterly exhausted, his face drenched in sweat. Damn it, I thought the 3 of us taking action would be cautious enough, but I never expected us to be driven into such a desperate state. The Heavenly Palace truly miscalculated this time. As he thought, he said to Lin Yi, since things have come to this, we can only fight while retreating toward the pagoda. At the very least, we can join up with the others there first. The rotting man burst into laughter. You want to run? It will not be that easy. Having said that, he once again controlled the ghostly eye to attack Lin Yi and the other 2. Master Enian had been fighting Tao Dai for so long that he was already exhausted. Damn it, even my supreme golden body cannot withstand it all. His face was pale as he stood there, gasping for breath. This damned demon is truly the bane of my cultivation art. Gritting his teeth, Master Enian activated the supreme golden body and prepared to fight Tao Tai to the death. Come on, I will never let you have your way. Lu Jitsi fixed his gaze on Master Enian. The monster exhaled a thick cloud of black smoke. Looking at the dried corpses on the ground, the woman said to Tao Tai, everyone else's spiritual power has already been drained. Now only this old man remains. Tao Tai slowly opened its mouth, disgusting drool spilling out and making people nauseous. The woman in Tao Dai continued to absorb Master Enian's spiritual power. Licking her fingertips, the woman wore an utterly satisfied expression. Delicious. Truly delicious. Master Enian gritted his teeth and thought, the woman's sinister arts are no joke. I never expected even this monk's attacks to be completely ineffective. Just then, an explosion sounded from the pagoda. Lin Yi, Jin Yao, and Du Xiaoyang had arrived as well. Luckily, they had made it in time. The situation had not yet spiraled completely out of control. They landed directly before Tao Tai. As the dust settled, Lin Yi closed his eyes and coughed several times. The instant he opened them, the sight before him startled him badly. Before him stood the terrifying Tao Tai and the woman, both staring intently at him. Seeing that disheveled fellow had also caught up, Lin Yi clicked his tongue. This is troublesome. The 2 of them have joined forces. How are the 2 elders supposed to fight them? Du Xiaoyang, standing beside him, said, we absolutely cannot let them advance. Tao Wu's seal must be completed. The disheveled man sneered upon hearing this. You certainly are confident, but I am not some kind of devil. I will give you one last chance. Hand over Tao Wu and devouring desolation, and I will let you leave. Master Enian angrily pointed at him and shouted, in your dreams, we will never compromise with demons like you. Sweating profusely, Du Xiaoyang secretly glanced at Jin Yao behind him and thought, that may be true, but Jin Yao is here too. If anything should happen, Lin Yi looked toward the woman and said, and this woman, is she Tao Yi's host? Who exactly is she? So many people cannot even handle her alone. Taoist Xiao Yao frowned. Brat, you make it sound easy. This monster renders both our attacks and our defenses useless. What do you think that means? It is invincible and can replenish its health too. This is absurd. Is there no further information on it? Ever since Tao Tai was sealed in the Sea of No Light by the previous palace master, it has remained out of the world's affairs. Information about it was long ago forgotten by all of you in the river of history. Lin Yi frowned in thought. It seemed like an upgraded version of the Demon Ridge. He wondered whether his innate true desolation physique could withstand it. As he thought, he stepped forward. If I restrain her, can you think of a way to deal with her? Brat, what are you doing? Do you know that even I and Master Enian could not? But Du Xiaoyang raised a hand to stop Daoist Xiaoyao. No, this brat can do it. Earlier, he was able to see through that man's attack. You could even say he saved my life. Perhaps we can trust him. The two elders looked at Lin Yi for a long while without speaking. Daoist Xiaoyao turned to Du Xiaoyang. Du Xiaoyang, are you certain? This is no joke. Du Xiaoyang stepped before Lin Yi and asked, what do you think? Once we risk our lives, I am afraid we will not be able to look after you. Lin Yi gritted his teeth as he stared at the two monsters before him. I will try, but how do you two intend to withstand that man's attack? Du Xiaoyang said to the others, Old Lu, use your Taoist evasion armor to protect us. As for Master Enian, before he could finish, Master Enian stepped forward with his staff. Leave that one to me. This monk refuses to believe that two people can break my supreme golden body in a single day. You two support me. Daoist Xiaoyao turned to Du Xiaoyang. If that is the case, let us go. Lin Yi charged forward, but looked back and instructed Jin Yao, go hide inside the pagoda first. If the situation turns unfavorable, do not worry about anything else. Do everything you can to keep yourself safe, then return to the heavenly palace. Lin Yi's words to Jin Yao sounded like a farewell. She reached out toward him and called Lin Yi's name. At that moment, Dao Qingfeng suddenly appeared and said, Lady Jin Yao, please remain calm. I want to help too, but there is nothing I can do except stand by and watch. Jin Yao asked sadly, then what are we supposed to do? Lin Yi clenched his fists and charged toward the monster. I can only give it everything I have and keep them from being dragged into this. Jin Yao could only clench her hands tightly and lower her head to stare at the ground. Over here, Master Enian drove his staff hard into the ground and activated the supreme golden body. Daoist Xiaoyao took out his talismans, used his Daoist evasion armor, and tossed talismans toward Du Xiaoyang. The talismans immediately formed a protective barrier around Du Xiaoyang. The three elders used all their ultimate techniques against the disheveled man. At that moment, Tao Dai rushed at Master Enian once more. You again, demon. Tao Tai licked its lips, looking at Master Enian as though he were a delicacy. Before Master Enian could react, Tao Tai attacked. Fortunately, he managed to dodge. Though he had avoided the attack, he was still frozen in fear. This thing. I cannot deal with it. At that moment, Lin Yi rushed in front of Master Enian. Leave it to me. He clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual power as he shouted, Take my thunderous strike. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at it. Lin Yi's powerful fist stopped right before Tao Yi's nose, but Tao Tai was not harmed in the slightest. Instead, it sneered at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression darkened. How can this be? Seeing Lin Yi take over, Master Enian turned and charged at the disheveled man. This one is yours. I will deal with the other one. Lin Yi clenched his fist again and launched another punch. This time, using the aura observing art, he saw his powerful strike hit Tao Dai squarely on the nose. Yet his attack still had no effect whatsoever. Tao Yi's expression darkened as it roared, Have you had enough? After that attack, Lin Yi had seen through it. So that was it. Tao Tai was not invincible. It turned every spiritual power attack into food. On the other side, Master Enian continuously attacked the disheveled man. As long as this monk is here, do not even think of running wild. The man gave a cold laugh and summoned the strange eye. Then I will start with you. The instant the strange eye opened, its pressure sought to suppress Master Enian. However, Master Enian's entire body was enveloped in the supreme golden body, leaving him completely unaffected. Lin Yi could not help but marvel at the sight. As expected of the Buddhist golden body's defense, it blocked a lethal strike and even neutralized his technique. Master Enian laughed loudly. My Buddha's mercy is boundless. The old monk charged toward the disheveled man with his staff. Demon, surrender. Master Enian attacked fiercely, but the man turned into black smoke and evaded, causing the ground below to split apart. He emerged behind Master Enian and said smugly, This is precisely why I hate Taoists and monks. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was struggling to dodge every one of Tao Yi's attacks. Tao Dai leaned forward and laughed eerily. You should obediently become my food. Lin Yi's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down him. Damn it, I am done for this time. Tao Dai reached out and grabbed Lin Yi. Satisfy my hunger. Become nourishment for me. Ha ha ha. After swallowing Lin Yi, Tao Dai stood there and stared at the pagoda. When Jin Yao saw Lin Yi become Tao Ye's food, she was utterly horrified. On the other side, Master Enian was still locked in an intense battle with the disheveled man. Master Enian turned to Du Xiaoyang. This is the person you said was trustworthy? Du Xiaoyang stared anxiously at Tao Tia. How did this happen? But moments later, Du Xiaoyang was astonished to see Tao Dai trembling violently. Confused, the demon lowered its head to look. Inside its gaping mouth, Lin Yi was trying to pry Tao Ye's jaws apart and crawl out. My spiritual power may have been drained, but I possess the innate, true desolation physique. He roared furiously. You want to eat me? Let us see whether your teeth are hard enough first. Tao Dai shook back and forth, trying to make Lin Yi dizzy. Why can't I swallow this annoying bastard? Tao Dai flailed about in every direction, but Lin Yi held tightly onto its teeth. After shaking around for a while, it was panting heavily as well. Let me swallow you already. Tao Tai tried to close its mouth, but Lin Yi resisted. You want to eat this young master? Wait another 100 years. Bao Qingfeng, watching from nearby, was extremely shocked. Lin Yi actually withstood it. Seeing that Lin Yi was still alive, Jin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Dao Qingfeng thought to himself, I never expected his body to be this strong. Even the battle-ready spirit beasts of my sect were all swallowed by that monster. At this moment, the disheveled man also noticed Lin Yi's struggle against Tao Tai. This brat can actually resist Tao Ye's devouring power. Could he be? As he pondered, Master Enian rushed into attack. You dare lose focus while fighting me? Master Enian struck downward, but the man transformed into smoke and vanished. Ordinary cultivators only cultivate spiritual power. Once they lose it, they're barely stronger than ordinary people. Tao Ye's stone teeth can crush anything. Could his body be the true desolation, sacred physique? No, I cannot let this fellow survive. With that thought, the man stopped tangling with Master Enian and flew into the air. He summoned the Strange Eye, determined to kill Lin Yi despite Tao Tai still being there. Lin Yi jurset angridi, a petty coward taking advantage of someone in trouble. Just then, someone raised a lightning talisman. The sky instantly darkened, and bolts of lightning rained down upon the disheveled man and his strange eye. Though he tried to evade them, there were too many lightning bolts, and he was still struck several times. The man looked around furiously and shouted, Who was that? This is infuriating. Seeing the lightning talisman in Daoist Xiaoyao's hand, he roared in rage, You damned old Daoist! Daoist Xiaoyao smiled smugly to himself. As expected, this move restrains that disheveled bastard. After all, unlike Tao Tai, he cannot completely ignore my cultivation arts. After struggling against Tao Tai for so long, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and decided to risk everything. Releasing one hand to prepare a punch, he twisted himself inward and shouted, Let go of me. Lin aimed directly at Tao Ye's throat and struck with all his strength. The punch immediately made Tao Tai break out in cold sweat from pain. Tao Ye's symbiotic host suffered that pain as well, clutching her mouth and letting out a groan. Despite all its abilities, it could not endure pain. Tao Tai immediately vomited Lin Yi out along with a mass of slime. Lin Yi raised a hand and coughed several times. Cough, cough. Heavens, it is all saliva. Disgusting. Tao Tai was now crying and sniffling. Lin Yi struggled to sit up and glared at it. Having taken Lin Yi's punch head on, the host's face was pale. I will definitely kill you. With that, she furiously stretched out a hand to grab Lin Yi again. Tao Ye's massive foot moved along with her motion. Lin Yi quickly retreated to evade it, and the ground split apart. After retreating to a safe distance, Lin Yi continued provoking her. I told you, if you want to eat me, wait another 100 years. In the air, the disheveled man was furious at the sight. He escaped again. He looked up at the pagoda once more. If this continues, Tao will be completely sealed. It seems there is nothing more to gain this time. The disheveled man flew forward and shouted, Prepare to withdraw. Though Tao Tai hesitated somewhat, it said, I'm still not full. Withdraw for now. I will let you eat your fill later. Cover me. Having said that, the man summoned the Strange Eye once more. Seeing the strange, eye-gathering energy, Du Xiaoyang called out, Lin Yi, can you see through his attack this time? Lin Yi did not answer, and merely stared intently at the opponent. Once the energy had gathered sufficiently, the disheveled man waved his hand forward. There is no other way. Do not blame me. Lin Yi used the aura-observing art to see through the attack, and hurriedly shouted, This is bad. He wants to destroy the entire pagoda. But it was already too late. Countless attacks thundered toward the seal on the pagoda. Lin Yi stared wide-eyed as the seal gradually shattered. Seeing the seal before him break apart, Dao Chongyun was horrified. Watching Tao Wu struggle desperately, he shouted anxiously, This is bad. It is about to break free from the seal. The moment he finished speaking, the sealing chains around Tao Wu's hand snapped. Tao Wu continued struggling frantically, breaking free from the remaining chains around its body. Daoist Xiaoyao circled behind it and gathered spiritual power to attack the disheveled man. You damned demon, die. But Tao Tai began to act at that moment. It opened its mouth wide and began absorbing Daoist Xiaoyao's spiritual power. As Tao Tai drained him, Daoist Xiaoyao gritted his teeth. Damn it, that move again. It has drained all my spiritual power. With his power exhausted, Daoist Xiaoyao had no choice but to descend to the ground. The disheveled man looked at Lin Yi and thought, I did not expect such an unforeseen variable. What a surprise. Repeatedly using that move consumes too much power. This time, I can only stop here. Having achieved his objective, he flew to Tao Ye's side, and the two of them turned and fled. Daoist Xiaoyao stood where he was, watching them leave helplessly, gritting his teeth. Damn it, they got away again. Du Xiaoyang shouted from behind him, Forget them. The worst problem now is how we are supposed to deal with Tao Wu. At that moment, Tao Wu broke the chain on its other side as well. Dao Chongyun suffered a backlash, vomiting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing Tao Wu escape the seal, he was overcome with terror. While he was distracted, Tao Wu's hand came crashing down. Before he could react, Dao Chongyun was severely wounded by Tao Wu's strike and sent flying downward, slamming heavily into the ground. Dao Qingfeng and Daoist Xiaoyao anxiously rushed over to examine Dao Chongyun's injuries. Tao Wu attacked with all its strength, and Du Xiaoyang excitedly used his cultivation art in an attempt to bind Tao Wu. Do not even think of causing trouble here. Be sealed. But he could not sustain it for long, and Du Xiaoyang's hands began trembling nonstop. The previous battle had consumed too much of his strength, while the seal and formation had both been destroyed. At this moment, it seemed, the sixth elder arrived with Mu Fan and Long Tongue Mu Yi. Seeing the scene before them, all three were astonished. What happened? How did things become like this? Tao Wu forcefully broke the chains binding it, and Daoist Xiaoyao and Master Enian immediately rushed forward. Stop it quickly. The three of them swiftly joined forces, transforming their power into chains that suppressed Tao Wu. Daoist Xiaoyao cursed. That bastard. I never expected him to use such a method. Standing nearby, Lin Yi used the aura-observing art to assess the situation. This is bad. Tao Wu's aura is still rising. Although that key cannot deal with Tao Wu directly, it will also prevent us from sealing it again. Du Xiaoyang turned and shouted at Lin, Brat, stop standing there watching. Take everyone and run. Run as far away as possible. Knowing that the situation was dire, Lin Yi immediately ran toward Dao Chongyun. Dao Chongyun said to Dao Qingfeng, Quickly, have all the sect disciples flee. If they do not leave now, it will be too late. Dao Qingfeng hesitated upon hearing this. But Tao Wu, Lin Yi shouted, Forget about Tao Wu. We're about to lose our lives. Nothing else matters. Elder Lu hurriedly led the disciples in retreat. Quick, get the wounded out of here. Everyone immediately split up to help those who were too badly injured to flee. By now, Tao Wu was utterly enraged. It threw back its head and let out a savage roar, snapping all its chains in an instant and sending the three elders flying. Seeing Tao Wu break free from the crowd, everyone was horrified. The elders were already exhausted. That thing, it escaped. Tao Wu opened its mouth, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy and condensing it into an energy sphere aimed directly at Elder Lu, Dao Qingfeng, and the others. They were shaken to the core. There was no avoiding such terrifying energy. We're dead this time. We nearly found it. Before he had even experienced death, he was about to lose his life. Du Xiaoyang hastily shouted, Don't just stand there. Run. At that critical moment, a giant hand slapped Tao Wu squarely in the face. A ferocious beast no smaller than Tao Wu appeared. It turned out that the Saintess had unleashed the power of devouring desolation within her body. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at the creature, trying to harm everyone. Caught off guard, Tao Wu was dazed, but the energy sphere in its mouth still shot forward. The unlucky disciples, standing near the blast, were hurled away by the shockwave. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and crossed his arms before himself. Terrifying. Even the aftershock is this powerful. Saintess, you must be careful. Seeing Tao Wu brazenly injure people before her eyes, the Saintess's rage reached its peak. Her eyes had turned blood red. Lin Yi was deeply worried. Could devouring desolation have lost control too? Seeing Lin Yi's concern, Sect Master Dao Chongyun said, "It isn't what you think. That girl is controlling devouring desolation. I never expected her to achieve this much." Du Xiaoyang stepped forward and added, "She saved us out of kindness, but this time we've landed in even greater trouble." Lin Yi's face darkened as he asked Du Xiaoyang through gritted teeth, "What do you mean? Explain yourself." Before Du Xiaoyang could speak, Dao Chongyun said, "When a sealer releases the power of the ferocious beast inside their body to fight, there is always a price to pay. The nature of each ferocious beast influences its host. Tao Wu is arrogant and cruel. Tao Tai embodies bottomless greed, and devouring desolation represents endless wrath." Lin Yi's eyes widened, too shocked to say a word. The image of the Saintess, changing from gentle to violent, flashed through his mind. "You mean the Saintess will become hot-tempered? Du Zhuoyang batted Lan Yi is shuldi." It isn't that simple. Don't forget that she is still fighting, and she is fighting another ferocious beast. Once she is completely controlled by devouring desolation's wrath and her emotions spiral entirely out of control, the ferocious beast will go completely berserk. Anger is the emotion most likely to make someone lose control. Even with her naturally kind nature, I fear she may not be able to avoid it. Lin, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What happens if she loses control? Can she recover? Du Xiaoyang hesitated before explaining, "Losing control means the ferocious beast will completely merge with its host. By then, it will be too late." Lin Yi's expression turned grim. He glanced at Dao Chongyun, then rushed forward, grabbed her by the collar, and shouted, "Then seal Tao Wu immediately." Dao Chongyun shoved Lin Yi away. "I want to, but the Heavenly Palace elders and I are already exhausted. More importantly, the sealing tower has been destroyed. Where are we supposed to seal it now?" Lin Yi pointed at Dao Qingfeng. You called the Heavenly Palace here to help set up the formation because you wanted your son to become a sealer, didn't you?" No sooner had he spoken than Dao Chongyun pushed him away again. Furiously pointing at him, Dao Chongyun shouted, "That was only if the seal remained intact. Do you know how dangerous it would be to force a seal under these circumstances? Then what about the Saintess? If we do nothing, won't both ferocious beasts lose control?" Daoist Xiaoyao spoke up as well. "The only option now is for us to retreat temporarily. It will be difficult for the ferocious beasts to determine a victor. We can wait for the Heavenly Palace Master to arrive with reinforcements." As long as the Palace Master takes action, before he could finish, Du Xiaoyang interrupted, "Impossible. The Palace Master will never leave the Heavenly Palace." Lin Yi anxiously asked Dao Chongyun, "The Palace Master cannot leave the Heavenly Palace?" "That is precisely why." He then turned to Daoist Xiaoyao. "Is there any other way?" Daoist Xiaoyao fell silent for a long time before saying, "The remaining option is for us to risk our lives and hold the line at the sealing tower." Dao Chongyun immediately objected loudly. "No, we have no idea how long that girl can remain conscious. If she loses control during the sealing process, or if both ferocious beasts erupt at once, then in our present condition, none of us will be able to escape." Lin Yi angrily pointed at the old man's face. "I despise you. Are you trying to send the Saintess to her death?" Dao Qingfeng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "I support Lin." Both Dao Chongyun and Lin Yi were surprised by Qingfeng's words. Dao Chongyun roared, "Support what? Do you know what will happen to the person casting the seal if something goes wrong. Dao Qingfeng looked at the two ferocious beasts locked in fierce combat. But it is still better than letting the Saintess die after saving us. Father, while we waste time here, the Saintess is still risking her life for us. I will not choose to flee or be a coward. Even if there is only the slightest hope, I must shoulder this responsibility. Dao Chongyun looked at his son, gritting his teeth in fury. You unfilial brat, you truly deserve death. Du Zhaoyang and Daoist Xiaoyao stood nearby in silence. At that moment, Mu Fan stepped forward as well. I support this. If not for the Saintess, we would have died long ago. Those who want to leave can go ahead. I am willing to take the risk. Lin Yi clenched his fists. That's right. It is only a ferocious beast. If we all join forces, we can definitely defeat it. Long Tongue, Mu Yi, and the other disciples all voiced their agreement. Me too. We can consider it repayment for the life the Saintess just saved. This prince will never run away. Right, let's all charge in together. The Heavenly Palace disciples shouted, fight it to the death. How can men stand by while a young woman risks her life for us? Hit it head on. But Dao Chongyun shouted, enough. What do you know? All you understand is risking your lives. Let me ask you this. If the seal loses control again, it will take at least 4 hours. Who can guarantee that girl can hold on for 4 hours? Everyone fell silent. Master Enian stroked his beard and said, the Saintess is kind-hearted. Perhaps she can. Perhaps she can endure it. Lin Yi angrily challenged Dao Chongyun. And what makes you think she cannot? The Saintess is. Before he could finish, the system suddenly appeared before him, startling him. Option 1. Believe that the Saintess can create a miracle and encourage everyone to proceed with the seal. Reward. A squad of guards dancing the cha-cha atop a coffin. Option 2. Admit that the Saintess may lose control and persuade everyone to retreat immediately. Reward. A melancholic commemorative coin. Option 3. Seize this final opportunity and quickly confess your love to the Saintess. Reward. 15 years of cultivation from the dustless return to truth art. After reading the task, Lin Yi was so angry he wanted to curse. At a time like this trash system is still pulling this nonsense. But then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, looking carefully at these choices, the system usually messes with me, but at critical moments, it always gives me guidance. This time, it means that if we rashly choose option 1 and proceed with the seal, we will certainly die. If we choose option 2 and all flee, the Saintess will certainly die. Then there is no doubt there is only one choice. The system has already hinted at it. Going to the Saintess is our only chance of survival. With that thought, he shouted, listen, I have a way to ensure the Saintess does not lose control. The final chance to seal it is right in front of us. I don't care whether you participate or not, but I will never abandon the Saintess. Everyone was stunned as they watched Lin Yi rush toward the two ferocious beasts. What is that kid trying to do? Dao Chongyun was beside himself with rage. How reckless! What possible method could he have? Does he intend to charge into the ferocious beast's body and rescue her? No matter what anyone said or shouted at him, Lin Yi continued charging toward devouring desolation. In an instant, he was engulfed in blazing red energy, leaving everyone who saw it agape in shock. Impossible. A ferocious beast's body is formed from the most evil and turbid energy. Even cultivators like us would be corroded upon touching it, as though struck by the deadliest poison. How can he possibly withstand it? Cold sweat beaded on Du Zhaoyang's brow as he muttered, no, if it is that kid, he just might be able to do it. Lin Yi was using all his strength to resist devouring desolation's turbid energy, forcing his way into its body. After a fierce struggle, Lin Yi finally succeeded. The scorching heat inside made his teeth grind together. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He had never expected the Saintess to endure heat as intense as molten lava. Suddenly, Lin Yi saw something that made his eyes widen. The Saintess was curled up inside a sphere resembling a fireball. She was struggling to resist devouring desolation's power. At that moment, she opened her eyes and looked toward Lin Yi. She was stunned to see Lin Yi here. Brother Lin Yi, why did you come in here? It is too dangerous. Lin Yi walked closer and smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid. We will definitely get through this. The Saintess was deeply moved that Lin Yi had risked his life to save her. Suddenly, something terrified her. Her eyes widened and sweat poured down her face like rain. Clutching her head, she cried out in terror, "No, you cannot come any closer." Holding her head tightly, the Saintess screamed, "Run! It has noticed you." Lenny looked worried. "What do you mean?" At that very moment, Devouring Desolation's enormous phantom appeared above the Saintess's head. Seeing this, Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his fury blazing. Devouring Desolation was equally enraged to see Lin Yi here. It opened its mouth and spewed a stream of turbid energy at Lin Yi. The instant he inhaled it, Lin Yi became dizzy, his mouth falling open. All his past painful memories surged back at once. Devouring Desolation leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered, "Foolish mortal, slowly savor this boiling hot blood and this endless rage." The Saintess anxiously ran to Lin Yi's side. "Brother Lin Yi, do not let anger control you. Calm down." Seeing this, Devouring Desolation smugly said, "Ha, it is useless. He will soon become a puppet ruled by rage. And you, how much longer can you hold out?" It looked at the Saintess with a sinister smile. "Before long, I will." Before it could finish, a hand suddenly landed on its shoulder. It turned around to see Lin Yi with his fist clenched and a cold gaze in his eyes. "Don't even think about it." Devouring Desolation was shocked to see Lin Yi behind it, unable to understand when he had gotten there. Before it could react, Lin Yi's punch smashed it to pieces. Not stopping there, Lin Yi threw another punch at what remained, but it seemed immortal, turning into smoke and vanishing. Then it slowly reappeared beside the Saintess, startling her. It glared at Lin Yi and roared angrily, "Damned mortal, you will pay for your actions." Seeing the Saintess frightened, Lin Yi immediately flew to her side to comfort her. "Do not worry. From now on, I will stay by your side and fight this bastard with you." Devouring Desolation gave a cold snort. It opened its mouth again and spewed turbid energy toward the Saintess and Lin Yi. "Before me, no one can remain rational forever." Lin Yi gritted his teeth against the turbid energy. His eyes turned crimson, and veins bulged visibly across his face. The veins all over his body grew thicker and thicker. Lin Yi raised his hand and drew the turbid energy into his body. "It seems I am that person." Devouring Desolation was stunned. "This man can actually absorb my turbid energy and use it? How is that possible?" Lin Yi looked at his blazing red arm and thought, "It seems the system's earlier reward, the innate true Desolation body, had been planned all along. The feeling that someone else has arranged your fate is truly unsettling." But now, Lin Yi turned to the Saintess. "I will bear Devouring Desolation's wrath." Saintess, do your best to draw out Devouring Desolation's power and seize control in reverse. We absolutely cannot let that mysterious person achieve his goal. The Saintess looked at Lin Yi with wide eyes, somewhat hesitant, but he did not let her finish. Lin Yi smiled and stroked her head. "Trust me, we will definitely overcome this trial." The Saintess looked at Lin Yi with shining eyes and pondered for a long moment. Then she smiled and nodded in agreement with Lin Yi's proposal. Seeing them flaunt their affection, Devouring Desolation immediately flew into a rage. "You dare ignore me? I will kill you. 1,000 deaths would not be enough." Lin Yi answered without fear. "Come on, you disgusting monster." As he spoke, Lin Yi clenched his fists and charged at Devouring Desolation. "I will let you taste my fury." Behind him, the Saintess began carrying out their plan as well. "I believe in you, Brother Lin Yi, so I will not lose." Her eyes shone as she began using Devouring Desolation's power to take control in reverse. At that moment, Devouring Desolation's entire body became enveloped in a red aura. The two ferocious beasts clashed once more, neither willing to yield. Seeing Devouring Desolation's power suddenly change, everyone cried out in confusion. What is happening? Devouring Desolation's aura has suddenly grown stronger. Having gained greater power, Devouring Desolation quickly seized the advantage and smashed its fist into Tao Wu's face. Devouring Desolation's powerful strike nearly shattered Tao Wu's jaw. Dao Chongyun was greatly alarmed. Could Devouring Desolation have completely lost control? Daoist Xiaoyao seemed to notice something and said, "That does not seem right. It looks like that kid and the Saints are behind this." While everyone was still stunned, the Saintess's voice came from within, devouring desolation. "Elders, quickly restrain Tao Wu and cast a seal at once." Du Zhaoyang was overjoyed. That kid actually succeeded. Master Enian stood behind him in a daze. Unbelievable. I thought devouring desolation's killing aura had already burned him to ashes. Du Zhaoyang turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, matters have come to this. As elders of the heavenly palace, how can we shrink back? Let us seal Tao Wu together." Sect Master Dao Chongyun still looked deeply troubled. Daoist Xiaoyao and Master Enian said excitedly, "Haha, good. That brat and the Saintess are both risking their lives. How can we stand idly by? That's right. Even if I die here today, I will not retreat." Seeing everyone's resolve, Sect Master Dao Chongyun took a deep breath. Then he looked at Dao Qingfeng. "Your father had already prepared himself for this." Dao Qingfeng replied with firm eyes, "For the myriad things sect, for the cultivation world, let me do it." Seeing his son so resolute, Sect Master Dao Chongyun could only sigh. He turned to the elders again. "Very well, we will do as you say." Elder Lu led Mu Fan, and the others over. "We are here to help as well." All the disciples raised their hands and shouted, "For the cultivation world, we will have no regrets, even in death. Charge!" Seeing everyone rush toward it, Tao Wu sensed that something was wrong and turned to flee. But before it could move, devouring desolation restrained it. Devouring desolation's power suddenly surged, and Tao Wu was held fast. This was the moment. The elders immediately joined forces to cast the seal, and chains swiftly flew toward Tao Wu. Suppressed by devouring desolation, Tao Wu was quickly bound by the chains. It opened its mouth and gathered energy to counterattack. Everyone cried out, "This is bad. It wants to use that move again. There's almost no time left. Keep it up. We absolutely cannot let all our efforts go to waste." At that moment, Master Enian flew before Tao Wu's mouth and shouted, "Trying to escape? Taste this monk's move." Master Enian immediately unleashed the great majestic heavenly dragon, striking Tao Wu. Below, Long Tongue said to the sixth elder, "Let's go too. As long as we attack it, we can weaken and deplete Tao Wu's murderous aura." Then Long Tongue ordered Mu, "Ego, it's only a mere Tao Wu. Don't think you can frighten this prince." Mu Fan, standing nearby, also sprang into action. Black lightning flashed from the long sword in his hand. The disciples behind him charged as well. "It's time to risk our lives. Don't be afraid. Fight that monster with everything we have. Everyone charge." Countless attacks rained down upon Tao Wu. "Great! The attacks are working. Keep it up, everyone. Victory is right before us." The sixth elder hurriedly turned to remind Dao Qingfeng, "Hurry. Now is the time." Dao Qingfeng looked at Tao Wu with unwavering determination. He slowly sat down as the six elders shouted in unison, "Everyone, pay attention. Beginning now, guide Tao Wu's power over here and seal it within Dao Qingfeng's body." The black energy around Tao Wu flew toward Dao Qingfeng. An immense force flooded into his body, making him dizzy and disoriented as he let out a cry of pain. Seeing his son like this, Dao Chongyun could not help but worry. Dao Qingfeng was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he endured the agony. A violet gleam flashed through his eyes as he panted heavily. Looking at Tao Wu before him, Dao Qingfeng thought, "So this is the terrifying ancient beast that the Saintess has always had to endure. But I will not lose either." With that thought, he said to his father, "Father, please continue." Dao Chongyun looked silently at his son for a long while before finally nodding in agreement. Below, Mu Yi asked anxiously, "Hey, how much longer will it take to complete the seal? My spiritual power is almost exhausted." Du Zhaoyang answered from above, "This kind of emergency seal requires at least 4 hours. I only hope that boy and the Saintess can hold on." At that moment, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared on Devouring Desolation's chest. Within Devouring Desolation, it panted like a maddened beast. Why haven't his will and body been broken yet? His body and soul are clearly suffering my vicious energy without end. So why is his will still so steadfast? On Lin Yi's side, he let out a relieved breath. "I nearly didn't make it through, but once I adapted to it, it actually became manageable." He smiled and crooked a finger provocatively. "Come on, then. It's nothing. I can fight you all day." Devouring Desolation was enraged by this and unleashed a breath attack at Lin Yi. Damn mortal, you will pay the price. Outside, everyone was still doing their utmost to seal Tao Wu within Dao Qingfeng's body. Feeling itself growing weaker by the moment, Tao Wu let out a miserable howl. Soon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We succeeded. Heavens, it's finally over. One person wiped the sweat from his face. My spiritual power has been completely drained. Muti looked haggard as he panted. Heavens, it's finally over. Seeing that only a small portion of Tao Wu remained, Taoist Xiaoyao said, "Hold on through this final moment, everyone. The sealing of Tao Wu is nearly complete." Tao Wu was still struggling. "No, I don't want this. Despicable human cultivators. Just wait. This will not end here." Before it could be completely sealed, it screamed its final threat. Dao Qingfeng's face was soaked in sweat. Having endured bone-deep agony, he finally let out a breath. Tao Wu had been completely sealed. Dao Chongyun and the three elders also sighed in relief. Seeing Dao Qingfeng's body slowly collapse, Dao Chongyun cried out in alarm. "Feng are you all right?" Du Xiaoyang withdrew his spiritual power as well. The seal has finally been completed. Dao Chongyun hurried over and caught Dao Qingfeng. "Son, how does your body feel?" Suddenly, Dao Qingfeng opened his eyes, rose to his feet, shoved Dao Chongyun away, and shouted, "You wretched mortal." Before he could finish, a headache struck him, and he clutched his head in pain. Seeing his son in this state, Dao Chongyun was frantic. "Fenger, what's wrong?" Du Xiaoyang immediately landed before Dao Qingfeng. "Calm down." He pressed a finger to Dao Qingfeng's brow. "It is nothing serious." Devouring Desolation represents wrath, while Tao Wu embodies arrogance. Now that they have just been sealed inside him, they will inevitably influence his temperament to some extent. Master Enian seized the chance to walk over to Dao Qingfeng. Why not let him cultivate his character with this old monk from now on? The great wisdom of Buddhism is best suited to guiding one's heart and nature. Dao Chongyun snapped angrily. "You bald monk, are you trying to steal my son again?" The two began arguing. "Dao Chongyun, we helped you, and now you turn on us? Fenger must inherit my myriad things sect. Don't even think about setting your sights on him." At that moment, Devouring Desolation's body burst into flames and vanished. Lin Yi slowly descended on his sword. The moment he landed, he asked, "It's finally over. How do you feel now?" The saintess asked Lin Yi worriedly. "I'm fine. But what about you, Brother Lin Yi? You absorbed so much of Devouring Desolation's turbid energy. Are you sure there's nothing wrong?" Lin Yi rotated his arm, surprising her. "Everything feels normal. Nothing seems different." Du Xiaoyang walked over with a smile. "Lin Yi, Saintess, thank you both for your help this time." Taoist Xiaoyao came before Lin Yi and asked, "Boy, just who are you? How can you be completely unafraid of Devouring Desolation's turbid energy?" Du Xiaoyang added, "If I am not mistaken, he is likely the legendary innate true desolation body. Only someone with that physique can be immune to the turbid energy of ancient beasts." Taoist Xiaoyao stroked his chin and glanced at Lin Yi. "The innate true desolation body? Impressive, impressive. A physique that appears only once in 1,000 years. No wonder." Delighted, he walked over and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. "Boy, do you have master yet? If not, why not consider becoming my direct disciple?" Master Enian immediately cut in. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Entering the Buddhist path is the true great Tao. If you come with me, I will teach you both the supreme golden body and the great majestic heavenly dragon." Watching the two old men glare at one another, Lin Yi thought helplessly. "When the heavenly palace regarded me as a thorn in its side, why didn't either of you come to take me as a disciple?" As he thought this, Lin Yi scratched his head and waved awkwardly. "Well, I actually already have a master, Elder Li Tsuehua." The two recalled the sight of Li Tsuehua drunk and immediately became indignant. Li Tsuehua really has all the luck. Her cultivation hasn't improved for years, and she spends every day drinking and fooling around. She is even more carefree than I am. Yet this time, she has picked up such a treasure. Main Tuoning, Li Juihua Remindet Linyi. Speaking of master, where is she? Why haven't I seen her? The moment he finished speaking, a familiar kick struck that criminal squarely. His face was so swollen that even his own mother would not recognize him. Li Tsuehua dragged him over by the hair, her face flushed as she hugged a wine jug and limped forward. "I'm here." Seeing everyone staring at her, she said sheepishly, "Have you all finished dealing with things?" The sixth elder sighed and asked, "Elderly, are you all right?" Smiling, she tossed the criminal in front of them. How could trash like this possibly hurt me? Sect Master Dao Chongyun clasped his hands in salute. Our Myriad Things sect owes this success to everyone from the Heavenly Palace who risked their lives to help us. Once I have put the sect in order, I will certainly repay this debt of gratitude. Du Xiaoyang returned the salute. Your son has now become a sealing vessel. I believe we truly need to discuss the matter carefully going forward. Only then did Lin Yi finally breathe a genuine sigh of relief. Rubbing his chin, he thought, the matter of the Myriad Things sect and devouring desolation can be considered temporarily settled. But aside from those lackeys, we still do not know who is behind this. As he pondered, the saintess came over and patted him on the shoulder. She smiled and pressed herself against Lin Yi's arm. Suddenly, her whole body trembled and her face darkened. Brother Lin Yi, next time we must catch him. With that, she fainted and fell forward. Catching her, Lin Yi asked anxiously, Saintess, what's wrong? The scene shifted to a room within the Myriad Things sect. Li Tsuehua pushed open the door and stepped out. Don't worry, it is nothing serious. Releasing devouring desolation even once put too great a burden on that girl. After all, devouring desolation is one of the 7 great ancient beasts and among the hardest to control. Her brow furrowed angrily. Lin Yi, you were fortunate this time. If you had not borne most of the turbid energy for her, she might not have awakened at all. But now, she only needs some time to rest and recover. Lin Yi said worriedly, if it is so dangerous, why did the sect master of the Saintess sect seal devouring desolation inside the saintess's body in the first place? Wasn't that harming her? Li Tsuehua's expression darkened. Rather than answer, she looked directly at Du Xiaoyang. Du Xiaoyang Sigid. Sooner or later, you'll be qualified to know the truth. It is indeed time to tell you some things. Do you know the true origin of the ancient beasts? Why have they been so difficult to destroy since ancient times? Hearing this, Lin Yi swallowed, sweat trickling down his face. He frowned at Du Xiaoyang. Please tell me, what exactly are they? Very well, I will explain it in the simplest way possible. You may already know this. All things in the world contain spiritual energy. But in addition to spiritual energy, there's another kind of energy that forms this world, turbid energy. All ancient beasts are, in essence, incarnations of turbid energy. So why are there only 7 of them, rather than thousands upon thousands? Because the 7 ancient beasts were born from humanity's 7 most powerful negative emotions: wrath, pride, gluttony, envy, sloth, greed, and lust. Neither ordinary people nor cultivators can ever rid themselves of these emotions. Therefore, the ancient beasts are immortal and indestructible. They can only be sealed. And when a great calamity arrives, the world's turbid energy increases, making the ancient beasts stronger as well. No matter what kind of seal is used, they will sooner or later break free and bring disaster upon the world. Lin Yi voiced his speculation. So that is why you came up with the method of sealing ancient beasts inside people. That is correct. It is the most reliable method. Moreover, if the person bearing the seal possesses a sufficiently resolute will, they may even be able to control the ancient beast. Lin Yi rubbed his chin in thought. I see. No wonder the sect master of the Saintess sect and Dao Chongyun both wanted their successors to control ancient beasts. That way, they could also protect their sects during the great calamity. Li Tsuehua spoke up. It is not as simple as you make it sound. Most seal bearers cannot survive the 6 tribulations. In the end, they fail to hold on, descend into madness, and completely merge with the ancient beasts. Then the heavenly palace forcibly seals them away. That is the purpose of the heavenly palace's existence, our last resort. Since ancient times, countless heavenly palace elders and even palace masters have sacrificed themselves for this. Now, it is our generation's turn. Naturally, we cannot shrink from this duty. Lin Yi was still somewhat puzzled. Then what is the demon clan's purpose in collecting ancient beasts? Li Tsuehua picked at her ear as she replied. Perhaps they want to borrow the ancient beast's power to overthrow the heavenly palace and rule this world. Or perhaps they have another scheme. After all, this is not the first time they have done something like this. Lin Yi thought, is that all? It does not feel that simple. Du Xiaoyang added, no matter what their goal is, they now have Tao Tai. That ancient beast is particularly unusual. It has never left the sea of no light before, but this time, is different. We can only report this to the palace master and let him decide. The demon clan has already joined forces with Devouring Desolation and Taowu. Where are the remaining ancient beasts? Tao Tai alone is difficult enough to handle. We cannot allow them to seize the next one. Leave this matter to the palace master. He will make the right decision. Once the saintess has recovered a little, we will escort her and Dao Qingfeng back to the heavenly palace. Later, in the guest room, Li Tsuehua kept staring fixedly at Lin Yi. He sweated nervously, pinching himself here and poking himself there. Li Tsuehua said in surprise, "I never expected you really were an innate, true desolation body. No wonder Tao Dai could not bite you, and Devouring Desolation could do nothing to you." Lin Yi covered his face. "Master, you have been studying your disciple for half an hour. Why not tell me just what makes the innate, true desolation body so remarkable?" I will explain it simply. Cultivators in this world are divided into two types: body cultivators and energy cultivators. But regardless of which path they follow, all are limited by their aptitude. You, however, are different. With the innate, true desolation body, you can continuously raise your own talent and the limits of your aptitude. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. "Then how can I rapidly improve myself?" Li Tsuehua grinned and cracked her knuckles. "Simple. You just need to treat getting beaten as part of every meal." Lin Yi jumpit in firite. "Are you joking, master? Getting beaten can make me stronger? How can that possibly make sense?" "Hey, I'm not lying to you. Haven't you felt it yourself? Since returning from the Myriad Things sect, your cultivation has improved considerably, and your ability to withstand attacks has increased as well. That is because Devouring Desolation's turbid energy continuously injured you, which in turn further tempered your physique." Lin Yi placed a hand over his chest and sensed his condition. Sure enough, his master was right. Even now, he could feel a current of power flowing through his body. It was likely the residual vicious energy of Devouring Desolation that he had not fully digested. As he pondered, Li Tsuehua called to him. "I heard you possess some special technique. Even Du Zhaoyang and the others could not see through their attacks, yet you could predict them in advance. Tell me. I guarantee I will not tell anyone else, except when I am drunk. What is this method, and who taught it to you?" Lin Yi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Well, actually," before he could finish, the saintess and the sixth elder pushed open the door and entered. The moment he saw her, he rushed over, ignoring the furious Li Tsuehua behind him. "Saintess, are you all right? How are you feeling now?" "I'm Fina." The elder examined me with healing arts and said that I only need to rest for a while before I recover. Lin Yi sighed in relief. "That's wonderful." The sixth elder also spoke. "Lin Yi, Elder Li, and Elder Du Zhaoyang, please come with me to a meeting." Lin Yi asked in confusion, "What is it about?" The sixth elder said gravely, "We may have found traces of Tao Dai." The scene shifted to the main hall, where everyone had already gathered. At that moment, someone slowly walked in. Mu Fan and Long Tongue both noticed the newcomer, and Dao Qingfeng also followed the person with his eyes. It was none other than Lin Yi. As he walked, he thought, seriously? We just dealt with the escapee, and now it looks like another major operation is underway. All right, everyone is here. Let us begin. A purple-haired young woman stepped out from the crowd. "Yes, Elder." She walked to the center of the main hall and poured spiritual energy into a spirit stone, projecting a holographic display. "This is a projection crystal I created. As everyone can see, it shows the vast region surrounding the Myriad Things sect. Since the battle at the Myriad Things sect, the Heavenly Palace and all the sects have been searching for Tao Tai and that mysterious person. Although there is still no clue whatsoever about the mysterious person, we have successfully found traces left behind by Tao Tai." Li Tsuehua crossed her arms and questioned, "The demon clan has already gone into hiding. How are we supposed to search for them? Tao Tai is the most unusual of the ferocious beasts. It won't leak any demonic aura." Zhu Quan took out the newest tablet model. "Here's the thing. We discovered that the spiritual energy near the Myriad Things sect is slightly weaker than elsewhere." She pointed at the screen. "So we suspect Tao Tai may be the cause." I distributed tools for measuring spiritual energy concentration to the monitoring cultivators, and they all report their findings back to me. We finally found this obvious anomaly. It is very likely to be Tao Ye's trail. After hearing this, Li Tsuehua excitedly clenched her fist. "Amazing!" The others nodded repeatedly in admiration. They had not expected such a method. This time, they could finally catch that monster's tail. Daoist Xiaoyao clapped in praise. Excellent. We should take this opportunity to launch an immediate surprise attack and avenge the last battle. Du Xiaoyang, standing behind him, said, "Don't rush. Now that we have found its whereabouts, we should make thorough preparations before acting." He pointed at Lin Yi again. "Don't forget that among us, the only one capable of standing against Tao Tai is this boy Lin. He has the innate, true desolation body." The murmurs around him darkened Lin Yi's expression. Lin Yi, wasn't he assessed as grade D? How does he suddenly have the innate, true desolation body? I heard he even rejected the Heavenly Palace's cultivation technique. Could the elders be mistaken? Du Xiaoyang walked up to Lin Yi. "Boy Lin, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you again this time." Seeing this, two disciples whispered to each other, "To be praised by Elder Du like that. This kid is truly in the spotlight. It's unbelievable." Long-tongue Mu Yi cursed resentfully. That brat has stolen even the glory for himself. Lin Yi recalled his battle with Tao Tai and rolled his eyes. "Why do all the hard jobs always fall to me?" Dao Qingfeng spoke up as well. "What should Miss Saintis and I do on this mission? Miss Saintis has not fully recovered, and you have only just been released from the seal. The two of you should remain on standby." Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled and rubbed the Saintis' head. "Don't worry, Saintis. You know the thing can't do anything to me. Stay home and recover properly. Wait for my return." The scene shifted to a forest. Two demons were talking. "What's the point of having a stand guard out here? That monster could take down all of us at once. If cultivators really come, it won't even be our turn to fight." "Exactly. If anyone needs protecting, she should be protecting us. Why are we the ones being made to do it?" As they spoke, Mu Yi suddenly appeared behind them. Without a word, Mu Yi swung his sword and killed both of them. Their screams echoed through the forest. Elsewhere, Mu Fan had also dealt with two demon guards. He said, "I hope everything is going smoothly for everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yi swiftly killed another two demons and hurried over to Mu Fan. "My side is done." Zhu Quan led Lin Yi toward the designated location. "How are the others doing? Is the plan going smoothly?" Looking at her tablet, Zhu Quan said, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. The demons in the surrounding area have all been dealt with. The spiritual energy ahead is also getting thinner and thinner." After moving for some time, the two stopped beside a cliff. Looking down at Tao Tai below, Lin Yi said, "Just as we expected, it's here." Tao Tai was still fast asleep, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Looking at Tao Tai, both of them broke out in cold sweat. Simply getting near it allowed them to feel their spiritual power weakening. The two approached where it slept. Zhu Quan looked at the screen and cried out, "I can't believe it. It has absorbed all the spiritual energy in the area. Such an immense amount of spiritual energy should be more than anything could withstand. No wonder it is the most extraordinary, ferocious beast." At that moment, Tao Tai woke up. The instant it saw them, its eyes widened. In panic, it threw aside its cloak and flew into the air, cracking the ground beneath it as it transformed into Tao Hie's form. It stared at Lin Yi and shouted, "You disgusting, indigestible thing. Why is it you again?" At that moment, the three elders appeared above it. They immediately surrounded Tao Tai, preventing it from escaping. They began their battle to suppress Tao Tai. As soon as they spoke, Lin Yi charged straight at it, catching it completely off guard. He recalled what had happened a few hours earlier. Everyone had been gathered to discuss the plan. Li Tsuehua said, "Wait, even if we find Tao Tai, how are we supposed to defeat it? Relying on Lin Yi alone will be difficult." She angrily pointed at Du Xiaoyang. "Just because my disciple is useful doesn't mean you can keep sending him to risk his life." Du Xiaoyang hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. "Of course not. We already have a plan. Now that we know Tao Tai can absorb all spiritual energy, normal attacks will not only fail to hurt it, but will make it stronger instead." Zhu Quan then spoke. "There is a reason the spiritual energy concentration where Tao Tai is located has dropped. It absorbs spiritual energy every moment like a bottomless pit. Therefore, we need to do the opposite. Set up several formations around Tao Tai to absorb the spiritual energy first and lower the energy concentration in that area. At the same time, we absolutely must not attack Tao Tai, so it cannot replenish itself with any spiritual energy. That will weaken it, but it's very dangerous. If spiritual power is lost, we cultivators will be in danger too. Besides, Tao Tai isn't stupid. It won't just stand there and take it. Don't count on me. Only then did Lin Yi realize something was wrong. Wait, are you planning to have me hold it back by myself? Zhu Quan wore an awkward expression. You guessed right. She smiled and placed a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. There's no other way. Who told you to possess the legendary, innate, true desolation body? Back in the battle, Lin Yi faced Cao Tai alone. Du Xiaoyang shouted from behind, follow the plan. Each of us will lend our power to Lin Yi. With that, he formed a hand seal like a true Leaf Village ninja. He used the power of vast righteousness soaring through the clouds, bestowal upon the body, on Lin Yi. Daoist Xiaoyao also placed a talisman on Lin Yi's back. Gale Wind Water Walking Art. Master Enian also used the great Luo Dharma mantra to strengthen Lin Yi. Lin Yi could not help but marvel, as expected of the spells of three elders. This feeling is unbelievably good. Cao Dai raised its gigantic hand. Get lost, you vile thing. Its enormous palm slammed straight toward Lin Yi. With his current power, Lin Yi easily blocked the attack, and the ground beneath his feet cracked apart. He looked at it with a cold smile. I never invited you to eat me. As soon as he spoke, Cao Tai opened its huge mouth and lunged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi used the same old move to pry open its mouth. Hey, I already know I don't taste good. Why are you trying this again? It shouted furiously, shut up, you vile thing. I'll bite you to pieces. It began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to increase its strength, determined to bite Lin Yi to death. Though they stood far away, Mu Fan and Mu Yi could not avoid being affected. Looking at his hand, Mu Yi said, damn it, even from this far away, I can feel my spiritual power being sucked away. Mu Fan was drenched in sweat as he stared intently at Cao Tai. Cao Tai was utterly bewildered, with 1,000 questions running through its mind. Why was Lin Yi still completely unharmed? It shouted, why can't I eat you? Zhu Quan stood nearby, observing the situation. As expected, the plan worked. The innate, true desolation body can even merge with and absorb turbid energy, let alone the enhancement spells cast upon Lin Yi by the three elders. And unlike ordinary spells, they will not be devoured by Cao Tai. Right now, he has enough power to handle a ferocious beast like Cao Tai. The spirit-absorbing formations around us have also activated. Let's see whether this kid could defeat his opponent. Lin Yi smiled and clenched one hand into a fist. You want to eat me? Then try eating one of my punches first. Hearing that, Cao Tai broke out in a cold sweat, terrified as it recalled Lin Yi's punch at the myriad thing's sect. It shook its head and flung Lin Yi out of its mouth, then whipped its sharp tail at him. Die, you hateful thing! Its tail lashed forward with devastating force, shattering the ground and sending dust everywhere. As the dust gradually settled, a huge crater was revealed in the earth. Unable to spot Lin Yi anywhere, it smiled smugly. Mu Yi anxiously asked, is he dead? Lin, you should have been able to withstand that attack, right? Don't be afraid. His body can even move through turbid energy. Cao Tai looked at the people before it and shouted, next, I'll deal with the rest of you. You were planning to. It sensed that something was wrong. Annoyed, it turned around and looked behind itself, only to find that Lin Yi had tightly grabbed its tail. Hey, don't be so impatient. We haven't finished fighting yet. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi pulled it backward with all his strength. Cao Tai tried to dig its claws into the ground, but it was useless. Lin Yi suddenly swung it forward, smashing its body heavily into the ground. It quickly sprang back up and glared at Lin Yi, veins bulging across its face in fury. You vile thing, I'll eat your flesh. I must eat your flesh. It charged at him again, trying to bite him. Lin Yi seemed trapped. Zhu Quan looked at Lin Yi and thought, good. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to plan. Just as expected, although Tao Yi's ability to reject spiritual power is extremely troublesome. The mind of this young demon girl is no different from that of a child. Lin Yi has completely enraged her. Her attention has now been completely drawn to him. She has not noticed in the slightest that the spiritual energy around her is rapidly decreasing. The spirit-absorbing formation I personally designed is enough to drain the spiritual energy from this area in a short time. Tao Yi's ability to devour spiritual energy may be its most terrifying trait, but is also its greatest weakness. Maintaining that body requires an enormous amount of energy, so Tao Dai must absorb spiritual energy every second. But once it cannot absorb enough spiritual energy, it will certainly die. At that moment, Lin Yi and Tao Dai glared at each other. After struggling with it for so long, Lin Yi was becoming tired as well. However, its condition was not much better. Its face was covered in sweat as it stood there panting. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled to himself. Just as I thought, its strength and speed are no longer what they were. If this continues, I'll win. Daoist Xiao Yao turned to Du Xiaoyang. Just as Zhu Quan predicted, as long as it continues expending energy without replenishing its spiritual energy, Tao Ye's movements will begin to slow drastically. The attrition strategy has worked. This tactic can only be effective with someone like Lin Yi, who possesses the innate true desolation body. Otherwise, even if the three of us fought Tao Tai together, our attacks would only replenish its spiritual energy. Tao Ye's ability to absorb every type of spiritual energy attack is truly terrifying to ordinary cultivators. No wonder the first palace master had to suppress this monster in the sea of no light. Not far away, a demon spoke up. "My lord, are we still not going to act? If this continues, those cultivators will capture Tao Dai." The other person snorted coldly. "There's no need to hurry. Those Heavenly Palace fools think victory is already assured, but they do not understand Tao Ye's power or determination. Because they stand so high above others, they have never understood the pain she has endured." Several Heavenly Palace disciples lay dead at the demon's feet. It turned out they had gone to the spirit-absorbing formation, slaughtered everyone there, and destroyed it. The scene recalled Tao Ye's host's past. She had once been a frail little girl who could only drink water to stay alive. But no matter how much water she drank, hunger still tormented her. Her cheeks were sunken, leaving nothing but skin and bones. Like other pitiful souls gazing up at the sky, she resented her parents. "Why did you abandon me?" It was that hunger and resentment that turned this pitiful little girl into the monster she was now. Back in the present, she looked at her hands in panic. "Why? My body can no longer use its strength." Zhu Quan looked at her tablet and smiled proudly. "Success. Now it depends on Lin Yi. Keep attacking it, and it will soon revert to human form." Lin Yi shouted to her, "Enough. You no longer have any chance of winning. As long as you obey, we won't hurt you. At most, we'll simply seal you away." Hearing the words, "seal you away," she furiously shook her head. "A seal? No, I don't want to be sealed." She and Tao Tai simultaneously threw back their heads and let out a deafening roar. Then Tao Tai put both hands into its mouth. With a crack, it bit off its own arms. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Lin Yi was horrified. Tao Tai greedily chewed its own arms. Lin Yi stood frozen, eyes wide as he stared at the scene before him. Zhu Quan's hands trembled as she looked at the tablet. It can actually devour its own body, using it to restore the energy it has expended. With its mouth covered in blood, Tao Tai glanced at Lin Yi, then suddenly screamed. Purple energy enveloped its body, and a black vortex engulfed both her and Tao Tai. Lin Yi and Zhu Quan broke into cold sweat as they stared ahead. After devouring herself, she had transformed back into human form. Lin Yi immediately used his aura-reading art to examine her. So she can do that too. Damn it, looks like this will be a hard fight. But when he saw her continuously absorbing spiritual energy, he was shocked. What is going on? Why is there still spiritual energy for her to absorb? Isn't the spirit-absorbing formation around us? He turned and shouted to the people behind him, "Hey, why does she still have spiritual energy to absorb? What is happening?" Lin Yi looked toward the formation's location and seemed to realize something. He immediately told Zhu Quan, "This is bad. Something has happened to this spirit-absorbing formation. Send someone to check it now." Zhu Quan broke out in a cold sweat, her entire body trembling. "What? That's impossible. The data says everything is normal. How could this be?" At that moment, Tao Ye's host was also looking toward the formation. She smiled, wrapped her cloak tightly around herself, and drooled as she stared fixedly toward the formation. There was so much spiritual energy there. Her body gradually became blurred. In an instant, she shot forward with such speed that the ground cracked beneath her feet. With a joyful expression, she raced toward the formation. Seeing that she wanted to escape, Lin Yi shouted, "This is bad. Stop her." Without hesitation, he rushed after her. Lin Yi quickly wrapped his arms around her body. "Trying to run? Stay right here." Caught by Lin Yi, she angrily shouted, "Let go of me, you hateful bastard." She immediately bit Lin Yi's hand. In pain, Lin Yi cried out, "Hey, hey, are you Tao Tai or a dog? Why are you biting people?" She pinned Lin Yi to the ground. "You bastard! I'll bite you to death." Seeing her open her mouth to bite again, Lin Yi feared she would bite him senseless and hurriedly used his hand to cover her head. Gritting his teeth and drenched in sweat, he thought, "This girl is even stronger in human form." Seeing that the situation was going badly, Mu Yi drew his sword and prepared to rush in. "This is bad. If this continues, he'll—" The person beside him stopped him. "Don't go over there. Whether it's my 9 heavens mystic thunder or your swordsmanship, Tao Dai will only absorb it. Trust him. Save your spiritual power for later." Hearing this, Mu Yi fell silent and continued watching. With Lin Yi holding her head firmly in place with both hands, she began attacking with her legs. Lin Yi tilted his head to dodge and shouted, "Go check on the formation's absorption status." Zhu Quan rapidly worked the keyboard with both hands. "Someone is sabotaging it over there. The 3 elders have already gone." Zhu Quan stared anxiously at the screen before her. "How can this be? Someone altered the data on my artifact." The scene shifted to the formation site, where the 3 elders had arrived. Du Xiaoyang frowned at him. "Enian, Daoist Xiaoyao, make your move." Master Enian immediately charged forward in fury. "Demon, with my supreme golden body, you dare stand there watching without knowing your own limits? Witness my mighty heavenly dragon." Master Enian also drew out his talisman. "You caught us off guard last time. This time, with this method, don't even think about hurting us." The demon looked coldly at the 3 of them. What a stubborn bunch. He launched his attack. Tentacles burst up from the ground. "You are destined to be cast aside by the new age." Meanwhile, Lin Yi was still struggling desperately against the girl. "Hey, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer." After a series of operations, Zhu Quan completed the final step. Her tablet beeped several times before automatically reconnecting. Zhu Quan smiled in relief. "It's finally restored. Let me see." But when she saw something, her eyes suddenly widened. On the battlefield, Master Enian frowned ahead. Why isn't he using his demon eye? Could he be stalling for time? As the thought struck him, his mouth fell open in shock. Zhu Quan hurriedly said to Mu Yi and Mu Fan, "Hurry and stop him. He's coming this way." Mu Yi asked in confusion, "Who?" Tao Tai and Lin Yi were still locked in fierce combat. Sensing something, she looked up at Lin Yi, then turned around in confusion, only to see a scene that stunned her. The demon clan member was rushing toward them while clutching something. He was carrying a spirit stone toward Tao Tai. Zhu Quan was frantic. "This is bad. Don't let Tao Tai touch and absorb that spirit stone, or we're finished." Mu Fan hurriedly drew the sword from his back and attacked with 9 heavens mystic lightning. "Damn demon clansman, don't you dare come any closer." Only then did Mu Yi understand the situation. He clapped his hands and summoned Clearwater, who rushed forward to block the demon clansman's path. Seeing him surrounded by the 2 of them, Tao Tai ignored Lin, who shoved him aside and rose to run toward the spirit stone. After taking only a few steps, she stopped and looked back, discovering that Lin Yi was grabbing her tail and pulling her back. Furious at being stopped by Lin Yi, she snarled, "Bastard, let go of me!" Meanwhile, Clearwater and Mu Fan kept attacking the demon clansman. Clearwater slashed him across the face, making him cough up blood. Covered in wounds, he roared in rage, "Detestable cultivators! You truly overestimate yourselves." Gritting his teeth, he placed the spirit stone behind his back, tensed his hips, and hurled the spirit stone toward Tao Tai. Seeing it before her, she decisively severed her own tail. Watching her fly toward the spirit stone as though fate itself had ordained it, Lin Yi's mouth fell open. "You can do that." Zhu Quan, Mu Yi, and Mu Fan were terrified. If Tao Tai got the spirit stone, they were done for. But Tao Tai had already touched the spirit stone and absorbed its replenishing energy. She immediately transformed into her monstrous form. Lin Yi could only stand there in stunned silence. Tao Tai, transformed into a monster, looked at Mu Yi and Mu Fan and said furiously, "Now it's my turn." Zhu Quan immediately tossed aside her computer and clutched her head. "Run! The suppression strategy has failed. Retreat now." Tao Tai gave a cold snort. "You still want to run?" "It's too late." Opening her mouth wide, she began absorbing the spiritual energy around her. "You'll pay for what happened just now." Mu Fan planted his sword in the ground and shouted, "This is bad. Our spiritual power is being drained." The demon clansman laughed smugly. "Ah, regretting it now? Lord Tao Tai, devour all these cultivators. Tao Tai flew before Mu Yi, terrifying him. At that critical moment, Clearwater rushed over and shoved Mu Yi behind him, but was sucked into Tao Yi's mouth instead. Mu Yi cried out, "Clearwater!" In an instant, Clearwater was reduced to a puddle of golden liquid. Tao Tai licked her lips contentedly. The flavor is a little strange, but it's tasty. She then fixed her eyes on Mu Yi. "Then you next." Tao Tai opened her mouth and lunged at him. Mu Yi gritted his teeth and shut his eyes, thinking fearfully, "It's over. I'm really going to die this time." When nothing happened after a while, Mu Yi opened his eyes. At some point, Lin Yi had appeared before him and blocked the attack. Lin Yi used both hands to force Tao Yi's jaws apart, preventing her from attacking Mu Yi. He was using all his strength to withstand Tao Yi's weight, while Mu Yi still sat on the ground in lingering terror, looking utterly lost. Lin Yi thought, "This is bad. The power bestowed by the three elders is about to run out." So he shouted to Mu Yi behind him, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you all want to die here?" Mu Yi forced his battered body to stand, gripping his sword hesitantly. "But what about you?" A hand suddenly grabbed Mu Yi's clothes. It was Mu Fan, pulling him away. "Do you want to end up like your master? Hurry up. Staying here will only drag him down." The two fled from Tao Tai together. Tao Tai glared furiously at Lin Yi. "You interfere with me every time. You deserve to die." She then kicked Lin Yi flying. "Get out of my way." The blow hurt badly, and Lin Yi spat blood. He thought, "This monster has fully recovered after absorbing the Spirit Stone's power. I really can't underestimate her." At that moment, Tao Tai charged at Lin Yi at terrifying speed. "What do you think you are before me? You can't do anything. You can only become my food." Tao Yi's legs grabbed toward Lin Yi. She thought she had caught him, but he had vanished. Suddenly, a crimson aura appeared around her, making her cry out in fear. "What is this?" This familiar aura. Lin Yi was now gripping both of Tao Yi's legs. She angrily demanded, "What's wrong with you? Why are you?" Crimson energy radiated from Lin Yi's entire body. He stared at her coldly without saying a word. Back at the three elders' battle, Master Inian shouted, "You two go first. I'll find a way to stop that demon." Du Zhuoyang Sudenli Sonset Somting. This aura, Dao is Xiaoyao. You feel it too, don't you? This is the devourer of desolation, isn't it? Impossible. The saintess is currently at the heavenly palace. The only possibility is... No, that can't be. Are you saying it's that kid? Zhu Quan was utterly shocked. How is this possible? That is the devourer of desolation's residual evil energy inside Lin Yi's body. How can he control it? That's insane. Though perhaps it's only natural. Lin Yi tightly gripped Tao Yi's ankle. "Are you finished attacking? Then it's my turn now. You don't have any objections, do you?" Tao Tai broke out in a cold sweat at his words. Before she could say anything, Lin Yi raised his hand, which transformed into a massive fist. "Now I have a taste of my punch." He swung his fist and sent Tao Tai flying. Lin Yi's punch landed squarely on her chest, causing her unbearable pain. Tao Tai drooled continuously, spat blood, and coughed violently. She glared at Lin Yi with one hand over her mouth, blood staining the corner of her lips. Her eyes were full of hatred, with a tear still lingering at the corner of one eye. Even after taking such a heavy blow, Tao Tai struggled to say, "You despicable little man. Why is this happening?" Lin Yi continued to gather his strength and charged toward her. He leaped into the air. "There's no why. Right now, I just want to teach you a lesson." Lin Yi fought Tao Tai alone without holding back, relentlessly delivering direct attacks that left her barely able to defend herself. The battle was extremely fierce. Watching the scene, the other two were utterly shocked. How can this be? A cultivator can actually wield murky energy? Even the innate true desolation body has never been heard of doing such a thing. The other two elders arrived as well. Looking at Lin Yi, one of them thought, the murky energy the devourer of desolation left in his body not only failed to harm him, it has become his aid. You truly are full of surprises. Lin Yi looked at the situation before him. He could not let this fellow ruin his plans any further. It seemed he could only settle this here. The blue-robed man, wearing a bagua hat, saw that something was wrong and shouted, "Watch out! The spiritual energy around her is continuously rising." As Lin Yi concentrated on fighting Tao Tai, his system panel suddenly began beeping. When he saw the choices presented by the system, he was somewhat surprised. Choice 1. Fully release the Devourer of Desolation's remaining power to fight Tao Tai. Reward. 1 high-grade spirit wood coffin. Choice 2. recognize the bad situation, abandon everyone, and retreat immediately to change strategy. Reward: Wind Riding Aperture Opening Art. Choice 3. Pretend to suffer backlash from the Devourer of Desolation's residual power, feign defeat, and allow yourself to be captured. Reward: 10 years of cultivation from the Return to Truth Art Beyond Dust. After reading the mission, Lin Yi was utterly confused. What kind of situation is this? I'm clearly in advantage right now. It gives me such unreasonable choices. He turned around and saw the demon gathering demonic energy. Lin Yi's face went pale with fright. Damn it, is this guy about to use his ultimate move? And he's targeting me. Lin Yi looked over the system's choices again, continuously calculating the best option. In the end, he chose the third. Immediately afterward, he clutched his head and screamed, leaving both the elders and Tao Tai dumbfounded. Lin Yi decided to carry out the third mission and pretend to suffer backlash from the Devourer of Desolation's residual power. Like a professional actor, he cried out, "No, no, no," before collapsing unconscious onto the ground. In the middle of an intense battle, her opponent had suddenly fainted. Tao Tai was bewildered. What's going on? I didn't do anything. Is he playing dirty? The three elders stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi, unable to understand what he was doing. He had been fighting perfectly well, yet suddenly fell asleep. Lin Yi's performance was worthy of a top-tier actor. He was drenched in sweat, his tongue lolling to one side. The three elders were shocked. This is bad. That kid seems to be suffering backlash from the Devourer of Desolation's power. I told you cultivators can't control murky energy. What are you standing around for? Hurry and save him. The demon clansman was also stunned by the scene. What is this? Has the Devourer of Desolation's evil power in his body gone out of control? Clearly, he hasn't even. While he was thinking, the bald master unleashed the mighty heavenly dragon technique. The demon glanced aside, used black smoke to block Master Enian's attack, then restrained Master Enian with the smoke before turning to flee. If that's the case, I can't let this opportunity slip away. He rushed toward Lin Yi, who was pretending to be unconscious. The other two elders panicked and cursed. Damn it, we can't let him attack Lin Yi. The two attacked the demon clansman at the same time. The blue-robed man in the bagua hat shouted, "Don't even think of harming that kid. Stop right there." Two attacks flew straight at the demon, but Tao Tai suddenly rushed out and devoured both techniques to help him. Tao Tai licked her lips. Delicious. So delicious. Give me more. Seeing their attacks neutralized, the two elders were furious. Damn it, this is troublesome. You cursed demons. The demon clansman then told Tao Tai, I'll stay behind and block them. Take him in Ma Lung, then retreat first. Tao Tai looked dissatisfied. That thing is evil. I want to eat him. The demon promptly knocked her on the head. Stop causing trouble. Go now. Master Enian had also dispelled the fool's black smoke by then. Gripping his staff, he rushed forward and roared, Damn demon, you won't escape today. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen something. It was Tao Tai. The moment she spotted Master Enian, her eyes lit up as though she had found a feast. As Tao Tai drained his spiritual power, Master Enian shouted furiously, Damn it, why is it you demon again? The fool began launching another attack as well. The other two cried out in alarm. That move again. Master Enian, get out of the way. Thanks to their warning, Master Enian evaded Tao Ye's attack. Tao Tai seized the opportunity to bite down on Lin Yi. Ma Lung ran over and shouted, Lord Tao Tai, please follow me. The two then fled with Lin Yi, leaving the demon clansman behind. Tao Ye's drool dripped onto Lin Yi's face. When Lin Yi opened his eyes, he almost vomited. Did you really have to bite me? The scene shifted to the Heavenly Dragon airship flying back to the Heavenly Palace. The Saintess was watering flowers when she saw the airship. Has the Heavenly Dragon airship returned? Thinking that Lin Yi had returned, the Saintess hurried out to see what was happening. By the time she arrived, everyone had gathered and was discussing it excitedly. Why did they come back so quickly? I heard this operation didn't go smoothly. All three elders went. Could someone have been injured? Seeing the two men disembark with gloomy faces, the Saintess anxiously ran over before she could even ask. Elder Lu spoke first. Where is Lin Yi? Did something happen that made him stay behind? But the man merely scratched his head and stammered, unsure how to answer. Well, Lin, he had a little accident. He may return a little later. Suddenly, Dao Chongyin stuck his head out and shouted, Hey, old Lu, what exactly happened? I heard that something went wrong with the Tao Tai suppression, and even that brat Lin, he was captured. The saintess felt as though she had been struck by lightning, and her face turned deathly pale. Elder Lu hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. We only came back first. Du Zhaoyang and Li Cuihua are searching everywhere for Tao Dai and the demon clan. Perhaps they have already found him by now." But the saintess was so shaken that she collapsed weakly. The brown-haired girl hurriedly supported and comforted her. "Don't get worked up. You are the devourer of desolation's host. If something happens to you, wouldn't everything have been for nothing?" Elder Lu furiously seized Chongyan by the collar. "Chongyan, did you do that on purpose?" "I didn't. I was just worried." With tears in her eyes, the saintess cried, "Brother Lin Yi, what am I supposed to do? I can't do anything." As she spoke, she broke down sobbing. The scene shifted to the demon clan's territory, deep within the mountains and forests. Lin Yi said to Tao Tai, "Hey, where's that mysterious guy? He spent so much effort capturing me, so he must have some purpose, right? Is he just going to keep me locked up here?" Tao Tai shot Lin Yi an annoyed glance. "I don't talk to evil things. Master told me to watch you. If you try to run, I'll break your legs." "Master? That mysterious guy is your master? Aren't you the sealed Tao Tai? Do you know that your master is merely using you?" The girl turned around and shouted angrily, "No, Master saved me. Only after following Master did I stop going hungry." Lin Yi revealed a sly smile. "Really? But Tao Dai can never be full. Didn't your master tell you that?" A sudden voice rang out, startling Lin Yi. "Tricking a little girl doesn't make you much of a gentleman either." The newcomer was none other than the traitor Zhuogong. Looking smugly at Lin Yi, who was locked in a cell, he said, "Long time no see." Lin Yi was extremely puzzled to see him. "Zhuogong, why are you here? Wait, could it be that you also?" Before Lin Yi could finish, Zhuogong interrupted him. "That's right, just as you think." Lin Yi asked him, "Were you captured by the demon clan too?" Zhuogong shouted angrily, "Captured my ass. How could that be? I joined them of my own accord." Lin Yi immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Why would you join the demon clan?" "Master, where is he now?" Zhuogong said, "Don't get worked up. Rest assured, although our sect was destroyed, Master led everyone away to hide long ago." Lin Yi's expression darkened. Remembering how he had wept bitterly upon seeing the sect destroyed, he said angrily, "Damn it, that old man ran away if he wanted to, but something this huge happened, and he didn't even send anyone to tell me." Zhuogong revealed a sinister expression and said to Lin, "You're wrong. Precisely because you are in Heavenly Palace, we absolutely cannot let you know that our sect has not been destroyed." Lin Yi angrily gripped the iron bars of the cell and called out to Zhuogong, "What do you mean by that? Are you worried the news will leak or that the demon clan will discover it?" Zhuogong burst out laughing. "The demon clan? You're wrong, Lin Yi. The demon clan is not our enemy at all. What Master fears is not the demon clan, but Heavenly Palace." Lin Yi was initially startled, but he quickly calmed down and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Wasn't it the demon clan that destroyed so many sects?" Zhuogong immediately pointed at him. "Lin Yi, you don't understand anything at all. All of this was, at that moment, the mysterious man appeared and interrupted him. Let me tell him." Upon seeing the mysterious man, Zhuogong hastily cupped his hands in salute. "Greetings, my lord." The mysterious man ordered Zhuogong, "Open the cell. I have something to say to him." Zhuogong immediately obeyed and opened the door. Watching him slowly open it, Lin Yi wondered to himself what this mysterious man was plotting. At that moment, the system issued another task. Option 1. Immediately attack this sneaky fellow who dares look down on you. Reward, a lavish funeral, including 3,988 white chrysanthemums. Option 2. Seize the chance to escape. Reward, a set of leg braces. Option 3. Adapt to the situation. Reward, 10 years of cultivation from the dust-severing return to origin art. After reading it, Lin Yi's face darkened. The system was hinting that if he attacked, he could win, but if he ran, his legs would be broken. After leaving the cell, Lin Yi asked, "What exactly is your purpose?" The mysterious man replied, "I hate beating around the bush, so I'll be direct. I admire you very much." Upon hearing that, Lin Yi immediately covered his chest. "You want my body too?" Zhuogong said, "Idiot, that's not what he means." Meanwhile, fury blazed in Tao Yi's eyes. "Pervert, I'm going to eat you." The scene shifted outside. The mysterious man brought Lin Yi somewhere, and Lin Yi demanded, "What exactly are you plotting? What do you want?" The man pointed down at the ground. "What do you think of the scenery here? confused by what he meant. Lin Yi looked down and saw only uneven, scarred earth. He then looked around at the crumbling houses and asked suspiciously, "What is there to see here?" Then, folding his arms in dissatisfaction, he said, "This is a godforsaken wasteland. Do all of you demon clansmen like living in places like this?" The mysterious man glanced at Lin Yi. "What if I told you that 1,000 years ago, this place was fertile land where countless people lived peaceful lives? Even a little over a decade ago, it had not yet become like this." He pointed at the girl. "This child was the last survivor I found in that village. Later, she became Tao Ye's host." Lin Yi asked in confusion, "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" The mysterious man replied, "There's no use saying too much. You may not understand anyway. Let me show you." A ray of light entered Lin Yi's head. His mouth fell open, and he only had time to cry out, "You." The mysterious man stepped closer and said, "Don't be nervous." Lin Yi's eyes gradually lost focus, and his consciousness grew hazy. He could only hear the man's voice. "I'm merely letting you see some of my memories and hers." When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he had appeared in another space. Still filled with doubt, he thought, memories? What was he trying to do? At that moment, the figure of a little girl appeared before Lin Yi. A thin, frail child was sitting beside a well. It was that girl. Was this how she used to live? Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed something approaching her. Startled, he hurriedly shouted, "It's a rabid dog." Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared fixedly at the little girl. Terrified, the girl reached for the wooden stick beside her to defend herself. Trembling all over, she raised it and tried to drive the rabid dog away. "Go away, go away." But this only made the dog even more frenzied. It immediately lunged at her and began biting her. Though she had a wooden stick, the little girl's small body was still knocked to the ground. Seeing the rabid dog drooling over her, she burst into frightened tears. Unable to bear it, Lin Yi wanted to rush in and intervene. "Get lost! Get away from her, you damned beast!" But no matter what he did, he could not touch the dog. Only then did Lin Yi remember. "Wait," he said, "these were memories. That means this already happened. I can't do anything." Tears streamed down the terrified girl's face as she cried, "Help me! Mom, Dad! Somebody save me!" The dog bit through the wooden stick in her hand, then bit into her neck. The pain made the little girl scream. The sight before him and the girl's agonized cries made Lin Yi tremble all over and break out in a cold sweat. All he could do was watch helplessly. The little girl gritted her teeth and endured every bite from the rabid dog. Clutching the broken stick tightly, she gathered all her strength, raised it, and viciously stabbed the dog. It spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Panting heavily, the girl stared at it. She had decided to fight the dog to the death. Though she was badly injured, the dog was ultimately killed by the little girl. Covered in wounds, she collapsed beside its corpse in exhaustion. The girl looked up at the sky, her gaze distant. "I'm so hungry. Am I going to die?" Witnessing everything, Lin Yi was heartbroken. If this was a memory, why had she been left here all alone? The girl turned to look at the dog's corpse beside her. "Is it dead?" Then she dragged her weak body toward it. She sat there staring at the corpse, struggling inwardly. "I'm so hungry." She tried desperately to resist her hunger, but her stomach could no longer bear it. So she began ravenously eating the meat, raw or cooked. It made no difference. Looking at the pitiful girl, Lin Yi was filled with grief. Just then, the mysterious man appeared before the girl, making her scream in fright. Seeing her, he was also surprised. "There's actually still a child here. I thought there were no survivors left." The mysterious man looked at the dog, whose belly had been eaten away by the girl, and understood everything. "I see." Then he sent a stream of power into her body. "Come with me. Your parents will not be coming back. Come with me. I'll take care of you. At the very least, I can help you survive." The girl did not care whether she lived or died in the future. She only asked, "If I go with you, will I be able to eat my fill?" He glanced at her and replied with a single word, "Yes." Hearing that, the girl forced herself to stand. "All right, then I'll go with you." At the same time, the surrounding space began to shake violently. Lin Yi blinked in alarm, and his consciousness returned to reality. Lin Yi looked at the girl with sympathy, then angrily questioned the mysterious man. "What exactly are you trying to tell me by showing me all this?" The man replied, "As you saw, decades ago, this land became completely uncultivable. The villagers could no longer survive here, so they all left. As for the girl, because she was a child, her parents saw her as a burden and abandoned her here." Lin Yi replied, "So what? Even if that is true, what does it have to do with you leading the demon clan to destroy sex everywhere?" The mysterious man explained, "You're wrong. It has everything to do with it. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is limited in total quantity. As cultivators continuously cultivate and gather spiritual energy, less and less remains in the land. This is what the heavenly Tao calls a calamity cycle." Lin, he was doubtful. The total amount of spiritual energy is limited, but what basis do you have for such a theory? The girl stepped forward. Basis? The proof is the decline of spiritual energy. The land is becoming increasingly barren. She rubbed her stomach. Tao Tai can sense that more and more people in this world are starving. Lin Yi stayed in shock. How could that be? The mysterious man spoke from behind him. You don't believe it, do you? I imagine you have never experienced hunger in your entire life, have you? Before Lin Yi could explain, the man continued, I understand. It isn't just you. Those lofty cultivators have never cared about the miserable lives of the ordinary people below them. Every sect is built atop the richest spirit veins. Only when spiritual energy has been exhausted to its very end will it affect those spirit veins. Naturally, you cannot sense it. Lin Yi replied, perhaps you are right. But even so, why are you doing this? The mysterious man angrily spread his fingers. Of course, it is to break this unjust fate. Heavenly Palace and those ancient sects all know the truth. His anger intensified as he spoke, yet they knowingly conceal it. Led by Heavenly Palace, the strongest cultivators and sects established a set of rules. Whenever a calamity cycle arrives, they instigate a great war to eliminate most cultivators and sects, restoring the balance of spiritual energy in the world. That is the calamity of heaven and earth. And those who created this farce are never eliminated, because they are the ones who set the rules. Lin Yi fell silent, reflecting on all that had happened. He rubbed his chin. So, my master led the entire sect away because he knew this? He knew his sect could never remain safe in the coming chaos. The mysterious man continued to influence Lin Yi. Your master is a clever man. He knew his sect could never survive peacefully in the chaos to come. So even if it meant abandoning their spirit vein and leaving themselves with no way forward or back on the path of cultivation, he still tried to ensure his disciples could live on. Pretending that the sect was destroyed by the demon clan was his wisest move. Naturally, I had no intention of exposing him. Lin Yi remained silent for a long while, considering something. At last, he said, but by that logic, eliminating sects only treats the symptoms, not the cause, doesn't it? At most, you would merely replace Heavenly Palace and make everything start over. The mysterious man replied, simply killing cultivators and replacing Heavenly Palace would indeed only treat the symptoms. But we have a greater goal, and those decayed old men in Heavenly Palace would stop us from achieving it the moment they became suspicious. You possess the innate, true desolation body. If you join us, victory will be within our grasp, and we can bring a better future to everyone. Lin Yi pointed at his own face, looking baffled. You want to recruit me? With just those words? Do you think I'll believe you? Do you take me for an idiot? The mysterious man shook his head. Naturally, I don't expect to persuade you, but I can give you an opportunity to verify it yourself. Lin Yi frowned at him, not understanding. His expression darkened as he asked, an opportunity to verify it? What do you mean? The mysterious man leaned close to Lin Yi's face. I mean, I can let you go back. Then you can investigate for yourself whether what I said is true. Lin Yi could not believe his ears. What? Let me go back. He immediately turned to leave and bid the man farewell. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll investigate everything you said thoroughly. Then I won't trouble you any longer. But after just a few steps, the girl blocked Lin Yi's path. The mysterious man stepped forward and placed a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. Don't be in such a hurry. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. He took out a disgusting worm clutched in his hand. This is a soul-devouring goo worm. It was not easy to find. Swallow it, and I'll let you return. Watching it ride before him, Lin Yi's face turned pale. What will happen if I swallow that thing? Nothing special, but if you try to remove it or disobey my orders, you will wish you were dead. That old bastard was truly vicious. At that moment, the system issued another task to Lin Yi. Option 1. He dares use a goo worm to control you. Immediately launch a sneak attack. Reward, a prime burial plot. It has never received a bad review or complaint. Option 2. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Immediately kneel and beg for mercy. Reward, a peerless martial arts manual. Option 3. Insect protein contains 4 times as much protein as beef. Just eat it. Reward. The dust-severing rainbow transformation art. This spell is based on the dust-severing return-to-origin art. Once mastered, it can gradually dissolve foreign objects within the body. Tears streamed down Lin Yi's face as he thought that the system was indeed reliable at critical moments. But he had no other choice. Crying, Lin Yi swallowed the goo worm. Seeing Lin Yi swallow it, the mysterious man thought to himself, Lin Yi, don't blame me. You possess the innate, true desolation body, along with so many special talents. A goo worm of this kind would not ordinarily be wasted on someone like you. After swallowing it, Lin Yi said, fine, my life is in your hands now. What exactly do you want? Yet he thought resentfully, you bastard, once I digest this damned goo worm, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. The mysterious man spoke. Heavenly Palace has already controlled 2 ancient beasts. Before long, they will target the 3rd. Ancient beasts are also essential to our plan. This time, you will pretend to have escaped. After you return, do not reveal anything that happened today. I will send someone to contact you. Lin, he was somewhat surprised. You have spies in Heavenly Palace too? No wonder I'd never heard of this kind of goo worm. Under threat of death, it is not strange for someone to be forced into betrayal. Heavenly Palace's plans have been disrupted repeatedly in the past. Perhaps that was also the work of spies. But who could it be? Until I understand the situation, I need to be careful. After thinking for a while, he scratched his head and grinned foolishly, pointing in a direction. So, can I leave now? The mysterious man replied, go. Remember, we are not enemies. The demon clan is not wholly evil. We merely want to break this unjust world. Having received permission, Lin Yi did not hesitate to turn and leave. Yes, I'm leaving. Everything you say is right. Before Lin Yi departed, the mysterious man deliberately added, I know you do not believe me yet, but for the sake of that girl who has the sealed devourer of desolation, I must give you a word of warning. Do not trust Heavenly Palace too much. Their attitude toward those who bear seals is not as harmless as it appears. Lin Yi quickly turned back and asked, wait, what do you mean by that? The mysterious man and the girl turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Think it through yourself, Lin Yi. The scene shifted back to Heavenly Palace. Zhu Quan and the others had just disembarked from their airship. The Saintess had been waiting for them for a long time. She timidly stepped forward and asked, Senior Zhu Quan, is there any news of Brother Lin Yi this time? Not yet. Tao Tai will not casually absorb spiritual energy, and my detector has not found any trace of her. Hearing that there was no news of her future fiancé, the girl became so distressed that tears filled her eyes. Zhu Quan quickly waved his hands in explanation. Don't worry. The others are still searching. Elderly Tsue Hua is even more relentless. She has been searching everywhere without rest. We should find him soon. Mu Fan spoke from behind them. Don't worry. Lin, he seems pretty clever to me. Even if he was captured, he should find a chance to escape. Qing Feng added, it is just a pity that neither Heavenly Palace nor my father will allow me to leave freely. Otherwise, if I had been there during that battle, perhaps nothing would have happened to him. What? You're worried about Lin Yi too? I heard the two of you had unpleasant conflicts before. Qing Feng replied, that is true, and I will not deny it. But during the battle to seal Tao Wu, both I and the Myriad Things sect came to owe him a debt. By the way, where is that fellow who always argued with all of you? You mean Long Tingmu? His sword attendant was swallowed by Tao Tai, and he has been completely devastated. Not long ago, he was also summoned back to the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. Qing Feng was deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand. The Dragon Soaring Dynasty. If I remember correctly, they seemed to, before he could finish, Lin Yi suddenly appeared and interrupted him. What about the Dragon Soaring Dynasty? Both of them jumped in fright and turned around, seeing Lin Yi standing before them. Both of them stared in stunned disbelief. Lin Yi, is it you? How did you? No. Are you even human, or are you a ghost? Hearing Qing Feng say that, Lin Yi crossed his arms in annoyance. Hey, I'm standing right here alive and well. The demon clan imprisoned me, and I merely found an opportunity to escape. Qing Feng still could not believe it and shouted, you're joking, right? How could it be that easy? Could the demon clan possibly? Before he could finish, the Saintess rushed over and threw her arms around Lin Yi, catching him somewhat off guard. He smiled gently and stroked her head. It's all right now. I'm back. Witnessing this affectionate scene, an elder interjected, Lin Yi, it is good that you have returned. But before we celebrate, come with me for a moment. In a room, Lin Yi sat still while Zhu Quan examined him. He said, there is nothing wrong. I have checked him. His body shows no abnormalities. The demon clan did not place any curses on him, and he is in very good health. The elders said, "That is good. The demon clan is full of schemes. I was afraid they might have done something in secret." Hearing this, the saintess happily said, "It is wonderful that Brother Lin Yi is truly unharmed." Lin Yi put on an arrogant expression and pointed at himself. "I told you, I seized an opportunity to escape. Nothing happened to me." Though he said that aloud, he thought, the soul-devouring goo worm in my body still has not been refined by the dust-severing rainbow transformation art. Is it hidden too deeply for Zhu Quan to detect? Or did his examination tools fail to find the abnormality? Could he be the traitor? Forget it. This is not the time for baseless suspicion. At that moment, Du Xiaoyang entered and said, "It is good that you are unharmed. Now come with me, Lin." Linny asked somewhat suspiciously, "What is this about?" Du Xiaoyang looked at him and replied, "Nothing much. The palace lord has asked me to bring you to meet him." Thus, Linny followed Du Xiaoyang, wondering as they walked what kind of person the lord of Heavenly Palace was. A long flight of stairs led to a majestic, splendid gate that seemed to have been built among the clouds. Linny thought to himself, each generation's palace lord is personally chosen by the previous one. No one knows the exact method of selection, although no one in the world has seen the Lord of Heavenly Palace take action for a very long time. Judging by the strength of cultivators throughout the world, the Lord of Heavenly Palace is undoubtedly acknowledged as the strongest. He is also the person who knows the truth behind the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth best. The palace lord had long been waiting there for Linny. Seeing the man's back, Linny broke out in a cold sweat. Du Xiaoyang respectfully cupped his hands and reported, "Palace lord, I have brought Lin." "You have worked hard," the palace lord replied. "I will speak with him privately now. You may withdraw." Hearing that the palace lord wanted to speak with him alone, Lin Yi became even more uneasy. He cautiously began, "May I ask why the palace lord has summoned me this time?" Before he could finish, the palace lord interrupted with a smile. "I know you, Linny. The elders have told me quite a bit about you, including your battles against Tao Tai and Tao Wu, as well as your innate true desolation body, a physique rarely seen in 1,000 years. You can even use the vicious aura left inside others by ferocious beasts." Faced with the palace lord's question, Lin Yi honestly answered, "Yes." Yet he did not lower his guard in the slightest, cold sweat pouring down him like rain. Upon hearing Lin Yi's answer, the palace lord continued, "I also heard that after you were taken away by that mysterious person, you found a way to escape on your own." These words struck Lin Yi like a bolt from the blue. His face turned pale as he answered fearfully, "Yes." After Lin Yi answered, the palace lord merely stared at him in silence, making Lin Yi feel as though he might wet himself. Following a tense pause, the palace lord smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Is that so? Interesting. Then let me ask you, when you were captured." As he spoke, blue energy radiated from the palace lord's pupils. "Did that mysterious person say anything to you?" Lin Yi recalled the mysterious man's words. "You can verify for yourself whether what I said is true or false." After considering it for a while, Lin Yi said, "The mysterious person?" He scratched his head and gave the palace lord a foolish grin. "No, that Tao Dai girl was watching me the entire time. The mysterious person never appeared before me." Though he looked innocent and harmless on the surface, Lin Yi was terrified beyond control inside, drenched in cold sweat. Hearing his answer, the palace lord rested a hand against his chin and regarded Lin Yi with a puzzled expression. But then he smiled at him. "Is that so? Then would you be interested in becoming my personal disciple?" Caught completely off guard by the question, the young man froze. What? Palace Lord, what do you mean by personal disciple?" Hearing Lin Yi's question, the palace lord slowly explained. "In other words, would you be interested in becoming the next lord of Heavenly Palace?" The room suddenly fell silent. Lin Yi was speechless after hearing this. The palace lord silently waited for Lin Yi's answer. Lin Yi still could not believe his ears. The palace lord wanted to accept him as a personal disciple and make him the next lord of Heavenly Palace. The scene shifted to the square outside. Suehua had also returned to Heavenly Palace, landing before the saintess. Seeing Tsuehua, the saintess said happily, "Master, you have returned." Tsuehua sighed and said listlessly, "I worked so hard running everywhere to find traces of the demon clan, only for that brat to come back by himself." The saintess could only smile awkwardly at Tsuehua's complaint. Tsuehua then turned and walked away irritably, asking, "Where is that little brat? Your master has been running all over looking for him. Even if I deserve no credit, I deserve recognition for my hard work. And even if not for that, I am exhausted." The saintess began to explain, "Elder Du Zhaoyang was ordered by the palace lord to take Lin Yi to see him." Upon hearing this, Tsuehua's expression suddenly turned grim. She asked in shock, "What? This has reached the palace lord's attention? Surely it is not that serious." Suddenly, the three grand elders appeared as well. The elderly elder said to Tsuehua, "Congratulations on taking in a disciple with such a promising future." Tsuehua snapped loudly, "Hey, old baldhead, what are you talking about? Let me make this clear. Flattery will get you nowhere. Lin Yi is my disciple, so do not even think about poaching him." Elder Lu laughed heartily. "We cannot poach him, but it seems that the palace lord is quite fond of the boy." Tsuehua's eyes widened in extreme surprise. What did you say? You just returned, so you do not know yet, do you? You tell her." The elder wearing the 8 trigrams had explained to Tsuehua, "The palace lord has summoned Lin Yi. He has always said that the calamity of heaven and earth is approaching, and it is time to arrange for the next lord of Heavenly Palace. I believe the palace lord intends to accept Lin Yi as his personal disciple, then make further arrangements after the calamity of heaven and earth has passed." Hearing this news, the saintess was overjoyed, her eyes shining brightly. "That is wonderful, as expected of brother Lin Yi." She then excitedly turned to Tsuehua. "Senior Tsuehua." But Tsuehua's expression became extremely grave, her face darkening, as she said, "Do you know what this means? Has it been decided already?" The elder in the 8 trigrams hat replied, "He is only a candidate for now, but among this generation, he truly is the most suitable one." Hearing that, Tsuehua's expression grew even worse. Elder Lu said, "Tsuehua, do not make that face. Heavenly Palace has passed down its legacy this way for 1,000 years, and is not a bad thing for that boy either." Seeing the atmosphere, the saintess thought to herself, "What happened? Why do the elders seem so solemn? Is brother Lin Yi being chosen as the successor not good news?" Suddenly, Tsuehua smiled, her face displaying a dangerous expression. "It is all right. With that brat's unconventional personality, I do not think he will necessarily covet that position." She then turned to leave. "Jin Yao, let us go. Do not bother with these old men. Stay around them too long, and you'll start feeling uncomfortable." Meanwhile, inside the main hall, the atmosphere between Lin Yi and the palace lord was more tense than ever. Having heard the proposal, Lin Yi could scarcely believe his ears and was utterly confused about what was happening. He wiped away his sweat and asked the Lord of Heavenly Palace, "You mean I am the next successor?" The palace lord smiled and nodded. "That is right." Lin Yi immediately looked baffled. "But I do not understand. Why choose me so suddenly?" Half jokingly, the palace lord replied, "Perhaps you simply caught my eye. After all, you possess the innate true desolation body, and Heavenly Palace's most dangerous enemies at present are the ferocious beasts. Furthermore, your constitution makes you the most suitable heir by nature. Well, have you thought it through? Once you have, tell me what you think." At such a crucial moment, the system naturally could not be absent. Mission 1. Agree to become the successor. Noti worth. Mission 2. Say that you need time to consider it. Noti worth. Option 3. Refuse to become the successor. Noti worth. Why was he suddenly chosen? Seeing this situation, Lin Yi was bewildered and had no idea what was going on. No matter which option he chose, there was no reward. This had never happened before. Although he had always been deceiving himself before, the system had clearly given him a few hints recently. Could it be that this time, the system could not offer him correct advice either? The current situation was becoming increasingly unbelievable. After remaining silent for a long time, Lin Yi scratched his head and answered according to one of the mission options. Embarrassed, he said, "This is too important. I think I need some time to consider it." The palace lord stared at Lin Yi for a long while before replying cheerfully, "Countless people in this world long to inherit my legacy and become the strongest cultivator. Yet you say you need time to think. How interesting. Could it be?" The palace lord's expression became suspicious. "Do you have some support that makes even the inheritance of Heavenly Palace seem worthless to you?" Lin Yi did not know how to answer. After thinking for a while, he replied, "No, it is just that I am a disciple of the Qianyuan sect, and I already have a master, though he is only a fat old man." Before Lin Yi could finish, the palace lord interrupted. "So you are attached to old ties?" He then turned around. "Very well. Since that is the case, I will not force you. If you change your mind, you may come find me at any time." Lin Yi hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. Then, "Palace lord, I shall take my leave." But the palace lord stopped him. "Wait, if you do not wish to become my disciple, then I have another task to assign you." Lin Yi was extremely surprised. After hearing the task assigned to him, he hurried back to the others and said, "It is bad. It is bad. Something has happened again." Seeing this, the saintess anxiously called out, "Brother Lin Yi." Suehua directly asked, "What is it? Has something serious happened? Did you agree to become the palace lord's personal disciple?" Lin Yi replied, "Well, I have not agreed yet." Suehua smiled joyfully. "I knew it, you little brat." But before she could celebrate, Lin Yi interrupted her. "That is not the point. The point is that something has happened in the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. The imperial family has fallen into civil war, and the ferocious beast suppressed by the Dragon Soaring imperial family may break free from its seal." Upon receiving this news, everyone quickly boarded an airship and headed for the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. Lin Yi, the saintess, and Sawa looked down below, all of them utterly horrified. Lin Yi cried out, "This," while Mu Fan asked in confusion, "Is this really the capital city of the Dragon Soaring Dynasty? Why is it so desolate? All the buildings have become ruins." The scene was unimaginably tragic. Who could have imagined that the capital of a prosperous and powerful dynasty could be reduced to such devastation after a civil war? Zhu Quan also said, "The power of war is truly terrifying. This was once a great city with nearly 1 million residents. Now, I fear that fewer than 1/10 have survived." Mu Fan could not help saying in astonishment, "The news reached Heavenly Palace less than 2 days ago. How could they have fought to such an extent?" The elder in the 8 trigrams hat spoke up. "I heard that more than half the cultivators formerly loyal to the imperial family have joined the rebellious imperial uncle's faction. The two sides launched a bloody slaughter around the imperial city, ultimately reducing the capital to this state. Zuquan Siga. When immortals fight, mortals suffer." At that moment, Lin Yi was still observing Zhu Quan's expression. He again recalled the mysterious man's words. "You lofty cultivators have never cared about the mortals below." After the airship traveled some distance, a troop of soldiers riding strange beasts appeared ahead and blocked their path. A general shouted, "Are you the envoys from Heavenly Palace? By His Highness's order, we have come to welcome you." Seeing this, the elder in the 8 trigrams hat looked rather surprised. "Long Tingmu already knows we have arrived. Let them lead the way." The scene changed as the soldiers led the group to a floating island. Lin Yi and Zhu Quan both cried out in surprise when they saw it. This was the mobile palace of the Dragon Soaring imperial family. Drawing on his extensive knowledge, Zhu Quan immediately explained, "It took tremendous effort to build back then, with the help of disciples from the Mo clan. I also participated in part of its design." The elder in the 8 trigrams hat immediately deduced. It seems that after the capital was destroyed, the Dragon Soaring imperial family temporarily relocated here. Soon afterward, the airship landed in a large square on the island. Lin Yi lowered his head to observe the situation and suddenly noticed something was wrong. There seemed to be commoners below as well. Many civilians in tattered clothing had gathered there. They had originally been residents of the imperial city before the unrest began. An old man led a child forward and said to a soldier, "Sir, please. This child has had nothing to eat for 2 days." But the soldier ignored him completely and immediately ordered someone to push the old man away. "Hurry up. The Lord above are kind-hearted and cannot bear to see people suffer. So get them out of here quickly." Witnessing this, Lin Yi was furious. Is this how the Dragon Soaring imperial family treats its own people? Zhu Quan was also stunned by the sight, his heart filled with pity. Angrily pointing below, Lin Yi asked Du Zhaoyang, "Why do they not provide relief for them?" Du Zhaoyang sighed. "They cannot even hold on to the throne beneath the dragon bed. How could they have time to care about these mortals? Then what about us? Can Heavenly Palace not do anything either?" Du Zhaoyang replied, "Even du Palace. Our responsibility is..." Before he could finish, Long Timu appeared and called loudly, "Ah, you have finally arrived. Elder Du, my father, has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me." Long Tingmu, then led everyone into the main hall to meet the emperor. Long Tingmu cupped his hands and reported, "Father, everyone from Heavenly Palace has arrived." Hearing this, the emperor smiled and slowly rose to his feet. "Welcome." He spread his arms and said to everyone, "I am deeply grateful that all of you from Heavenly Palace have come to aid the dragon soaring dynasty in this time of crisis." Du Xiaoyang immediately returned the salute with cupped hands. "Your Majesty is too kind. Heavenly Palace and the Dragon Soaring Dynasty have long had an alliance. Now that 9 Infants is causing trouble, we will naturally give our full support." Lin Yi thought to himself, the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. Its history is nearly as ancient as Heavenly Palace's. Yet unlike the sects, which rarely involve themselves in worldly affairs and devote themselves solely to cultivation, the ancestors of the dragon-soaring imperial family chose to guard the mortal realm. For 1,000 years, their bloodline has never been broken. More importantly, 9 Infants is one of the ferocious beasts that the dragon-soaring imperial family has suppressed for generations. The emperor continued, "Elder Du has traveled a long way. Allow me to play host, and let us sit down and discuss matters at leisure." He glanced at the eunuch below. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and prepare a banquet for our honored guests." Tables and chairs were set out, with seats arranged according to rank. As an attendant brought over wine, Suehua caught its fragrance. This scent truly belongs to fine wine. She immediately poured herself a cup and gulped it down. "Forgive my lack of etiquette. Please, make yourselves at home." Looking at the delicacies spread before him, Lin Yi thought, clearly, this is not a time for such leisure. He turned his head and saw the emperor smiling as he conversed with Du Xiaoyang. Lin Yi angrily slammed the table and stood up. "3 elders, we have come here. Let the dragon-soaring imperial family tell us about the current situation with 9 Infants." Elder Du Xiaoyang was extremely surprised by Lin Yi's attitude. The emperor glared coldly at Lin Yi. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Du? Are all Heavenly Palace disciples so ill-mannered? Can't you see that I am discussing an important matter with the 3 elders? Lin Yi was utterly fearless as he retorted directly, "What could be more important than 9 Infants? The sooner it is resolved, the less the common people will suffer." Hearing this, the dragon-soaring emperor angrily shouted, "Insolence! You ignorant junior! How dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you think 9 Infants is so easy to deal with? And who are you to speak here?" At that moment, Long Tingmu coughed lightly. "Ahem, father, this is Lin Yi, the one who saved my life, the one I told you about before. He possesses the innate, true desolation body. In several previous incidents involving ferocious beasts, he was the one who turned the situation around." Hearing Long Tingmu's words, the dragon-soaring emperor was completely stunned. "Is that so? So he is the one with the innate, true desolation body. Even so, he is far too lacking in manners. Those who are talented yet arrogant will not go far." Suehua was silent for a moment before speaking displeasedly. "Listen here, old man. You are cursing my disciple like that. I cannot pretend I did not hear it." As she spoke, she gave the emperor a dead-eyed stare. The emperor was furious when Suehua spoke up, yet there was nothing he could do. Zhu Quan leaned close to Lin Yi and whispered, "The dragon-soaring imperial family has long been at odds with your master. Neither side has ever gained any advantage." Elder Du Xiaoyang spoke up to ease the awkward atmosphere. After clearing his throat, he said, "The demon clan is still lying in ambush in the shadows, and the situation is indeed far from optimistic. Perhaps, your majesty." Before he could finish, the foolish emperor interrupted him. "The situation is very simple. My younger brother has seized half of 9 Infants' power. At the same time, he has bewitched many members of the imperial clan. Dragon Soaring now faces the disgrace of rebellion, with countless lives lost and even the imperial capital destroyed by him. It is very simple for Heavenly Palace to put an end to the 9 Infants' rebellion. Help me capture that traitorous brother of mine and reclaim 9 Infants' power." Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. The power of a ferocious beast can be divided? The saintess explained from the side, "I remember Master once telling me that 9 Infants is the most unusual of all ferocious beasts. More precisely, it is made up of 9 ferocious beasts." Zhu Quan added, "Back then, the first lord of Heavenly Palace severed all of its heads, then sealed them away and ultimately entrusted the dragon-soaring imperial family with suppressing them for generations. Because 9 Infants possesses only one head, its strength is no greater than that of the other ferocious beasts. Therefore, the backlash from sealing it is far smaller and safer than with the four fiends. The dragon-soaring imperial family, in turn, came to wield the power of ferocious beasts. That is how they secured their rule over thousands of miles and became the cultivation clan that governed the mortal realm. Then doesn't that mean this man is also, with that thought, Lin immediately used his aura reading technique on him. The heads of ferocious beasts instantly appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. His eyes widened in shock. 5 heads? This man has gathered 5 heads within his body already. One of the beast heads noticed that Lin Yi was looking at them. It said to the others, "He can see us." The innate true desolation body. It really is the innate true desolation body. Wonderful. Devour him. I cannot wait any longer. Devour him now. Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the ferocious beast speak. The emperor also stared at Lin Yi with a murderous gaze. Lin Yi felt a pair of enormous eyes fixed upon him, as if he were delectable prey. The old emperor spoke at that moment. "Rebels and traitors, everyone wants me dead. I have recruited talented individuals from all over the realm, along with cultivators from every region. Those who remain loyal to the imperial family will arrive soon as well. Together, they will form a formidable army. Of course, with Heavenly Palace's support, I am certain this matter can be resolved much faster. Especially the innate, true desolation body. He should be fully capable of handling the power of ferocious beasts, should he not?" Lin Yi froze upon hearing that, while Zhu Quan, beside him, whistled as though the matter had nothing to do with him. Elder Du Xiaoyang looked at the emperor and said, "There is no need to discuss that. Lin Yi is exceptionally gifted and has repeatedly done his utmost to turn the tide. The Lord of Heavenly Palace has even considered accepting him as a direct disciple." All the men present immediately glared at Lin Yi with hostility, startling him. The young women, meanwhile, covered their mouths and giggled. In other words, if they could keep this young man as the successor to the Lord of Heavenly Palace, they absolutely could not let the opportunity slip away. With all the girls watching him, Lin Yi blushed furiously. The saintess, seated beside him, noticed his expression and shot him a glare. With an astonished look, she thought, "Your wife is sitting right here, and you still dare stare at other girls? Just wait until we get home." The emperor became interested upon hearing Elder Du Xiaoyang's words. "Is that so? I understand." Long Tingmu's mouth fell open in surprise. "You are the Lord of Heavenly Palace's successor? This is the most shocking news of the year. Tell me, when did this happen? Why did you not tell me sooner?" Lin Yi blurted out the truth, leaving everyone stunned. No, I turn it down." Long Tingmu was so angry he nearly smoked. "You turn it down? Is something wrong with your head? That is the inheritance of the Lord of Heavenly Palace." Lin Yi merely gave an awkward smile, unwilling to explain further. Sui Hua slapped the table and declared loudly, "What is so surprising about that? This brat joined Heavenly Palace, but never learned Heavenly Palace's inheritance. Is it strange that he would refuse to take the Lord of Heavenly Palace as his master? Perhaps the Lord values precisely that proud temperament of his." Unexpectedly, the foolish Long Tingmu actually believed her and clapped as if he understood. He even gave Lin Yi a thumbs up and inadvertently delivered the most devastating line of all. "I thought I was arrogant enough, but it turns out you are the true master in this field." Lin Yi and the saintess could only fall silent at the sight of Long Tingmu. Elder Du Xiaoyang spoke, returning to the main subject. "In any case, that is the situation. When a 9 infants matter reaches a critical point, Heavenly Palace will certainly lend its aid." The old emperor narrowed his eyes at Elder Du Xiaoyang. "A critical point?" He gave a cold laugh, his expression dangerous. "I see. I understand the Lord of Heavenly Palace's intentions. Our dragon-soaring imperial family will certainly cooperate with Heavenly Palace." Hearing their exchange, Lin Yi was completely confused. "Wait, what kind of conversation was that?" The old emperor stood. "If there is nothing else, Long Tingmu, entertain the guests from Heavenly Palace on my behalf. I have other matters to attend to." Long Tingmu quickly rose and cupped his hands. "Yes, father." Lin Yi watched the old emperor's departing figure, deep in thought. Then he turned to Long Tingmu and said, "Long Tingmu, come with me for a moment." The two then went to a room inside the temporary palace. Lin Yi grabbed Long Tingmu by the collar, startling him. "Speak. Explain to me why 9 infants went out of control this time. Did your father deliberately release it?" Long Tingmu shook off Lin Yi's hand. Hey, you have just arrived, and you're already falsely accusing people? How could my father possibly do such a thing? Lin Yi asked again. Then why does he have one of 9 infants' heads inside him? Explain that clearly. Long Tingmu was greatly shocked. How did you find that out? Lin Yi replied, Do not worry about how I know. Just tell me the truth. Long Tingmu said loudly, It was to stop my second uncle from taking the remaining 4 incarnations of 9 infants. They're already with my second uncle, and he has also been proven to be colluding with the demon clan. Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock at this. At the mention of the demon clan, he thought of the mysterious person and that Taotai woman. As the two were absorbed in conversation, they failed to notice that Elder Du Zhaoyong was observing everything. He stood quietly in a corner, staring intently at them with an exceedingly grave expression. The scene shifted to an airship parked outside the courtyard. Zhu Quan rubbed his chin and muttered, Is this the Myriad Things sex airship? Lin Yi, why did you summon us here? Lin called out from aboard the ship. Brother Lin Yi, everything on your list has been delivered. Lin Yi approached with a smile and asked Lin, Nothing is missing, right? This concerns people's lives. Lin laughed. Listen to yourself. After seeing your brother, Dao Qingfeng heard about this. He personally instructed us to handle it. Sui Hua was curious about what Lin Yi intended to do, so she boarded the ship to have a look. As soon as she got aboard, she saw many large crates. She opened one curiously and found it filled with countless fasting pills. Lin Yi came over and explained, I sent word to Dao Qingfeng and asked him to quickly send these high-energy food supplies. They can save many people now. The saintess said happily, That is right. 1 fasting pill is equivalent to several days' worth of food for an ordinary person. Zhu Quan was somewhat astonished. You really know how to get things done. So many fasting pills must cost a fortune. Lin Yi lifted his chin. Money is only an external possession. Besides, the Myriad Things sect owes us a favor. The dragon-soaring imperial family is no more. Since we have witnessed the plight of the people, we must save them. Having said that, Lin Yi put away the fasting pills. Let's go. We will distribute these fasting pills to everyone. Before long, the crates of fasting pills were unloaded and distributed among the civilians. Lin Yi shouted, Everyone line up properly. There is enough for everyone, so do not push. An elderly woman trembled as she accepted a fasting pill with shaking hands. She wept as she thanked the kind immortal maiden. Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared at the distribution site. One of them sneered, They are still handing out fasting pills? And so many of them, too. How much money must this have cost? How many spirit stones would it take to buy this much? And they're giving it to these poor wretches? What a waste. He stared greedily at the crates of fasting pills, then scrutinized Lin Yi, who was performing this charitable deed. Then he stepped forward and pointed at them. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to distribute supplies here? Lin Yi frowned at him. Who do you think you are? I am distributing supplies that I brought. What does it have to do with you? The man smugly clasped his hands behind his back. You cultivators came to help us suppress the rebellion, correct? The imperial family has been destroyed, and our fighting strength is insufficient. I hereby requisition these fasting pills on behalf of the dragon-soaring imperial family. Without waiting for Lin Yi's consent, he ordered the soldiers to carry everything away, leaving behind not a single pill. The saintess immediately rushed forward to stop them. No, these refugees ran out of food long ago. You cannot do this. The man angrily raised his hand. Who cares about those penniless wretches? Get lost. As he spoke, he prepared to strike the saintess, but before he could touch her, his face was knocked to one side. The one who struck him was none other than Lin Yi. Lin Yi said furiously, robbing people in broad daylight. He raised his bloodied fist toward the man, his gaze icy. And who gave you the nerve to lay a hand on her? Several soldiers ran over to help the man up and asked in alarm, Your Highness. The general clutched his swollen face and roared, You dare strike me? I am a relative of the dragon-soaring imperial family. You are dead. Sui Hua stepped before him. So what if you are related to the dragon-soaring imperial family? Then she put on a sinister smile and cracked her knuckles. I have beaten members of your imperial family before. The man was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and only dared let out a soft whimper. Sui Hua turned to Lin Yi. Hit him. I will take responsibility if anything happens, so do not be afraid. Lin grinned, thinking that she was right. Not to mention Sohua herself. Outsiders still regarded her as the heir of Heavenly Palace. Seeing Lin, he rolled up his sleeves and walked toward him. The man backed away in terror. Why you? Do not come any closer. Zhu Quan saw that Lin, he seemed genuinely prepared to beat him up, so he hurriedly intervened. Lin, calm down. Do not imitate your master. Long Tengmu appeared at that moment and asked, Lin, what is going on here? Upon seeing him, the man hurriedly ran over, hugged his leg, and began to cry. Your Highness, quickly send someone to punish these villains. They have absolutely no regard for the law. Long Tengmu did not understand what was happening. What are you talking about? He turned to look at Lin, and the others, only to find everyone glaring at the man. About 10 minutes later, the man was sprawled on the ground with 2 enormous bumps on his head. Long Tengmu laughed. Haha, do not mind him. I will arrange for people to help distribute the fasting pills. I guarantee this will not happen again. Lin asked Long Tengmu doubtfully. Does your dragon-soaring imperial family truly care so little for the people? Mu Fan could only scratch his head with an embarrassed expression. It is somewhat complicated to explain. Long Tengmu immediately changed the subject. Let us go. The cultivators summoned by the imperial family, including representatives from several sects, have all arrived. We are preparing to launch an attack on the rebel army. Heavenly Palace cannot be absent. Lin Yi said, what is so complicated about it? What is complicated about this situation? Zhu Quan explained to Lin, hey, have you forgotten? 9 infants represents negative emotions and desires, and those who seal it will be affected. Just like the rage of the devourer of desolation, the arrogance of Tao Wu, and the gluttony of Tao Tai. Lin asked, then what does 9 infants represent? Mu Fan told him, greed for power and wealth. The despair of those who sealed 9 infants has affected everyone. This is also one of the indirect reasons why the dragon-soaring imperial family ultimately chose to rule the mortal realm. For thousands of years, 9 infants' influence over the dragon-soaring imperial family has become deeply rooted. The last 9 emperors all exploited and plundered the people, using every possible means to seize their wealth. Zhu Quan interjected, but there is no smoke without fire. Your dragon-soaring imperial family has never had a good reputation in the mortal realm. Long Tengmu could only sigh helplessly. I know. In any case, these are sins committed by the dragon-soaring imperial family. There is nothing to hide. Lin, he finally understood somewhat. So that is how it is. But why do I feel that you do not have the bearing of the dragon-soaring imperial family? You're more like a foolish young landlord. Long Tengmu said indignantly, Hey, I simply grew up outside the imperial family and only returned after becoming an adult. That is why I am much more normal than those relatives of mine. As he spoke, Mu Fan suddenly stopped, looking toward the city gate. They are here. In an instant, a group of people appeared and stared at Lin Yi. One of them said disdainfully, so this brat is the future Lord of Heavenly Palace? The others also murmured among themselves. Does the Lord of Heavenly Palace have such poor judgment? He looks quite ordinary. Lin, he was stunned. He did not understand how everyone already knew that the Lord of Heavenly Palace had taken an interest in him. Had the news spread that quickly? The Saintess, walking beside Lin Yi, could not help worrying as every gaze fell upon him. Lin Yi thought to himself, there are indeed quite a few of them. Most are independent cultivators, though there are also several small sections. This should be enough to defeat the rebel army. Elder Du Xiaoyang stepped forward and said, everyone is here. Now that the cultivators have come to lend their aid, the time has come to launch a full-scale assault on the rebel army. Lin Yi turned to Elder Du Xiaoyang and asked, Elder Du, why do I feel that quite a few of these cultivators are a rather unsavory lot? The dragon-soaring imperial family had recruited troops to suppress the rebellion, proclaiming that it would open the imperial treasury and offer its century-long accumulation of rare treasures, pills, and precious magical artifacts as rewards. Naturally, many people were interested. Lin, he was greatly surprised. So, as long as someone can deal with the demon clan, anyone is welcome. At that moment, the emperor slowly stepped forward. Seeing this, everyone revealed sinister smiles. Standing above them, the old emperor proclaimed, everyone, I will not waste words. In short, whoever brings back the head of a rebel general or a member of the demon clan will be handsomely rewarded by the dragon-soaring imperial family. You will certainly not be treated unfairly. Everyone cheered excitedly. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we guarantee we'll beat those rebels until they cry for their fathers and mothers. Now that Your Majesty has said so, we can rest easy. The old emperor grinned smugly and spread his arms as he continued. Then I wish you all prosperity in both civil and martial pursuits and a triumphant return. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone was cheering happily, Lin Yi shouted, Wait, how can we fight without unified command? Wouldn't that make us an army without a leader? The old emperor's expression immediately darkened at Lin Yi's words, clearly displeased. Someone behind him unhappily placed a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. Brat, who are you calling an army without a leader? Another person chimed in. That's right. How formidable are the people of Heavenly Palace? Who do you think you're looking down on? The old emperor also spoke up. The dragon-soaring imperial family is no weaker than Heavenly Palace. We have no right to command you cultivators. Launching nighttime raids to harass the rebel army is the best strategy. Under constant attacks, the enemy will be exhausted from responding and will surely be defeated. Lin Yi pointed straight at the old emperor's face. What kind of joke is that? You think the rebels, who include the demon clan, would fear your sneak attacks and harassment? They're the true experts at that. Your half-baked strategy is nothing but a path to death. Seeing the situation turn sour, Du Xiaoyang hurriedly said, Enough, Lin Yi. Even Heavenly Palace has no right to demand that all sects obey its orders unconditionally. Don't forget that we only came to assist the dragon-soaring imperial family. Several cultivators laughed heartily. Elder Du of Heavenly Palace is right. I hear this is the heir of Heavenly Palace. It's only natural for him to look down on us. After all, he's just a brat. Is someone like this really fit to be an heir? Lin Yi chose to remain silent and could not be bothered to argue with them. Only then did he recall what the mysterious person had once told him. So that was it. That person really had not lied to him. Heavenly Palace was now using the dragon-soaring imperial family's war to reduce the number of cultivators, while the dragon-soaring imperial family was still fully cooperating with Heavenly Palace. The image of the Taotai woman appeared in Lin Yi's mind, and he clenched his fists until they trembled. This was definitely not the first time they had worked together in this way. It had happened countless times before. Was this the so-called way of Heavenly Palace? Once the discussion ended, the cultivators began to leave. They chatted excitedly. The sooner we take some heads, the sooner we collect our rewards. Who want to form a team with me? Inside, Lin Yi asked Du Xiaoyang. Elder Du, with the dragon-soaring imperial family acting this way, should we step in and turn the tide this time? Du Xiaoyang shook his head. No, this time is different from before. Whether it is the dragon-soaring imperial family or the rebel army, there's simply too many people involved on both sides. Heavenly Palace's position is highly sensitive. Our highest priority is to ensure His Majesty of dragon-soaring safety and prevent the demon clan from completely taking 9 infants. Isn't that just standing by and doing nothing? Lin Yi sit, Du Xiaoyang replied. You may see it that way. Lin Yi it, and you call that protecting all living beings? Zhu Quan, who had overheard from behind, was astonished. Hey kid, what did you take today? Why are you so explosive? Lin Yi turned and left. If that is the case, then you can all stay here. I will handle this in my own way. The saintess hurried after him worriedly. Brother Lin Yi, calm down. Zhu Quan called after him, trying to dissuade him. Are you crazy? You are already a thorn in the demon clan's side, and you still want to act alone. Suehua waved with a narrowed-eyed smile. Go on without worry, my good disciple. Young people should have spirit. Don't become like those stubborn old fools. Du Shoyong glanced at Kiyua. Aren't you afraid that they will be captured by the demon clan if you let them go out so recklessly? Remember, it is not only Lin Yi. Devourer of Desolation is there as well. Suehua crossed her arms. I think the Lord of Heavenly Palace is simply scared. Of the 3 of you this time, only you came. Isn't that obvious enough? Du Xiaoyang replied coldly. The Lord of Heavenly Palace must have his own reasons for arranging it this way. Zhu Quan stood amid the crowd with a baffled expression. What are you all talking about? I do not understand any of it. The scene shifted. Lin Yi flew off to act on his own, ignoring the saintess as she pursued him. The girl behind him asked, Lin Yi, what should we do now? Lin Yi answered, we need to confirm whether these so-called rebels are truly colluding with the demon clan, and whether they too are merely actors in this play. The saintess looked confused. What play? What actors? I do not understand what you mean, Brother Lin Yi. Lin Yi kafut softly. Then patiently explained, simply put, I suspect that this 9 Infants rebellion is nothing more than a show put on by the dragon-soaring imperial family. Perhaps the person supposedly betraying the imperial family is actually on the same side as the dragon emperor. As he spoke, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said furiously, they are treating everyone like fools. The saintess asked doubtfully, but even the imperial capital has been destroyed. Is that really possible? At first, I thought it was impossible too. But now, as the two spoke, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared and surrounded them. A one-eyed man crossed his arms. Oh, isn't this the heir of Heavenly Palace? Why'd you brought a little girl here to poke around? Lin immediately stepped in front of the saintess to protect her and asked the group, you are the independent cultivators the dragon-soaring imperial family just recruited, aren't you? The one-eyed man sneered. Ha ha, you were pretty arrogant earlier, calling us soldiers without a commander and saying we were seeking death. Lin Yi gave a cold laugh. Sure enough, in its desperation to recruit talent, the dragon-soaring imperial family has dragged in every sort of riffraff. These independent cultivators must have done plenty of killing and robbing in their day. Thinking this, Lin Yi's face darkened, and he explained, do not misunderstand. I did not mean that. Seeing his reaction, the one-eyed man said smugly, now you know fear, do you? Too late. Hand over all the secret arts of Heavenly Palace you have learned, along with your spirit pills, precious medicines, and magical treasures. The others joined in. Otherwise, do not blame us for taking action. And that little girl beside you, do not even think about resisting. We have some reputation in the cultivation world. We advise you not to bring suffering upon yourselves. The corners of Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Calling you an army without a commander was giving you too much credit. You are nothing but a rabble. The one-eyed man flew into a rage and pointed at him. You still dare to talk big? Brat, do not think that just because you are... Before he could finish, Lin Yi had rushed in front of 2 men. With 2 sharp slaps, he swiftly knocked down both of them. His icy gaze locked onto the one-eyed man. Before the man could react, Lin Yi drove a fist straight into his face. The powerful blow left him dazed and seeing stars, blood spraying from his mouth. Watching from the side, the saintess thought, it seems Brother Lin Yi is truly angry this time. A few minutes later, everyone had been beaten unconscious by Lin Yi. He lifted the one-eyed man by the throat, leaving him gasping and trembling all over. His face had turned purple, and he pleaded in terror, Big brother, we were wrong. We failed to recognize a true master. Please spare our lives. Lin Yi asked sternly, now you know you were wrong. The one-eyed man truly would not yield until faced with death, and he still cursed, what? Are you going to kill us? You are the heir of Heavenly Palace. How can you be so cruel? Lin Yi replied, it is not impossible to spare your lives, provided you obediently follow my arrangements. Bruised and battered, they asked blankly, what do you want us to do? Lin Yi gave them an eerie smile. I need you to come with me and court death. Thus, the terrified one-eyed man led the way. Brother Lin Yi, ahead is the territory of the rebel cultivators. Lin Yi said, I know. Tell me, are the rebels really colluding with the demon clan? Lin Yi thought to himself, something is wrong. The demon clan is indeed allied with that mysterious person, so they must be enemies of Heavenly Palace. That also means this rebellion is very likely a performance staged by Heavenly Palace and the dragon-soaring imperial family. Suddenly, something made Lin Yi's eyes widen. Countless points of light appeared beneath the forest and shot directly toward Lin Yi. Looking closely, there were hundreds of arrows aimed at them. Both Lin Yi and the saintess were startled by the sudden attack. Fortunately, both of them nimbly evaded every arrow and quickly landed on a nearby cliff. The saintess asked anxiously, Brother Lin Yi, are you all right? Lin Yi answered, I am fine, but One Eye and his companions were less fortunate. Hey, something happened over here. One Eye had been struck by arrows from the demon clan and was barely clinging to life as he begged Lin Yi for help. At that moment, a winged monster appeared behind them and said, Oh ho, it is the hounds of the dragon-soaring clan. For bird-like feet slowly descended in front of Lin Yi and the saintess. 3 bird demons glared at Lin Yi angrily, and shouted, "Surrender at once, or you will be killed without mercy." One Eye and his companions looked at one another, drenched in cold sweat and utterly at a loss, able only to beg Lin Yi for help. Seeing this, Lin Yi said, "What are you standing around for? Get moving." One Eye and his companions looked at the demon clan before them and hesitated. Their bodies trembled in fear, sweat pouring down them. But they still forced themselves to shout, "Demon Clan, die! We will risk our lives against you. We cannot even beat that guy. So how could we lose to trash like you demons?" Their words sounded impressive, but before long, One Eye had been beaten half to death by the demon clan, his face swollen like it had been stung by bees. He and his two companions cried miserably after being thrashed. "Heroes, spare us!" Lin Yi stood aside, clutching his head and sighing. "At least make your act convincing. Calling you rabble is already a compliment." One demon glared at Lin Yi. "Do you too want to suffer or surrender obediently?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi raised his hands in surrender. "You are too strong. We cannot beat you. We choose to surrender." The demon laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, good. Then obediently follow us. If you dare play any tricks, do not blame us for showing no mercy." As they followed them, Lin Yi whispered to the Saintess, "We need to assess the situation first. If anything goes wrong, we will break out immediately." Looking below, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Are these rebels rebuilding the imperial capital? Below them, a group of people was clearing rubble and repairing houses, including prisoners being escorted under guard. A demon said to Lin Yi and the Saintess, "We are here. Join that group over there." Lin Yi obediently complied, blending in among the prisoners. Someone behind him spoke. "They caught so many prisoners already. I told you the cultivators recruited by the dragon-soaring imperial family only came here to die." The person ahead turned back and snapped, "Aren't you a prisoner too?" But upon seeing Lin Yi, he was shocked. "Wait, even the heir of Heavenly Palace is here." At this, the prisoners began murmuring and gathered around Lin Yi to mock him. Well, even you were captured. What a disgrace for the heir of Heavenly Palace." As everyone made a commotion, someone noticed them. "What is going on? Why are you gathered here talking?" He then turned around and shouted, "Are these people all from Heavenly Palace?" Lin Yi looked around and thought, "Everyone from Heavenly Palace is here? Is our reputation really that bad?" He frowned at them. They clearly know something. Returning to his senses, Lin Yi raised his hand. "Before you attack, could you let me meet your commander? I have something to ask him." The leader immediately shouted, "How could His Highness be someone you can meet just because you wish to? These two must be spies sent by Heavenly Palace. They may even be planning to assassinate His Highness. Seize them." Several cultivators smiled smugly. "Ah, this is perfect. Even the heir of Heavenly Palace has become a prisoner. What are you watching for? Once they start fighting and get hurt, we will find a chance to escape in the chaos." Watching the leader charge toward him with his men, Lin Yi could only sigh helplessly. "Can none of you speak properly? Why do you always have to fight?" They rushed forward with weapons in hand, intending to seize Lin Yi. But with one thunderous punch, the entire group was sent flying. Everyone who witnessed it was stunned. What has happened? One punch? With strength like that? How could he possibly have been captured? Lin Yi did not want to fight, but he had no choice. Oh no. I have been fighting fierce beasts like Tao Dai for so long that I've gotten used to dealing with powerful enemies. I could not hold back for a moment. Amid the crowd, someone shouted, "Hurry! The chance is here! Run! The heir of Heavenly Palace has come to rescue us. Brothers, charge out!" He even grinned and gave Lin Yi a thumbs up. "No need to be polite, big brother. Please hold them off a little longer." Lin Yi was dumbfounded. How had this turned into a prison break? Chaos erupted. The bald man hurriedly shouted, "Quick, sound an alarm. A Heavenly Palace expert is attacking the camp." Lin Yi was still bewildered. "Wait, I'm not here to attack the camp. I really only came to." Before he could finish, a long spear suddenly struck the ground, startling him. The cultivator beside him looked suspiciously at the spear that had appeared from nowhere. Where did that come from? With a thunderous boom, someone landed beside the spear, creating an explosion that blasted the surrounding people away. A cultivator shouted angrily, "Where did this foul woman come from? Do not think you can stop us from escaping. Everyone, attack together. Deal with her first, then get out of here quickly. Do not waste time." She merely flicked her hand, and the whole group was sent flying like kites with severed strings. Sensing the powerful aura of the newcomer, the Saintess said worriedly, "Brother Lin Yi, this aura." Lin Yi cried out and immediately used his aura reading technique to examine her. To his astonishment, he discovered that within the woman who had arrived, there was a head of 9 infants. Seeing the woman appear, the soldiers cheered. Princess Wu has arrived. Wonderful. With the princess here, these bandits will surely be defeated. Hearing the soldiers call her princess, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. She asked him, "Are you the one attacking the camp?" Lin Yi hurriedly explained, "I've said it already. I am not here to attack the camp. We may not even be enemies." A soldier beside her said angrily, "Princess, do not believe him. This man is from Heavenly Palace, and I hear he is the heir personally chosen by the Lord of Heavenly Palace." She gave an acknowledging sound and nodded. "I see. You are the heir of Heavenly Palace? Then capturing you will surely prove useful." As she raised her spear, blue lightning crackled around it, and she appeared eager for battle. She gripped the spear with both hands and assumed a fighting stance toward Lin Yi. Seeing this, he helplessly clutched his head and sighed. All right. It seems we still have to fight before we can make anything clear." Lin Yi raised his hand to meet her attack, saying to the saintess, "I will exchange a few moves with her. Protect yourself." The instant he finished speaking, the spear point shot toward him, but he tilted aside and dodged it. She attacked repeatedly, forcing Lin Yi to retreat and evade again and again. Thanks to his agility, Lin Yi avoided every one of her attacks. Seeing that Lin Yi only dodged, she fought with increasing ferocity. Suddenly, Lin Yi leaped into the air, catching her off guard. He immediately seized control of her spear and pinned it to the ground. Seeing her weapon so easily subdued, she widened her eyes in utter shock. The ground could not withstand the force of the two of them and cracked apart. Lin Yi said to her, "I'm giving you one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The commandery princess was somewhat surprised by Lin Yi's strength, but she still refused to yield. Interesting. She released her spear, and a green aura radiated from her entire body. Interesting. It seems the warm-up is over. A head of 9 infants appeared behind her. She said, "It wouldn't be quite fair to defeat you using 9 infants' power, but..." She attacked Lin Yi with the power of 9 infants. "Who told you to be from the Heavenly Palace?" Her fists and kicks were like the open jaws of 9 infants, snapping straight at Lin Yi. Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out, and a shockwave sent the surrounding people fleeing in all directions. Thinking the Heavenly Palace's heir had fallen to her, the woman laughed smugly. Yet less than 3 seconds later, her eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Yi had effortlessly blocked the young woman's punch, empowered by 9 infants. Drenched in sweat, she blurted out, "How is that possible? How did you block it?" The power within Lin Yi transformed into golden flames and engulfed her arm. Lin Yi replied, "It's only the power of a ferocious beast. Besides, this is merely a phantom of 9 infants." Before he could finish, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi. "You're not the only one with this kind of power." Witnessing this scene, terror filled the girl's face, and she gritted her teeth. Lin Yi casually waved his hand, sending her flying. The phantom of 9 infants around her immediately dissipated. A mere wave of Lin Yi's hand had flung her more than 10 meters away. Lin Yi frowned it. "I told you, I'm not your enemy. Can we talk properly now?" Yet she raised her spear and charged at him again. "That is the power of Devourer of Desolation. Could you be?" Lin Yi simulated proudly. "That's right, I am." But she interrupted him. Dao Qing Feng of the Myriad Things sect. Realizing he had been mistaken for someone else, Lin Yi froze and asked in bewilderment, "How could that be? Why would you think I'm him?" The commandery princess continued, "If you are not Dao Qing Feng, then you must be Lin Yi, the man rumored to possess the innate true desolation body. Intelligence reports say that you can wield a ferocious beast's power, much like a sealer. It seems that is true. Then the girl beside you must be Devourer of Desolation Sealer. One possesses an innate true desolation body capable of suppressing ferocious beasts, while the other is a sealer who can completely control Devourer of Desolation." With that, she erupted with a powerful aura. "No wonder the two of you dared barge in here alone. You truly have some nerve." Thinking of that mysterious man, Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Now that the most frightening person, the one who thought he could control him, was not here and would not deal with him, he naturally had a little more courage. Lin Yi replied, "I already told you, I am not here on behalf of the Heavenly Palace or the dragon-soaring imperial family to fight for 9 infants. Can we talk properly?" Lin Yi continued, gathering energy in his enormous fist, and smiled at the girl. "Or shall we fight another round?" Seeing the golden aura enveloping Lin Yi's body, everyone around them stared in fear. Only then did the girl lower her voice and ask, "Then what do you want to discuss?" Lin Yi withdrew his aura and walked up to her. Carrying an overwhelming killing intent, he asked, "Tell me the truth about the calamity of heaven and earth, and how to stop the heavenly palace." Upon hearing that, the commandery princess shouted, "Are you planning to betray the heavenly palace? How is that possible? Why should I trust you?" Lin Yi looked disgusted. "Then there is nothing more to say." Suddenly, someone called out, "Little you." At that moment, a man dressed as a commander came flying over on clouds. He hurriedly said, Let me speak with him." Ignoring his daughter's attempt to stop him, he walked step by step toward Lin Yi. When the girl named Jin Yao saw him, she fearfully hid behind Lin Yi. The man smiled. "How about we change locations to talk? Young friend Lin Yi and Miss Jin Yao." Lin Yi frowned at him. "It seems you knew I was coming." "Yes, that person told me he would send someone to find me." Upon hearing this, the man nodded. "That's right. I'm the person you are thinking of." Not long afterward, Lin Yi and Jin Yao followed him to another place. The girl behind them watched Lin Yi, seemingly deep in thought. Lin Yi used his energy art to observe the man. 3 heads, plus 1 long tongue wu. So all 4 of the remaining ones were here. Collecting his thoughts, he said, "So you truly have reached an agreement with that mysterious man. He was the one who told you I would come here. You could say that. He believed that you would come seeking the truth, since you think you can see through everything and avoid being manipulated by the heavenly palace." Lin Yi immediately challenged him. "Aren't you afraid this is a scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" That man led the demon clan to destroy quite a few sections. The commander said, "If you investigate the sects he destroyed more carefully, you will find that most of them held no goodwill toward ordinary people. Besides, he offered me a condition I could not refuse." Lin Yi asked blankly, "A condition you could not refuse? Do you want to replace your brother and become the new emperor of Dragon Soaring?" The man burst into laughter. "Hold on. I want to free the Dragon Soaring clan completely from 9 infants." Lin Yi was astonished. "What? Free yourselves from 9 infants?" The commander replied, "That's right. You must find it strange, but if you understood the history of the Dragon Soaring imperial family, you would no longer doubt me. 9 infants is greedy by nature, compared with Taotai Devourer of Desolation's hunger for spiritual power. 9 infants has an insatiable greed for wealth and authority. Whoever becomes its master eventually turns into a detestable tyrant. I think you have heard of this before." Cold sweat ran down Lin Yi's back. "I have indeed heard of it, but what is your reason for doing this?" The commander asked in return. "You have probably met my elder brother. What do you think of him?" Lin Yi recalled the emperor's bizarre appearance. "He doesn't look like a good person. One glance is enough to tell he is a tyrant." The commander continued, "What if I told you that, when he was young, he was a good man, and he aspired to become a model of a benevolent ruler?" Lin Yi looked skeptical. "Are you joking?" "Him." The commander continued, "I am not joking. Back then, when Long Tung Ling and I were still princes, we witnessed our father's boundless greed with our own eyes. He squeezed every last coin from the people, causing uprisings everywhere, then brutally suppressed them. We once swore that we would change everything. You see, no matter how resolute a person's will may be, after decades as emperor under 9 infants' influence, everything returns to where it began." Lin Yi seemed to come to a sudden realization. "So that is why you rebelled. You want to end it all." The commander across from him replied, "That's right. I want the Dragon Soaring imperial family to escape that monster. I want to cut off the greedy blood that runs through our clan. That is also why I sought cooperation with the demon clan's mysterious man. Now, I need your help. Why should I trust you and help you? Just because of those few words you said?" The man pointed at Jin Yao. "Because of a young lady behind you. She is Devourer of Desolation's host, isn't she? What do you think she is in the eyes of the Heavenly Palace? Nothing more than a disposable object, a tool. Just like how the Heavenly Palace is taking advantage of 9 infants' civil conflict this time to reduce the number of cultivators. If she were not able to control Devourer of Desolation, they would have acted against her long ago. Do you still not understand? Until enough people have died, this war will not stop. Ferocious beasts are merely the pieces they use to achieve that goal. If you do not step off this chessboard, how can you ensure that she will remain safe forever?" Lin Yi's expression darkened as he silently contemplated something. After a while, he asked, "Then what do you need my help with?" The commander replied, "Stop this meaningless war. I have people within the Imperial Guards of the capital. I will create an opportunity for you, an opportunity to absorb all the remaining 9 infants' power within Long Tongue Ling. Only your innate, true desolation body can do this." Lin Yi was astonished. "Are you joking? You expect me to just..." Before he could finish, the system's voice sounded again. Mission 1. Capture Long Tong Xia and return to the Heavenly Palace to claim merit. Reward. 5 years of cultivation from the dust-severing return to origin art. Mission 2. Refuse Long Tong Xia's proposal. Reward. 15 years of cultivation from the dust-severing return to origin art. Mission 3. Agree temporarily, then adapt to the circumstances. Reward. 25 years of cultivation from the dust-severing return to origin art. Seeing that the third mission was once again to adapt to circumstances, Lin Yi looked bewildered. He patted the other man's shoulder and coughed twice. "All right, I accept your proposal." Commander Long Tongxia was surprised by Lin Yi's answer, but Lin Yi set a condition. "However, there is one thing you must explain clearly. Who exactly is the mysterious man leading the demon clan? Is he hiding within the Heavenly Palace?" After thinking for a moment, Long Tongxia agreed. "All right, I will tell you." Seeing him hesitate, Lin Yi impatiently urged him. "Who is he? Speak." Long Tongxia played dumb. "Ah, who is that person? I do not know either." Lin Yi and Jin Yao were speechless. Furiously, Lin Yi grabbed Long Tongxia and shouted, "Are you playing with me? Speak." The commander hurriedly replied, No, I truly do not know. That person always uses a secret art to conceal his appearance. Only one thing is certain. He must be someone who knows me, and he knows many others as well, perhaps even very closely. That is why he fears being recognized." Long Tongxia's explanation only made Lin Yi angrier. He cursed, "Isn't that just nonsense? I already know he is hiding in the Heavenly Palace. What you said is the same as saying nothing." The man shook off Lin Yi's hand. "Fine, I actually have a rough idea of who he is, but I will not tell you." Lin Yi frowned it. "So the two of you have some kind of agreement?" Long Tongxia replied, "No. I simply believe that sooner or later you will expose him yourself. But it would not be good for you to know too much right now." After their conversation, the two set off on their way back. Jin Yao asked in confusion, "Brother Lin Yi, do you really intend to cooperate with them? And what about the Heavenly Palace? What exactly did you learn from that mysterious man?" Lin Yi replied, "I am not certain yet, but regardless, we must find a way to end this war. As for everything else, we can only take it one step at a time." Troubled and confused, Lin Yi thought to himself, "Who exactly is my enemy? Even I am no longer entirely sure. I must find a way to end this war as soon as possible." Along the way, the two saw numerous airships below them. Both were shocked. "Those are..." Jin Yao spoke up. "Is it the dragon soaring Imperial family's fleet?" They watched as the Imperial fleet headed toward the rebel army. Lin Yi's face turned grave. "Have all the dragon soaring Imperial families, floating islands, and airships been deployed? Their army has fully entered combat readiness as well. Are they about to launch a full-scale assault on the rebels?" At that moment, several soldiers riding flying beasts flew over to the two of them. One of them shouted, "Which lord do you cultivators serve under? How dare you obstruct the flight route?" Lin Yi did not answer, instead asking, "Where are you going?" The soldier replied, "Of course, we are going to suppress the rebels. Scouts have brought back intelligence on the enemy. We know every weakness in their defenses. Now is the best time to attack." Jin Yao was shocked. "I see. You deliberately used those remnant troops as bait." The man pointed a spear at them. "Are you independent cultivators who deserted? You fled in the middle of battle, adding another crime to your charges. Raise your hands and surrender immediately for our investigation." Lin Yi could no longer hold back and demanded, "Investigate us? Investigate what?" The soldier stared at Jin Yao. "Naturally, we must investigate whether you are spies deliberately sent back by the rebels." Jin Yao became worried upon hearing this. Had this man figured it out? He pointed at Jin Yao's face and shouted, "Especially this little girl. She looks highly suspicious. Come with me at once." Before he could finish, Lin Yi punched him across the face, sending him directly down onto the airship below. Clutching his face, the man howled, "You dare defy the dragon's soaring imperial family's orders? I am a feather cavalry commander, personally appointed by His Majesty." Looking at him, Lenny thought, why do I keep running into these relatives of the dragon's soaring imperial family? Every last one of them is greedy and stupid. It seems 9 infants' influence over the dragon's soaring imperial family for the past 1,000 years has indeed been considerable. The commander pointed at the pair and ordered his subordinates, "Seize them." At his command, the soldiers immediately drew their bows and aimed at the two. Lin Yi clenched his fist, his face dark with rage. Calling your imperial relative scum is already giving you too much credit. If that is the case, then I will beat you first and ask questions afterward. As Lin Yi spoke, he attacked one of the dragon-soaring imperial riders. "You dare insult the dragon-soaring imperial family? That is treason," the commander roared angrily. He frowned and ordered his subordinates, "Shoot him, now." The soldiers riding flying beasts immediately charged Lin Yi with their weapons drawn. Lin Yi told Jin Yao to stand aside while he dealt with these fools first. At that moment, a soldier riding a flying beast rushed toward them at tremendous speed. Lin Yi easily grabbed his spear, then used it to knock the man to the ground. Not only that, Lin Yi grabbed the flying beast by its leg, spun it around several times, and hurled it straight at the soldier, sending him to the underworld. The commander stared in horror. How can this be possible? Lin Yi then landed on the warship opposite the commander. The soldiers began to panic, shouting for one another to deal with him. The other soldiers immediately cried out, "Divine crossbows are useless against him. Use the Black Dragon cannon." Lin Yi easily dealt with the soldiers aboard the ship. "Do you still want to fight?" Suddenly, he noticed something on the deck and looked surprised. A soldier was aiming a cannon at him. Before Lin Yi could recognize what the man was holding, he frowned. This is... Taking advantage of Lin Yi's distraction, the soldier immediately pulled the trigger and fired at him. In an instant, the immensely powerful shell flew toward Lin Yi. A thunderous explosion erupted, filling the entire deck with smoke and dust. Seeing this, they laughed smugly. It hit him. No matter how high his cultivation is, he still has to fear our Black Dragon cannon. But they never expected Lin Yi to emerge from the explosion completely unharmed. With a wave of his hand, he blasted the soldiers off the ship and said calmly, "What a shame. Its power is decent, but it is still far too weak against me." He then picked up the Black Dragon cannon and held it in his hand. Its power really is not bad. Ordinary cultivators probably could not withstand more than a few shots. Fortunately, my physique is special. Could this be a weapon developed by the dragon-soaring imperial family? Lin Yi studied the cannon thoughtfully. Resting it on his shoulder, he smiled at the remaining soldiers and asked, "Well, do you still want to fight?" The commander, still lying face down on the ground, stubbornly threatened, The dragon-soaring imperial family will not spare you." Just then, Long Tongue Mu Yi flew over from nowhere and shouted, "Everyone, stop at once." Long Tongue Mu Yi gently landed on the ship and stood before Lin Yi. "He is an honored guest of the imperial family and the man who saved my life. Which bastard dared cause such trouble?" The commander was so frightened that he stammered, "Why, your highness?" Before he could finish, Long Tongue Mu Yi kicked him in the face. "Look at the fine mess you've made, you bastard." With his arms crossed, Long Tongue Mu Yi ordered the surrounding warships, "All units, disperse and return to your positions. Someone drag this man away and deal with him according to military law." He did not forget the leopard-clad commander rolling across the deck. Once that man woke up, he would be finished. Lin Yi spoke up. "Couldn't you have come any earlier?" "Long Tang Mui Beamit. Hee. I came as soon as I heard you were back." "Where have you been these past few days?" Lin Yi hesitated as he explained, "I was just investigating that uprising." "No, I want to check on the rebel army." Before he could finish, Lin Yi suddenly noticed that something was off about Long Tongue Mu Yi. He immediately used his Orisight technique to examine Long Tongue Mu Yi's body. Upon seeing 9 infants, Lin Yi could not help asking, "Why is 9 infants inside your body?" Long Tongue Mu Yi replied enthusiastically, "My father bestowed it upon me. He said that I will inherit the throne sooner or later, so naturally, I must get used to 9 infants' power early on." Lin Yi thought to himself, how strange. They say that hosts of 9 infants inevitably fall under the influence of its greed. Yet Long Tongue Ling gave a share of the 9 infants within him to his own son. Lin Yi asked, "So, how does it feel to become a host of 9 infants?" For example, do you hear voices constantly muttering in your ear, or Long Tongue Mu helplessly dashed Lin Yi's hopes of seeing everyone suffer? The side effects of 9 infants don't show up that quickly. It was the same with my cousin. A few years ago, she was also a holder of 9 infants, wasn't she? And she seemed perfectly normal. Long Tang Mui Planet, Somahat Confusit. Jean Yao, seated nearby, innocently asked, "Could your cousin be Long Tong Wu?" The moment the words left her mouth, she realized she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. Seeing this, Long Tongue Mu asked suspiciously, "Hey, when you went scouting this time, did you run into my cousin?" Lin scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Well, you could say that. Unfortunately, I still wasn't able to capture her." Long Ting Mu consoled him helplessly. It's fine. My cousin has always been better at fighting than I am. If you had captured her so easily, that would have been a strange thing. Forget it. Let's go. The full-scale offensive is about to begin. At that moment, Lin took out a cannon shell and asked Long Tongue Mu, "By the way, where did this come from? Did you develop it yourselves?" Long Ting Mu explained quietly, "Of course not. It is a secret weapon that my father commissioned the Manhwa school to develop for our imperial family many years ago. A shipment was delivered not long ago, so we put it to use immediately." He sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, there are not many of them at present. Only elite troops can be equipped with them. Lin fell into thought. The Manhwa school had actually hidden away magical artifacts capable of changing the course of a war. They had never used them before, even when fighting the demon clan. Once such weapons were deployed on a large scale, the intensity of the war would rise dramatically. I need to find a way to stop this war quickly. Otherwise, who knows how many more innocent people will die. While Lin pondered this gravely, the Imperial flying ships reached the rebel encampment and began their attack. Massive boulders rained down from the sky, sending the rebel soldiers fleeing in all directions. The Black Dragon cannons had also been deployed in formation. The Feather Cavalry commander shouted, "Fire! Wipe out these rebel traitors!" At the sight of the Black Dragon cannons, the rebel army froze in terror. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the soldiers operating the cannons aboard the warship. The deck shattered, and smoke and dust billowed everywhere as the soldiers panicked, unable to understand what had happened. As the smoke cleared, the imposing figure of a woman gradually emerged. Long Tong Wu appeared, her spear in hand. Gripping her spear tightly, she charged forward at high speed, shouting, "Do not stand in my way." The lead soldier was killed in a single strike by Long Tong Wu. Before those around him could react, their armor had shattered, and they were dead beyond saving. Long Tong Wu charged through the enemy ranks alone, catching the soldiers completely off guard. Then she stomped hard on the deck and soared into the air. Seeing the overwhelming lightning, the soldiers all shouted, "Run! The ship is about to explode." The moment they finished speaking, one of the Imperial warships was blown apart by Long Tong Wu. The rebels were utterly stunned by the sight. "She's incredible, as expected of our princess." The scene shifted to the dragon-soaring Imperial Palace. A group of people stood before a screen, observing the battle. A soldier hurried in from outside and cried, "Your Majesty, disaster!" He knelt and clasped his hands in salute. "The left-wing army's attack has failed. We have confirmed that the enemy commander is Your Majesty's niece, Long Tong Wu. She possesses at least one share of 9 infants' power." Upon hearing the report, the emperor gritted his teeth and roared, "A pack of useless fools." The soldier continued, "Your Majesty, although our forces are elites, the attack failed and our casualties are considerable. All troops are currently retreating." The old emperor glared at him and shouted, "The forces were 80,000 against 60,000. We held every advantage. Yet this is what happened the moment battle began. What use are any of you?" The soldier could only grit his teeth in shame and did not dare say another word. At that moment, Long Tung Mu stepped forward. "Father, perhaps I can take the field in your stead." The old emperor instead continued questioning the soldier. "I do not wish to hear about casualties. I only want that traitor captured. Tell me, where is he now?" Hearing this, the soldier trembled in fear and stammered, "Prince Xia has vanished since the battle at the imperial capital. His whereabouts remain unknown." Li Cuihua and Lin Yi were also present, listening to the exchange with grave expressions. Lin Yi thought to himself, "This man really is something else." The The dragon-soaring imperial family clearly has the advantage in every aspect, yet he is manipulating matters from behind the scenes and deliberately ruining the battlefield situation. He does not care about casualties at all. He only knows how to obey the Heavenly Palace's orders. At that moment, another soldier rushed in and reported anxiously, "Your Majesty, an urgent report from the front." He immediately knelt. Prince Xia has appeared before the Central Army's lines. The Demon Clan has also ambushed the Central Army from both flanks. The Central Army is having difficulty advancing. Before he could finish, Long Tungmu interrupted loudly. "What exactly is happening? Speak." The soldier gritted his teeth and gathered his courage before continuing. "The Central Army has collapsed across the entire line." After hearing the report, everyone in the hall erupted into discussion. How could that be? Prince Xia possesses 3 shares of 9 infants' power. It is only natural that an ordinary army would struggle to withstand him. That's right. And there's also that damned Demon Clan. Zhu Quan quietly said to Du Xiaoyang, "This may be part of the plan, but it will not do if the battle continues like this. If Long Tong Ling suffers a crushing defeat, it will indeed become troublesome. If things truly cannot proceed according to plan, then we can only." Suddenly, the emperor laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Excellent." He stood up in excitement. "My brother, who has been hiding all this time, has finally dared to show himself. Issue my decree. All reserve forces, nearby troops, and independent cultivators are to gather around the Central Army at once. Capture the rebel traitor immediately." The soldier below said anxiously, "Your Majesty, we still do not fully understand the enemy's strength. To risk concentrating all our forces like this may be somewhat." The emperor shouted angrily, "What? Are you questioning my command?" The soldier fell silent outwardly, but inwardly cursed. He knows nothing about the enemy's true situation, yet he is directing the army at this crucial moment. The Central Army is doomed this time. The emperor then turned his attention to Lin Yi's group and Du Xiaoyang. What is there to be surprised about? Do not forget that we have the Heavenly Palace's support. How could the Heavenly Palace stand by and watch us lose? Du Xiaoyang clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Palace only promised that 9 infants' power would not fall into the Demon Clan's hands. We will not interfere in matters between you and..." Before he could finish, the emperor cut him off. "Those rebels have already allied themselves with the Demon Clan. And if this battle continues, am I not cooperating with your Heavenly Palace as well?" The officials began whispering among themselves. What kind of plan is this? Could the Heavenly Palace be plotting something? Seeing that the situation was going badly, Zhu Quan hurriedly said to Du Xiaoyang, "Do not let him continue speaking." Having no other choice, Du Xiaoyang agreed. "Very well. This time, I will go to the front lines and reinforce the Central Army. If the battle turns unfavorable, I will intervene." Seeing that he had achieved his goal, the old emperor revealed a sly smile. "Haha, that would be for the best. I will be relying on you all." He cast another glance at Lin Yi below. Meeting his gaze, Lin Yi could not help thinking, what exactly is this old emperor plotting? Outside, Du Xiaoyang said to Lin, "Elderly Tsuehua and I will be enough for this mission. As long as we prevent the Central Army from collapsing, there should be no problem. As for you, Long Tingling has changed greatly compared to the man I remember from more than a decade ago. Keep an eye on him." Lin Yi nodded. "No problem. Go without worry." The group then parted ways, and the warship carrying Du Xiaoyang, an elderly Tsuhua, slowly headed toward the front lines. Lin Yi's expression turned solemn. The critical moment has come. It is time to make a decisive move. Jin Yao asked worriedly, "Brother Lin Yi, do we really have to do this?" During these past few days of hesitation, several cities have already been destroyed by the war. Since things have come to this, we have no choice but to do it. But I do not trust either side, so before Lin Yi could finish, a ship suddenly docked. Long Tung Wu and a group of soldiers stepped ashore. "You made the right choice. 9 infants has brought calamity upon the dragon-soaring imperial family, and it will all end on this land." She waved her hand and ordered the soldiers behind her, "Go, coordinate with our agents inside, and quietly take control of this temporary palace." Lin Yi raised a hand to stop her. "I will cooperate with you from here on, but I have one condition. You are still making demands at such a crucial moment? Fine. Tell me your condition. Long Tongue Wu spoke sternly. Lin Yi stated firmly, after this is over, I want to become the master of 9 infants, not you. The soldiers were all enraged upon hearing this. In your dreams, your highness must never agree to someone like him. After remaining silent for a long while, she asked Lin, why do you want this? Lin Yi answered calmly, the heavenly palace has its own agenda. Just like the mysterious man leading the demon clan, he is hiding many things as well. I trust no one. If you win, 9 infants will inevitably end up in that man's hands. That is why I want to become 9 infants master. Lin Yi leaned close and whispered in her ear, if your true objective is to end the sins caused by 9 infants within the imperial family, then entrusting it to me should not be a problem, right? She smiled at Lin Yi. The way you speak and act really does make you sound like an ambitious man. Still, perhaps it can be done. Lin Yi was rather surprised. You mean you agree? Long Tongue Wu laughed heartily. Ha ha! Before I left, my father guessed that you might make this request. He said I could agree to it. Lin Yi nodded. Then that is good. If so, we... Suddenly, a soldier reported loudly, Your Highness, Prince Long Tongue Mu Yi is on his way here. Lin Yi and Long Tongue Wu were both stunned. What? Long Tongue Wu turned to confront Lin Yi. Did you betray me? Stop talking. Lin Yi pulled her into the bushes, and they hid before Long Tongue Mu Yi arrived. Long Tongue Mu Yi was searching for him, calling loudly, Lin Yi, where are you? Long Tongue Mu Yi had come looking for Lin Yi because his father wanted to discuss something with him. A short while later, Lin Yi followed Long Tongue Mu Yi into a room. The large doors slammed shut behind them as soon as they entered. The old emperor had already been waiting inside. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yi's brow. What exactly does this old emperor want? Long Tongue Mu Yi clasped his hands and said, Father, I have brought Lin Yi. I shall take my leave now. The old emperor stroked his beard and smiled. You should remain as well. This matter requires your presence. Long Tongue Mu Yi was greatly surprised. This concerns me too. The old emperor looked at Lin Yi and continued, I believe that since the heavenly palace lord thinks highly of you, you must already know part of the truth, correct? Lin Yi did not hide it. That is right. So when the uprising first began, you deliberately allowed Long Tongue Xia to seize those incarnations of 9 infants, did you not? Standing to the side, Long Tongue Mu Yi still had no idea what was going on. The old emperor admitted it directly. That is correct. It can also be considered the mutual understanding that has existed between the dragon-soaring imperial family and the heavenly palace for 1,000 years. Even without my naive brother, I would have handed over a portion of 9 infants anyway. It was all to cooperate with the heavenly palace's script. Hearing their conversation, Long Tongue Mu Yi interrupted in confusion. Wait, what are you two talking about? Lin Yi could not be bothered with him, and merely asked the old emperor, Then why have you summoned me here now? The old emperor rose to his feet and chuckled. I heard that you have fought Tao Tai and the Devourer of Desolation, so you must know something about the abilities of ferocious beasts. But do you know what 9 infants' innate gift is? The old emperor began drawing upon the power of 9 infants within his body. Let me tell you, its ability is to seize the innate divine powers and physiques of others. 9 infants can take an enemy's innate divine powers and physique for its own use. The innate true desolation body appears only once in a century. If I gain your talent, perhaps I will be able to control the full power of 9 infants. 3 roaring heads of 9 infants appeared behind him. Therefore, I want your innate true desolation body. Lin Yi curled his lips in disdain. No wonder you looked at me as though you wanted to devour me from the start. So you covet my body. But are you not afraid of falling out with the heavenly palace by doing this? The dragon-soaring imperial family has managed 9 infants for the heavenly palace for 1,000 years. What is wrong with collecting a little interest now? The old emperor said shamelessly. If the heavenly palace truly is unafraid of me revealing this matter, it can come and cause trouble. But I doubt it has the courage. Long Tongue Mu Yi stared at his father, too stunned to know what to say. He could only stammer, Father, you. Lin Yi remained completely unfazed. He channeled the demonic aura of the Devourer of Desolation into his body and said, Interesting. It seems you truly do not know how many ferocious beasts I have defeated with that damned 9 infants of yours. Who gave you the audacity to threaten me? As soon as he spoke, the two men charged at each other, each carrying the aura of a ferocious beast. Seeing that things had gone wrong, Long Tongue Mu immediately rushed between them to stop the fight. Wait, what is going on? I truly do not understand. Why are the two of you fighting? Lin glanced at Long Tongue Mu and said helplessly, I cannot explain this clearly to you right now. You only need to know that your father means me no good. Move aside, Long Tongue Mu. Lin stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Do not worry. I guarantee that, at most, I will teach your father a lesson. I will not put his life in danger. Suddenly, Long Tongue Mu attacked Lin catching him completely off guard. However, thanks to his quick reflexes, Lin leapt backward in time to evade the attack. Lin shouted, Long Tongue Mu have you lost your mind? But Long Tongue Mu had already been completely controlled by the old emperor, and two heads of 9 infants appeared behind him. Staring at the old emperor, Lin said coldly, even a vicious tiger does not eat its cubs. What have you done to him? The old emperor gave a sinister smile. I have merely taken temporary control of my son's body. This is one of the minor uses of 9 infants' power. Do not worry. By the time he wakes up, everything will be over. Lin Yi's hand transformed into a Tao Tai claw. Then what a coincidence. I think so too. With the Tao Tai claw, Lin charged at the old emperor's 9 infants. The two sides collided violently, and Lin gained the upper hand, forcing the old emperor to slide backward. Drenched in sweat, the emperor stared at Lin and said, So it truly is the innate true desolation body. A person like you, who possesses the power of ferocious beasts, is no weaker than seal bearers like us. Lin clenched his fist threateningly. Since you know that, surrender now and hand over 9 infants' power. Hearing this, the old emperor burst into laughter. It seems Tao Ye's power has made you far too arrogant. Do you really think I would show myself against you without making preparations? The moment he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in the surroundings was immediately drawn away. Lin was startled. This feeling, the emperor cried smugly. I set up a spirit-absorbing formation around this entire hall. Although you possess the remnants of Tao Ye's power, without spiritual energy to sustain it, it will soon be completely exhausted by me. Meanwhile, 9 infants' power will continue to grow stronger. Lin, you're destined to lose. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, his own spiritual energy suddenly began to dissipate. The old emperor cried out in shock. Wait, what is happening? Looking down, he saw Lin absorbing his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly stunned. Lin rose with a smile and said, Sorry to have kept you waiting. It took some time to adapt to the Devourer of Desolation's power. The old emperor's face twisted. How did you do this? Lin Yi's arms had now changed from Tao Dai claws into those of the Devourer of Desolation. Smiling, Lin raised his fist at him. I knew you had prepared something beforehand. That is why I borrowed some of Jin Yao's Devourer of Desolation power early this morning. Recalling what had happened that morning, Lin could not help breaking into a cold sweat. Although he had obtained the power, the Devourer of Desolation did not seem very pleased about it. The old emperor gritted his teeth. Did you foresee this from the start? As soon as he spoke, he gathered power in his palm and charged at Lin Fine. So what if he did? In any case, you're not a true seal bearer. Lin fearlessly threw a punch to meet him. It may only be a portion of the Devourer of Desolation's power, but it is enough to deal with you as you are now. Fists and kicks collided, while phantoms of 2 ferocious beasts appeared behind them. When Lin attacked, the emperor defended. When the emperor counterattacked, Lin retreated. They continued exchanging blows, neither willing to yield. The old emperor thought to himself, this brat can use demonic chi so fluently. He truly is a freak. This cannot continue. Turning toward Long Tongue Mu, he roared, Why are you still standing there? Come help me. At his command, the 2 heads of 9 infants roared furiously, then left Long Tongue Mu Yi's body and entered the old emperor. Witnessing this, Lin was horrified. You can forcibly control his 9 infants. Empowered by the 5 heads of 9 infants, the old emperor sneered smugly. Fool, 9 infants is one entity. Seizing your innate true desolation body is also what 9 infants desires. How could it possibly resist my will? Before his words had even faded, the old emperor lunged at Lin. Lin immediately assumed a fighting stance. 2 torrents of murky chi collided violently, sending shockwaves in every direction. The old emperor's new power put Lin Yi at a disadvantage, but since it was not a complete ferocious beast, Lin Yi could still hold his own. At that moment, Long Tengwu burst through the doors with a group of people. She shouted, "Long Tengling, this temporary palace is surrounded. Surrender at once." Her arrival made Lin Yi even more concerned. Damn it, 9 infants Will and Long Tengling have completely fused. Seeing Long Tengwu, the old emperor burst into laughter. I never expected my dear granddaughter to personally deliver the remaining portion of power right to my doorstep. Seeing the fierce battle before her, Long Tengwu was shocked as well. Yet before she could act, her eyes suddenly widened, and the true qi inside her body began pouring out uncontrollably, as though the old emperor had done something to her. Long Tengwu cried out in agony, while the 3 heads of 9 infants behind her roared violently. The surrounding soldiers were terrified, unable to understand what had happened to their princess. At that moment, Long Tengwu clutched her face in horror. Impossible. The 9 infants inside my body are returning to the old emperor, though still fighting Lin Yi. The old emperor's expression became even more smug. Seeing the 3 9 infants' heads, Lin Yi immediately shouted, "Long Tengwu, didn't you only possess the power of 1 9 infant's head? Wasn't the rest with your father?" Long Tengwu had no idea that the old emperor possessed a secret technique capable of absorbing the power of the other 9 infants' heads. Struggling to remain standing, she explained, "If I did not draw on the ferocious beast's full strength, how could I defeat the old emperor?" Long Tengwu could no longer endure. After speaking, she collapsed to the ground and stared in agony at the heads of 9 infants behind the old emperor. Why does 9 infants' power obey you so completely? As if he had been waiting for her to ask that question, the old emperor laughed loudly and answered without hesitation, "Want to know why? Because you refuse to obey your heart and satisfy 9 infants' nature. Greedy desire is the heavenly way." As soon as he finished speaking, one of Long Tengwu's 9 infants' heads flew toward the old emperor. Yet instead of being afraid, he laughed even louder. To satisfy one's desires, how can one stop without slaughter and hatred? If one does not indulge one's desires, does one not lose all the pleasures of the mortal world? As he spoke, another 9 infants' head broke free from Long Tengwu's body. 9 infants' eyes were filled with greed as it charged at Lin Yi without hesitation. He barely had time to raise his arm to block. Damn it! Lin Yi was forced backward. The old emperor continued, "The source of 9 infants' power is desire itself." He laughed in delight. 8 heads of 9 infants now stood behind him. Only by accepting assimilation with the ferocious beast's nature can one completely control 9 infants. You refuse to accept it, yet you dream of using its power perfectly. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. This old emperor's aura is becoming stronger and stronger. If he gathers all 9 heads, how can I possibly fight him? His gaze shifted to Long Tengwu, who was desperately resisting the final 9 infants' head trying to leave her body. "You are insane, uncle." Every member of the dragon-soaring imperial family who has attempted to fuse with all of 9 infants' power ultimately becomes its vessel and loses themselves. Do you want that ending as well? The old emperor paid no heed to Long Tengwu's words. His eyes became even greedier. Exactly. That is why I must obtain this brat's innate true desolation body. If it had not appeared, I might not have dared to resolve myself to do this. Lin Yi was secretly astonished by the old emperor's scheme. In truth, it was indeed an excellent plan. Watching the old emperor, who had absorbed 8 9 infants' heads and was preparing to absorb the last one, Lin Yi silently calculated that he had to stop him from continuing the fusion no matter what. As soon as the thought arose, Lin Yi charged at the old emperor. The old emperor immediately noticed him and turned his gaze toward him. Without hesitation, he controlled 5 9 infants' heads to attack Lin Yi, while sneering non-stop, an ant trying to shake a great tree. Smoke and dust filled the area where the old emperor had attacked Lin Yi, making it impossible to see anything. When the smoke cleared, the old emperor strode forward arrogantly. Grinning, he assumed his previous attack had dealt with Lin Yi and declared confidently, "The 1,000-year cycle of the dragon's soaring dynasty shall be ended by my own hand." But the old emperor's eyes suddenly widened. Not only was Lin Yi uninjured, he was also continuously healing Long Tengwu. The young man looked at the old emperor with sharp, confident eyes. That is right. My innate, true desolation body is highly suited to suppressing ferocious beasts. The old emperor roared, "Stop. 9 infants' power belongs to me. How dare you act so recklessly?" Lin Yi carried Long Tongue Wu into the air. She forced herself to say, "You must stop my uncle quickly." Lin Yi flew out while carrying Long Tongue Wu. The surroundings had already become a field of ruins. The soldiers immediately surrounded them and asked, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Long Tongue Wu pointed ahead and shouted, "Gather all the warships here. We absolutely cannot abandon this place." As soon as she spoke, Lin Yi suddenly turned around, as if sensing something. Lin Yi shouted, "Watch out!" A fierce attack was rushing toward him. The old emperor had caught up with him. Long Tongue Wu and the soldiers were utterly shocked. Could that be? Has it? Long Tongue Wu could not help becoming tense. Damn it, we were one step too late. 9 infants has nearly awakened. My uncle is no longer the dominant will. Lin Yi glanced at Long Tongue Wu and said, "What is there to fear? We can just cut off its heads and seal it again, just as the first sect master did." Lin Yi placed a hand on Long Tongue Wu's back and continued, "Go command the others. While you are at it, check whether that fool Long Tongue Wu is alive or dead. This battle is no longer something ordinary cultivators can take part in." Long Tongue Wu brushed his hand away and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you intend to face that thing alone?" Lin Yi withdrew his hand, his eyes resolute. "Perhaps. It is not as though this is the first time I have faced a ferocious beast alone." Long Tongue Wu asked skeptically, "Are you sure?" Then she added, "Hold on for a little longer. Such a major incident cannot have escaped the Heavenly Palace's notice. Reinforcements should be arriving soon." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud cry came from afar. "Brother Lin!" The saintess hurried over and immediately told Lin, "The elders have learned of this. Master Yin Yin and Elder Lu are also on their way." Hearing this, Lin Yi thought to himself, "Fortunately, I sent word out earlier. Now I only need to restrain that fellow." The saintess approached Lin Yi and said, "Please let me fight alongside you this time, brother." Lin Yi repeatedly shook his head. "You are more important than I am. Do not worry. This time will be the same as last time." The saintess was not discouraged and pleaded earnestly, "But I also want to." Lin Yi gently patted the saintess on the head. "If the strength in my body is depleted later, I will need you to replenish energy for the devourer of desolation. Besides, I need you to hold the formation." The saintess was still worried. "Hold the formation? But isn't 9 infants our only enemy now?" Lin Yi turned toward the old emperor. "I hope so." Lin Yi began striding forward. "In any case, let us defeat this fellow first." Lin Yi swung his devourer of desolation arm toward 9 infants. "Come on." One head immediately spoke. "The innate, true desolation body belongs to me." The moment their words ended, the two sides began fighting fiercely. Long Tongue Wu and the soldiers watched from afar. Thick white smoke filled the air, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Long Tongue Wu sternly ordered the soldiers, "Bring the black dragon cannons here at once. We will need them." Before she could finish, something suddenly caught her attention. Du Zhaoyang, standing behind Long Tongue Wu, spoke. 9 infants has lost control. Has Long Tongue Ling gone mad? Seeing him, Long Tongue Wu angrily demanded, "Why did you come alone?" Long Tongue Ling has been bewitched by 9 infants' desires. His only goal is to seize Lin Yi's innate, true desolation body. What should we do? Du Zhaoyang answered calmly, "Do not panic. 9 infants is not yet complete. Do you know sealing arts? Cooperate with me." Long Tongue Wu immediately clasped her hands in acknowledgement, and the two began performing a sealing technique. In an instant, thousands of chains shot forth and bound 9 infants tightly. 9 infants roared, "How dare the Heavenly Palace break its word and betray its promise?" Long Tongue Wu said, "Sealing 9 infants requires a host as well. I can bear 1/3 of its power. Who will bear the rest?" While fiercely resisting, Lin Yi replied, "Leave it to me. Seal all of 9 infants in my body." Long Tongue Wu gripped the sealing chains and shouted, "Are you insane? You already possess the powers of the devourer of desolation and Tao Tai. If you add 9 infants as well, do you want her body to explode and kill you? Or do you want to become a second Long Tongue Ling?" Lin Yi struck a 9 infant's head before replying, "I told you, leave it to me." The system panel immediately appeared. Mission 3. If you dare to seek office, dare to seek fortune. Seal 9 infants within yourself. I want it all. Reward. Upgrade the innate, true desolation body into the primordial sacred body. Lin Yi raised his hand, his determination evident. The primordial sacred body? This has never even been recorded in the history of the Heavenly Palace. System, you have done well. Long Tongue Wu looked doubtfully at Du Xiaoyang and asked, "Are you sure you want to listen to that brat?" Du Xiaoyang pondered briefly before speaking. "Let us do as he says. How many miracles has Lin Yi created by now? I believe in him." Long Tongue Wu replied, "Damn it, you people of the Heavenly Palace are all." She stopped herself. "Fina, then get ready." Du Xiaoyang clenched the sealing chains and shouted, "Seal." Du Xiaoyang looked toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi said now. Lin Yi grabbed a 9 infant's head and commanded, "Come here." He began absorbing the 9 infants' head through his hand. 9 infants appeared to fuse successfully into Lin Yi's body. Seeing Lin Yi successfully merge with 9 infants, Du Xiaoyang said joyfully, "It worked." Long Tongue Wu was completely exhausted, sweat pouring down like rain. 3 types of ferocious beast power gathered in one person. Such a thing has never happened since ancient times. It is unbelievable. Lin Yi watched as the system issued his reward. Mission complete. Lin Yi clenched his arm, radiating a powerful aura. So this is the primordial sacred body, stronger than the innate, true desolation body. It is truly powerful. I can feel the ferocious beast powers within me continuously surging, then swiftly calming down obediently. He then looked at 9 infants, bound by the sealing chains, and said, "In that case." As Lin Yi flew toward 9 infants, he shouted, "Then I will not hold back." Lin Yi threw a punch at a 9 infant's head. "Take my bamboo intent warbler fist." The heavy blow descended upon 9 infants like the falling heavens. Having been struck, 9 infants let out a helpless, agonized roar. Lin immediately grabbed 9 infants by the neck. "Take another one." 9 infants' body was lifted and violently slammed into the ground. Seeing this, Long Tongue Wu reminded him, "Lin Yi, do not overdo it." Filled with power, Lin Yi replied, "I'm almost done dealing with it." He pointed at 9 infants' 3 remaining heads and shouted, "Long Tongue Ling, wake up." Then Lin Yi flew toward 9 infants' body, turned to ashes and vanish. A heaven-shaking explosion immediately rang out, startling Long Tongue Wu and Du Xiaoyang. The enormous power drove the sealing technique deep into place, forcing Du Xiaoyang to shield his face with his hand. There is no need anymore. Radiating a powerful aura, Lin Yi shouted, "It is over." The old emperor crashed heavily to the ground. 9 infants could only watch helplessly as its body was destroyed. Lin Yi held 9 infant's head in each hand and threatened, "Behave yourselves and let me seal you. Otherwise, I will beat you up again." Only then did the 9 infants' heads tremble and submit. Long Tongue Wu cried out in astonishment. A ferocious beast actually submitted to him? Am I dreaming? After Lin Yi adapted to 9 infants, he finally spoke. "It's finally over." As soon as he finished speaking, a purple aura suddenly spread around him. As though he sensed something, Lin Yi abruptly turned around. This aura, Du Xiaoyang and Long Tongue Wu sensed it as well. "It's that person again." A mass of black mist appeared, along with 2 glowing red eyes. The black mist spoke. "Though things turned out somewhat differently than expected, you did well, Lin Yi. Once again, you have surprised me." Du Xiaoyang stepped closer to Lin Yi and asked, "Lin Yi, what does that person mean?" The black mist answered, "It means you may leave now. Leave that old emperor and stubborn 9 infants to me this time." Jin Yao suddenly appeared and said, "Don't fool yourself. We will never let you have your way." The black mist immediately retorted, "Then let us fight again. And you, I trust you are not so short-sighted as to break our agreement, are you?" At these words, the soldiers behind Long Tongue Wu immediately began murmuring. Standing before the soldiers, Long Tongue Wu ordered them to be silent. She said sternly, "The dragon-soaring imperial family will withdraw from what comes next. Anything concerning 9 infants has nothing to do with us anymore." Du Xiaoyang called out loudly from behind her, "Long Tongue Wu." Long Tongue Wu cut him off. "This is the decision of the dragon-soaring imperial family." Long Tongue Wu suddenly turned and shouted, "Look at Emperor Long Tongue Ling. We have endured that curse for long enough." The black mist looked at the 2 of them. Very good. That is a wise decision. Then it turned to Lin Yi and asked, and you? I do not think you wish to become my enemy either. What do you think? Pointing at Lin Yi, it added, after all, your little life is still in my hands. Jin Yao moved closer to Lin Yi. What is this? Is this what happened when Devourer of Desolation took you away that time, Brother Lin Yi? Lin Yi pondered briefly before asking, what if I refuse? Do you really intend to kill me? The Black Mist sighed. People only understand regret after they have felt pain etched into their bones. With that, it waved a hand. Lin Yi and Jin Yao immediately assumed fighting stances. The Black Mist threw a punch at them and shouted, don't even think of dodging. Lin Yi immediately clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. It hurts. I am dying. Jin Yao anxiously supported him. Brother Lin Yi. After a while, Lin Yi stood up and smiled as if nothing had happened. Is this the reaction you were hoping for? The Black Mist was struck dumb, visibly startled. Lin Yi gave a cold laugh, his gaze resolute. But sorry, I have already digested that little worm you put inside me. The Black Mist gaped in shock. Digested it? What kind of joke is that? How is that possible? Clearly, Seoul Gu went extinct long ago. Even the current Lord of the Heavenly Palace has never seen one. How could you? Lin Yi pointed at the Black Mist, his eyes unwavering. You say that even the current Lord of the Heavenly Palace has never seen one. Could it be that you know that person very well? The Black Mist frowned and fell silent. Lin Yi calmly voiced his thoughts. The last time, you revealed that there was a traitor within the Heavenly Palace. I kept thinking about it afterward. Have you been hiding within the Heavenly Palace all along? Is that why every move we made played right into the Demon Clan's plans? Narrowing his eyes, Lin Yi continued, I suspected many people, but after considering it carefully, I realized that whenever the mysterious person appeared, there was only one person who was never present. Lin Yi pointed at the Black Mist decisively. That person is my master. He approached the Black Mist and clearly enunciated every word. Li Guiwa. Lin Yi asked again. It was you, wasn't it, Li Suwa? Jin Yao said anxiously. Elderly. But Zhu Quan hurriedly explained from behind. How could that be? Elderly has not returned yet. She is still at the front lines. How could she? Lin Yi continued. At this point, there is no need to keep pretending, right? The Black Mist replied, yes, that's right. It immediately revealed its true form, a little girl. The child calmly regarded everyone around her. Everyone was utterly shocked, while Du Xiaoyang alone frowned in displeasure. Li Tsuehua asked Lin, I am very curious. How did you figure me out? Lin Yi finally explained. There were too many clues. You could break Tao Wu's seal and interfere with intelligence from Azure Spring. No matter how I considered it, it could only have been one of the elders involved in the entire battle plan. And whenever that mysterious person appeared, you were the only one absent. Pointing at Li Tsuehua, he continued, what was most suspicious was that while I was kidnapped by the mysterious person, you were busy searching everywhere for me. You only returned to the sect after I came back. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Li Tsuehua gave a cold laugh. How heartbreaking. I thought I had played my role perfectly. Yet not only did my dear disciple fail to sympathize with me, he even suspected me. She put a hand to her chest and continued. I had planned to remain hidden in the Heavenly Palace a while longer, but since things have come to this, there is nothing left to conceal. Let us return to the main issue. Either obediently hand 9 infants over to me or fight me. Zhu Quan suddenly spoke up. Wait, Li Tsuehua, aren't you going to explain yourself? Why are you doing this? Li Tsuehua walked step by step toward Lin Yi. What good would an explanation do? She looked at Lin Yi provocatively. Lin Yi, make your move. Let your master see how much you have improved. Suddenly, Lin Yi swung his hand, and his power manifested in the shape of dragons. Dragons coiled around him. Just what I wanted. Jin Yao suddenly reached out to stop Lin Yi, leaving him startled. Brother Lin Yi, wait. Then she walked toward Li Tsuehua. Elderly, if you were behind all of this, why did you frame my master? You two were clearly close friends for many years. Li Tsuehua replied coldly. As for the sacred Yao sect master, I am sorry, but all I can say is that this is not a personal grudge between us. Jin Yao lowered her head in disappointment. Is that so? Suddenly, a blazing red aura enveloped her long saber. She continued, then neither is this. A surging force appeared behind her. Jin Yao immediately launched her power at Li Tsuehua. I understand your anger, Li Tsuehua replied, but let it go. Those who walk different paths cannot travel together. She raised 2 fingers before her eyes and activated her power. Li Tsuehua shouted, "Words are useless." Immediately, an immense force burst from her eyes and lifted her into the air. Lin Yi immediately stepped in, shielding Jin Yao. In your dreams, Lin Yi's power collided with Li Tsuehua's, and the two were evenly matched. Li Tsuehua was beginning to feel tense. You have only just fused with 9 infants' power, yet you can already reach this level? Lin Yu, seeing this, Zhu Quan hurriedly said, Hey, why did you release Devourer of Desolation before even talking things over? It will be troublesome if it goes out of control. Du Xiaoyang suddenly ordered, "Do not worry about that now. Things have reached this point. We must capture Li Tsuehua." Suddenly, something leaped down from the sky. Long Tung Wu emerged from a mist. "We meet again. You have been lurking in the shadows and stirring up trouble all along." Zhu Quan also noticed the flying vessels hovering overhead. "Everyone look at the sky." A cloaked subordinate ordered, "Hurry and assist my lord." Meanwhile, Lin Yi charged at Li Tsuehua, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Before his attack could land, it was blocked. Li Tsuehua said softly, "Perhaps you understand that everything I have done was for all living beings, yet you still wish to stop me?" Lin immediately withdrew his hand. "I do not doubt your motives, but I cannot accept your methods. I will not hand 9 infants over to you." Li Tsuehua's face darkened. "I thought you would understand me, since you refused to hand it over." Her imposing eyes flashed as pressure surged forth. "Then your master will take it herself." Lin Yi tried to remain calm. He thought, "I have to see her attack clearly." He began watching every movement Li Tsuehua made as she unleashed her power. "I see it, the direction of the attack." He immediately fired his power at Li Tsuehua. "Now!" Li Tsuehua's arrow shot forth as well, colliding with Lin Yi's 9 infants and creating an explosion. Having blocked the attack, Lin Yi used 9 infants to launch countless streams of energy into the sky in retaliation. The two powers collided, sending rocks and dirt flying in every direction. "Liquiwa furiously shota. Dambret." She thought, "He can see my attacks." Lin Yi was already preparing to charge at her. She continued thinking, "But he can still block them like this. He really is difficult to deal with." Suddenly, a gigantic hand slammed down, startling even her. The hand smashed Lin Yi into the ground. Lin Yi struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. "You again." Tao Dai pressed its face close to Lin Yi's and snarled, "You contemptible wretch. I should have eaten you long ago." The Tao Dai monster opened its enormous mouth, ready to devour Lin Yi. Lin Yi shouted, "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating." He used one hand to hold back the monster's jaws. You can absorb not only Devourer of Desolation's spiritual energy, but even killing aura? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Tao Dai laughed confidently. "Why else do you think I am called Tao Dai?" Suddenly, Jin Yao spoke. "I am your opponent." Her power immediately blasted Tao Dai away from Lin Yi. Jin Yao turned to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin Yi, with the endless wrath of Devourer of Desolation, I am no longer afraid of it devouring my killing aura. Leave it to me." Lin Yi answered with confidence. "All right." Then he suddenly noticed something beside him. At some unknown point, a gigantic black sphere had appeared behind them. Lin Yi hurriedly used his power to examine what it was. This is an extremely powerful energy reaction. The sphere was absorbing thousands of streams of spiritual energy. Elsewhere, Du Xiaoyang was fighting other opponents. When he saw the black sphere, he was also greatly shocked. That is, how is this possible? How does the enemy know that technique? Zhu Quan asked in confusion. What technique? Stop being so secretive at a time like this." The black sphere exploded, forcing Du Xiaoyang to use talismans to block the powerful spiritual force bursting in every direction. As the dust settled, everyone stared around in shock. A long-haired woman dressed in black stepped forth, emanating an incredibly sharp presence. Lin Yi stammered, "You have." Before he could finish, the woman interrupted him in a provocative tone. "It has been a long time since I've been this serious, Lin Yi." She laughed loudly and continued, "Do not die too easily now." Lin Yi carefully observed her. Her energy was incredibly powerful, almost no weaker than that of a ferocious beast. She began summoning her power. Lin Yi could not help but grow worried. This is bad. He immediately dodged aside. The spot he had just vacated was instantly pierced through by her power, leaving behind a pitch black hole. Seeing such destructive force, Lenny could not help but tense up. Moreover, the energy around her was neither spiritual energy nor killing aura. What technique was that? Du Xiaoyang rushed to his side and shouted, Lin Yi, stop fighting. That is a forbidden art created by the previous lord of the Heavenly Palace. It was originally meant to. Before he could finish, he changed the subject. Never mind, that is not important. Take Jin Yao and retreat immediately. Hearing this, Jin Yao cried out, Retreat? How can we retreat? Their people are everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Du Xiaoyang said sternly, I will risk my life against her. We absolutely cannot let Devourer of Desolation and 9 infants fall in her hands. Tao Tai and those demon clan members alone cannot stop you. Listen to me. Li Tsuehua shouted, You want to stop me? Du Xiaoyang, among those 3 old fossils, I hate sanctimonious hypocrites like you the most. She angrily unleashed her power. Now let me see exactly how you intend to stop me. The others exclaimed in shock. Hey, is this some kind of joke? Even Lin, he found it difficult to stop her. He could only say helplessly, No, there is absolutely no way to dodge it. We can only. Before he could finish, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Elsewhere, a subordinate asked, Your Highness, what should we do next? Are we just going to watch them fight? The person addressed as Your Highness immediately said, Gather the fleet here, then act on my command. The subordinate replied, Yes, Your Highness. The scene shifted to Jin Yao, who cried out in panic, Brother Lin Yi, and Captain. Tao Tai suddenly appeared before her. Hey, do not leave. I have not eaten my fill yet. Lin Yi had been seriously injured by that strike. Coughing several times, he said, I really did block it just now, but I cannot underestimate this power. 9 infants spoke beside him. We help you block that attack. Otherwise, even with your innate true desolation body, you would have been crippled if not killed. Lin Yi turned and shouted, 9 infants you. 9 infants continued. But how many more times can you endure it? If you keep facing an enemy like this, you will certainly lose. Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, What are you trying to say? 9 infants seemed to have been waiting for that question and immediately answered, Stop controlling us. Release us completely. Let us help you defeat your enemy. 9 infants' purple eyes were filled with anticipation as it awaited Lin Yi's answer. Elsewhere, Tao Tai had nearly subdued Jin Yao. Lin Yi suddenly realized that time seemed to have stopped. 9 infants explained, Not only that, we have also accelerated your thoughts. Let's make a deal. 9 infants continued, You have seen Emperor Long Tongue Ling's power. With your innate true desolation body combined with our strength, there will be no opponent left in this world. No one will be able to seal us. Lin Yi simidet. And then what? I will become nothing more than your vessel, like Emperor Long Tongue Ling, and lose myself. 9 infants continued, What other choice do you have? That person is not an enemy you can defeat as you are now. Think of the consequences if you lose. Think of the people and things you care about. An image of the primordial heaven sect master appeared as 9 infants said, Do you not want to find your master? To tell him he no longer needs to run and hide? That you can now protect the sect? 9 infants turned toward Jin Yao, who was fighting Tao Tai. Do you not want to protect the little girl who is risking her life for you? I fear you do not know what those who used Devourer of Desolation's power ultimately became throughout history. 9 infants coiled around Lin Yi and continued. Or perhaps you do not want to save all living beings and change this damned, endless cycle of reincarnation? After hearing this, Lin Yi replied, It is not that I cannot do it. I cannot lose myself. 9 infants answered, You misunderstand. We are incarnations of greed, but greed is merely an emotion. Your desires will guide the source of our power. Therefore, we promise to fulfill your desires and help you find all your origins. You will become someone who no longer needs to conceal his true desires. 9 infants continued, This is your final chance. Decide quickly. We do not have much time left. Lin Yi quietly asked, What should I do? Seizing the opportunity, 9 infants revealed its true nature. Release us completely. Hand your body over to our control. Lin Yi hesitated before replying. Then let us do it. As if its wish had been granted, 9 infants laughed wildly. Now the innate true desolation body is ours. We will become the first ferocious beast to possess this physique. Ha 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 ha. When this world can possibly stand in our way now, what can? At that very moment, Lin Yi grabbed one of 9 infants' heads. Li Tsuehua awoke from the frozen flow of time. She looked at Lin Yi in confusion. A different kind of energy is emanating from you. What just happened? Zhu Quan stared at Lin Yi, equally unable to understand what had occurred. In that instant, 9 infants within Lin Yi seemed to have completely lost control. Lin Yi grabbed one of 9 infants' heads and said, "No wonder Long Tengling was clearly a wise ruler when he was young, yet you turned him into this. After being tempted and manipulated for decades, no one could have endured it." 9 infants roared viciously. "Why do you still possess your own consciousness? Why? Our baleful aura should have destroyed your personality and awareness. Even if you possess the innate, true desolation body, that should be impossible." Lin Yi replied, "There's one possibility. Perhaps my physique is not the innate, true desolation body, but the primordial sacred body." "What then?" 9 infants exclaimed in shock. "The primordial sacred body." Lin Yi placed his hand on 9 infants' head and threatened, "Now obediently become my strength. I'll settle accounts with all of you once we get back." Then he seized 9 infants. It cried out in terror, "No, that's not right. This is impossible. Wait, no. Lin Yi swallowed 9 infants. Then he raised his head to look at Li Tsuehua. "All right, now let's continue settling matters between us." Li Tsuehua asked, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Yi covered his face with one hand and replied, "Don't misunderstand. I'm still myself. 9 infants' consciousness hasn't possessed me." Cold sweat trickled down his face as he worried inwardly, "Though that bastard really has affected me somewhat." One of her subordinates hurriedly called out, "My lady." She merely waved him off. Then she probed further, "You said just now that you possess the primordial sacred body." Lin Yi circulated his power throughout his body and challenged her. "Why don't you guess?" Li Tsuehua replied, "There truly is an enormous secret hidden within you. I investigated you before you entered the heavenly palace. Although you had talent back then, it was nothing extraordinary. Yet afterward, you became the innate, true desolation body. And you were even able to miraculously neutralize my soul goo. And now, you have the primordial sacred body." As she spoke, she hesitated slightly. "I truly am." Her power began to unfold, dazzling beyond measure. Then she directed all her strength into a lethal strike at him. Lin Yi was immediately affected by that force. Li Tsuehua seemed to have realized something. At that moment, Lin Yi vanished without a trace before her eyes. Suddenly, he appeared behind her. Only then did Li Tsuehua realize that what she had struck was merely an afterimage. Lin Yi leaped up from the ground and shouted, "Take this punch, master!" The subordinates turned around and cried out in alarm, "My lady, that damned bastard! What an evil thing!" Where Lin Yi's attack passed, the ground was ripped up several feet. A hand stretched out from beneath the earth. Li Tsuehua slowly sat up, thinking this boy. He used the power of 9 nether to reach a speed I could not even react to. Lin Yi thought excitedly. It actually worked, using a perfect mortal body to control the power of a ferocious beast. Lin Yi charged at Li Tsuehua and continued his assault. Since that was the case, she refused to be outdone and immediately rose to block his attack. The force of their collision made the entire earth tremble. Zhu Quan and Du Xiaoyang were both shocked. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. After taking that earlier blow, Li Tsuehua immediately transformed into a more powerful state. Smiling, she said, "Don't underestimate your master. It wasn't easy for me to unlock this move. You'll have to give it everything you've got." Lin Yi answered eagerly, "That's exactly what I intend to do." She launched a barrage of attacks at Lin Yi. "Take this, Lin Yi. This is the first lesson your master will teach you." Lin Yi countered with similar techniques. "Is that all, master?" The two fought fiercely, their power cracking the surrounding ground. Dust billowed from the nearby cliffs, and shattered stones flew everywhere. The commotion was immense. Jin Yao and the others nearby also hurried to leave. She shouted, "Go! Hurry! This battle is not something we can take part in." Long Tengwu looked toward the battlefield in confusion. Seeing the overwhelming fighting intent there, she asked, "What should we do now, princess?" Jin Yao snapped, "At a time like this, can't you assess the situation and make a decision yourself?" Jin Yao said irritably, "Do you even need to ask? Retreat at once." On the main battlefield, not only was Li Tsuehua puzzled by Lin Yi, but Du Xiaoyang and his group were as well. This primordial sacred body was truly far too extraordinary. As the chaotic battle between Li Tsuehua and Lin intensified. Several enormous leaves grew from Li Suihua's back like a peacock's tail. She looked at Lin Yi and sighed. Not bad, Lin Yi. You're the first person who has pushed me this far and forced me into this state. Li Suihua suddenly closed in on him, smiling. You were once my trump card, so why shouldn't I bring out everything I have? When unprecedented surprise. Before she had even finished speaking, Li Suihua raised her leg and kicked Lin Yi hard in the chest. Lin Yi leaned back slightly. A layer of spiritual energy protected his body, so his injuries were not too severe. Still, he was confused. The energy in his body clearly came from Nine Nether. Yet Li Suihua kept launching such high-intensity attacks. How long could she sustain them? Would he be the first to run out of strength, or would she? Another stream of violet light shot toward him. Lin, he clicked his tongue and tilted his head aside to evade it, his expression grave. During the battle at the Myriad Things sect, Li Zuohua had clearly been forced to retreat due to insufficient stamina and spiritual power. If she had possessed the strength she displayed now, she could have completely turned the situation around back then. Lin, he truly could not understand why Li Zuohua had only revealed her real strength now. At that moment, Li Zuohua suddenly gathered spiritual power and attacked, while Lin, he raised his fist. Fist against fist. Deathly light collided with azure light, like two utterly opposing forces. On a distant ship, a young man looked toward the floating island where Lin Yi and Li Zuihua were fighting and thought that aerial palace cost countless spirit stones to build, and now it has ended up like this. Above the aerial palace, Lin Yi and Li Zuihua had separated. Both looked utterly exhausted. Lin Yi became even more certain of his judgment. Li Zuihua's consumption was immense. If they kept fighting, he would surely win. But why did she still choose to fight him here? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yi's mind, making him shudder. He hurriedly turned toward Jin Yao, who was battling Tao Tai, and shouted, Jin Yao, leave now. Stop tangling with Tao Tai. On the other side, Li Zuohua panted heavily, then suddenly burst into laughter, her face nearly overflowing with delight. Too late, Lin Yi. It's too late to realize it now. Little Tao, make your move. Tao Dai answered with a roar, and suddenly bit into Jin Yao's arm. Jin Yao swung her enormous arm with all her strength, sending Tao Dai flying toward Li Zuihua. More accurately, Tao Dai had deliberately returned to Li Zuihua's side. Once Tao Dai was behind her again, spiritual power seemed to pour out endlessly. Lin Yi watched with a furrowed brow, filled with frustration and regret. He had miscalculated. They truly did not mind Tao Tai absorbing the endless rage of the Devourer of Desolation, but that also meant supplying Tao Tai with an enormous amount of energy. If Tao Tai could only absorb it, that would have been manageable, but reality was entirely different. Li Zuihua stood there when Tao Tai suddenly embraced her from behind and bit her neck. Powerful spiritual energy flowed into her body, instantly driving away her exhaustion. Li Zuihua adjusted her breathing, stroked Tao Ye's head, and smiled. You've worked hard. Looking at Lin Yi, she asked with a smile, do you still want to continue, my disciple? Lin Yi frowned at the terrifying pair before him. With Tao Dai here, Li Zuohua effectively possessed limitless spiritual power, unless he found a way to deal with Tao Dai first. But that created an even greater problem. With Li Zuihua present, the two of them together were truly invincible. Just then, Du Xiaoyang saw a fleet of warships approaching. Their banners fluttered in the wind, and countless soldiers stood aboard them. Du Xiaoyang immediately leaped into the air and flew toward the leader of the fleet. A familiar face. He pleaded, Princess Long Tongwu, please have your fleet assist Lin Yi at once. Since both spiritual energy attacks and turbid chi are ineffective, only the dragon-soaring Imperial fleet can weaken Tao Dai. But Du Xiaoyang's group was worried. This would not be so simple. After all, given the complications involved, would Princess Long Tongwu really be willing to help? A soldier stepped up beside Long Tongwu and asked hesitantly, Your Highness, should we? Li Zuihua looked up from below and sneered. What is it? The dragon-soaring imperial family finally escaped the calamity of 9 infants, and now you want to meddle in this affair as well. If I were you, Long Tongwu, I would quickly leave this place of trouble rather than involve myself. For the sake of our former alliance, I will not make things difficult for you. Though she appeared calm, Li Tsuehua understood clearly that if Long Tung Wu truly joined the battle, their victory would no longer be assured. Du Zhaoyang and the others below shouted anxiously, Long Tung Wu, don't be afraid of her. Heavenly Palace reinforcements will arrive soon. If we join forces, we can still stop them all. Time slowly passed. Long Tung Wu was silent for a moment, seemingly having made up her mind. Then she loudly commanded her troops, all soldiers, heed my order. Use live ammunition to attack Tao Dai and cover the Heavenly Palace forces. At this, Li Tsuehua flew into a rage and roared, Long Tung Wu, you and your father both wanted to break the fate of the dragon-soaring imperial family. Yet in the end, you still chose to submit to the Heavenly Palace. Holding her spear, Long Tung Wu looked down at Li Tsuehua and declared calmly, I do not fear the Heavenly Palace. It's simply that compared to someone like you, who has hidden everything from beginning to end, I trust Lenny more. But if they lose, then everything will be over. Long Tung Wu now greatly hoped that her father had not placed his wager on the wrong person. Seeing that her side had yet to act, Long Tung Wu turned toward those preparing the cannons and ordered, What are you standing around for? Open fire. The soldiers finally snapped out of it. They really were going to fight Li Tsuehua's group, but military orders were absolute. The barrage began, and another fierce battle erupted. Lin Yi charged at Li Tsuehua, powerful spiritual energy surging around them both. Tao Dai continued battling Jin Yao as the two enormous beasts crashed into each other. With the support of several members of the dragon-soaring imperial family, Lin Yi fought Li Tsuehua while shouting, It's not too late to stop now, master. You want to break the cycle of the heaven and earth calamity, but there is no need to do it this way, and no need to stain your hands with the blood of innocence. Li Tsuehua had no patience for such lofty words. She shouted furiously, Enough nonsense. If you want to stop me, defeat me. Don't order me to step aside. Prove that you are more worthy than I am to save this world. The two continued their deadlock. Lin Yi was at a slight disadvantage. He retreated a little, observing Li Tsuehua as he prepared to look for an opportunity to strike. Zhu Quan went behind Li Tsuehua and called out, My lady, leave the dragon-soaring imperial fleet to us. We will do everything we can to defeat them. Li Tsuehua shook her head. There's no time. Her gaze settled on a group of people flying in from afar. Li Tsuehua smiled and remarked, Look at those people flying over. What a cunning girl. The Heavenly Palace forces had finally rushed over as reinforcements. The outcome was clear. Li Tsuehua walked to Tao Hie's side, patted its shoulder, and said, It seems this battle can only end here. Retreat. Tao Tai shrank its massive bull-like body and immediately withdrew from the battlefield. Jin Yao did not even have time to react. Li Tsuehua grabbed the hem of Tao Hie's cloak and took it into the air. But before leaving, she did not forget to provoke Lin Yi. Lin Yi, this time, we'll count it as your victory. But this is only the beginning. On Long Tung Wu's ship, Du Zhaoyang looked at the distant island that was gradually collapsing and sighed. So much happened while I was unconscious. The more I think about it, the harder it is to accept. Elder Li Tsuehua was actually that mysterious figure? I must be dreaming. Long Tung Wu walked up behind him and said with a frown, That is the situation. Let's go quickly. More trouble lies ahead. The two immediately departed. Long Tung Wu led the way as she said, Without 9 infants, the dragon-soaring imperial family will likely cease to exist from now on. I am no longer a princess, and you are no longer a prince. Du Zhaoyang let out a breath and smiled in relief. That may be for the best. Honestly, if I had to inherit the throne, I would be terrified. Looking back, when my father sent me to live in the palace, he was probably still clear-headed. He did not want me to follow in his footsteps. In the main hall, nearly everyone had gathered. It seemed they were only waiting for the 2 members of the dragon-soaring imperial family to arrive. Elsewhere, Du Zhaoyang and Lin Yi were talking, and the conversation did not seem pleasant. Du Zhaoyang frowned. Your thinking is far too naive, Lin Yi. The Heavenly Palace maintains the lie of the heaven and earth calamity because it is the optimal solution. This has been the case for 1,000 years. The old abbot also stepped forward and shook his head. Perhaps you think us cold and heartless. Du Zhaoyang continued, but this is to maintain the balance of this world. We have no choice. Dao Chongyan nodded in agreement. Perhaps you think we turn a blind eye while the dragon-soaring imperial family started wars and caused countless innocent people to suffer, but you do not understand. Before the heaven and earth calamity system was established, this world was engulfed in darkness. Compared with that, the sacrifices caused by the heaven and earth calamity are not worth mentioning. Lin naturally understood what they meant. He nodded. You are right about that. Yet he still felt deeply uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Yi seemingly yield, Du Xiaoyang happily stepped forward with a smile. Since that is the case, then we should. But Lin Yi immediately interrupted him. But I do not acknowledge you. I also have my reasons for upholding my own honor. Dao Chongyan frowned and pointed at Lin Yi as he criticized him. Lin Yi, I know you are exceptionally talented, but do you really believe you can solve the problem of spiritual energy and the ever-growing number of cultivators? No one has solved it in thousands of years. What makes you so arrogant? Lin Yi similed. Because I possess the innate, true desolation body, a physique seen only once in a millennium, and because I can perfectly wield the power of ferocious beasts. Is that answer satisfactory enough for you? Just then, an armored figure appeared at the entrance. He seemed to have overheard their conversation for some time, and now he laughed loudly in approval. Ha ha ha! Good. This man was the emperor of the dragon-soaring imperial family, a very familiar figure. The old emperor entered the hall, still carrying an imperial bearing. Looking at Lin Yi, he smiled and said, although the dragon-soaring imperial family has been severely weakened by this battle, for the sake of all living beings, we are willing to support young brother Lin Yi. Everyone was left agape by the old emperor's appearance. Was he actually considering matters from Lin Yi's perspective? Even with Lin Yi's once-in-a-millennium primordial sacred body, this was still an extremely risky decision. But after Dragon Soaring declared its support, Lin Yi did not seem particularly concerned. He turned to the three elders. Elders, please return. Unless you are willing to tell me the final secret guarded by the Heavenly Palace, I will use my own methods to find a way to save more people, whether cultivators or ordinary mortals. The elders were deeply frustrated by his stubbornness. Yin Yin wanted to argue further, but Du Xiaoyang raised a hand to stop him and said, it seems you have made your decision. If that is the case, I will not try to persuade you any longer. But, Holy Maiden, Lin immediately raised a hand to shield the Holy Maiden behind him. Looking at them coldly, he said, she doesn't like the sight of you either. You hid things from me, and I don't trust you. Besides, she'll be safer with me now. The Holy Maiden peeked out from behind Lin Yi and nodded firmly. That's right. Yin Yin was so furious that he wanted to rush forward and hit someone, but Du Xiaoyang calmly restrained him from beginning to end while making arrangements. Looking at Lin Yi, he said, fine, but I hope you understand that the Heavenly Palace is not your enemy. Everything we do is for the sake of all living beings. Lin, he found it somewhat laughable. All living beings? But I suppose that doesn't include the common people who died in this war. Du Xiaoyang said nothing further. He only left behind the words, you are still too young, but you will understand one day, before turning to leave. Your strength is limited. If you want to save everyone, be careful that you do not end up saving no one. After everyone left, the system interface immediately displayed a choice. Lenny looked at the third option. They have all lost. Completed. Reward. Upgrade the primordial sacred body to the minor completion stage. He frowned at the newly displayed message, thinking to himself that it was not necessarily over yet. After all, who told him he was the male lead? Once the Heavenly Palace members had all departed, Long Tongue Mu Yi awkwardly looked at his father, then at Lin Yi, and asked, so, what do we do next? Lin Yi similed. Naturally, we continue searching for the remaining ferocious beasts. The Heavenly Palace controls them and continues using the ferocious beasts to provoke conflicts among cultivators, reducing their numbers in order to balance spiritual energy. As for Li Tsuehua, if she obtains the remaining ferocious beasts, then she surely has some objective we do not yet know about. The ferocious beasts are clearly an essential means for her to achieve it. But Lin, he was somewhat puzzled. He looked toward the dragon-soaring imperial family and asked, you have been allied with her for so long. Do you really know nothing at all about her background? At this, Long Tongue Ling looked troubled. He shook his head with a sigh. When it comes to Li Tsuehua, I am even more surprised than you. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Palace Elder was the mysterious person from back then? In those days, she was just like you, a disciple of the previous Palace Lord. Rubbing his chin, Lin Yi asked with a frown. Something like that happened? Then didn't she nearly become the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Palace? Long Tongue Ling nodded. That's right. The previous Palace Lord accepted 2 disciples as successors. As you have seen, the current Palace Lord was the chosen one. Li Tsuehua was not chosen and could only remain in the Heavenly Palace as an elder. Long Tongue Ling suddenly had a thought and asked Lin, could it be that she held a grudge because she was not chosen as Palace Lord, leading her to do what she is doing today? Lin, he shook his head. Probably not. Her ambition seems to be to break the cycle of heaven and earth. Let us set this matter aside for now. We have more important things to do. Long Tongue Ling frowned. All right, we now know that 4 ferocious beasts have emerged. The devourer of desolation within Jin Yao, 9 infants within Lin Yi, Tao Dai with elder Li Tsuehua, and Dao Qing Feng in the Heavenly Palace. Mu, he scratched his head and sighed. It seems we do have a slight advantage. After hearing this, Long Tongue Ling turned to Lin Yi and asked, the key is how you intend to solve the root cause. Much of what Li Tsuehua said was not false. According to the dragon-soaring imperial family's records, the spiritual energy of this world is indeed gradually running dry. Many lands that were once fertile are slowly becoming barren, even desolate. Cultivators, accustomed to using spiritual energy, have not yet noticed it, but if this continues, the entire world will face an outcome no one wishes to see: the irreversible exhaustion of spiritual energy. If you merely intend to use the strength of the ferocious beasts to fight the Heavenly Palace or Li Tsuehua, I am afraid it ultimately will not change anything. You must find a solution. After thinking for a moment, Lenny said, I know someone who may know the truth and be able to tell us what we should do next. In a place of green mountains, clear waters, and abundant spiritual energy, a place any cultivator would covet, the palace lord reclined on a chaise lounge, gently waving a round fan as he gazed at the drifting clouds overhead. He sighed. I wonder what is happening outside now, especially with that disciple who worries me so much. Resting any longer is meaningless. Li Xuanma stood up and went to inspect the spiritual herbs he had planted. This man was Li Xuanma, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Origin sect. The old man looked at several withering spiritual herbs when a female disciple hurried over, her face full of worry. Master, she hesitated before saying, the spirit rice has flowered. But something seems wrong. It looks as though it is about to fall ill. Li Xuanma murmured as if speaking to himself. He looked up at the sky and sighed into the distance. Has it begun already? Even this remote and desolate spiritual vein has begun to be affected. Li Xuanma clasped his hands behind his back, turned toward his disciple, and shook his head. Harvest whatever we can. In the future, I am afraid we will only be able to grow ordinary rice. The disciple nodded. Also, Master, the senior brother who went out to gather information, returned 2 days ago. He said that things outside are in chaos. The sects are fighting endlessly. The demon clans are running rampant everywhere. And even the greatest dragon-soaring imperial family has fallen into civil war. Li Xuanmu nudda finally. Then that confirms it. Things will only grow more chaotic from here on. Fortunately, our location is remote and desolate. No one pays attention to it, so we will not attract notice for the time being. Palace Lord, I truly admire my own ability to find places. But as soon as he finished speaking, his disciple came running over in panic. Master, something has happened. An aerial warship is approaching. It seems to be headed this way. Li Xuanma was stunned as though struck by lightning. How had something come knocking the moment he finished saying that? He cried out in alarm. Impossible! This spiritual vein is so insignificant that even a sect with a little power would not care about it. Why would an aerial warship pass through here? Quickly, have all disciples prepare for battle. Not long after they assembled, the aerial warship slowly approached. The disciples were on edge and somewhat worried. If the visitors came with hostile intentions, they would be in serious trouble. Lin Yi jumped down from the aerial warship alone. Everyone was startled and shouted, "Who goes there?" Only He seemed to find him familiar. She hesitated before crying out, "Wait, isn't that our eldest senior brother? Why has he come back?" Once they confirmed that the visitor not only bore no ill will, but was also someone they knew, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xuanma stepped forward and asked thoughtfully, Lin Yi, is that really you? Lin Yi tilted his head and called, Master. Li Xuanma excitedly ran up to Lin Yi and shouted, My good disciple, you finally. Lin Yi also stepped forward, emotionally calling Master. Perhaps because of his age, Li Xuanma was easily moved to tears. With tears in his eyes, he called out Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi looked at the old man, his own eyes moistening as he said emotionally, Master, your disciple has finally. He suddenly charged forward like an arrow and furiously rammed his head into Li Xuanma's fat belly, shouting, Finally come back. The eldest senior brother had just returned, yet he immediately rammed his master into a tree and pointed at his face, cursing, You damned old man. Li Xuanma coughed several times and forced a smile as Lin Yi stormed toward him. Lin Yi grabbed the old man by his collar and vented all the resentment he had bottled up for so long. I thought you were really dead. You made me grieve for so long, but you were actually here living in comfort. Let me hear how you plan to explain yourself. Li Xuanma smiled and coughed a few times. With an earnest expression, he said, Lin Yi, your master knows you are angry, but the wind blew past. And Lin Yi stood there blankly, his heart filled with indescribable emotions. Li Xuanma smiled at him as though looking at a child he had raised himself, then slowly said, It is enough that you have returned safely. Li Xuanma's words completely dispelled Lin Yi's anger. After all, he had only been worried about the old man. Lin Yi released his collar and sighed with a smile. As you can see, I have returned, Master. After their emotional reunion as master and disciple, it was time to discuss serious matters. Lin Yi and Li Xuanma walked to the cliffside and looked into the distance as Lin Yi told his master everything that had happened. Li Xuanma pondered for a while before finally sighing. I never expected that so much would happen in the world while Lin Yi was away. Lin Yi nodded with a frown. Indeed, Tao Wu has been unsealed. Tao Tai has manifested. The dragon-soaring imperial family is in civil war. And now your disciple has even become the host of 9 infants. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly felt upset again. He abruptly turned to look at his master so intensely that the old man broke out in a cold sweat. Your good disciple risked his life out there while you were here living comfortably. If I had not asked the dragon-soaring imperial family to send people everywhere to search for you, you probably would not have wanted to show yourself even once in your entire life, would you? Li Xuanma looked a little embarrassed and gave an awkward laugh. That is not quite it, Lin Yi continued. More importantly, Li Cuihua's identity and the truth about her have been exposed. You, the sect master of the Sacred Jade sect, and Li Cuihua were old acquaintances. Do you know anything about her? Li Xuanma smiled after hearing this. Although I am very surprised that the mysterious person was Li Cuihua, if it is her, I can understand. Disciple, don't you think the name Li Cuihua sounds rather rustic? Lin Yi looked at his master in confusion, but nodded honestly. It is a little rustic, but what does that have to do with anything? How could it not matter? Li Xuanma said. Li Cuihua's parents were not cultivators, but ordinary mortals. When she was young, the Long Heaven sect took her in, seeing her exceptional talent. The sect master wanted to change her name, but she said it had been given to her by her parents, and she did not wish to change it. Naturally, the sect master did not force her. Lin Yi leaned close to Li Xuanma and asked in a low voice, The Long Heaven sect? Why have I never heard of this sect? It is normal that you have not, Li Xuanma replied. The Long Heaven sect's lineage was severed long ago during the previous Great Calamity. Lin Yi was shocked to hear this. Vaguely, he remembered that the previous Great Calamity had occurred several hundred years ago. This may be difficult to believe, but it is true. The Long Heaven sect was not a sect with any great heritage, and it was erased in that war. Li Cuihua cared deeply for the sect master and the Long Heaven sect because the sect had raised her. But at the time, she did not yet know the truth behind the Great Calamity. She did everything in her power, yet she still could not protect her sect. Lin, he was somewhat stunned. If it were him, he would not want to experience that feeling of helplessness either. Li Xuanma continued. I heard that she was the most brilliant rising star of our generation, with talent that could be called rare in 1,000 years. The previous palace lord had long intended to make her his successor, and only afterward did he choose to tell her the truth. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi said in a deep voice, I imagine she must have been furious. Li Xuanma nodded, confirming his words. More than furious. She nearly came to blows with the previous palace lord. The palace lord felt guilty, so he did not pursue the matter. But now that I think about it, that was also the driving force behind her willingness to pay any price to break the cycle. At this point, Linny understood. So afterward, she refused to inherit the position of Palace Lord of the Heavenly Palace. On the surface, she merely served as an ordinary elder, but in truth, Linny did not finish the sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Li Xuan Munudda. It seems that is the case. Lin Yi turned around and asked Li Xuanma, "Your disciple roughly understands the situation now, but I still have one question. How does Li Tsuehua intend to use the power of the ferocious beast to defy the cycle? If her plan is feasible, why has no one succeeded in all these 1,000 years?" Li Xuanma fell silent. He stared into the distance for a long time before speaking in a grave tone. This concerns the deepest secret of the Heavenly Palace. He asked Lin, "Do you know what the highest realm of cultivation is?" Lin Yi looked at Li Xuanma in confusion. "Is it not the Great Ascension Realm? I heard that the Heavenly Palace Elder is the only person to have reached the Great Ascension Realm." Li Xuanmunudda. That is true in our world. As soon as he finished speaking, another secret was about to be revealed. Lin, he felt as though thunder had exploded in his ears. He asked in shock, "What do you mean, our world?" Li Xuanma shook his head. "I do not know the details, but I can be certain of one thing. There is a higher realm beyond the Great Ascension Realm, but such cultivation exceeds what this world can contain. So one must ascend, travel the path to heaven, and leave this world. However, those who ascend take away a vast amount of the spiritual energy possessed by our world. As this continues, the spiritual energy of the world grows ever scarcer and can no longer recover. That is why the path to heaven was quickly sealed, and all records related to it were completely erased." At this point, Linny understood. There is only one thing that caught his attention. How did his master know this secret? Li Xuanmu siga irritably. "Your master was no ordinary person in his youth, so naturally I know quite a few things. The only thing I can be sure of is that the path to heaven may lie within the Heavenly Palace itself. Only successive palace lords are qualified to know the method of opening it. The 7 great ferocious beasts are likely also the key to opening it." Lin Yi rubbed his chin in thought. Could Li Tsuehua be trying to reach the path to heaven before the Heavenly Palace does? Li Xuanma shook his head. "I do not know, but once the path to heaven is opened, and cultivators learn that there are higher cultivation realms and broader worlds beyond this one, I am afraid they will be unable to resist the desire to ascend. That will be a disaster for the ordinary people of this world. Once spiritual energy reaches its limit, the entire world will gradually die. Fertile land will turn into deserts. Those who remain alive, whether cultivators or ordinary people, will frequently engage in even more brutal slaughter over scarce resources." Li Xuanma's words formed vivid and cruel images in Lin Yi's mind. This was far too tragic. Lin Yi hurriedly asked his master. Li Tsuehua's true intentions are still unclear. At the same time, no one knows what consequences her actions will bring. Her sacrifice of innocent Heavenly Palace disciples is also completely unacceptable. What exactly should I do? Lin Yi had returned this time to seek Li Xuanma's advice. After hearing him out, Li Xuanma said, "Here, you are no longer the person you once were. In truth, I no longer have anything left to teach you. I can only tell you what you wish to know. Do what you believe is right. But before you act, think it through carefully." Lin Yi asked again, "Think carefully in order to prepare for the future?" Li Xuanma merely said, "I can only tell you that before doing anything, you must think more deeply." Lin Yi nodded and did not ask further. After finishing what he had come to do, Lin Yi returned to the ship with 9 infants. The moment he boarded, Long Tongue Mu Yi hurriedly asked, "Did you find your master? Did you learn anything useful?" Lin Yi gave a wry smile. "More or less." Princess Long Tongue Wu did not ask further and went straight to the point. Looking at Lin Yi, she asked, "What should we do next?" "My master told me to do my best to help you." Lin Yi looked at the two of them, pondered for a moment, and asked, "If you were Li Tsuehua, which ferocious beast would you target next?" The two began to think. Long Tongue Mu Yi said, "Well, the Qilin is sealed within the Vajra Temple, Master Yin Yin's sect. Li Tsuehua probably would not dare make a move against them. The Chaos Beast at the Divine Firmament sect will not be easy to deal with either. That leaves only the Great Serpent of the Frost Mist sect. Long Tongue Wu continued. The Frost Mist sect was founded after the previous Heaven and Earth calamity. Its foundations are not particularly strong. If Li Tsuehua plans to strike, the Frost Mist sect is the most likely target. After hearing this, Lin immediately decided to depart for the Frost Mist sect. There was no time to waste. The Frost Mist sect was situated atop a mountain blanketed in ice and snow. When Lin Yi and the others arrived, snow was still falling. Lin Yi looked down and exhaled several streams of white mist. So this is the Frost Mist sect. The cold here really cuts to the bone. Long Tongue Wu, standing beside him, said, I hear that the Frost Mist sect excels in ice element cultivation techniques. Cultivating here can only benefit their disciples. The great ship descended, and members of the Frost Mist sect came out to receive them. A leader stepped forward and said, Please halt. Long Tongue Wu took the initiative, cupped her hands in greeting, and said, Long Tongue Wu of the dragon-soaring imperial family, forgive us for intruding. Behind Long Tongue Wu, Long Tongue Mu, he hugged himself and shivered. Seeing the plainly dressed young women, he could not help wondering whether they were truly not cold. The woman observed Lin, Yi, and the others for a while before saying, You bear an aura similar to that of the great serpent. You must be the hosts of the devourer of desolation, 9 infants, and the innate true desolation body, Tao Dai, whose names have recently become widely known. It seems the dragon-soaring imperial family has truly wagered everything on you, just as they once wagered on the heavenly palace 1,000 years ago. Long Tongue Mu, he stared blankly at Long Tongue Wu and asked, Wagered what? Long Tongue Wu remained silent, her expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Upon hearing this, the elder explained, What happened to the dragon-soaring imperial family has spread throughout the cultivation world. I understand your purpose in coming, but please return. The Frost Mist sect can handle the matter of the ferocious beast ourselves. We do not need your assistance. Lin Yi said, Forgive my presumption, sect master of Frost Mist. The sealing process has changed. 9 infants has suffered repeated attacks by Li Tsuehua and the demon race she leads. This time, she will certainly come again. With the Frost Mist sect alone, I am afraid. But the Frost Mist sect master remained resolute and said coldly, I have already said it. Please return. We may not be a great sect with a long heritage or deep foundations, but we have our own methods for dealing with Li Tsuehua and the rabble under her command. Long Tongue Mu, he could no longer hold himself back. He shouted angrily, Hey, the rabble you speak of is turning the entire cultivation world upside down. An elderly Tsuehua has the devourer of desolation, a humanoid, ferocious beast. Where does your confidence come from? Even the heavenly palace would have trouble dealing with them. Lin, he stepped forward to explain. If the sect master fears that I intend to seize the great serpent, there is no need. I simply do not want another ferocious beast to fall into Li Tsuehua's hands. As soon as the seal is complete, I will leave at once. Long Tongue Wu also nodded in agreement. That is right. We can stand guard for you while you complete the seal. Once it is done, send the host to the heavenly palace. Wouldn't that settle everything? The sect master sighed and revealed a cold smile. That is exactly why I said you may leave. The great serpent seal has already been completed. Long Tongue Wu frowned and complained, Hey, do not spout nonsense. Sealing a ferocious beast cannot be that easy. Only Lin, he suddenly cried out. He used his aura reading art to look into the Frost Mist sect. Sure enough, he could no longer sense that powerful ferocious beast's aura. Yet he saw something else. Jin Yao followed Lin Yi's gaze. A young woman with snow-white hair emerged from the sect. Her features were exquisitely beautiful. The elder smiled happily and said, Allow me to introduce her. The youngest elder of the heavenly palace, and also the current host of the great serpent, my daughter, Bing Onming. She was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, and a powerful, ferocious beast's aura radiated from her body. The Frost Mist sect master pointed at her daughter and introduced her with unconcealed pride. The great serpent's current host is my daughter, Bing Onming. After being introduced by her mother, the fairy-like young woman turned to look at the unfamiliar visitors. Long Tongue Wu and Long Tongue Mu Yi's hearts immediately pounded in their chests. This young woman truly was rather adorable. Even Jin Yao blushed as she stared blankly with only one thought in her mind. This girl is far too beautiful. Even Lin Yi, whose willpower had always been exceptionally strong, showed an unusual expression. It was an indescribable feeling, seeing them all standing there in a daze. The sect master smiled and asked, "Did you fall in love at first sight?" This is merely the old serpent's most basic ability. It can make anyone who sees the host feel affection for her, even fall hopelessly in love. Long Tongue Wu suddenly came to her senses, then smacked Long Tongue Mu hard on the head, snapping him out of it as well. Long Tongue Wu looked at the sect master and said, "The legendary Great Serpent possesses the power to control people's hearts and embodies the flames of desire. Are you really relying on only that to win?" The sect master gave a cold laugh, clearly dismissing Long Tongue Wu with contempt. "You know far too little about the old serpent. I naturally have my own way of dealing with Li Suihua. If she dares come to the Frostmist sect, I will certainly send her home disappointed." By then, Lin Yi had recovered. He continued using his aura-reading art to re-evaluate Bing Onming. Indeed, the seal on her body was extremely stable. But 9 infants in Lin Yi's mind had already begun to complain. The Great Serpent's power is truly irritating. Why not take it back? Let my brothers and sisters experience your power as well. Lin, he shouted angrily in his mind, "Shut up. You're driving me to death with all that chatter." After silencing the incessant voices in his head, a trace of spiritual energy still leaked from Lin Yi's body. He turned toward the Frostmist sect master and said, "Let me remind you, the more the sect master uses a ferocious beast's power, the more easily its host will be influenced. You have seen what happened to the dragon-soaring emperor. Abusing a ferocious beast's power comes at a price." The sect master looked exceptionally arrogant, as though none of his words had entered her ears. She immediately retorted, "You are the host of 9 infants. What right do you have to say that? Moreover, my daughter is unlike you. She has cultivated since childhood and can suppress fluctuations in her emotions. Unlike you, she was not sealed halfway through her path of cultivation. The ferocious beast has very little influence on her. In other words, she can wield 100% of the old serpent's power." Lin Yi asked evenly, "So you refuse to place even the slightest trust in us?" Lin Yi and the others continued responding calmly. Long Tongue Mu Yi, standing behind them, finally could not endure it any longer. He rushed forward angrily and shouted, "I have had enough. You simply refuse to listen to reason. Lin Yi, tell me, what should we do? Attack them directly or put on an act?" A layer of spiritual energy enveloped the Frostmist sect master's body. She smiled proudly. "Go ahead and try." At that moment, someone accompanying Bing Aming suddenly approached them and said, "Lin Yi, we meet again. Would you be willing to have a chat?" Lin Yi looked at the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar person before him and frowned. "Are you speaking on behalf of the Heavenly Palace, or as a friend?" Mu Fan nodded. "Both, but I would prefer to speak as a friend." Lin Yi asked, "Then the Heavenly Palace has not sent its 3 elders this time?" Mu Fan replied, "I only came here with my master." Lin Yi looked around. He looked at Mu Fan in confusion, then at Bing Amung, and asked uncertainly, "She is your master?" Long Tongue Mu, he suddenly realized, "That is not impossible. I heard that Elder Bing Amung of the Heavenly Palace has always been called the Iceberg. I never expected her to become the Great Serpent's host." Linny did not dwell on it and continued asking, "Is this the Heavenly Palace's intention, or—" Mu Fan immediately denied it. "No, the Frostmist sect master likely arranged this long ago. My master has cultivated the heart without dust techniques since childhood, so the Great Serpent side effects have almost no influence on her." Linny frowned in thought. Just as the Devourer of Desolation required the Holy Maiden, a kind-hearted person, to be its host, it seemed that the Frostmist sect master, like the Saint Jade sect master, had long prepared a candidate to seal the ferocious beast. Suddenly, another group of people in Taoist robes arrived. There were quite a lot of them. Linny looked at them. He frowned and asked, "What are these people doing here?" Mu Fan sighed helplessly. "You will find out soon enough." Just then, one of them looked toward Lin Yi and seemed to recognize an acquaintance immediately. Lin Yi also recognized the newcomer. "Old Wang, why are you here?" Old Wang frowned and asked, "Who is it?" The moment he recognized him, his expression changed to one of delighted warmth. He walked over and asked with a smile, "Linny, you came too? And Fairy Jean Yao as well." Wonderful. With you here this time, we will definitely be able to deal with that bastard, Li Tsuehua. Lin Yi raised a hand to stop him. Wait, did you come on behalf of the Heavenly Palace? And the people who came with you this time, are they all? Old Wang became furious upon hearing that. They're all like me, survivors of sects overrun by the demon race led by Li Tsuehua. We received an invitation from the Frost Mist sect master to come and join in punishing that bastard, Li Tsuehua. Mu Fan added from the side. Not only them, several other sects have come as well. For example, my master led cultivators from Cloudsea Manor here long ago. The other sects are all afraid of being defeated by the demon race. So many of them have answered this call. More people arrived shortly afterward, and the conversation grew lively. Looking at them, Long Tongue Mu Yi remarked, so there really are quite a lot of people. But Long Tongue Mu Yi still did not understand something. With such a good opportunity, why has the Heavenly Palace not sent anyone? Long Tongue Wu asked coolly. Do you really need to ask? The Heavenly Palace probably hopes that as many people as possible die here. After all, that would lessen the burden of the heaven and earth calamity. Long Tongue Mu, he scratched his head and asked awkwardly, is that really so? Ha ha ha. The holy maiden, who had remained silent from beginning to end, finally spoke. The Heavenly Palace is so calm about Li Tsuehua. I mean, if the Great Serpent is possessed, then what? Lin Yi looked toward Bing Aming's group. Either the Heavenly Palace still has a trump card, or Li Tsuehua has been plotting this for a long time. She truly has too many methods. I have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Palace, two elders were discussing matters with the current palace master, Du Xiaoyang, in the council hall. One of them looked at him and asked, Bing Aming has successfully become the Great Serpent's host, while Lin Yi and the Holy Maiden have both arrived at the Frost Mist sect. Are we simply going to watch? Without turning around, the palace master asked in a displeased tone. The news that Li Tsuehua is a traitor to the Heavenly Palace has spread everywhere. The Frost Mist sect did not invite us, yet specifically invited her niece instead. This shows that they no longer trust us. Why persist? Du Xiaoyang was somewhat indignant. After all, Li Tsuehua was an unstable factor who threatened their secret. Before the elder could finish voicing his concerns, the palace master cut him off. Whether Li Tsuehua wins or loses will not affect our ultimate outcome. Besides, perhaps that boy Lin, he might create some kind of miracle. Even so, Du Xiaoyang remained uneasy. The elder worriedly said, but what if the situation spirals out of control? What if Li Tsuehua gains control over both Tao Dai and the Great Serpent? The palace master sighed. If she can truly change something, that would not necessarily be bad. In fact, before I became palace master, I might even have approved of her idea. But unfortunately, the palace master gently shook his head, his tone tinged with sorrow. The two elders exchanged looks and fell silent. Their eyes alone conveyed that they understood one another's feelings, as well as the palace master's. Back at the Frost Mist sect, a Frost Mist disciple entered and reported to the sect master. Sect master, everyone who was meant to come has arrived. These past few days, they have made the atmosphere in the sect stifling and unpleasant. We now await only your command. The Frost Mist sect master frowned and asked, where is Li Tsuehua? Has the demon race made any moves lately? The disciple cupped his hands and replied, only a small number of demon race scouts have been discovered around the sect. After hearing that, the sect master asked, where are the hosts of 9 infants and the devourer of desolation? The disciple promptly replied, they are still here. They do not appear willing to leave. Should we send people to drive them away? The sect master considered for a moment, then said, no matter. I am only worried that they will ruin our good plan. But if they do not interfere, so much the better. Gather everyone. The time has come. The disciple was extremely excited and replied happily, I will go at once. Outside the great hall, cultivators from the various sects were chatting. One said, in the beginning, the Myriad Things sect, with only one sect and a few Heavenly Palace elders, managed to drive Li Tsuehua back. Now that we have so many people from so many sects, what is there to fear? Not far away, Mu Fan's master watched the people below and instructed him that if the battle went poorly, he must immediately seek protection from those friends, clearly referring to Lin Yi's group. Mu Fan asked his master anxiously, Master, do you mean you do not think highly of them anymore? Of course not. It is simply that these independent cultivators are accustomed to acting as they please. Aside from people like him and Li Tsuehua, and those who bear deep hatred toward the demon race. Everyone else is gathered here only because the Heavenly Palace has done nothing and they fear their sects will be destroyed. There is no other reason. They merely hope that strength lies in numbers. If they truly have to fight to the death, I fear that will be difficult. The demon race has always lived in remote wildernesses and harsh environments. Risking their lives is commonplace for them. How much use are differences in cultivation or numbers, really? Fan asked again, "Then, Master, what should we do next?" At that moment, the Frostmist sect master and Bing Onming appeared. The Frostmist sect master slowly said, "Everyone, do not be impatient. Please hear me out." On the ship, Lin, Yi, and the others calmly watched what was happening below. Long Tongue Mu, Yi asked curiously, "What are they trying to do now?" Lin, Yi shook his head. "I do not know. Let's keep watching. In any case, we have only one purpose: to stop the people we need to stop." Below, the cultivators stepped forward and cupped their hands upon seeing the Frostmist sect master. "Frostmist sect master, we have gathered here for several days. Yet Li Tsawa, the Heavenly Palace trader, has still not come. What should we do now?" Other cultivators laughed arrogantly. "Perhaps she saw how many of us there are and does not dare come. I say we should take the initiative and attack." Old Wang also nodded and shouted, "We have Elder Bing. Lin Yi and Fairy Jin Yao will help us as well. We have 3 ferocious beasts. What can Li Tsuehua possibly use to stop us?" The other cultivators eagerly echoed Old Wang's words. Nearly half the ferocious beasts were on their side already, so what was there to fear? The Frostmist sect master smiled at them. "Since you are all so eager, then go ahead and act." Fan asked in surprise, "Act? What do you mean?" Bing Aming slightly lowered her head, her beauty captivating, and spoke softly. Then a surge of energy spread from within her body. "In that case, please offer everything you have to me." The great serpent's power surged forth. Most of the cultivators could not resist it. They all lost consciousness and willingly offered everything to Bing Aming. Fan turned toward his master beside him and asked anxiously. Bing Onming continued radiating that strange energy, bewitching everyone's minds. The Frostmist sect master laughed loudly and asked, "Are you all willing to devote yourselves to my daughter and to our Frostmist sect?" The more Fan watched, the less he understood. He anxiously looked below, then turned to his master and asked what kind of technique this was. But even Fan's master had been controlled. Along with the others, he clasped his hands and shouted, "We swear to serve with unwavering loyalty until death. If everyone follows one person and someone does not fit in, they will soon be exposed." The Frostmist sect master coldly looked at Bing Onming and asked, "Why is there still one left? Is it because he is your disciple?" Fan was so worried that he drew his weapon and stared at the Frostmist sect master as he demanded an explanation. Lin Yi and the others could no longer stand by and watch from above. Lin Yi jumped directly from the ship and confronted the Frostmist sect master. "Frostmist sect master, what do you mean by this?" He used his divine ability to examine those cultivators. Within their minds, he could see the great serpent's power manipulating their consciousness. This was nothing less than seizing control of other people's minds. Yet the Frostmist sect master merely looked at Lin Yi calmly and smiled. "Why are you so angry, Lin Yi? Everything I have done is only to deal with Li Tsuehua. This is not something a rabble like them could accomplish, so I had no choice but to do it myself." At that moment, Fairy Jin Yao also leaped down and angrily rebuked her. "You are trying to take away their free will. Stop this at once." What a kind-hearted person. The Frostmist sect master frowned. The moment Jin Yao jumped down, the smile vanished from the sect master's face, leaving only icy indifference. "Everything I'm doing is for justice. I do not expect you to understand me, but at the very least, do not stand in my way." Jin Yao sternly demanded, "And you still call yourself just? What kind of logic is that?" The Frostmist sect master angrily retorted, "What is the difference? Did not the Heavenly Palace also allow ferocious beasts to run rampant in order to reduce the number of cultivators? If we are being precise, I am carrying out the will of the Heavenly Palace. Even if your palace master came here, he could not stop me. This woman truly was beyond saving. Although Jean Yao could not refute that, before she could speak, Lin Yi stepped forward and stopped her. Then he shouted directly at the Frost Mist sect master. Release them from your control at once. Otherwise, once I unleash the power of 9 infants, Lin Yi roared, I will attack you immediately. You think I'm afraid you will not dare? The Frost Mist sect master laughed. If you want to fight, I will oblige. 2 controlled cultivators approached, wielding spirit swords as they charged at Lin Yi. The Frostmist sect master laughed. Now every one of them is willing to brave fire and steal from me. What will you do, Lin Yi? Kill them. Mu Fan was also preparing to make a move, but when his senior brother stepped forward to stop him, his heart was in turmoil. He did not know whether to fight or retreat. His master shouted, Silence! To devote ourselves to Her Highness Bing Onming is the honor of our Cloud Sea Manor. Why are you not coming over? Seeing this, the Frostmist sect master grew even more exhilarated. Good. As expected of my daughter. No one has ever brought out the great serpent's power to such a degree. With this power, let alone one Li Suihua, even the entire heavenly palace would be no problem. The Frostmist sect master's words did not sound righteous in the slightest. Lin Yi frowned and quietly said to the holy maiden beside him, I cannot tolerate this any longer. I will restrain that old sect master. You control the others. Try not to hurt them. Old Wang suddenly stepped forward. They had once been close brothers, yet he now spoke such vicious words. Lin Yi, you truly do not know what is good for you. I have put up with you for a long time. You possess such great power, yet you still refuse to see reason. Godi. With that, he raised his sword and charged at Lin Yi. If you want to fight, at least pick the right opponent. The moment Lin Yi saw this man, he found him irritating. Furiously, he sent Old Wang flying with a punch and shouted, I have put up with you, you fool, for a long time too. The other cultivators also rushed over one after another, surrounding Lin Yi and preventing him from getting near Bing Onming. Meanwhile, Mu Fan switched to an ordinary weapon to block his own master. Is there really no way to save him? Has this truly gone too far? Lin Yi stomped heavily on the ground. The energy of the 9 infants' ferocious beast surged out from his body, making him seem as if he were ablaze. Since so many of you insist on stopping me, then I will use that move. As soon as the pressure erupted, the lesser cultivators could no longer bear it and fell to their knees. The source of this oppressive aura was the ferocious beast within the Holy Maiden. Facing such overwhelming power, those cultivators could not move at all. Even resisting was beyond them. Lin Yi looked toward Bing Onming, who radiated a seductive fragrance. Although she was the one controlling them, the key still lay with that old woman. With that thought, Lin Yi stepped forward, channeling spiritual energy around his fist as he launched an attack at Bing Onming. He had to attack her first in order to release the others from her control. Bing Onming's expression did not change in the slightest. She slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Yi. The Frostmist sect master became even more frenzied, laughing loudly as she asked, You still refuse to give up? Lin Yi, what a pity. Lin Yi raised his hand and first used the power of 9 infants to restrain Bing Onming, removing her influence over the others. I'm afraid I must offend you this time. 9 infants gradually manifested, its claw enveloping Lin Yi's fist. Bing Onming watched the incoming punch without changing expression, completely calm. But just as Lin Yi's fist was about to strike her, she vanished like a phantom. Bing Onming appeared behind him. Her speed was truly unbelievable. Yet Lin Yi did not give up. He continued throwing punches at Bing Onming, but this time was no different from before. She disappeared just before he could hit her, then reappeared behind him. The Holy Maiden looked at Lin Yi in astonishment. What was going on? He was fighting someone while also having to divide his attention to figure out how to deal with this. Lin Yi stopped and slowly retreated, carefully observing what had just happened. Some kind of illusion. Looking closely, one could see a thin layer of mist drifting beneath Bing Onming's body. Lin Yi froned. This cannot be an illusion. My aura-observing art shows that she is real, not an illusion. Could this be one of the great serpent's abilities? Bing Onming looked at Lin Yi and slowly said, I can sense that you bear no ill will toward me, and I do not wish to fight you either. Please leave this place. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have let it go, but this time, if they did not intervene, their consciences would not permit it. The holy maiden stepped forward. Elder Being, please stop. No matter your reasons, you should not arbitrarily destroy another person's will. The Frostmist sect master sneered. If the two of you did not carry the power of ferocious beasts, you would have long since become slaves to my daughter and me. You have no right to act so brazenly. Aming attack. Deal with them. Since the Frostmist sect master had said so, Bing Aming no longer held back. Her expression changed, and she condensed an ice sword out of thin air. Lin Yi watched Bing Anming with his full attention. This time, he had to see her movements clearly. Bing Anming swung her sword and rushed at Lin Yi, her momentum unceasing. Lin Yi saw it clearly. The sword was coming straight toward him. Yet the instant it was about to touch him, it disappeared. Lin Yi frowned and quickly scanned his surroundings, but it had vanished in an instant again. What exactly was this? From Lin Yi's blind spot, Bing Anming's sword struck, producing a tremendous explosion. There was no way to tell where the attack was coming from. Watching from the outside, Jin Yao and Mu Fan were both anxiously alarmed. How could there be movements so fast in this world? Mu Fan frowned. I cannot see it. I cannot see it at all. Naturally, Lin Yi had not died from that attack. Otherwise, it would have been humiliating for the master of 9 infants. But his injuries were not light. He was greatly troubled. This move allowed her to appear somewhere else in an instant. Bing Anming had also incorporated the Great Serpent's breath-devouring power into her attacks. Lin Yi could sense that while it was not as domineering as the Devourer of Desolation, it was still enough to break through the defenses around his chest. She was truly difficult to deal with. Lin Yi touched the place where Bing Anming had cut him, and the wound immediately healed as though nothing had happened. As expected, none of the sealed ferocious beasts were simple. On the airship above, the long-tongued siblings had not descended, lest their minds be controlled. They watched the battle, but could not make sense of it no matter how they thought about it. From their perspective, everything was perfectly clear. There were 2 Bing Anmings attacking Lin Yi, one in front and one behind, as though he were standing still and letting them strike him. Suddenly, Long Tongue Wu realized something was wrong. It was not that Lin Yi could not react in time. His perception of time had been suspended. That was why, from his point of view, she seemed to be teleporting when that was not actually the case. After hearing this explanation, Long Tongue Mu Yi ignored everything else and rushed down. I will wake him up. Without caring that he might be controlled, Long Tongue Mu Yi jumped down from above and shouted, Lin Yi, your consciousness is being disrupted again. She can stop your thoughts. Seeing him rush down, Lin Yi's heart sank with worry. Sure enough, Bing Anming immediately turned toward Long Tongue Mu Yi. Did I not tell you not to come? Why did you do this again? Lin Yi could not bring himself to strike one of his own. He hurriedly rushed forward and attacked Bing Anming, interrupting her attack. But even with Long Tongue Mu Yi's warning, Lin Yi still only struck Bing Anming's afterimage. Having evaded the strike, she had already retreated to the spot where Long Tongue Mu Yi had landed. In an instant, everything became clear. Long Tongue Mu Yi had been controlled. Somehow, he had produced a rose and held it between his teeth. With a dashing smile, he said, Elder Bing, I am Prince Long Tongue Mu Yi of the Dragon Soaring Dynasty. It is my honor to serve you. Lin Yi fell silent, his face darkening. Just as expected, the reason only the 2 siblings had not come down was because they feared the 2 would be affected. On the ship, Long Tongue Wu sighed helplessly. That fool has truly disgraced the dragon-soaring imperial family. The Frostmist sect master nodded in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Long Tongue Mu Yi of the dragon-soaring imperial family may not possess 9 infants, but he is still a member of the foremost imperial family in the world. Having him serve me has some value. If I cannot win over the daughter, then taking in the most annoying chatterbox will do. Lin Yi immediately turned toward the Frostmist sect master and shouted, You bastard, tell your daughter to stop at once. Unexpectedly, Long Tongue Mu Yi jumped in front of Lin Yi and blocked his way, beginning to reason with him. Lin Yi, stop now. I have figured it out. We can cooperate with Elder Bing and fight Li Tsuehua together. What is wrong with uniting the powers of the 3 great ferocious beasts? The Frostmist sect master nodded approvingly from behind him. Well said. Lin Yi, if you lay down your arms and surrender respectfully now, I can overlook what happened before. At first, Lin Yi could have ignored her, but now he absolutely could not let this woman have her way. Lin Yi angrily shouted, "Dream on. Your treatment of people as chess pieces is no different from Li Tsuehua's." With that, he turned to Bing Onmeng and shouted, "Elder Bing, do not aid this tiger in its cruelty. You are on the wrong path." Mu Fan also hurriedly tried to persuade her. "Master, please stop. Although I have not been your disciple for long, I know you are not this kind of person. The fact that you did not brainwash me like the others proves that you know this is wrong." Seeing Lin Yi and Mu Fan talk so much, the Frostmist sect master impatiently interrupted, "Enough nonsense. I have already told you. My daughter has cultivated the heart without dust technique since childhood, and her temperament is cold and detached. Other than her mother's words, she listens to no one. What makes you think that merely saying a few words can make her defy me?" Lin Yi looked at her and asked, "So you do not merely treat others as chess pieces. You even manipulate your own daughter as one. You truly are heartless." The Frostmist sect master's expression immediately darkened, as though someone had stepped on filth. People often become angry when others strike at their sore spot. She roared, "Well, you know, this is her mission." Then she hurriedly urged Onmeng to attack Lin Yi. Lin Yi laughed when he heard that. "So eager?" As expected, only a guilty conscience breeds fear. He smiled. "Admit it, you are treating your daughter as a chess piece. Otherwise, what mother in this world would watch helplessly as her daughter turns into a block of ice?" The more he spoke, the more he struck at her pain, making her even angrier. The Frostmist sect master shouted, "Insolent wretch, shut your mouth." Then she turned ice into arrows and fired them at Lin Yi. The instant the ice arrows struck him, they shattered into fragments. This level of defense cannot be broken so easily. He looked at the Frostmist sect master and sneered. "Is that all? Have you not eaten?" The Frostmist sect master's face darkened. She had countless curses she wanted to hurl at Lin Yi, but ultimately held them back because of her status. Lin Yi pressed on, laughing as he asked, "What is wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Your strength does not match your ambition at all, so you can only sacrifice your daughter to satisfy your own ambitions." Every word struck true. He truly had sharp eye. As the Frostmist sect master continued speaking, her evil nature became ever more exposed. "Do you think everyone is like you, lucky enough to possess an innate, true desolation body? The heaven and earth calamity is approaching. Ferocious beasts are the only power I can rely on. What right does someone like you, who never had to work for anything, have to criticize me?" She saw only the glory others displayed and denied all their efforts. Before Lin Yi could retort, Jin Yao shouted indignantly, "Nonsense!" She had followed Lin Yi for a long time and understood his character and efforts all the better. Brother Lin Yi has achieved what he has today through his willpower and perseverance. No matter what enemy he faces, he never fears them and fights to the very end. Lin Yi scratched his face with an embarrassed smile, thinking that, to be honest, it was mainly thanks to the system's help and prompts. Otherwise, he would not have figured out these things either. Lin Yi suddenly sensed that something was about to break through. Strange, things had clearly reached this point, so why had the system not reacted? It should be like before. At the very least, it ought to give him a prompt. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The mission choices immediately surfaced. Mission 1, detect an unfavorable situation and retreat immediately. Reward, hound burrowing escape art. Mission 2, admit defeat and agree to cooperate with the Frostmist sect master. Reward, fierce tiger groundfall art. Mission 3, request a swordsmanship duel with Bing Onmeng. Reward, heart-linking art. As expected, the moment he mentioned it, it appeared, but Lin Yi was somewhat confused. What were these 3 techniques even for? The system could at least explain them. Since it wanted to explain, it did so. The hound burrowing escape art doubled one's retreat speed. Before leaving, it even allowed one to utter vicious parting words, greatly increasing the chance of escaping pursuit. The fierce tiger groundfall art used the aura of a fierce tiger to flatten the ground, intimidating enemies into surrendering with an extremely high success rate. Lin Yi angrily shouted, "Is that not just running away and surrendering?" Why give them such intimidating names? Without further thought, Lin Yi immediately chose the third option. Then he turned to Mu Fan and said, "Lend me your sword." Without hesitation, Mu Fan threw his sword to Lin Yi. Sword in hand, Lin Yi looked at the Frost Mist sect master and smiled. "I hear that Elder Bing has studied the sword since childhood and is known as the strongest sword cultivator in the Heavenly Palace in recent years. In that case, I wish to compete with you in swordsmanship. If I win, you must stop everything you are doing." Although Long Tongue Mu Yi was under control, he was still a chatterbox. Seeing Lin Yi holding a blade, he said, "But you are holding a blade. How are you supposed to compete in swordsmanship?" The Frostmist sect master angrily smacked Long Tongue Mu Yi and snapped, "Who wants to compete in swordsmanship with you? Ameng, finish him quickly. Show no mercy. This is an order." But this time, Bing Ameng seemed no longer willing to obey the Frostmist sect master. She looked at Lin Yi and asked, "A swordsmanship duel? Then what if you lose?" Lin Yi replied, "Then I'll let you do whatever you want with me." Bing Ameng immediately agreed, ignoring the Frostmist sect master shouting beside her, "Ameng, who gave you permission to decide this on your own?" "No." But Bing Ameng stubbornly turned away, refusing to look at her mother again. This headstrong daughter was somewhat different from her formerly obedient self. Though the Frostmist sect master was furious, she simply could not contend with the people present who possessed fierce beasts. At this moment, Mu Fan vaguely understood. His master had cultivated the heart without dust technique since childhood. Detached from worldly affairs, the sword was the only path she pursued. Was Lin Yi planning to exploit that? He truly was a man of sharp thinking and intuition. Yet Mu Fan still had concerns. As far as he knew, the situation was far from promising. Lin Yi had always relied on his fists. He had no techniques, only overwhelming physical strength. He had virtually no skill in swordsmanship. Facing a swordsmanship master like Bing Ameng, and one who also possessed the Great Serpent's power, which could disrupt one's mind, Mu Fan truly could not imagine how he could win. Knowing she could not stop Bing Ameng, the Frostmist sect master could only grit her teeth and accept it. "Fine, do you think the innate true desolation body means you can defeat the power of the 9 stars? It's all right, Ameng. If that's the case, defeat him." Bing Ameng slowly walked toward Lin Yi and said, "Since this is a duel of swordsmanship, I will refrain from using the Great Serpent's power for now. But I will not hold back. Please instruct me." Lin Yi, who knew nothing about swordsmanship, raised his blade and said, "Come." The mission was immediately completed. This time, Lin Yi's reward was the effect of the heart-linking art, allowing him to sense his opponent's attacking intent to a certain extent. It really was a good thing. Bing Ameng made her move, her figure darting toward Lin Yi. Her movements were astonishingly fast, but as long as she did not use the Great Serpent's power, Lin Yi could see them clearly. Lin Yi raised his sword and blocked Bing Ameng's powerful, frost-laden strike. However, her strength was tremendous, and combined with her exquisite technique, it gave Lin Yi quite a hard time. Bing Ameng's face darkened as she continued her attacks, looking utterly furious. Was this all he had? In swordsmanship, he was nothing but a beginner. "You're pathetic. You do not even have a proper stance, yet you dare challenge me to a sword duel." Bing Ameng was absolutely right. Lin Yi was already being forced into an extremely difficult position merely defending himself. Mu Fan, standing nearby, was worried sick. As expected, Lin Yi was a complete novice in swordsmanship. He could not possibly defeat his master, who had trained for many years. The situation became increasingly dire. Lin Yi was forced back several steps. Bing Ameng raised her sword and launched a final strike directly at him. Yet this time, just before the blade touched him, Lin Yi twisted aside and dodged. Bing Ameng frowned. How had he dodged it? Was it a coincidence? Having avoided that strike, Lin Yi was overjoyed. At last, he could see the trajectory of her sword. She truly was a swordsmanship master, with extraordinarily swift movements. Without the heart-linking art helping him sense Bing Ameng's attacks, he would have had no chance of winning. It was as though he could predict her moves in advance. This made Lin Yi even more confident. He smiled and said, "Come on, keep going." Bing Ameng frowned. Her beautiful, icy face was now full of displeasure and contempt. She attacked again, moving even faster than before. Yet just as with that deadly strike, Lin Yi leaned aside and dodged once more. Dodging once could be called a coincidence, but this was already the second time. Could it truly still be a coincidence? Unease and doubt began to rise in Bing Aming's heart. It seemed as if Lin Yi could suddenly see through, even predict her every move. Bing Aming gritted her teeth and continued attacking, but this time Lin Yi blocked her strike again. Even Mu Fan, standing nearby, could not understand what was happening. How had he blocked it? With his newfound advantage, Lin Yi grew even more smug. After dodging and blocking several of Bing Aming's strikes, he finally found an opportunity to counterattack. Bing Aming still believed Lin Yi was merely a novice in swordsmanship, so she was completely caught off guard. Before she could prepare herself, Lin Yi raised his blade, performed a few basic forms, and struck at Bing Aming. Bing Aming hurriedly dodged to the side, but the blade still grazed her, injuring her shoulder. Her face darkened as she stared at the wound on her arm. The pain felt very real, but because it had come from Lin Yi, she found it hard to believe. Clutching her injured shoulder, Bing Aming asked, "How did you do that?" Naturally, Lin Yi would not explain. He merely smiled mysteriously and asked, "What if I am a once-in-a-thousand-years swordsmanship genius?" There was a limit to boasting. Bing Aming truly did not believe Lin Yi was a once-in-a-thousand-years swordsmanship genius. Rather, she suspected that Lin Yi possessed some secret art capable of seeing through her attacking intent. Yet Bing Aming had never heard of such a cultivation method. As expected of a true expert, she had guessed correctly. Long Tongue Mu cheered from the side. "Well done, Lin Yi. I knew you had been hiding your skills all along. You were even pretending to be weak to catch your opponent off guard. How many times have you pulled that trick now?" The Frost Mist Sect Master walked up to Long Tongue Mu, shoved him aside, and said, "Onming, use the Great Serpent's power and finish him at once." Bing Aming hesitated, but Frost Mist Sect Master. The Frost Mist Sect Master was so anxious that she no longer bothered concealing her intent to use her daughter. She urgently said, "This is an order. Do you wish to disobey me?" Bing Aming fell silent, then used the Great Serpent's power to fight. Resigned to such a fate, she would one day resist. Facing the Great Serpent's power, Lin Yi struggled somewhat. But this time, he had a cheat-like ability that allowed him to predict Bing Aming's attacks. Thus, he clearly saw two Bing Amings attacking him at once. Both carried the Great Serpent's power, but one was merely a feint. Lin Yi smiled, closed his eyes, and calmly sensed the air around him. Seeing Lin Yi react this way, Bing Aming was equally astonished, and her steps faltered. Then, just before she stabbed Lin Yi, her figure vanished. At the same time, another Bing Aming appeared behind Lin Yi and attacked him with her sword. Lin Yi raised his blade again. Without even looking, he blocked Bing Aming's attack, an attack he had previously been completely unable to defend against. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Bing Aming's heart. This move had been blocked again. Calling it a coincidence would be far too absurd. Lin Yi swung the blade in his hand. Bing Aming's figure disappeared once more, then reappeared behind Lin Yi. Mu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. He blocked it again? Has Lin Yi found a way to counter the Great Serpent's power? How'd he do it? Lin Yi gave a faint smile, looked at Bing Aming standing behind him, and said, "Just as you and Long Tongue Mu had suspected, it cannot completely suppress our thoughts. It merely slows our consciousness, creating afterimages. That is why, if one relies only on sight, it appears as though you can teleport." That was why Lin Yi had closed his eyes. She had been seen through. Before Bing Aming could even react, the Frostmist Sect Master was utterly horrified. This should not have been discovered. This technique was indeed difficult for ordinary cultivators to break. If they did not want to be interfered with, they could not look at the target. But if they could not look at the target, how could they deal with someone as gifted in swordsmanship as you? Lin Yi said without the slightest modesty, "Unfortunately for you, you met me." Bing Aming silently looked at Lin Yi, then sighed. "It seems I truly have lost." The Frostmist Sect Master, standing nearby, could not accept this outcome at all. She shouted angrily, "What do you mean you lost? It is not over yet." As she spoke, she held her sword to Long Tongue Mu Yi's throat. She was resorting to a dirty trick, using a hostage to threaten them. "Lin Yi, you do not want your friend to come to harm, do you? Stop here. Leave him immediately, and then I will release him from my control. But I will not permit you to interfere in the affairs between me and the Frostmist sect." Unable to win, she resorted to such shameless tactics. "Do you think this can threaten me? Even if you can use this to threaten me, what about Li Cuihua?" The Frostmist Sect Master remained defiant. "Li Cuihua, I have my own way of dealing with Li Cuihua. Get lost immediately, or I will have Aming make everyone here kill themselves. Jin Yao could no longer endure it. Her kind nature could not bear the cruel things this woman had done. Her fury erupted. Do not even think of touching these people. The power of the fierce beast within Fairy Jin Yao burst forth. She looked at Lin Yi and shouted, "Brother Lin Yi, move quickly. Subdue them." Lin Yi was startled, but an idea flashed through his mind. Thanks to Fairy Jin Yao's reminder, he knew what he should do. Suddenly, Lin Yi rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Fairy Jin Yao and Mu Fan as he shouted, "Watch out for the rooftop over there." At some point, Li Tsuhua had appeared there, happily watching the show with Tao Tai beside her. A disdainful smile curled at Li Tsuehua's lips. "Do not let me interrupt your wonderful little performance." Only then did the Frostmist sect master feel uneasy. Hiding behind her daughter, she thought, damn it, when did that old hag get here? Of all times, she had to show up now. She had talked so boldly before meeting her, but now that she shrank back in fear. On the aerial warship, Long Tongue Mu Yi's subordinates hurriedly came to report, "Your Highness, a large force of the demon race is approaching. What should we do?" Long Tongue Mu Yi furrowed his brow anxiously. Elderly has finally appeared. This situation has become even more complicated, but they could not simply stand here doing nothing. Long Tongue Mu Yi quickly considered the matter, then ordered his subordinates, "Prepare for battle. Wait for Lin Yi's signal." The man immediately acknowledged the order and departed. Back on the battlefield below, Li Tsuehua wore a childlike expression as she looked down at Lin Yi and smiled. "My disciple will not even call me master now." Lin Yi ignored her and urgently said to Bing Onming, "Elder Bing, Frostmist sect master, this is our last chance to join forces. Li Tsuehua is very dangerous. She is not someone you can handle alone. Do not hesitate any longer." In the sky, Li Tsuehua's demonic subordinates began appearing around her one after another. Mo looked at Li Tsuehua and asked, "My lady, shall we capture these people, and the great serpent as well?" At this point, the Frostmist sect master still did not know her opponent's true strength. Hearing this, she arrogantly shouted, "Capture the great serpent? How ridiculous! Onming, make your move now." Bing Onming immediately obeyed the Frostmist sect master's command, directing the great serpent's power at Li Tsuehua and the others. But if these people could be controlled so easily, this matter would not have dragged on until now. Of course, a few of them were indeed controlled, enchanted by Bing Onming's beauty. Lin Yi stared in astonishment. Wait, these demon race members had just been controlled like that? Even a man in the black cloak began urging Li Tsuehua to surrender. But Li Tsuehua was not one to yield so easily. Those demon race soldiers were now eagerly preparing to defeat her. Seeing this, the Frostmist sect master below became extremely excited, perhaps blinded by her desires. She laughed arrogantly and asked Lin, "Do you see? This is the great serpent's power under our control." Li Tsuehua sneered and gave a soft snort. As expected, those afraid of death usually understand nothing. The Frostmist sect master had been afraid at first, but now she dared point her sword at Li Tsuehua and shout, "Li Tsuehua, all your people are listening to my daughter now. What do you have left to fight me with? A villain both foolish and stubborn." Li Tsuehua scratched her head, sighed, and laughed. "That is true. I do not have that brat Lin Yi's talent. I can only occasionally use a few divine abilities. It seems there truly is no way to counter your daughter's power." The Frostmist sect master sneered. "At least you know your place. Surrender to me at once, or do not blame me for being merciless." Tao Tai angrily spat on the ground. "Dream on. Once I drain all your spiritual power, I will come down and crush those people." How arrogant! From beginning to end, the Frostmist sect master believed that, because she possessed the power to control others, no one could stand against her. The demon race members gradually gathered on her side. She smiled and said, "But first, you must get past them. The demon race uses demonic energy, does it not?" Tao Tai was somewhat troubled, unsure how to deal with these people. She could only absorb demonic energy. Lin Yi below understood Li Tsuehua very well. He did not believe Li Tsuehua would fall for such a trick so easily. Something was wrong. But what was she planning? Lin Yi truly did not know. Suddenly, the people standing beside Li Zihua began trembling slightly, as though they had just experienced something extremely painful. Veins bulged across their faces, yet they still appeared to be under control. Suddenly, all those controlled by the great serpent collapsed to the ground, trembling in bizarre agony. Mu Fan hurriedly ran over to support his master. What exactly was happening? Elsewhere, Long Tongue Mu Yi had somehow acquired sword. Waving it around, he loudly declared, "No, this prince wants to cultivate the most powerful Taowu sword path." Old Wang also shouted fiercely from the side, "Revenge! I want to restore my sect." Several demon race members wanted humanity to pay the price. Other cultivators wanted either revenge or spirit stones. The atmosphere was exceedingly strange, saturated with desire. Lin Yi used his divine ability to observe them. Fairy Jin Yao looked at him anxiously from the side. If the great serpent's control over them had initially been only slight, then now the controlling power was steadily increasing, seemingly growing beyond control. Still stubborn, the Frostmist sect master rushed to Bing Aming, who was exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Grabbing her by the shoulders, she urgently cried, "Anming, Anming, what is wrong with you? Hurry!" Suddenly, the great serpent's power automatically attacked the Frostmist sect master and blasted her away. But the Frostmist sect master had no idea that her own daughter had attacked her, nor that it was born of her own greed. Even after falling to the ground, she continued cursing. Then the great serpent's power slowly seeped into her spiritual consciousness. The Frostmist sect master was suddenly transported elsewhere. All the elders of the heavenly palace were bowing to her with clasped hands. The Frostmist sect master asked in confusion, "What exactly is going on?" But immediately afterward, as if brainwashed, she became convinced that she had risen above all others. Standing in the middle of the heavenly palace, she proudly proclaimed, "I am already the palace master. This world will belong to me and my daughter." Mu Fan, who was nearby and had not yet been controlled, saw that the Frostmist sect master had lost her mind and became deeply worried. The great serpent's power caused these people to become completely immersed in their own desires. Suddenly, a hand landed on Mu Fan's shoulder. Lin Yi stood behind him, looking exhausted as he murmured, "I lost. In swordsmanship, you truly are better than I am." Mu Fan suddenly smiled. "No, I only..." Before he could finish, Mu Fan sensed that something was wrong. Lin Yi, who had appeared weak just moments ago, suddenly said, "This is an illusion. It seems that as long as you notice something amiss, you can escape it." Mu Fan hurriedly slapped himself. Sure enough, upon returning to reality, he saw the situation clearly. It truly had been an illusion. On the battlefield now, only Lin Yi, Fairy Jin Yao, Li Zihua, and Tao Tai seemed ready to fight. Lin Yi stared intently at the scene before him. Bing Aming was still immersed in a dense purple aura. Lin Yi's group found this extremely unusual. Long Tongue Mu Yi said wearily to Li Zihua, "All of this was part of your plan, was it not?" Li Zihua did not deny it. More or less. The Frostmist sect master thought that having her daughter cultivate the heart without dust technique from childhood would allow her to completely control the great serpent. But she never considered that if the power of ferocious beasts were so easy to control, why would the heavenly palace have gone to such great lengths to seal them throughout history? In the end, Li Zihua concluded, "So this is her fate. I know her all too well. That woman's ambition is matched only by her ability." From the very beginning, when she brought Bing Aming to the heavenly palace to cultivate the heart without dust technique, I knew what she intended to do. Lin Yi frowned and pointed at her. "So this was your scheme within a scheme." Suehua's eyes were full of smugness, and every word she spoke was brimming with confidence. The heart without dust technique can indeed suppress emotions and restrain the great serpent's power. But she never realized that the more people Bing Aming controlled, the more strength the great serpent would absorb from their desires, making Anming harder and harder to control. Amid the chaos, Suehua offered Lin Yi a suggestion. "Lin Yi, I know you possess an art that can see through spiritual auras. Why don't you take a look and find out what exactly is happening?" Lin Yi quickly accepted her suggestion. Using his aura-observing art, he discovered that the great serpent's aura was still extremely dense. and was seeping ever deeper into everyone's bodies. Bing Onming in particular had been completely invaded by the Great Serpent. Lin Yi realized how dangerous the situation was and shouted anxiously, "The Great Serpent is absorbing everyone's desires and turning them into its own power. If this continues, it will lose control." Mu Fan asked in confusion from behind, "What should we do?" Lin Yi gave his next order. "We have to stop her and find a way to help Bing Onming regain her senses." However, at that critical moment, Li Tsuehua suddenly changed her tune. "On second thought, this isn't so bad." Her petite body abruptly returned to its original form. Determination filled her face as she declared loudly, "I won't allow it." She assumed a fighting stance. Having received the new information, Lin Yi's side prepared to meet her attack. The two sides confronted each other tensely as crimson-purple currents of energy collided violently in the air. Fairy Jean Yao watched the fierce confrontation from below and thought, "Then I'll also." But at that moment, Tao Tai approached and harassed her. A soft voice whispered in her ear, "Keep dreaming." Jean Yao glared at Tao Ye's detestable face and shouted, "You again, you disgusting bastard! Get out of my way!" No matter how much Jean Yao despised him, Tao Tai continued to draw close, provoking her. "I happen to like you very much. You're a delicacy I could never finish eating." In the distance, two people watched the brutal battle. One soldier said, "Your Highness, should we?" Princess Long Tung Wu immediately ordered her subordinates, "Prepare the secret weapon. Wait for my signal. You people, come with me to rescue that fool Long Tung Mu Yi. The rest of you, save as many people as you can." As soon as she reached the chaotic scene, Long Tung Wu loudly signaled Lin, "We're here to reinforce you." Lin Yi, caught in the middle of the battle with his hair in disarray, shouted, "Hurry, Long Tung Wu. See if you can find a way to wake Bing Onming up. Otherwise, the Great Serpent will lose control." Having grasped the situation, Long Tung Wu reassured him, "I have a way, though it may be difficult." Even from a distance, just facing Onming made Long Tung Wu feel an overwhelming pressure bearing down on her. She thought, "Damn it, is this the power of a fully awakened ferocious beast?" As expected, before she could finish, Onming cut her off with a warning. "Don't obstruct me." Bing Onming's current power truly could not be underestimated. Her savage aura sent Long Tung Wu staggering backward. "Impossible. I can barely even get close." Lin Yi saw that the problem was still unresolved. His expression worried. "Then find a way to wake those people up or get them out of here. The Great Serpent is still absorbing their desires." Long Tung Wu answered, "Understood." At the same time, she shouted at Long Tung Mu Yi, "You idiot, wake up already." But no matter what everyone said, Long Tung Mu Yi continued muttering, "Sword Dao, haha, I'm the strongest, haha." The soldiers behind him asked helplessly, "Your Highness, beating him doesn't seem to work. Keep hitting him and he'll turn into a pig-headed mess. Think of something else." Hearing the soldier's reminder, Long Tung Wu decided, "Then get them out of here first. Quickly." The soldiers immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness." As they moved the crowd, the soldiers kept hearing the illusion-stricken people babbling nonsense. "Ihi, Elder Bing." A soldier placed his hand on someone's shoulder, and fear immediately rose within him. "What is this?" Mu Fan hurriedly warned him, "Don't touch them. The Great Serpent's power is surrounding them." The frightened soldier asked doubtfully, "That can happen? But why is His Highness unaffected?" Long Tung Wu herself found it strange. "The Great Serpent's power. Why can't I sense it?" She guessed, "Could it be because I was once Nine Infants' host, so I have some resistance to the power of ferocious beasts?" At that moment, Long Tung Wu had an idea and reminded Lin, "We need to use the power of a ferocious beast against a ferocious beast. Otherwise, we can't stop it." Taking in her suggestion, Lin Yi thought helplessly. Use a ferocious beast against a ferocious beast? While fighting Li Tsuehua, he kept getting distracted, anxiety visible on his face. A thought flashed through his mind. "Damn it, holding Li Tsuehua back is already my limit." Li Tsuehua seized the opportunity and said confidently, "Getting distracted in battle is no good. My fine disciple of the demonic cult." Li Tsuehua attacked fiercely, thinking Take a few more moves from me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi responded seriously and gradually felt that her strength seemed greater than before. This is even harder to deal within my innate true desolation body. As the situation grew increasingly urgent, Li Tsuehua changed tactics. I can't keep meeting him head on. There's no way to win like this. Then a strange change occurred. Li Tsuehua moved closer to Anmeng and called out, "You've slept long enough. Wake up already. The great serpent is speaking to me." The great serpent glared and roared. Bing Anmeng still had not completely regained consciousness. Her eyes were wide open and her entire body was stiff. The only difference was that the purple aura around her was gradually fading. The same was happening to everyone else. They were all gradually weakening. Long Tingwu asked in confusion, "What is happening now?" Watching from afar, Jin Yao guessed, "The great serpent's power is disappearing." Tao Tai immediately denied it. Wrong. It's exactly the opposite. Anmeng braced both hands against the ground, sitting there limply. A violet pressure gradually spread outward around her. Even Lin Yi could not understand what was happening. What is going on? We can't let this continue. Lin Yi used his spell-enhanced eyes to observe her. Bing Anmeng had awakened. She stretched languidly and said in a relaxed voice, "It's been a long time since I woke up." Mu Fan, standing behind Lin Yi, asked in confusion, "What's going on, master?" Lin Yi immediately replied, "That isn't your master. The one there now is the great serpent itself." Having entered Anmeng's body, the great serpent spoke arrogantly. "Oh, devourer of desolation and 9 infants are already here, and now even Tao Dai has appeared. How lively! It's been a long time." The great serpent glanced toward Sohua and asked, "Little Tsua, this wasn't your doing, was it? Could it be that you really?" Lin Yi curiously muttered as he listened to their conversation. It makes sense that they know each other. After all, Li Tsuehua lived through the heaven and earth calamity. Li Tsuehua answered the great serpent sharply. "You haven't forgotten the proposal you made to me before you were sealed last time, have you? I accept it. We will cooperate now." The great serpent remained calm and smiled faintly. "See, I knew it. Humans always regret things only after they have lost them." The great serpent placed a heavy arm over little Tsuehua's shoulder and whispered in her ear, "It hasn't been easy persevering alone until now, has it? I really want to see what your dreams and wishes are." With a profound look, the great serpent reminded Tsuehua, "But we should settle the important business first. Are these people trying to stop us?" The great serpent's blazing gaze fixed directly on Lin Yi. Simply standing there, Jin Yao could sense the gravity of the situation, and she said fearfully, "This time, we're really in trouble." Mu Fan, small and frightened behind them, assessed the situation. 2 ferocious beasts, plus Li Tsuehua. Lin Yi hurriedly reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. The great serpent's power hasn't fully recovered yet. Elder Bing's consciousness is still there. It's merely being suppressed." The best plan Lin Yi could offer now was to awaken her. "We can still win." Lin Yi gave Long Tongue Wu a meaningful look. She replied, "Use that thing?" Understood. Understanding Lin Yi's intention, Long Tongue Wu quickly moved to the required position. On the other side, Li Tsuehua charged forward and shouted, "This brat possesses the innate true desolation body." Lin Yi completely ignored the surrounding chatter and focused only on reminding Anmeng, "Your power hasn't fully recovered yet. Help me." The great serpent glanced at Lin Yi mockingly. No wonder that 9 infants is so obedient. At that moment, the great serpent and Li Tsuehua attacked together. The great serpent did not forget to provoke Tsuehua. "A person like him, and you still can't keep him firmly in your grasp, Li Tsuehua." Lin Yi had to face both of them alone. Each of their auras was savage, their intent filled with determination. From afar, Jin Yao declared angrily, "With me here, don't even think about it." Watching the battle from afar, Mu Fan said helplessly, "This isn't a battle we can take part in." Changing his course of action, he helped people to their feet and reminded the soldiers, "Hurry, get everyone here out of here. The great serpent's power is no longer on them." After moving for some time, Long Tongue Wu had reached her destination. She urged urgently, "Activate it. Target Tao Dai quickly." The soldiers immediately acted on her order. A luminous case was opened, and golden light began to emerge. The soldiers reported, "It is charging now, Your Highness." The golden glow gradually caught Li Tsuehua's attention. She cried out in alarm. That is, the battle was at a critical juncture, but she quickly turned to flee. She cursed angrily to herself. That thing Zhu Quan made again. How hateful. The moment she turned to run, Lin Yi seized the chance and chased after her, declaring firmly, "You're not getting away." Li Tsuehua looked toward her companion in panic. "Great Serpent, what are you doing?" The Great Serpent answered, "That brat is rather strange. He can foresee my attacks. No amount of additional dreams and desires is enough to restore me." Tsuehua looked into the distance and urgently warned Tao Tai. Receiving the warning, Tao Tai hurriedly dodged the incoming Crimson Fist. Having escaped the danger, Tao Tai immediately turned and rushed toward the Great Serpent. It slowly opened its jaws, preparing to bite her neck. It sank its teeth forcefully into her neck. The Great Serpent felt a sharp pain in her mind and thought, "Is it using this method to replenish my aura again?" Lin Yi was slightly stunned when he witnessed this. Tao Tai, meanwhile, seemed quite satisfied with the result of its bite. "That's more like it." After replenishing her spiritual power, the Great Serpent's voice became even more confident and arrogant. "Very well. Now I'll broaden your horizons and show you the Great Serpent's true power." The Great Serpent kept roaring and flaunting her strength. "Let me show you the Great Serpent's true power." I stared deeply into the Great Serpent's eyes. The image of Lin Yi deep within them was strange. Lin Yi began to reason it out in his mind. Is this a mystic art or something else? This strange technique bound his body, making it difficult even to move. Many bizarre things were happening. No matter what, Lin Yi could not understand what was going on. A loud cry rang out as the Great Serpent revealed her true form and whispered barbaric words. "This is your entire life. It's quite interesting, isn't it?" Lin Yi was extremely displeased with the Great Serpent and glared back at her. "Are you still reading my memories?" Lin Yi tried to move his hands, but could only say helplessly, "I can't use Nine Infants' power anymore." The Great Serpent was very pleased. "Don't waste your strength. I have brought my consciousness into your spiritual space. Here, neither your innate true desolation body nor Nine Infants can help you." The Great Serpent continued rambling, giving Lin Yi a headache. "But I must admit, seeing an innate, true desolation body still exist in this era is rather surprising. With you here, little Tsuehua's plan may actually have some hope." Lin Yi's anger surged as he demanded, "What exactly do you want?" The Great Serpent answered in a solemn tone, "It's simple. Little Tsuehua is not the only one. I have long grown tired of having only one chance every few centuries to come out and breathe fresh air. So I want you to help us." But Lin Yi was not so easily deceived. He retorted, "You think I'll help just because you tell me to? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Serpent touched a streak of red light to the center of Lin Yi's forehead. "You will definitely help. You possess the innate, true desolation body, so ordinary bewitchment will not work on you. But I can alter your memories." Lin Yi's body quickly stiffened. Red light pierced through his head, and his memories began to change. Throughout the process, the Great Serpent's voice continued to disturb him. "Don't worry, I'm a professional when it comes to this. I guarantee that I'll alter your memories perfectly." The process was agonizing for Lin Yi. After a while, the Great Serpent stopped and planted a reminder deep within Lin Yi's subconscious. "When you wake up again, little Tsuehua will still be the master you trust most, and I will be the one worthy of your life's trust." As Lin Yi's memories were being altered, his system presented him with a mission choice. Mission 1. This is bad, run. This is too difficult to handle. Retreat immediately. Strategic reward. Hound burrowing escape art. Lin Yi's head throbbed painfully and his body twisted. Even the Great Serpent said in surprise, "This. What is this?" The golden aura surrounding Lin Yi grew stronger and stronger until the Great Serpent could no longer endure it. Her whole body returned to the form within Onmung's body, and before she could finish speaking, she fell into a dazed state. "How is that possible? What was that? Why?" After being stunned for a moment, Lin Yi also woke up. He asked in confusion, "What happened just now?" The Great Serpent touched the memories related to the system in my mind. Then Tsuehua saw the Great Serpent being forced out and ran over to ask, "What happened? Did it fail?" Covering half her face with one hand, the Great Serpent said dejectedly, "This is bad. That child is about to wake up." Lin immediately announced the favorable development. Jin Yao seized the opportunity. Now, Jin Yao received Lin Yi's signal. Her entire body leaned forward, determination to fight plain on her face. She controlled the ferocious beast and charged straight at Tao Dai. Each collision from this powerful declaration of war left her opponent shaken. Tao Dai, who had been smug and arrogant just moments ago, completely changed its attitude. Its face contorted as it spat out harsh words. Tao Ye's beast was completely suppressed, its features twisted out of shape. The situation had become extremely unfavorable for Tao Tai. It stammered repeatedly, unable to speak. Seeing the tide turn, Li Tsuehua realized in panic that the situation was dire. That warship is firing live rounds. With danger closing in, she hurriedly changed direction. But just as she was about to leave, Lin Yi blocked her path and reminded her, "We're not finished yet, master." Li Tsuehua was abruptly stopped, her eyes widening fiercely. Feeling that there was no escape, she desperately charged at Lin Yi and launched attack after attack. On the other side, Long Tongue Wu focused on giving the order. "Now, fire!" The artillery fire began to flash. Its speed and power were aimed directly at the target, drawing ever closer to Tao Ye's position. From afar, Li Tsuehua could only shout helplessly, "Watch out!" No matter how loudly they called, it was already too late. The ferocious beast had been struck by the barrage. Tao Ye's body weakened, and it continuously spat blood. In the blink of an eye, the beast turned pitch black. The firepower was so overwhelming that it vanished in an instant. The two-horned monster advanced toward Tao Ye's position, roaring furiously. At this critical moment, Lin Yi changed his approach and reminded Jin Yao, "Stop attacking her. Hurry and wake Bing Onming." Jin Yao promptly understood the male lead's words and immediately stopped. The technique she had just used caused a slight headache. Jin Yao rubbed her head and frowned. The sight of Tao Dai collapsing seemed to give her the motivation she needed to complete the next objective. In an instant, she appeared before Onming. Bing Onming's head was an unbearable pain as two wills fiercely struggled against one another. Mu Fan asked curiously, "But how are we supposed to awaken Elder Bing's consciousness?" Jin Yao's gaze suddenly went blank, and fear showed plainly on her face. She slowly placed a hand on Bing Onming and said softly, "Forgive me, Elder Bing." The only method Jin Yao could think of was to deliver a heavy blow to the head. Sure enough, the strike was powerful. A red mark appeared on Bing Onming's forehead, and her body fell backward. This strange action left both Li Tsuehua and Lin Yi unable to understand what Jin Yao was doing. Purple energy began to emerge. Elder Bing felt as if her entire body were bound by chains, utterly weak and powerless. Though she tried with all her strength to move her arm, it remained tightly restrained. Onming kept calling out inwardly, "Great Serpent, return to my body." A powerful force burst from within Bing Onming's body, making both Jin Yao and Mu Fan turn in shock. The swirling power spreading through the surroundings was truly terrifying. Mu Fan had to use all his strength just to remain standing. Jin Yao still could not believe her eyes and repeatedly asked, "Did it work?" Suddenly, Bing Onming stopped. The space also fell silent. Her hands moved, creating a layer of blue ice. A sword also seemed to appear before her. Lin Yi stared at Elder Bing's body, filled with doubt. Is it the Great Serpent, or Bing Onman? Seeing that the Great Serpent was still standing beside her, Li Tsuehua arrogantly reproached Lin Yi. "I told you already, that little Onming is no good." Suddenly, Onming turned and moved, making Tsuehua's face go pale. Bing Onming seemed to have returned. She pointed the blade in her hand directly at Tsuehua, leaving the woman pale-faced. Onming even attacked and injured little Hua. Tsuehua shouted in pain and fury. "You!" Having awakened, Onming firmly retorted, "This ends here, Elder Li. For the sake of how you once cared for me in the palace, surrender now. Otherwise," before she could finish, Li Tsuehua interrupted, "Damn it! As expected, I underestimated you, Onming. Or rather, you truly have not disappointed me." The others also began to awaken from the illusion. Confused questions kept rising. What happened? The noise was chaotic. The demon race? You. After awakening, Li Tsuehua's subordinates approached and asked, "What happened? I was unconscious just now. What exactly happened?" Everyone was still shaken after waking up, and the questions kept ringing out. "What happened? That's Li Tsuehua. Why has the demon race suddenly appeared? Are they going to attack?" Witnessing the scene before her, Tsuehua could barely conceal her anger. She nodded and declared, "It seems we can only end things here today. I'll count this round as your victory." Jin Yao suddenly questioned her sharply, "You want to leave now?" Do you think it will be that easy to come and go as you please? Just as Jin Yao was about to make a move, Lin Yi reminded her, Jin Yao, let it go. The great serpent's power was neither lost nor taken away. We have already achieved our goal. Lin Yi's words were interrupted by Mu Fan calling out, Master, Master. At the sight of her disciple, Elder Bing comforted him. It's all right. These are only aftereffects of the great serpent's power. As they departed with Li Suihua, the members of the demon race continued chattering. My lady, was it that detestable Lin Yi again? That man has ruined our plans time and again. We must find a way to deal with him. Furthermore, Bing Onming has likely gained complete control over the great serpent now. She will surely join their side. Our position has become even more disadvantageous. Yet Li Suihua's attitude was somewhat baffling. She smiled brightly and said with certainty, the great serpent has been suppressed by Bing Onming. That is very good. There are some deviations, but overall, everything remains within my plan. The others exchanged confused looks. Suihua thought to herself, now you're the one who must worry. The scene shifted to the heavenly palace. A question was asked, followed by a confirming nod. I understand. The story continued to unfold in unpredictable ways as the council hall came into view. Elder Bing told everyone, regarding my mother, she has admitted her mistakes. For the time being, I will oversee the Frostmist sect, and I will support all of you unconditionally, whether you intend to oppose Li Suihua or the Heavenly Palace. Lin Yi quickly objected. We have no plans to oppose the Heavenly Palace for now, but if Elder Bing joins us, we naturally welcome her. Princess Long Tung Wu added, come on, haven't we already won? Why is everyone acting so grim? Look, with Elder Bing joining us, we now have the power of 3 ferocious beasts. Li Suihua only has Tao Tai. 3 against 1. The advantage is ours. Long Tung Wu responded, this is not a battle decided by numbers. The key issue is that there are too many things we do not understand. Lin Yi completely agreed with Long Tung Wu. That's right. Li Suihua and the Great Serpent know each other. What exactly is this so-called cooperation between them? And the Heavenly Palace did nothing this time. None of it is normal. Filled with doubt, Lin Yi turned to Elder Bing. Do you know anything about the cooperation between the Great Serpent and Li Suihua? But Bing Onming could only shake her head. I know absolutely nothing. This answer made Lin Yi and Long Tung Wu exchange puzzled looks. Elder Bing continued, but perhaps we can ask it directly. Jin Yao immediately spoke up. Wait, Elder Bing, what do you mean? Bing Onming hesitated. I can temporarily remove the effects of the heart without dust technique and restore the great serpent's will, which I have suppressed. As long as all of you are prepared. Everyone was surprised. Long Tung Wu stared wide-eyed in hesitation. This, Mu Fan worriedly warned. Isn't that too risky? Long Tung Wu looked to Lin Yi and asked, what do you think? Lin Yi answered, we can take the risk once. The scene gradually shifted underground, where all preparations had been completed. Mu Fan hurried over to report to Lin. The restraining formation has been set up. Everything is normal. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, while Long Tung Mu Yi and Long Tung Wu continued bickering. Hurry up, or you'll turn foolish again soon. Standing outside, Lin Yi called loudly to Onming. Elder Bing, we are ready. Upon receiving the signal, Onming immediately sat upright. A strange golden glimmer gradually appeared in her eyes. Seemingly surprised by something, she spoke in bafflement. It seems little Tawa has temporarily lost to you. Lin Yi looked into the formation and warned gravely. There is a restraining formation here. Do not even think about controlling anyone's mind. Jin Yao also rebuked it. Speak properly, Great Serpent, unless you want to fight the 2 of us alone. The Great Serpent retained its arrogant manner and raised a hand. I have no such intention. Among all ferocious beasts, my combat power may not be the strongest, but even as the second strongest, I am no weaker than the 2 creatures within your bodies. Suddenly, Lin Yi sat down and said, then tell us, what else are you and Li Suihua plotting? If you refuse to talk, Jin Yao took over in an angry voice. Do not blame us for being rude. The Great Serpent remained haughty and provocative. This body belongs to Bing Onming. Would you dare attack? After a brief standoff, the Great Serpent changed the subject. Fine then, I can answer a few of your questions, but in return, you must answer 1 question for me. Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. Fine, speak. What proposal did you make to Li Suihua? The Great Serpent did not answer immediately, instead asking Lin, let me ask you first, who is the strongest person in this world? Lin Yi answered firmly, Of course, it is the successive palace masters of the heavenly palace. The great serpent continued curiously, why are they the strongest, rather than anyone else? Jin Yao and Lin Yi gave their answers in turn. Because the technique he cultivates is the strongest. Because the heavenly palace master possesses all of the heavenly palace's inheritances. The great serpent ignored those answers and waved a hand. Too shallow. Let me tell you, long ago, people possessing the strength of a palace master were collectively classified as being in the nascent soul realm. That is also the upper limit of power this world can endure. Jin Yao and Lin Yi still did not fully understand the deeper meaning. What does nascent soul mean? The great serpent continued explaining, it means that beyond our world, there are many other worlds. Only upon reaching a certain level of strength can one break through the barriers between worlds and enter a broader world. The higher the level of existence, the greater the restrictions on power. The great serpent words still left Jin Yao suspicious. I still feel that you are deceiving us. If that is true, why have the palace masters not ascended to another world? The great serpent asked in return, why do you think? Lin Yi gradually understood and guessed, because of the total amount of spiritual energy. The great serpent quickly approved. Correct. Cultivators draw their spiritual power from this world. If every cultivator reached the limit of power and chose ascension, what do you think would happen to this world over time? Lin Yi understood the outcome. The entire world would gradually die from a shortage of spiritual energy. The great serpent corrected him. More precisely, spiritual energy would be completely exhausted, and then this world would be entirely occupied by turbid energy. Thus, out of the ridiculous compassion of the first heavenly palace master, or perhaps because he simply wished to rule this world, after reaching the limit of power, he chose not to ascend. Instead, he founded the heavenly palace and suppressed this world. What followed was the false history, you know. The first palace master nearly eliminated everyone who opposed him and fabricated the lie of the so-called heaven and earth calamity. After those who knew the truth died, the heavenly palace's words gradually became an indisputable truth. Though reluctant to believe it, Jin Yao still asked tentatively, is this true? Lin Yi nodded in realization. So that is how it is. He then curiously asked the great serpent, did you tell Itsuhua all of this? The great serpent answered with certainty, of course. Otherwise, why would she intend to oppose the heavenly palace and end this cycle? Based on the situation, Jin Yao concluded, even if she succeeds, this problem cannot be resolved. It may even hasten this world's destruction if people learn the truth and choose to ascend. The great serpent shook its head with a sigh. Then I do not know. My consciousness awakened rather late, after all, so there is not much that I know. Still curious, Lin Yi continued, wait, what do you mean by your consciousness awakening late? Stretching itself, the great serpent explained, ferocious beasts such as us are formed from turbid energy. At first, we possess little consciousness and almost nothing but instinct. Yet after living alongside generations of those who sealed us, we gradually became somewhat like humans. The great serpent pointed as it said, except for that devourer of desolation. He is forever consumed by rage and despises humans, so he is nearly impossible to communicate with. After the great serpent finished speaking, Jin Yao suddenly looked at Lin Yi as though hinting at something. Having answered for so long, the great serpent seemed somewhat tired and waved a hand. All right, you have finished asking your questions. Now it is my turn. The great serpent was very curious about Lin Yi. Boy, what exactly was that thing I saw in your memories? It was actually able to interrupt me and alter your memories. I have never encountered anything like that since I was born. The great serpent suddenly propped itself up and stood tall. It questioned Lin Yi, or rather, what exactly is hidden inside your body? The system prompt appeared again. Choice 2. Teach the great serpent a lesson. Reward. Return to truth art beyond the dust. Cultivation. 10 years. Before he could finish, Lin Yi suddenly grabbed the great serpent and shouted to Jin Yao, quickly, seize the chance. Jin Yao immediately understood and rushed over before the great serpent could comprehend what was happening. Just like before, Jin Yao delivered a powerful headbutt. Before passing out, the great serpent still found time to complain, you do not keep your word. The great serpent fainted. Lin Yi and Jin Yao watched silently. After a long while, Bing Anmeng finally woke up. Lin Yi called out worriedly, Bing Anmeng. As soon as Elder Bing woke, she clutched her head and groaned in pain. Can we use another way to way to wake me next time? That was roughly the situation. The Great Serpent must be hiding something from us, but it did tell us certain things. Next, we must find a way to learn the truth from the other ferocious beasts. Then why not ask 9 infants and the Devourer of Desolation? Do those two not know anything? Actually, after knocking out the Great Serpent, Jin Yao and I asked them already. But 9 infants has always been suppressed by the dragon-soaring imperial family. Since it cooperated with the Heavenly Palace's script each time, it does not know much about these matters. As for the Devourer of Desolation, that fellow simply cannot be communicated with. In that case, apart from Tao Tai, only Tao Wu remains. Butt and Dao Qing Feng are currently at the Heavenly Palace. I will investigate. The Myriad Things sect used to have a good relationship with the dragon-soaring imperial family. I will secretly meet my old friend Dao Qing Feng and ask whether he has learned anything from Tao Wu. Fine, leave this matter to you. That leaves Qiongqi and Chaos. Their situations are somewhat complicated. Historical records say that Chaos was last seen 3 heaven and earth calamities ago. It has not appeared since, and no one knows where it is or what state it is in. As for Qiongqi, it may currently be imprisoned deep within the territory of the Sea Clan. Lin E asked in confusion. The Sea Clan? They are simply members of the demon race who live in the sea. They have no conflicts with humanity, so both sides have always lived peacefully. Every year, the dragon-soaring imperial family even holds a market with them to exchange goods. Wait, if we calculate the time, it happens to be that time of year now. So our next target is the Sea Clan, but they're still part of the demon race. Will it be dangerous? The danger should not be too great. The land-dwelling demon race has been causing trouble everywhere alongside Li Tsuehua, but we have never heard of the Sea Clan taking part. More precisely, the Sea Clan has always maintained a good relationship with human cultivators. They lack all kinds of land resources, while cultivators desperately need the rare treasures found beneath the sea. That is also why no one objected when the Heavenly Palace was controlled by ferocious beasts, right? Then let us set out and see what the situation is. After all, if we do not go, Li Tsuehua will. All right, let us depart. Our destination is the Sea Clan's territory. Not long afterward, the group finally arrived at the Sea Clan's market. Is this the place? The Sea Clan's annual market? That's right. It is here in West Bay City on the southwestern border. At this time every year, the Sea Clan opens its market. Ordinary merchants sell the Sea Clan local specialties from the land, then purchase coral, pearls, Kobe beef, and other marine goods. Cultivators with valuable items can exchange them with the Sea Clan for rare heavenly treasures from beneath the sea. It certainly is crowded. But did the Sea Clan come here by ship too? Of course not. The Sea Clan lives in the ocean. At most, they command some sea beasts. When exactly does the market begin? How much longer do we have to wait? Looks like they are here. Suddenly, thunder boomed and massive waves rose on the sea. That commotion. Could the Queen of the Merfolk have come to this market gathering? That kid is like a wild man, asking about everything. Who is the Queen of the Merfolk? Since the minister has asked, allow me to explain. The Sea Clan differs from the demon clans on land. They have their own ruler. The Merfolk possess the most noble bloodline, so every generation of Merfolk queens rules over the entire Sea Clan. The Sea Clan has always had a good relationship with the dragon-soaring imperial family. I even met her when I was little. Bring the warship ashore. As soon as they docked, 2 elderly men came forward to greet them. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. May I ask why Your Highness Wu has suddenly come here? Official business. I have an important matter to attend to. Then she turned to Lin E and said, wait for me. I need to deal with the local officials. Go ahead. I'll wait for you to return. Suddenly, they heard people discussing something in the distance. I wonder what good things we can get from a Sea Clan this time. The Myriad Things sect hasn't come this time. We might be able to get our hands on quite a few fine goods. The world is far from peaceful these days. I think we should. Suddenly, the waves grew larger and larger. Lin E gave a warning. Be careful. Looking ahead, they saw a strange sight. Aren't those waves a little too extreme? I heard that whenever the Queen of the Merfolk travels, storms and waves naturally follow her. It should be fine, right? Something feels strange. My wife is very sensitive to life. I can vaguely sense an incredibly powerful killing intent approaching. Killing intent? What killing intent? Before the words had even faded, Lin E used his aura reading art, and his face turned pale. He saw a woman seated atop a silver fish, holding a long spear. And she was not alone. There was an entire squad behind her. They have come with ill intent. They do not look like they are here to trade with humans. Prepare for battle. Seeing that the other merchant ships were nearly capsized by the waves, Lin Yi stepped in. This is bad. Most of these people are ordinary civilians. We have to stop the Sea Clan. He immediately moved to Princess Long Tongwu's side. Princess Long Tongwu, quickly get the civilians out of here. Isn't the Sea Clan here to trade? Long Tongwu did not understand either. The Queen of the Merfolk and the dragon-soaring imperial family have been allies for generations. Why would they suddenly? We cannot worry about that now. We need to hold off the Sea Clan first. Do you need us to go? I want to help too. I'll leave this place to you. All right, you go ahead. Your Highness, what exactly is going on? I should be asking you that. What is happening here? The Sea Clan has never taken the initiative to invade human territory. Haven't you noticed anything? That boy only knows how to cry. Your Highness, we do not know either. Quickly organize all cultivators and protect the civilians as they leave. Yes, I will go help Lin Yi and the others. I hope nothing serious happens this time. The scene shifts to Lin Yi's group. The waves are enormous. Everyone be careful. After flying for a while, they encountered the spear-wielding woman. Stop right there. Take one more step, and do not blame me for being rude. Then a warlike Sea Clan man appeared. There are only 3 insignificant human cultivators. Crush them and throw them straight into the harbor. The young man was furious, but still tried to keep up appearances. In that case, do not blame me. Lin Yi immediately shot forward like a rocket, still warning them, fall back now, or do not blame me for showing no mercy. The Sea Clan soldier angrily replied, do you know who my father is? He immediately summoned a gigantic silver shark to attack. The shark was too massive, and Lin Yi was caught off guard, pressed beneath the sea. The Sea Clan soldier smugly said, you dare fight us beneath the sea? How foolish. But he had no idea who the true protagonist of this story was. Lin Yi emerged from the seafloor clad in imposing crimson armor. It seems you truly intend to fight me. The Sea Clan soldier's legs trembled in terror. That is the power of a ferocious beast. He is a member of the dragon-soaring imperial family. Quickly restrain him and report this to the sea. Before he could finish, another enormous ferocious beast appeared. It held a silver shark in its arms and hurled it at the Sea Clan soldier. He was pinned beneath his own shark. The Sea Clan army immediately fell apart, facing 2 overwhelmingly powerful, ferocious beasts. The soldiers were helpless. The Sea Clan soldier poked his head out again and shouted, do not be afraid. They are only ferocious beasts. He talked too much, so Lin Yi punched him. Have you caused enough trouble? Seeing how powerful Lin Yi was, the Sea Clan members could only flee in all directions. Retreat. Go report to the elders. The army quickly withdrew, leaving the silver shark behind. Long Tongwu immediately recognized it. This is the Queen of the Merfolk's mount. It is the one causing the waves and storms. Does the Queen of the Merfolk intend to declare war on the dragon-soaring imperial family? I do not know, but this fellow seems to know something. If I remember correctly, you are a guard serving at the Queen of the Merfolk's side, are you not? Why did you lead troops in an attack on a human harbor? Tell us the truth, or else. The Sea Clan's soldier remained stubborn. You want me to betray the Sea Clan? Dream on. Oh, this guy will not give up until he faces death. So you only respond to force. Do not rush. There is no need to be so rough when dealing with the Sea Clan. Actually, I have an easier method. A moment later, Lin Yi tied the Sea Clan soldier up and left him under the sun. He immediately became like a fish out of water. I am dying. Give me water. My throat is completely dry. Put me back in the water. Long Tongwu explained to Lin, the Sea Clan is accustomed to the aquatic environment. Once they're out of the water for too long, they become like this. There is no need to interrogate them at all. Leave them in the sun for a while, and they will confess everything. Speak. Why did you invade the human harbor? If you do not talk, keep lying here in the sun for a few more hours. I will send you straight to California. Spare me, big brother. I do not know much either. The attack on the harbor was unanimously decided by the Sea Clan elders. I was only following orders. Then what about the Queen of the Merfolk? Does not your entire Sea Clan obey her? Since when could the Sea Clan elders start a war? The Sea Clan soldier continued explaining. The Merfolk no longer hold power. Everyone now follows the elders' orders. So there's been a coup within your Sea Clan. But what does that have to do with attacking the harbor? You are not demon clans of the land. Even if you seize it, you cannot live there. Unless this is related to symbiosis. Is this Li Tsuehua's scheme again? The Sea Clan soldier did not know who Li Tsuehua was. Stop pretending. Whenever ferocious beasts are being controlled with ropes, it always has something to do with Li Tsuehua. If you do not confess honestly, I will leave you here in the sun for a few more hours and send you to California. I truly do not know. I really do not know the person you're talking about. You may not be lying to us. The Sea Clan only trades with humans once a year. The rest of the time, they live in the deep sea. Li Tsuehua may not have had time to interfere this time. Then what should we do next? What else can we do? We go find the queen of the merfolk. If this truly is a coup, then as long as we rescue her, there may still be a way to salvage things. You mean we simply dive to the seafloor and fight our way in? It is not impossible. We have 3 sets of sealing armor and ferocious beasts protecting us. The seafloor may not be able to stop us. It cannot be any harder than dealing with Li Tsuehua and her subordinates. There is no need for that. We can find a way to sneak in. Anming, can you still use the Great Serpent's power? If I am careful, it should not be a problem. Then that is what we will do. The scene shifts to the underwater city. The silver fish had swum down as well. It is Sea Kuin. Did they not say it was defeated by human cultivators and ferocious beasts? It must have swum back here on its own after being injured. Take it to the Dragon Palace, then report to the elders. After the guards left, Sea Kuin opened its mouth. Lin Yi and the others climbed out from inside. So this is the Sea Clan's city. It truly is extraordinary. Lin Yi turned to Long Tung Wu. Are you all right? I am fine. After all, I have endured the power of 9 infants before. But you gave me 3 9 infants, so your strength has dropped considerably. Are you sure you are all right? My power does not only come from ferocious beasts, so I am fine. On the other hand, once these 9 infants leave my body, I am afraid they will no longer be so obedient. If they disobey you or keep nagging you, just tell me. I will discipline them. No problem. Let's get moving. Where do we go next? Lin Yi used his aura reading art to scan the city. Strange. I cannot detect Xiongxi's aura at all. Let us check the Dragon Palace first. The Queen of the Merfolk has always been the Sea Clan's leader. She may only be imprisoned for now. If we find her, perhaps we will learn what exactly happened. A while later, the group arrived before the city gate. Long Tung Wu said in surprise, "Is that the Sea Beast clan? They should not be here according to reason." Lin Yi was startled. What? Are they not all part of the Sea Clan? Long Tung Wu continued explaining. No, they are different. As you can see, these Sea Beast clan members are more like wild beasts. They are not very intelligent, but they are savage and warlike. Some of them even defy the merfolk's orders and secretly attack human vessels. The merfolk we encountered before are more human-like. Generally, they are smarter and longer-lived than the Sea Beast clan, and they're skilled in magic. That is why they hold the highest status within the Sea Clan. So this really may be a coup. Otherwise, they would not have assigned Sea Beast clan soldiers to guard the royal palace. So all we need to do is find the Queen of the Merfolk and help them defeat these sea beasts, and the problem will be solved? No, you're thinking too simply. I am afraid it will not be that easy. Let's go in and take a look first. Bing Aming suddenly stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me." She casually leaped before the Sea Beast clan guards, then used some kind of ability. Her eyes glowed like headlights. The 2 Sea Beast clan guards' eyes turned into hearts, and they became completely obedient to her. Just like that, it was settled. Bing Aming signaled everyone to hurry inside. But once inside, she did not know which way to go. How are we supposed to search now? Of course, we go toward the rear palace. According to custom, there should be an underground prison there. The Queen of the Merfolk is very likely being held there. The scene shifts to a room. 3 Sea Clan members were discussing matters. The plan to raid the human harbor has completely failed. The merfolk who returned said that before they even reached the harbor, they encountered 2 hosts of ferocious beasts. It seems the humans anticipated something. The question now is, how much of our plan do they know? It may only have been a coincidence. This is an internal affair of our Sea Clan. How could humans possibly know? As they spoke, the Sea Beast clan member suddenly slammed the table. Coincidence, my ass. What kind of joke is that? There are only 2 hosts of ferocious beasts. How could they just happen to run into them? Our plan was clearly exposed long ago. What are we still hesitating for? Immediately send out every soldier. Attack every human harbor we can reach and capture all the humans there. Then bring them back here. But Her Highness has always refused to cooperate with us. And now she is also. Suddenly, Lin Yi burst in from nowhere and kicked the door open. Quick, hide in here first. There are too many patrols outside. Long Tongue Wu hurriedly squeezed in. Do not push. Let me see what is inside first. Before the conversation could continue, both sides stared at one another in stunned silence. Then the old Sea Clan man shouted, "Human assassins, come quickly!" The bloodthirsty Sea Beast Clan warriors immediately raised their spears to attack. "Since you have come, do not even think of leaving. Humans have infiltrated the palace. Come quickly!" Lin Yi quickly grabbed a spear and signaled his companions to run. But it was already too late. The guards had gathered in force. "Protect the elders. These are intruders." "These people are the elders? Well, that is unfortunate. Then capture them alive. You have quite the nerve. You dare come to our territory and still want to capture us alive." Suddenly, a gigantic fist appeared and smashed through half the roof of the city, drawing the attention of the entire Sea Clan. What happened? Is there an enemy in the royal palace? Back with Lin Yi, several elders were sprawled across the ground, while the Sea Beast Clan warriors were embedded in the walls. "That was a little excessive," Fairy Jean Yao saw the... I got excited for a moment and could not hold back. It seemed the rage of the Devourer of Desolation was finally beginning to affect her. One day, he would have her cultivate the heart without dust technique with him. It might suppress some of the ferocious beast's influence. We can deal with that later. Our secret infiltration plan has failed. We might as well have charged indirectly. What do we do now? Lin Yi came up with an idea. Do we not already have hostages? Come on. With these people in our hands, they should not dare act recklessly. Lin Yi immediately used the elders as leverage. "Do not move. Your elders are in my hands." Long Tongue Wu held her forehead helplessly. "Has this not turned into kidnapping? We are acting just like bandits. What do we do next?" "First, stabilize the situation. We are not afraid of them, but there is no need to cause casualties. People of the Sea Clan, we are not invaders. You have been deceived by your elders. They imprisoned your Sea Queen and launched attacks on our human harbors. We only came to resolve this matter. We do not wish to go to war with the Sea Clan. Please stand down. I do not want any more innocent casualties. Let's settle this peacefully." Yet despite his words, no one showed any intention of retreating. Long Tongue Wu sensed that something was wrong. It seems they already knew the Sea Queen was imprisoned and that the elders usurped power. The old man laughed loudly. "You think we are usurpers? No, you understand nothing at all. You mean you have everyone's support? What exactly are you old fools plotting? You land dwellers understand nothing. You think capturing us will help? No. Listen, everyone, ignore us and attack with all your strength. Our clan's future must never be lost again." After hearing the old man's righteous speech, the Sea Clan became even more determined. Then they hurled all their spears at Lin Yi's group. "Damn it, they are serious? These people are insane." The blade-wielding girl suddenly stepped forward. "Brother Lin Yi, leave it to me. Devourer of Desolation, show them your power." Immediately afterward, the phantom of the Devourer of Desolation appeared. Seeing such terrifying power, the Sea Clan also hesitated. That is, a host who has completely mastered the power of a ferocious beast. Every attack was blocked. "Brother Lin Yi, should I?" Suddenly, the blade-wielding girl seemed unwell. "I cannot. Using a ferocious beast's power repeatedly will cause this. The Devourer of Desolation is the most tyrannical of them all. Make a decision quickly." Lin Yi looked at the old man. "Knock out those who will not listen first. This one knows the most. Take him with us. Later, can you use the Great Serpent's power to examine his memories? With all of you here, it will not be a problem. Before we find out what happened, there is no need for a massacre here. That is the greatest difference between us and Li Tsuehua and the Heavenly Palace. Retreat." "How?" "The Sea Clan army is surrounding us in greater and greater numbers. You take this man and leave first. I will hold him off. Fairy Jean Yao, withdraw the Devourer of Desolation. Leave the rest to me." With that, Lin Yi transformed into a ferocious beast. The scene abruptly shifted to when the old man woke up. "I won't reveal a single word. If you have the guts, kill me. This old man seems pretty stubborn. How about taking him to the surface and leaving him in the sun for a few hours?" He shook his head. With a mouth as hard as his, even drying him in a salted fish probably wouldn't work. "Looks like we're out of options. Let Sister Serpent have a try. Everyone, get ready. I'm about to let her out." As soon as he spoke, Bing Onmeng transformed into the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent grabbed Lin Yi by the collar and berated him. "You shameless liar. You call me out when you need me, then lock me away when you don't. What do you take me for?" Calm down, calm down. Not telling you certain things was for your own good. Now you understand the situation clearly, don't you? Of course. Although that little girl being Ameng has been suppressing me, I can still see everything she does. You want me to search this man's memories, right? I've never searched the memories of someone from another race before. Besides, I'm curious what that woman is plotting. Fine, I'll satisfy my curiosity. Let me see what this man intends to do. Sister Serpent began reading the Sea Clan elder's memories as though flipping through a book. Lin E anxiously asked, "Well, did you find anything?" Sister Serpent suddenly burst into laughter. So that's how it is. No wonder Li Tsuehua didn't interfere at all this time. Lin, he was full of questions. What do you mean? What did you see in his memories? You want to know? What a pity. I'm not telling you. This is the price you pay for deceiving me last time. With that, Sister Serpent returned control of the body to the youngest sister. Her true form retreated and refused to come out again. Princess Long Tongue Wu clenched her fists. There's nothing we can do. She knows perfectly well that as long as she hides inside Bang Aming's body, we can't touch her. But it's not as if I found out nothing. When Sister Serpent began searching the Sea Clan elders' memories, I saw that they were imprisoned. More precisely, it seemed to be a place the Queen of the Merfolk had sealed herself within. Then the image shifted to a heavily guarded location. The Queen of the Merfolk is imprisoned here? This place must once have been prosperous, but now it is completely deserted. According to his memories, this seems to be the former capital of the Sea Clan, though no one knows why it was abandoned. The Queen of the Merfolk is in that high tower. What is that barrier? It is likely the sea-calming pearl of the Merfolk, a magical treasure capable of controlling seawater. It seems the Queen of the Merfolk is relying on it to avoid being completely imprisoned. From the memories, the ones responsible for guarding the Sea Beast clan are the most vicious tribes. Even the Sea Beast clan elders cannot control them. I've heard of these Sea clan members before. 8 or 9 out of every 10 ships that vanish at sea were probably attacked by them. They even raid coastal villages and plunder everything. Since they aren't good people, let's charge in and rescue the Queen of the Merfolk. Then we can get to the bottom of everything. The 4 immediately took action, leaping before the Sea Beast clan guards. The guards instantly recognized them. They're the ones who sealed the ferocious beasts. Quick, report to Her Highness. Lin E nearly let them summon reinforcements. Princess Long Tongue will notice something unusual. Wait, something isn't right. The seawater seems to have thickened. Did someone pour something into the sea? Lin E immediately used his chi-observing technique. Something was glimmering in the distance. An arrow shot toward Bang Aming. Lin E reacted swiftly and pulled her away. Who is it? Looking up, they saw a woman standing ahead. She looked extremely strange. She had 3 heads. Had the three-eyed god poured something into the sea? Lenny broke out in a cold sweat. What is going on? Is she one of the Merfolk or the Sea Beast clan? It has been a long time, Long Tongue Wu. When was the last time we met? Princess Long Tongue Wu was astonished. Impossible. Are you Ao Qian? Lin, he was baffled. You two know each other? She is a younger sister of Ao Shi, the Queen of the Merfolk. We once represented the dragon-soaring imperial family in meeting with the Merfolk to discuss matters concerning the sea market. But how did she become like this?